Sword God Chapter 1644 to Chapter 1695. The power contained in a mid-grade fog source was several times that of a low-grade fog source. Not only could he comprehend it for a longer time, but the effect was also more than twice as obvious. Chenzong used this mid-grade fog source to comprehend the mysteries of the first worldly stone inscription. Even though he had comprehended the Yin-Yang Dao Will and raised it to the 9th revolution, as well as comprehending the wind, fire, and thunder Dao Will, and improved further, it actually didn't increase his overall strength by much. It only made him more well-rounded. With this, it was simply impossible to pass through the 8th level. Those 5 fog sources could also be used to comprehend the first worldly stone inscription, but Chenzong was also very clear about one thing. Even so, it still wouldn't allow him to break through again. Therefore, it was better to use them to comprehend the mysteries of the other stone inscriptions and improve himself more comprehensively. In the end, everything he learned wasn't just for the bewildering light realm, but for the Great Tao. The Great Tao was perfect, every aspect was very important to him. He couldn't lose the big picture for the small. Accumulate, then comprehend and erupt. When the mid-grade fog source's power was completely exhausted, Chenzong comprehended a little more of the mysteries of the first worldly stone inscription. The 31st level of the Genesis sword technique was even more perfect and truly stabilized. With my current cultivation, if I want to defeat that Crimson Dragon, I either have to raise the Genesis sword technique to the 32nd level or break through to the 2nd level of the Pinnacle realm. Chenzong thought to himself. He had a very clear understanding of himself. This was the conclusion he had obtained after many failures. He was very certain. After breaking through to the 30th level, the advancement of every level needed to be self-created. It was incomparably compatible with one's body. Moreover, the higher the level, the stronger and more terrifying the power. Therefore, the advancement of the 32nd level was absolutely much greater than that of the 31st level. Similarly, the difficulty of self-creation of the 32nd level was much greater than that of the 31st level. Only now did Chenzong understand how astonishing the Azura clone was. It had actually deduced the infernal Azura technique to the 32nd level and mastered it by itself. On the other hand, the main body had obtained various opportunities to create the 31st level and only now had it stabilized. This was a kind of innate difference. It could not be helped. Xianxia had absorbed a large amount of pure evil spirit with the secret of the 1000-form Azura. He was known as the innate evil spirit. This was a very rare innate Taoism aptitude, at least in the Tianyuan sacred realm. Those with born Taoism aptitude were like the favored children of heaven and earth. Once they cultivated martial arts techniques related to their physique, their progress would make others jealous. If his actual body was able to create the 32nd level of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique, his strength would increase significantly. At that time, he should be able to fight with the Crimson Dragon, or even defeat it and pass through the 8th level. Or perhaps, he could comprehend the 2nd level of the Lamita realm. The King of the Mountains and Seas and Chenzong had said that the Supreme Realm was just a general term. Strictly speaking, it was divided into 3 realms. The first level was called the Extreme Realm, which was the level that Chenzong had reached now. However, Chenzong had just grasped it, so he still needed to practice it and make it more profound. The second stage was called Extreme Brilliance. The third stage was called the Brilliance of Extremity. It was extremely difficult to improve each level. It was much more difficult than creating a cultivation technique. However, if one improved, the increase in strength would be extremely shocking. It was said that if one wanted to become a supreme saint, one must first improve the will of extremity to the extreme of the 3rd level. Only then would one be qualified to shine with endless brilliance. The King of the Mountains and Seas had been cultivating for thousands of years, but he had only comprehended the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. He had not reached the peak. Whether it was the 32nd level of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique, or the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, both were too difficult. However, Chenzong was confident that he could do it. The only thing he lacked was time. The secret of the first worldly stone inscription could shorten this time. If there was a large amount of fog to help him comprehend, the time could be shortened again. Therefore, the fog was very important. When all the fog was used up, Chenzong still planned to go outside Bewildering Light Island to hunt for fog demons. Firstly, it was for the fog, and secondly, he could take the opportunity to train himself. Just meditating and comprehending wasn't enough. Fighting was also an excellent way to stimulate one's potential. The right way was to combine movement and stillness. The king of the mountains and seas pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, I'll go with you." "That's too much trouble." Qianzong was a little surprised, but he was immediately grateful. The king of the mountains and seas said that to give him another layer of protection. After all, he was an elite 7-star expert. In the bewildering light ocean, he could even fight against a high-rank fog demon. As for the fog demons, there were more low-rank fog demons, fewer middle-rank fog demons, and even fewer high-rank fog demons. As for the terrifying fog demon king, the king of the mountains and seas had only heard of it, but had never seen it. With the king of the mountains and seas accompanying him, he could not expose his sure doppelganger. He could only fight with his true body, but it was also an additional layer of protection. The two of them immediately set off for the bewildering light ocean. The king of the mountains and seas cave abode was originally located at the edge of Bewildering Light Island. When they rushed out of the island and entered the bewildering light ocean, they felt as if they had suddenly fallen from clear water into muddy water. It was somewhat uncomfortable. Qianzong quickly spread out his divine sense and finally fixed it at a radius of 2,000 meters. Previously, it was 1,000 meters, and the recovery rate barely matched the consumption rate. In recent years, as his cultivation base improved, so did his divine sense. The spirit control technique was also constantly used to temper his divine sense. Although the improvement was not great, it was still something. 2,000 meters was just the limit of the recovery rate that could barely keep up with the consumption rate. Other than protecting Qianzong, the king of the mountains and seas did not intend to interfere with anything else. He also hoped that Qianzong could improve further. Fighting the fog demons was not a bad idea. Qianzong did not plan to leave Bewildering Light Island immediately. He planned to go deeper and step by step. Those who entered Bewildering Light Island, as long as they had the qualifications to live on Bewildering Light Island, once they left Bewildering Light Island, they would not get lost. Their souls would have a connection with Bewildering Light Island. Although this connection would gradually weaken with the distance, it would always exist. Therefore, cultivators dared to leave Bewildering Light Island and enter the Bewildering Light Ocean to kill the fog demons and obtain the fog essence. Otherwise, once they left, they would not be able to find Bewildering Light Island. Wouldn't that be suicide? Not long after, Qianzong's divine sense sensed a tyrannical and ferocious aura. It was the fog demon. In his senses, the fog demon was very strong, but it did not give him a strong sense of danger. Inferior fog demon. A smile appeared on Qianzong's face. He sped up and attacked the inferior fog demon like a gust of wind. The sunken night sword was unsheathed. A pitch-black sword light tore through the void and directly attacked the inferior fog demon. The king of the mountains and seas was surprised. Qianzong had found the fog demon earlier than him. It was unbelievable. The battle began. The fog demon was extremely ferocious and cruel. Its sharp claws tore through the air, tearing apart the fog in dazzling light. Each attack seemed to want to tear Qianzong to pieces. Qianzong's figure was like the wind, and his aura was subtle. He avoided the fog demon's sharp claws and attacked with the sunken night sword. Under the extreme sword intent, the sharpness of each sword was extremely shocking. It also had the ability to oppress the mind, causing a certain impact on the fog demon. At times, it was like a violent thunderbolt. At other times, it was like an ethereal wind. The alternating use of the two divine abilities made Qianzong's figure more and more unpredictable. After the battle, Qianzong also found out that the fog demon's strength was equivalent to a 3-star battle strength. Moreover, it was an ordinary 3-star battle strength, not even an elite. It could fight, it could be killed. When he fought against the black demon god in the 7th realm of the bewildering light realm, his body refining cultivation was restricted. He could only rely on his chi cultivation. Now, his body refining cultivation was still there. Although he was fighting with his chi cultivation, his tyrannical physique also brought him great benefits. Even if he was at a disadvantage when facing the fog demon's sharp claws, it was not a hindrance. Sword chi and sharp claws spread in all directions. After the fierce battle, Chenzong also discovered that his cultivation during this period of time had improved his overall strength. Even if his battle strength was not at the 3-star level, it was not impossible for him to fight against an ordinary 3-star battle strength. After all, his body refining cultivation had reached the early stage of the 9th level of the chaotic heaven realm, and he also had the unbreakable golden body. Coupled with the Yinyang sword realm activated by the Yinyang Dao will, his defensive power was extremely shocking. It was enough to barely resist the fog demon's attack. If his body refining cultivation was still there when he challenged the 8th realm, there might be hope for him to pass. Then, I'll use you to test my new unique skill. Chenzong used the unbreakable golden body and the Yinyang sword realm to block the fog demon's violent attack. His eyes emitted an extremely sharp light. Immediately, a mighty aura of the heavenly wind filled his body, and it turned into a gust of wind that whistled out. He swung his sword. In an instant, Chenzong's figure and the sunken knight's sword seemed to have turned into a gust of wind that whistled out. The sword was as swift as the wind. The first move, swift wind, the gust of sword chi instantly attacked the fog demon. The moment it hit the fog demon's body, it was like an invisible rope that instantly wrapped around the fog demon's body. When the second move was launched, the chi suddenly became blazing and violent like fire. The second move, scorching flame, the sword chi was extremely hot, and the compressed power seemed to explode in an instant. It was blazing and shocking, and it seemed to be able to destroy everything as it directly bombarded the fog demon's body. The fog demon happened to be wrapped around by the wind-like sword chi. Just a moment was enough. The scorching flame sword was so powerful that it caused the fog demon's body to suddenly tremble. It flew back in the air, and its body trembled incessantly. In fact, these two moves did not cause much damage to the fog demon. It was just a prelude that disrupted the fog demon's rhythm and made it difficult for it to react in an instant. It was for the final killing move. The third move, wind and fire strike the sky, the sunken knight sword returned to its scabbard in an instant. Chenzong stood in the void and lowered his body. Extremely powerful heavenly wind Dao will and heavenly fire Dao will circled around his body. Green and red intertwined and finally poured into the scabbard and condensed on the sword. An extremely powerful and terrifying power was brewing, condensing, and erupting in the scabbard. Not far away, the mountain and sea king stared with a slightly solemn expression. He acutely felt that there was a terrifying power gathering in Chenzong's scabbard. It was like a volcano accumulating magma. Once it erupted, the power would be astonishing. Boom, Chenzong's left foot suddenly stepped forward, and his body rushed forward. The sunken knight sword carried a tremendous force, and it transformed into a power that fused wind and fire. It was like the magma of an ancient volcano erupting, and it instantly gushed out of the scabbard. This move was earth-shattering. That sword and that light were like the eruption of magma from an ancient volcano, extremely dense and peerlessly powerful as they shattered the heavens and the earth. This sword strike didn't just contain the eruption of the Lingwu energy, it also contained the strength of the blood lightning explosion, and it was directly raised to the limit. This sword strike blasted mercilessly onto the mist devil. Bang! The energy of wind and fire intertwined and raged on the mist devil's body, and the mist on the mist devil's body swept out layer by layer like waves, yet it was unable to eliminate the terrifying strength of that sword strike no matter what. The strands of heavenly wind and heavenly fire that had invaded the mist devil's body were instantly drawn out as well, and they erupted successively as they wantonly destroyed the mist devil's body. Numerous sounds of explosions resounded out without end, and it exploded to the point the mist devil's body violently trembled as countless strands of mist leaked out, and its aura grew weaker and weaker. Chenzong didn't pursue and attack, and he instead stared fixedly at every single change in the mist devil. Wind-fire triswords. This move was an ultimate move that he'd comprehended after consuming 2 low-grade mist sources from comprehending the profundities of the blazing tempest stone inscriptions. It was an ultimate move that was activated with the Heavenly Wind Dao Insight and Heavenly Fire Dao Insight, and it was an ultimate move that was close to the limit. The Heavenly Wind Dao Insight and Heavenly Fire Dao Insight were both high-grade Dao Insights that couldn't compare to top-grade Dao Insights, but the might of the fusion of 2 high-grade Dao Insights had increased explosively, and it wasn't inferior to most top-grade Dao Insights. Thus, after he comprehended it, Chenzong knew that the pure might of the final move of the Wind Flame Triapex Sword technique, wind flame strike the heavens, was already on par with the heaven and earth split before the heart sword Tao insight attained the extreme realm. If the first and second moves were executed at the same time and struck the target, then under the overlapping and ceaseless eruption of might, the destruction caused in the end wouldn't be inferior to the line of heaven and earth in the slightest. Now it would seem that it was indeed so. Just this sword strike had directly crippled the low-grade mist devil, and although it hadn't died, its aura had declined severely. Lingwu energy, blood lightning explosion, line of heaven and earth, slash, the tip of the sword was world-shocking as a sword light that was like a hair instantly struck out. The heavens and the earth dimmed. Unlike the windfire triswords, this sword strike directly slashed the mist devil's broken body into two. The misty demon turned into mist and quickly dissipated, leaving only a piece of mist source behind. It was swept up by Qinzong's sword qi and stored into his storage ring. Qinzong made a brief summary of this battle. The might of the windfire tritomized sword was not inferior to the line of heaven and earth. In fact, in terms of sustained destructive power, it was even superior. But these two moves were different. The line of heaven and earth was a direct attack. Just this sword attack was meant to cut you in half and kill you. The direct lethality of the wind and fire triple sword technique was not as good as the line of heaven and earth, but it was superior in its continuous destructive power. Furthermore, it worked from the inside to the outside and gradually increased in power until it finally killed the target. One was the might of sword insight, the other was the might of windfire Dao insight, and their destructive forces were completely different. However, the three moves of the windfire triple swords had to hit the same target in order for the final destructive power to be slightly stronger than the line of heaven and earth. The first move, Swift Wind, used extremely fast sword qi to strike the target first. The heavenly wind sword qi attacked first, and its purpose was not to inflict damage. Instead, it transformed into a gust of wind and bound the target's body, making it difficult for the target to move. Even if the target could move, it would reduce the target's speed and reaction time. The second move, Ardent Flame, used the heavenly fire sword qi to bombard the target. The damage was only secondary. Its true purpose was to further restrict the target. However, it was not to bind the target. Instead, it was to attack. The violent force spread throughout the target's body, causing the target's body to tremble and its power to become unstable. It was difficult for the target to completely condense the heavenly fire sword qi, and the heavenly fire sword qi also seeped into the target's body. The third move, Heavenly Wind and Fire Sword Qi, was the ultimate move. The fusion power of the heavenly wind and heavenly fire Dao insight, as well as the other powers of the user, was constantly being refined and gathered in the scabbard. At the final moment, when it was at its peak, it erupted like a volcano, instantly releasing the most violent and tyrannical power. This sword attack directly attacked the target that had been bound by the first and second moves, instantly causing destruction. Moreover, it triggered the heavenly wind and heavenly fire sword qi that had seeped into the target's body. Layer upon layer of explosions, aggravating the damage. Wonderful. The mountain and sea king secretly clapped his hands and praised. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see the subtlety of Qinzong's ultimate move. However, he could also see that there was still a lot of room for improvement. The drawback of that ultimate move was actually very obvious. If the target broke free from the first or second move, the power of the third move would be reduced. Qinzong continued to hunt for the fog demons. When Qinzong unleashed all his power, he could kill the 3-star fog demons. The supreme Lingwu technique was indeed amazing. Once it was unleashed, it directly raised Qinzong's basic strength to a whole new level. The power of the blood thunder explosion was also quite impressive. The thunder light shield and the heavenly wind formless body art alternated between being extremely agile. With a sword in hand, he vividly displayed the profundity of the sword technique. If he encountered a 4-star fog demon, Qinzong would use all his strength to fight. However, in the end, he would inevitably be defeated. When he was defeated, the mountain and sea king would naturally kill it, and the fog essence would belong to Qinzong. Although he couldn't use the power of the Azure doppelganger, it felt good to have a powerhouse accompanying him. At least he could fight without worry. 1 low-grade fog essence, 2 low-grade fog essences, 3 low-grade fog essences, The number of fog essences in the storage ring was constantly increasing. Every battle was a matter of walking the fine line between life and death. Even with the Mountain and Sea King accompanying him, Chenzong didn't think he could rely on him. Of course, Chenzong wasn't going to rely on the Mountain and Sea King's strength to seek out the Mist Devil. A middle-grade fog demon's battle strength was at least 5-star. It was not something he could fight against right now. When Chenzong obtained the 12 fog essences, he returned to Bewildering Light Island with the Mountain and Sea King and went into seclusion to comprehend the mystery of the first stone inscription of heaven and earth. Of the 12 fog essences, 11 were low-grade fog essences, and 1 was middle-grade fog essences. Naturally, they were obtained by the Mountain and Sea King. However, he didn't know how much of the first stone inscription of heaven and earth he would be able to comprehend after these fog essences were used up. That stone inscription of heaven and earth was related to the mysteries of the origin sword technique and sword Tao. As long as he could comprehend it more deeply, his strength would increase. The Mountain and Sea King had high hopes for Chenzong, even if there was only a slight chance that he could leave. After the 12 fog essences were used up, Chenzong came out of seclusion and entered the bewildering light ocean to hunt fog demons again. The Mountain and Sea King was still following him. Wind and Fire triple slash, one ultimate move instantly killed the 3-star fog demon. There was no need for a second move. Although the origin sword technique was still at the 31st level, and his Tao intent hadn't broken through the limit, it was still much stronger. After obtaining the fog essences, he returned to Bewildering Light Island and went into seclusion to comprehend. And so on. Chenzong didn't challenge the Bewildering Light Realm again. Instead, he continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another few years had passed. Chenzong had been on the Bewildering Light Island for more than 10 years. He had passed the protective period of the island's power. The Blood Killer King also came out of seclusion. His blood-red light filled the sky and rolled in all directions. Half of the world was dyed red, and his aura was extremely shocking. Blood Killer King, what are you doing here? The Mountain and Sea King stared at the blood-red figure standing in the air and asked in a deep voice. Mountain and Sea King, I have a grudge with that junior. Don't interfere. The Blood Killer King's voice was filled with killing intent. He was also afraid of the Mountain and Sea King. Although he had cultivated that secondary divine ability to perfection, he still wasn't confident that he could defeat the Mountain and Sea King. Get lost. The Mountain and Sea King didn't hold back. His aura was earth-shattering. The aura of the mountains and seas instantly erupted, condensing into a phantom of mountains and seas. It crushed the Blood Killer King's blood-red aura as if it was going to shatter it. Mountain and Sea King, I respect you as a senior. Don't be too. The Blood Killer King's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you. The Mountain and Sea King took a step forward, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. The mountains rumbled, and a tsunami seemed to roll behind him. It was earth-shattering, and the Blood Killer King's blood-red cloud was instantly dispersed. Anger, killing intent, Chenzong was related to whether or not he could lead the Bewildering Light Ocean. This was a matter of great importance, and the Blood Killer King wanted to kill him. Sensing the killing intent of the Mountain and Sea King, the Blood Killer King's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to say anything and quickly retreated. The Mountain and Sea King's temper was relatively good. Because of this, the Blood Killer King dared to come over and ask for Chenzong. Who knew that the Mountain and Sea King would have such a reaction? The Blood Killer King's expression was gloomy. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. This little ant can pass the 7th level. His potential is amazing. If this continues, he might catch up with me one day, or even surpass me. At that time, it won't be me who kills him, but him who kills me. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fact that Chenzong hadn't really grown up yet to kill him. As for the toys, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. However, with the Mountain and Sea King watching from the side, he had no chance to make a move. Waiting, the Blood Killer King was waiting for an opportunity. He believed that as long as he had enough patience, he would definitely be able to seize the opportunity. After all, the Blood Killer King was an assassin. In the past, he had lurked for a very long time in order to carry out missions. His patience was amazing. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Chenzong came out of seclusion. This time, he had been in seclusion for a very long time. He had been in seclusion for several years, but his improvement was very obvious. Seeing Chenzong come out of seclusion, his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. There seemed to be a faint sword chi around him, but it seemed to be completely restrained and difficult to detect. The mountain and sea king suddenly revealed a smile. He could feel that Chenzong, who had been in seclusion for a few years, was somewhat different from a few years ago. It seemed to be a kind of sublimation. Although he didn't know how big the change was, at least he was sure of one thing. At this moment, Chenzong's strength was definitely stronger than a few years ago. The mountain and sea king stared at him eagerly and hurriedly asked, "Young friend, how is it?" A few years ago, Chenzong often entered the bewildering light sea to hunt fog demons and obtain fog essence. In total, he obtained dozens of low-level fog essence and several middle-level fog essence. He used all of them to comprehend the mystery of the heaven and earth stone inscriptions in seclusion. "I'm somewhat confident." Chenzong smiled slightly. "Let's go." The mountain and sea king's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the best news he had heard in thousands of years. After many contacts, the mountain and sea king knew that Chenzong was not a person who would speak carelessly. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't say much. In other words, this time it was very likely that they could pass. In the cave mansion, the Bloodkill King watched as 2 figures quickly flew past and headed straight to the center of Bewildering Light Island. His expression was uncertain. He recognized the 2 figures. The Mountain Sea King. The other person was the little ant Chenzong that he wanted to get rid of. But now, the Mountain Sea King was following him, and he couldn't find a chance to make a move. With a thought, the Blood Killer King moved and followed after Yi Shiwen. He didn't believe that the Mountain Sea King could be on guard all the time. As long as there was a slight opening, he would go all out and kill him. As for the Mountain Sea King, even if he wanted to deal with him, he was confident that he could withstand a blow and escape. At most, he would hide in the bewildering light ocean for a while. Having made up his mind, the Bloodkill King concealed his aura and quietly followed. He was proficient in assassination. Neither Chenzong nor the King of the Mountain and Sea had noticed King Bloodkiller's presence. However, with the Mountain Sea King by his side, the Bloodkill King didn't make a move because he didn't seize the opportunity. Patience, he was like a viper lurking, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Chenzong landed on the altar without hesitation, stepped into the portal of the bewildering light realm, and disappeared. The Mountain Sea King stood next to the altar and waited, while the Bloodkill King lurked in the distance. No one noticed him. He used to be a top assassin, so he was extremely good at the Tao of concealment. Chenzong could directly challenge the 8th realm, but he didn't. He planned to use the Black Demon God to hone himself, or rather, to warm up. After a few years, Chenzong's Qi cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th level Saint realm. The Black Demon God's strength should have also become stronger. Using the Black Demon God as a warm-up was probably unprecedented. Even the Myriad Star King, who had broken through the 8th realm 10,000 years ago, had never done so. The Black Demon God exuded an astonishing aura as he rushed over. His fist carried an incomparably terrifying pressure, as though it was going to explode the void. However, this tyrannical punch was nothing to the current Chenzong. Chenzong stood motionless, waiting for the Black Demon God's punch to arrive. Then, he drew his sword and slashed out, his body leaning forward. Chop, he didn't explode with the power of the Lingwu. This sword was only driven by the will of the Heart Sword of the Pinnacle, but it instantly released a shocking power. Under this sword, there was nothing it could not destroy, and nothing could block it. The extremely powerful punch of the Black Demon God was instantly torn apart and cleaved apart like a hot knife through butter. The tyrannical punch found it difficult to withstand and was immediately cut in half. Fury, the injured Black Demon God instantly went berserk. The fist that had been sliced in half was suffused with a shocking black demonic flame. It crazily blasted out without end, destroying mountains and destroying peaks. Chenzong directly displayed the Yinyang Sword realm with his sword. The black and white mixed elements circled around freely. Without the power of the Lingwu, the pure yin-yang sword realm was able to completely withstand the two fists of the berserk black demon god. Under the Tao insight of yin and yang, it revolved freely, and it no longer had its previous flaws. In his berserk state, the black demon god's strength was still at the elite 2-star level, and had yet to reach the true 3-star level. To be able to withstand the attack without the power of the Lingwu, compared to before, it was obvious that Chenzong's strength had improved a lot. Warm up. This was really just a warm-up, chop. Without waiting for the black demon god's attack to weaken, Chenzong immediately counterattacked. Heaven and earth aligned. Similarly, he did not use the power of the Lingwu or the blood thunder explosion secret technique, but only drove them with the will of the pinnacle. After a few years of comprehension, Chenzong was still unable to create the 32nd level of the Genesis Sword Yuan technique. However, he had already reached the limit of the 31st level. Once he broke through, he would be at the 32nd level. All he lacked was an opportunity. As for the will of the heart sword, he had also not broken through to the second level of the pinnacle realm. That was even more difficult, but the first level of the pinnacle realm had great potential to be unearthed. A few years ago, Chenzong had just broken through to the first level of the pinnacle realm. A few years later, with the help of the power of the fog source, he had continuously comprehended the worldly stone inscriptions and improved a lot. Although he was still at the first level of the pinnacle realm, his power had increased by a lot. With such power, the line of heaven and earth was naturally more powerful. With one strike, he had cut off the black demon god's arm and left a long sword mark on his chest. With the second strike, he had cut the black demon god into two. The black demon god's body was directly split in two, and he could no longer fight back. So, easy, however, it was indeed a warm-up in preparation for the life and death battle in the 8th realm. The chaos reappeared and reopened, and Chenzong appeared in a lava valley. In the cracks of the ground beneath his feet, blazing red lava flowed. It was extremely shocking. A 1,000-foot volcano towered in front of him, releasing an extremely shocking power. Lava constantly spewed out, and a huge dragon head also appeared. The red dragon, as if it had sensed that Chenzong's strength was stronger than before, the red dragon directly appeared and shot hundreds of meters of lava into the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. Roar! The roar seemed to shatter the heavens. Immediately, a ball of red dragon fire spewed out from the sky, pouring down like a torrent of the sea, smashing and burning everything. Chenzong's figure flashed, and like a gust of wind, he nimbly avoided the attack of the red dragon fire. This time, Chenzong had come to have a life and death battle with the red dragon. Or rather, this time, Chenzong had come to slay a dragon. If he wanted to slay a dragon, he naturally would not take the attack of the red dragon fire head-on like before. Previously, he had just wanted to test the gap between himself and the red dragon. After avoiding the red dragon fire, Chenzong turned into a bolt of lightning, his momentum so vast that it shook the heavens and the earth. Thunder light escape, his speed increased explosively, and he slashed his sword at the red dragon. Compared to the red dragon's body of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, Chenzong was extremely small. In front of the red dragon, Chenzong was no different from a small ant. However, the sword that streaked across the sky burst forth with an extremely terrifying power. It was so powerful that it seemed invincible, making the red dragon feel threatened. The battle with the red dragon was different from the battle with the black demon god. The battle with the black demon god was just a warm-up, and there was no need for him to use his full strength. However, the red dragon was even more powerful. It had the combat strength of a 3-star elite. Chenzong had to use the power of Lingwu and the power of the blood thunder explosion. After a few years of seclusion, Chenzong's improvement could not be said to be small. However, in this place, he was still limited. Without a strong body refining cultivation base, the unbreakable golden body was also sealed, and his ability to protect his life was greatly reduced. This battle was very difficult. When the king of mountains and sea asked Chenzong if he was confident, Chenzong said a little. A little meant that he was not very confident, but he could try. If he could win, it would be a good thing. If he could not, he could only continue to train here until he could break through. No matter what, he had to go all out in this battle. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he had to grab it. Fight! The crimson dragon stretched out its claws. Its huge claws swept through the air, casting a shadow that seemed to blot out the sky and the sun. It was as if it had transformed into a world that came crashing down. An extremely shocking pressure descended from all directions, wanting to suppress Qianzong directly. The terrifying blazing power contained in the claws seemed to have turned into a furnace that could melt everything. Qianzong's body suddenly tensed up, and he felt as if he had entered a huge furnace and was about to be refined. The red dragon's body was more than 2,000 meters long, and its claws were huge even for Qianzong. As it fell from the sky, a terrifying pressure pressed down, seemingly making it impossible for Qianzong to dodge. In an instant, the lightning disappeared, and Qianzong shuttled out from between the claws like a gust of wind. He continued to attack the red dragon, aiming at its huge eye. Relatively speaking, the eye was the weakest point. Roar! The red dragon was furious, and a ball of blazing flame suddenly blasted out, shattering everything. Heaven and earth aligned. This time, Qianzong did not dodge. He slashed out with his sword, and darkness fell. Immediately, endless sword chi, sword light, and sword radiance covered the sky and earth, and gathered on the sunken night sword as if thousands of swords had returned to their master. They turned into an extremely condensed and dazzling sword radiance and shot out. The sword seemed to have split open the void, and also split open the violent and blazing scarlet dragon flames. Thunder escape, Qianzong's speed increased rapidly along the split gap. Kill! This sword mercilessly stabbed at the red dragon's left eye, and the red dragon closed its eye in an instant. The sunken night sword stabbed directly at the red dragon's eyelid, and it felt an amazing resistance. It was extremely tough, and it directly resisted the sword. However, the power of Qianzong's sword was not to be underestimated. The amazing sharpness still pierced the eyelid, and the amazing sword chi pierced through the eyelid and into the eye. Severe pain. To the powerful red dragon, the eye was also its weak point. Although it was not directly hit, it was still very uncomfortable to be hit by the sword chi. The severe pain made the red dragon's huge body dance in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its huge tail swung wildly, as if it was shattering the void and stirring up thousands of hurricanes, roaring and destroying everything. Qianzong's entire body seemed to sway unsteadily in the wind. He was like a flickering candle in the wind, or like a small boat in a stormy sea that could be extinguished at any moment. It was as if he could be destroyed at any moment. Under the heavenly wind Tao will, Qianzong was like a gust of wind between heaven and earth, blending into the thousands of hurricanes, drifting unsteadily, avoiding the red dragon's struggling attacks and looking for an opportunity. This battle not only required courage, but also caution. With a sword strike, Qianzong directly slashed at the red dragon's body. However, he found that the red dragon's scales were too tough, and he could only use the primordial sword yuan technique to tear them apart, but could not really kill them. This defensive power was much stronger than the black demon gods. They were on two completely different levels, and this made Qianzong's heart sink slightly. Such defensive power was almost despairing. Dodge, strike. However, the red dragon's body kept dancing, and Qianzong could not hit the same spot. Heaven and earth aligned. With a sword strike, the sword light was extremely fine, but also extremely sharp. It tore through the void and landed on the red dragon's body, immediately tearing apart the dragon's scales, and even the skin beneath the dragon's scales. It cut into the flesh, leaving behind a sword wound that was a few meters long, and red blood faintly seeped out. However, Qianzong was not happy at all. Instead, he became more serious. Although heaven and earth aligned could kill the red dragon, a wound that was a few meters long and a few meters deep was just a minor injury to the red dragon's huge body. Even if there was sword chi wreaking havoc in it, the impact would be minimal. So, how could he kill the red dragon? The dragon itself was a powerful existence with a high-end bloodline. The crimson dragon was huge and powerful. Its scales were tough, and its defense was amazing. Even though Lin Fan's powerful line of heaven and earth could break through its defense and cause damage, the damage was too small compared to the crimson dragon's huge body. Qianzong moved with the wind and turned into lightning. He took the opportunity to attack again. Wind and fire triple sword technique. The first move, swift wind. The second move, scorching flame. The red dragon was so huge that Qianzong could hit it with every attack. The third move, wind and fire hit the sky, the most powerful sword attack exploded with amazing power. It shattered the void in an instant. Like a torrent of lava, it bombarded the place where swift wind and scorching flame were attacking. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out continuously. The dragon's scales were blown apart, and its tough skin was also blown apart in an instant. The power of wind and fire striking the heavens and the power of swift wind and raging fire worked together, wantonly destroying the crimson dragon's body. However, the red dragon's body was so tough that even though the wind and fire triple sword technique was so powerful and destructive, it could not cause much damage. When the power of the wind and fire triple sword technique disappeared, there was a wound on the red dragon's body that was a few meters long. However, it was only about 1 meter deep. For the red dragon that was more than 2,000 meters long, it was nothing. Xianxia's heart sank. This size, this level of defensive power, how could he fight? Indeed, if he were to unleash all of his strength, he would be able to fight the Crimson Dragon. However, it would only be a battle. The Crimson Dragon's body was astonishingly huge, and its defensive power was terrifying. It was simply a model for both chi cultivation and body refining. Xianxia finally understood how his past opponents felt. After all, his body refining cultivation was not limited in the outside world. Facing a strong opponent like the Red Dragon, he had to be stronger than his opponent to have a chance of defeating and killing it. At the same level, he could only fight it. Was he going to fail again this time? If he failed this time, when would he be able to break through? According to the current situation, even if he broke through to the 32nd level of the Origin Sword technique and increased his strength, he would not be able to defeat the Red Dragon. Unless he reached the 33rd level of the Origin Sword technique, but that was too difficult. The higher the level of the technique, the more difficult it would be, especially when it was limited by the realm. Of course, if he broke through again and stepped into the half-step Great Saint realm, the difficulty of creating the 32nd level would be much lower. Even the 33rd level would not be that difficult. Xianxia estimated that he would either have to reach the 33rd level of the Origin Sword technique by himself, or his Heart Sword Dao intent would break through to the 2nd level of the Limitless Realm, or even the 32nd level of the Origin Sword technique. Only then would he have a higher chance of killing the Crimson Dragon. After consuming dozens of fog sources and spending several years to comprehend the mysteries of the worldly stone inscriptions, the Extreme Sword intent was still at the 1st level. The 2nd level was still far away. Xianxia knew that this was due to the realm limitation. He was now at the Saint Realm, and there were very few people who could master the Dao Will of the Extreme Realm. It was impossible to raise the Dao Will of the Extreme Realm to the 2nd level at the Saint Realm. No matter how he thought about it, there seemed to be no way out. Although the injuries were minor, the Crimson Dragon was still furious. Its body trembled, and immediately, blazing red light gushed out from under its dragon scales, turning into raging crimson flames. The shockingly high temperature and violent might seem to destroy everything in the surroundings. Xianxia had to retreat for the time being. Boom! The huge dragon tail swept across the air as if it could sweep away thousands of mountains. It was extremely violent and overbearing. The attack shattered the world and suffocated Xianxia. The surrounding space seemed to be suppressed and sealed, frozen to the extreme. Xianxia slashed out with his sword finger and tore an invisible hole. He immediately turned into a gust of wind and shuttled out, avoiding the fierce attack of the dragon tail. The gigantic dragon tail swept across violently, stirring up a violent gust of wind. The blazing crimson flames emitted a shockingly high temperature that could incinerate everything, destroying everything in the surroundings. Xianxia felt as if he was being raged by the wind and burned by the fire. It was as if he had been blown into an oven and was constantly being roasted. Formless heavenly wind. He turned into a gust of wind and shuttled. The perfect formless heavenly wind was extraordinary. He narrowly avoided the attack of the dragon tail. Just as he was about to attack with his sword, a dragon claw suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if the sky was collapsing, bursting out with an unparalleled terrifying power. He seemed to be swaying in a torrent. The formless heavenly wind was pushed to the extreme. Just as he was about to pass through the gap, the dragon claw suddenly changed. It was as if a mountain had moved and overlapped. There was no gap, and Xianxia had nowhere to escape. Thunder light escape. In an instant, Xianxia burst out with an astonishing speed and immediately bypassed the dragon claw. However, the dragon claw seemed to have become as far away as thousands of rivers and mountains. No matter how fast Xianxia burst out, he could not see the end. It was as if the sky was collapsing and suppressing Xianxia, almost crushing him into powder. Down, around, he finally got rid of the attack of the dragon claw, but what greeted him was a burst of blazing flames. It was so shockingly hot that it seemed to burn the world. The dragon tail attack, the dragon claw attack, and the red dragon fire attack. The three attacks came one after another, making it difficult for Xianxia to breathe. Slash, with a slash of the sword, heaven and earth were aligned. The amazing sharpness suddenly split the red dragon fire and rushed straight against the red dragon fire. Kill, using the same trick, Xianxia pierced the air with his sword again, stabbing toward the red dragon's left eye like a meteor chasing after the moon. But this time, the red dragon seemed to be prepared. Its huge dragon head suddenly swung, bringing about a strong storm. The dragon whiskers were like long whips, bursting out with amazing power and blasting toward Xianxia. The dragon whiskers were more than 10 meters long, and the power of a moment was so amazing that it seemed to be able to smash a hill. This attack was really beyond Xianxia's expectation. He felt that every part of the red dragon's body seemed to be able to become a sharp weapon. It was getting more and more difficult to deal with. Xianxia felt that the red dragon was difficult to deal with, and the red dragon also felt that Xianxia was difficult to deal with. Xianxia's body movement was fast and flexible, and his sword technique was so sharp that it could hurt himself. It was very difficult to kill him. The red dragon danced in the sky, and a tiny figure was constantly changing, holding a sword and rushing to kill. The fierce battle was endless. The red dragon wanted to kill Xianxia, and Xianxia wanted to slay the dragon with his sword. This was a battle of life and death. Xianxia looked very dignified. In this battle, he had to use the power of the Lingwu several times to really contend with the red dragon. But the power of the Lingwu was not endless. After all, he had not cultivated the supreme Lingwu method to perfection. Once he used it, it would be consumed, and there was no time to recover. Moreover, even if he had time to recover, he could not do so because his body refining cultivation was imprisoned. Once the power of the Lingwu was exhausted, he would not be able to contend with the red dragon. In this case, he could only take a risk. Making a prompt decision, Xianxia did not hesitate at all. He used his body movement alternately and once again appeared at the dragon's head. The sword tip was pointed directly at the red dragon's left eye. Under the strong belief and will, the sharpness of the sword exceeded the limit. This seemed to be a sword that cut off all means of retreat. The red dragon felt as if its left eye was pierced. The sharpness made it feel threatened. Kill, line of heaven and earth, this sword strike wasn't a slash. Instead, it was a stab after it landed. It stabbed in the air and integrated the power of the line of heaven and earth into it. In the past, Xianxia used the line of heaven and earth with a slash. It was very rare for him to stab like this. The sword light turned into a cold star that was smaller than a grain of rice and pierced the sky in an instant. The sword stabbed directly at the red dragon's left eye. But the red dragon had already felt threatened, so it was impossible to be assassinated. However, this sword was just a feint. Although it was powerful, it was to confuse the red dragon and open the way for the following move. The power of the Lingwu, the blood thunder seed of the perfection realm, explode. Xianxia had also cultivated the secret method of the blood thunder explosion to the perfection realm in the past few years. The blood thunder seed was very powerful. Once it was detonated, it would immediately erupt with an amazing power, increasing his attack power by a lot. The sunken knight sword became blood red after the power of the explosion of the blood lightning seed poured into it. It was like a blood-red lightning that tore through the sky and shot out. Even the heavens and earth were overshadowed by this sword. Fast, it was fast to the extreme and violent to the extreme. Within that sword strike, there was an incomparably terrifying power of destruction. The mystery of the line of heaven and earth and the power of the explosion of the perfect blood thunder seed were unleashed to the extreme at this moment. After all, the blood thunder seed was condensed by himself. Once it was detonated, it would affect him and make him feel uncomfortable. But Xianxia endured this discomfort and blasted out this powerful sword. The power of this sword directly surpassed the 3-star level and reached the level of an ordinary 4-star level. This sword was aimed at the red dragon's right eye. First, it was an extremely powerful sword attack to confuse the red dragon's left eye. Then, it was an even more powerful sword attack to the right eye. This was the real killing move. The eye was the red dragon's weak point. It was even weaker than the dragon's scales and was easier to injure. This sword was completely out of the red dragon's expectation. It was so fast that it could not be dodged at all. It subconsciously lowered its eyelids. Although the eyelids were tough, they could not withstand the sharpness and violence of this sword. Like a hot knife through butter, the eyelids were instantly pierced through. Under the violent power, the long sword pierced into the red dragon's right eye. Compared to the dragon's eye, this sword looked very small, but its power was very terrifying. Not only did it directly destroy the eyeball, but it also continuously pierced into the red dragon's brain. The intense pain as if its soul was being torn apart made the red dragon go berserk. It let out an indescribable roar. Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth and a shocking suction force burst out. Xianxia was pulled in without any resistance. On the Lantern Festival, the Dominator of 6 Realms wishes everyone a happy and prosperous life. Today, the Dominator of 6 Realms will return to his hometown and cause havoc. Due to time constraints, there is only one update, which will be completed at around 9 p.m. The other update will be added tomorrow. Everyone, please follow the official account of the Dominator of 6 Realms. The Dominator of 6 Realms will release the update time and so on in advance. Fresh blood gushed out madly from the Crimson Dragon's right eye like a gushing fountain. The Crimson Dragon's enormous body danced endlessly in the air due to the intense pain. Every single dragon scale on its body burst forth with extremely shocking crimson flames, burning one after another. From afar, it seemed as if it had filled a part of the sky. However, Xianxia had already been swallowed by the Crimson Dragon. Xianxia only felt that he was being swept by a blazing storm and kept moving forward. The blazing storm was crazy and violent, as if it was going to tear him apart. The explosion of the blood lightning seed caused a certain impact on Xianxia's body. For a moment, he felt very uncomfortable. Otherwise, he would not have been swallowed by the red dragon so easily. Now, he should be inside the red dragon's body. When the tempest weakened, Xianxia's surroundings were completely red as numerous lumps protruded out and wriggled ceaselessly, and they formed a dense mass. The sight of this caused Xianxia's entire body to shudder involuntarily. Every single lump of flesh secreted a thick liquid that was like lava, and it was suffused with an extremely blazing aura and a shockingly pungent sour smell. Xianxia had a feeling that this pungent and sour magma-like liquid would corrode and melt him. No matter what, he could not let it touch him. With a dignified expression, the sunken night sword was slashed out without hesitation. Its sharpness was shocking. This was the red dragon's stomach, a place specially designed for digestion. Even a 9th-grade sacred weapon would be melted after staying here for a while. The pitch-black sword light pierced through the air like lightning, directly slashing at the wall of the stomach and cutting open a lump of flesh. Instantly, the lump of flesh shrank rapidly, instantly spurting out even more scorching acid, almost contaminating the body. Slash, 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 the walls of the stomach were constantly being slashed and torn apart. The intense pain came from the inside of the body, causing the Crimson Dragon to be in incomparable pain. All of the lumps of flesh were crazily spurting out acid. The acid in the stomach rapidly rose, wanting to corrode and dissolve Xianxia. The situation was critical, and Xianxia erupted once again. He ignored the discomfort in his body and attacked with all his might. Wind and fire triple sword, heaven and earth, outside, the red dragon was in extreme pain. The stomach wall was finally broken open by Xianxia. Following the crack, he turned into a gust of wind and quickly shuttled out. He was almost hit by the acid. After coming out of the stomach, Xianxia saw extremely thick blood vessels and tendons. They were connected in all directions and crisscrossed in a very complicated manner. Slash. 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 His sword chi was extremely sharp, but the blood vessels in the red dragon's body were also very tough and thick. It was difficult to cut them with one slash. If one slash was not enough, 2 slashes would be enough. If 2 slashes were not enough, 3 slashes would be enough. Slash. Slash, slash. Slash. Being swallowed into the stomach was also a good opportunity to kill the red dragon. After all, the defense inside the body was not as strong as the surface, and the red dragon's crazy attacks were also missing. That was relatively safer. Of course, it was also very dangerous. For example, if he was affected by the acid just now, he would definitely be seriously injured. Chenzong did not stay where he was. Stepping on the thick blood vessels and tendons, he kept rushing forward and waving his sword. His sword was amazing. Thump, 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 shocking sounds came from afar, like the roar of a drum. As Chenzong kept moving forward, the momentum became more and more powerful. Immediately after, Chenzong saw an incomparably huge blood-red object throbbing continuously. Its surface was covered with thick tendons. From afar, it looked like ferocious giant pythons entwined and entrenched. The heart, Chenzong was overjoyed. This was the red dragon's heart, one of its important parts. If it was destroyed, it would definitely cause great damage to the red dragon. Approaching, waving the sword, slashing, heaven and earth were aligned. The shocking slash immediately tore the tendons on the surface of the heart. A wound was opened, and blood oozed out. Wind and fire triple sword, the 3 moves were thrown out and exploded. The red dragon's heart was injured, and it became more and more violent. The endless red dragon's fire suddenly rushed from afar like a raging sea. It was overwhelming, devouring and burning everything. The amazing heat kept approaching, and Chenzong's face changed greatly. The red dragon's fire was very powerful. He could resist it for a while, but he could not resist it forever. Even if he used the yin and yang sword realm, he could only hold on for a while. Once his strength was exhausted, he would be burned to ashes by the red dragon's fire. At this point in the life and death battle, he had seen the dawn of killing the red dragon. He could not let all his previous efforts go to waste. From the beginning of the fierce battle with the red dragon, Chenzong had forgotten that even if he died in the battle, it would not be a real death. The scarlet dragon fire was mighty and majestic, spreading like a torrential flood. The situation was critical. In the face of danger, Chenzong did not panic. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Immediately, he stared at the huge heart in front of him, and his eyes shone with a fierce and decisive light. Fight, fight for a slim chance of survival. Kill. With a slash of his sword, he became one with the sword. In an instant, he turned into an extremely sharp sword light. Carrying the tyrannical power of the line between heaven and earth, it pierced into the red dragon's heart. Chenzong's purpose was to break into the heart and use it to resist the red dragon's fire. At the same time, he would completely destroy the heart from the inside. One thing was for sure. If the red dragon's heart was completely destroyed from the inside, it was likely to die. Even if it did not die, it would be on the verge of death. But at the same time, he had to take the risk. Fight. After breaking into the heart, Chenzong immediately felt a tyrannical force squeezing him, as if it was going to crush him. Moreover, the rich blood essence of the heart carried an extremely high temperature, as if it was going to burn his body. With his body refining cultivation sealed, Chenzong's body could not bear for long. The pressure was too great. Boom! The endless raging crimson dragon fire blasted out like a fire dragon, bombarding Chenzong's heart directly. However, it was blocked and could not hurt Chenzong at all. But in the heart, Chenzong was actually very uncomfortable. He exerted all his strength and swung his sword. Slash, kill. The sword kept slashing out, cutting and destroying the inside of the heart. The red dragon's heart was more than 2,000 meters long, and its size was also very shocking. It was dozens of meters in size. It was not easy to completely destroy it. Determination, perseverance, determination, at this moment, it was very important. Chenzong could feel his skin gradually melting under the high temperature of the red dragon's blood essence. A sharp pain constantly spread throughout his body. He had to endure the pain while continuously wielding his sword. Kill, kill, kill. His surroundings were constantly being cut and torn, but Chenzong's injuries were also worsening. This was a race of life and death. Would he be killed by the blood essence of the red dragon's heart first, Or would he completely destroy the red dragon's heart first? Once one side could not hold on, they would die first. If Qianzong died first, he would not be able to pass this realm and would fail. If the red dragon died first, Qianzong would pass the 8th realm. Swing the sword, his strength was constantly being consumed, like a river gradually drying up. Qianzong's right arm, which was wielding the sword, gradually became numb and could not feel anything. However, he was still wielding the sword with a strong will. If he had not experienced the tempering of the 6th realm, the 3 punishments platform, and his spiritual will had not been refined, he would not have been able to hold on. The huge heart was constantly being cut, torn, and destroyed. It became more and more broken, and a large amount of vitality was being drained away. Even for a powerful being like the red dragon, the heart was extremely important. Once it was destroyed, the injury would be obvious, and the vitality would be drained away rapidly until it was completely gone. The result would be death. Qianzong's skin all over his body was festering. This was caused by the blood essence of the red dragon's heart. His right arm, which was wielding the sword, had completely lost its feeling. It was difficult to continue wielding the sword. Qianzong did not hesitate to switch to his left hand. He wielded the sword with his left hand without any problems. Countless sword wounds covered the heart, and the vitality was draining away rapidly like a torrent. The red dragon wailed and fell from the sky. Boom! His huge body fell directly into the lava valley, creating a huge crater in the lava ground. Lava flowed out from all directions. It wailed and struggled, its breathing became softer and softer, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, the red dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. The roar was resounding, but it was filled with sorrow, like the sorrow of a hero past his prime. That was the last roar. The raised head paused, and then the huge eyes lost their luster and vitality. They became dull and lifeless, and the huge head fell heavily. With a bang, the huge dragon head slammed into the ground, making a loud sound like a heavenly drum. Endless ripples spread out. The magma rolled and spread, drowning the red dragon's body little by little. The red dragon's heart had already been cut into pieces. Qianzong was still wielding his sword. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to destroy the heart, completely destroy the heart. The 5 fingers of his left arm tightly grasped the sword hilt, and he raised it with difficulty. The strength in his body had dried up, and only the remaining strength in his broken and charred body was able to lift the sword. He then slowly lowered it. He staggered and almost fell. The fire of the red dragon, which had gone out of control, suddenly exploded. It penetrated through the gap in the heart and rushed toward Qianzong. Qianzong didn't seem to notice it. He didn't resist or dodge. In fact, at this point, Qianzong couldn't resist or dodge even if he wanted to. Because he had exhausted all his strength, his entire consciousness was in a state of chaos and blur. Only the will to destroy his heart was still holding on. The oil lamp had run out. In an instant, Qianzong was hit by the fire of the red dragon. His whole body was thrown high, but his left hand was still tightly grasping the deep night sword. A swordsman should hold the sword in his hand tightly and never give up. Boom! Boom! Qianzong was constantly thrown into the air by the impact of the crimson dragon fire. He was like a broken rag doll, or like he was in the middle of a torrential storm. He was constantly tossed up and down without any ability to resist or defend himself. His consciousness became even more chaotic, but he seemed to be holding his sword tighter and tighter. His entire body seemed to be set ablaze, and the raging flames were burning his body. To make up for yesterday's update, chaos, hazy and misty. It was as if a speck of spiritual light was wandering in the void beyond the heavens, disappearing without a trace. After an unknown amount of time, Qianzong suddenly woke up. Memory swept over him like a tide, and images flashed through his mind. They were extremely clear. I am still alive. Somewhat surprised, Qianzong suddenly remembered that he was challenging the 8th level of the Bewildering Light Realm. Death in the Bewildering Light Realm was not real death. That battle was a fierce battle of life and death with the Crimson Dragon. He completely forgot about everything else and just fought desperately, using all his strength to fight continuously and madly. In the end, he should have died. However, it was not real death, but death in the Bewildering Light Realm. Death was the same, but it was not real death like the outside world. He was still alive. Chenzong could not help but feel a burst of joy. Then, did he pass the 8th level, or did he fail? Did I pass or fail? Chenzong opened his mouth and said to the chaos, as if he was talking to himself. Congratulations, Chenzong, you passed the 8th level. A leisurely voice sounded. Chenzong still recognized that voice. It was the cold and stiff voice from before, but at this moment, it had a lot more human feelings. Ecstasy. That ecstasy was like a torrent that directly rushed into the deepest part of Chenzong's heart. He really passed the 8th level. Those who had not passed the 8th level could not understand the difficulty of the 8th level. And he had finally passed it. This also meant that he could leave the bewildering light sea. However, he could leave, but he could not forget about others. Can I leave the bewildering light sea? Chenzong could not help but ask. After all, it was only said that someone passed the 8th level and left 10,000 years ago. After all, it was just hearsay. He did not see it with his own eyes, so he was not so sure. You can leave the bewildering light sea after passing the 8th level. You can take one person with you. The leisurely voice sounded again. When it fell into Chenzong's ears, it was like the sound of nature. He could really leave. However, the latter words made Chenzong frown slightly. He could only bring one person with him? How can we bring more people with us? Chenzong could not help but ask. After passing through the 9th realm and taking control of the bewildering light island, you can take away anyone within the bewildering light ocean. A leisurely voice sounded. Instantly, Chenzong felt a burst of ecstasy. Take control of bewildering light island, take anyone within the bewildering light ocean and leave. However, with such great benefits, the difficulty would be even more shocking. Excuse me, what is the challenge of the 9th realm? Chenzong asked. The 9th realm is called the Self-Realm. A leisurely voice rang out, but it didn't explain in detail. Once you pass through the 9th realm, you can become the master of Bewildering Light Island in the Bewildering Light realm. There will be an additional great opportunity. Her last words seemed to have a hint of playfulness. Chenzong didn't know if it was just his imagination. Chenzong was also attracted by his words. Becoming the master of the Bewildering Light Island at the Bewildering Light realm should be a great fortuitous encounter. What were the other great fortuitous encounters? Perhaps, he would only know after passing through the 9th realm. Suddenly, the chaos changed, and Chenzong appeared in a garden. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and it was extremely beautiful. The fragrance of the flowers was incomparably intoxicating, and it caused Chenzong to be intoxicated. In the depths of the hundreds of flowers, a figure had appeared on a flower chair that was decorated with intoxicating green vines and 7-colored fresh blood. That figure wore pink muslin clothes, and her figure was graceful and enchanting. However, her face seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, and it was faintly discernible. It was incomparably mysterious, and it caused one to have the feeling of being peeped at. Chenzong wanted to see the true appearance of her landscape, yet he couldn't. Chenzong calmed his mind, and he was extremely vigilant in his heart. With his will, he actually had this kind of desire, and it was truly shocking. May I ask who Senior is? After Chenzong calmed his mind, his expression was solemn, and he cupped his hands in greeting. You can call me Huaji. When that voice rang out, Chenzong was sure that it was the person who spoke before. Although this voice contained a bit of laziness and a bit of playfulness, under the mixture, there was an intoxicating charm that caused one to be unable to help but want to delve deeper into it. It was like a kitten's claws lightly hooking onto one's heart. Even with Chenzong's willpower, he couldn't help but have layers of ripples, and he couldn't help but be moved. It wasn't that he was moved by this person, but it was an indescribable feeling. This caused Chenzong to be even more vigilant. At that moment, Chenzong seemed to have seen a hint of a playful smile from the other party's pair of incomparably intoxicating eyes that were filled with charm. I've been guarding here for many years. Huaji spoke again, and her voice was even more serene. I've been waiting for someone who can pass through the bewildering light realm. It's just that, until now, no one has been able to do it. As she spoke, Huaji's beautiful eyes seemed to pierce through time and space and landed on Chenzong, causing Chenzong to feel as if he was seen through. Until now, you're the person with the greatest hope of passing through the bewildering light realm. The so-called passing through the bewildering light realm referred to passing through everything, from the first realm to the ninth realm. May I ask, Senior, what's the origin of the bewildering light realm? Chenzong couldn't help but ask. If you can pass through the ninth realm, you'll naturally know, Huaji said with a smile. In other words, if he couldn't pass through the ninth realm, he didn't have the qualifications to know. Even if he knew, it would be useless, and it would just increase his burden for no reason. Then, what if I can't pass through the ninth realm? Chenzong asked again. The difficulty of the ninth realm was probably higher than the eighth realm, and it might even be higher by a lot. Could he pass through it on his first try? If he couldn't pass through it, then what? He had to understand all of this clearly. If you pass through the eighth realm, you can leave the bewildering light sea at any time and take one person with you. At the same time, you'll also obtain the qualifications to return to the bewildering light island. Huaji smiled faintly and said with a hint of playfulness, in the outside world, you can also return to the bewildering light island and continue to challenge the bewildering light realm until you pass through the ninth realm. Hearing this, a wave of joy surged into his heart. So there was such a thing. Rumor has it that the Myriad Star King once challenged the eighth realm 10,000 years ago. Didn't he challenge the ninth realm? Chenzong thought of this and asked curiously. The Myriad Star King. He's not qualified, Huaji said leisurely. To challenge the ninth realm of the bewildering light realm, you can't be more than 500 years old. The Myriad Star King had stayed on the bewildering light island for thousands of years. In addition to his own cultivation time, even if it wasn't 10,000 years, it was far more than 500 years. He didn't expect there to be such a restriction. I want to challenge the ninth realm, Chenzong said without hesitation after pondering for a while. Perhaps this challenge would end in failure, but he had to know what kind of challenge the ninth realm was. If he could pass through it on his first try, it would be great. If he couldn't, at least he had to know how difficult it was. As you wish, Huaji smiled. Huaji smiled. Her pink dress seemed to be fluttering in the wind. Then, everything in front of her disappeared, returning to the primal chaos. In the next breath, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed and swept past. That sword light seemed to tear the chaos apart as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth. Rhythmic footsteps also sounded. From the end of the dark void, one step at a time, slowly approaching. This place was no longer chaos, but darkness. At the end of the darkness, the figure walking over made Chenzong's pupils shrink to the size of needles. He was extremely shocked. That was Chenzong. That person actually looked exactly the same as him. Height, weight, and everything else was exactly the same. The only difference was that he wore a white robe, while the other party wore a black robe. In addition, the other party's expression was also calm. But as the other party kept walking over, Chenzong had a feeling that the other party's presence was very strong. It was as if the other party had become the center of this dark void. It was as if the existence of the dark void needed the other party to maintain it. Otherwise, it would collapse. This feeling was very strange, but also very natural. Chenzong couldn't take his eyes off the other party. The other party's body seemed to be magnetic, absorbing everything around it. All of it was absorbed. This extremely strong sense of presence was hard for Chenzong to understand. It seemed to contain an indescribable mystery. Who are you? Chenzong couldn't help but ask. I'm also you. The other party smiled slightly. Chenzong just noticed that the other party's eyes seemed to be glowing with a trace of silver light. Also not you. The other party's words were hard for Chenzong to understand. Defeat me, and you will pass the ninth realm. The other party said again. Immediately, he took a step forward. His figure instantly turned into a wisp of wind, light and agile, approaching almost silently. The heavenly wind of the perfection realm. Chenzong was sure that the movement technique used by the other party was the heavenly wind of the perfection realm. The sunken night sword was unsheathed. The sword broke through the air, directly tearing the darkness apart, and attacked the other party. But the other party also drew his sword in an instant. It was exactly the same as the sunken night sword. Kill. In an instant, the two swords collided. Chenzong's expression suddenly changed. He only felt an extremely tyrannical force, shaking and rushing toward him, and he couldn't help but retreat. It was also at the same time that Chenzong realized that his body-refining cultivation and the lesser royal divine weapon were not imprisoned. He was in his heyday, in a state where there was no restriction. Unless the doppelganger couldn't sense it. In this case, he could show his strength to his heart's content and fight to his heart's content. His figure paused, and like a bamboo in the wind, he counterattacked with his sword. The fact that his strength wasn't sealed gave Chenzong great confidence. To a cultivator, one's own strength was the basis of their confidence. The second sword collided again. Chenzong still felt a tyrannical force erupting from the other party's sword, and it rushed toward him without missing anything. Obviously, the other party also had the same body-refining cultivation as him. Self-realm, could this be the meaning of challenging oneself and defeating oneself? Chenzong was enlightened. The other party didn't give Chenzong much time to think. Another sword attack came, extremely fast, accompanied by wind and fire. The next sword attack, thunder and lightning exploded, and the sword broke through the air, extremely violent. Sword attack, sword attack, sword attack, the other party kept attacking with his sword, and the sword light was like a flood bursting a dam, majestic and unstoppable. It made Chenzong feel breathless and almost suffocated. Too fast. Too fierce, too strong, too fierce. Second update, Taishan Realm was one of the 9 realms in Tianyuan Sacred Realm, and it was also the most prosperous and powerful one. Sect after sect stood in great numbers in Taishan Realm. Cultivators and geniuses came out in large numbers, competing with each other. The cultivation atmosphere was stronger here than in other realms. In terms of territory, Taishan Realm was also larger than the other realms. Only Ancient Suppression Realm and Tianlin Realm could compare. Taishan Mountain was the largest mountain range in Taishan Realm. It stretched for thousands of miles and wrapped around Taishan Realm in a semicircle. The tallest mountain was 9,999 meters high, and the lowest was 2,000 or 3,000 meters high. It was located in a corner of Taishan Mountain, at the foot of a mountain more than 2,000 meters high. It was lush with vegetation, but no one passed by. The wind blew gently, and the leaves swayed. The sound of rustling could be heard constantly, like a beautiful movement, quiet and moving. In the next moment, the silence was broken. 2 rays of light seemed to fall from the sky, but also seemed to be born from nothingness. They appeared abruptly at the foot of the mountain, and the light quickly became stronger. They were 2 balls of gray chaotic light, about the height of a person. When the gray chaotic light dissipated, 2 figures appeared. One was old, and one was young. The old man looked gentle, and there was a majestic force around him. It was the strongest cultivator on Bewildering Light Island, the king of mountain and sea, who had elite 7-star combat ability. The young man wore a white sword robe, and his expression was calm. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky. It was difficult to feel any strong aura around him, but if one's perception was strong enough, they could feel a trace of sharpness from him. He was the current Jiandi, Chenzong, who had stayed on Bewildering Light Island for more than 10 years and had finally reached the 8th level of the Bewildering Light Realm. After reaching the 8th level of the Bewildering Light Realm, one could leave the Bewildering Light Sea and take one person with them to any realm in Tianyuan Sacred Realm. Brother, I have been away for thousands of years, and I don't know how my family is doing. If you have time, you can come to the Sioux clan of Taishan City to find me, the king of mountain and sea said to Chenzong. He seemed to be in a hurry. Brother, you go first, Chenzong said with a smile. I will visit you again in the future. Farewell, brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord of the Mountains and Seas rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and sped away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Chenzong's sight. Chenzong looked around, then flew off in a different direction from King Mountain and Sea, like a gust of heavenly wind. Since he only brought the King of Mountain and Sea with him, it meant that Chenzong had failed to challenge the 9th level of the Confusion Realm. Previously, Chenzong had considered that if he could only take one person with him, he would prioritize the Tiangong Elder and the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong. After that, he would go for the King of the Mountain and Sea. Although the King of the Mountain and Sea had helped him a lot, Chenzong had made it clear at the beginning. King Mountain Sea agreed. When Chenzong found out that he could become the Bewildering Light Realm Master of Bewildering Light Island after passing through the 9th realm and could take away anyone he wanted, he was tempted and took action to challenge him. Unfortunately, the opponent in the ninth realm, self-realm, was very difficult to deal with. He felt that he was not as strong as Red Dragon. After all, he was like another Chenzong with the same cultivation, ability, and swordsmanship. However, during the battle, Chenzong found that his opponent's application of his strength and martial arts seemed to be more exquisite than his. Moreover, he only used the same strength in every attack, but the power he unleashed seemed to be stronger than his. In a battle between experts, a small gap would evolve into a life and death gap. Moreover, the opponent in the self-realm, Chenzong, was very strong. He knew everything that Chenzong knew, and every sword attack was at its peak. Yes, after Chenzong lost in the first challenge, he thought for a while and then challenged again. The third time, the fourth time, he challenged again and again, but he was defeated again and again. However, this did not make Chenzong discouraged. Instead, it aroused his strong fighting spirit. Although he had been defeated several times, Chenzong was clear about one thing. His opponent, the other him, was very strong. Moreover, his condition was always at its peak. Regardless of whether it was due to the consumption of strength or other reasons, the power of every sword attack would not be weakened. Chenzong was a very outstanding cultivator. His control of strength was far better than many people. Therefore, he understood that in a battle, especially in a high-intensity battle, it was impossible to always be at the peak. After all, at the beginning of the battle, as the intensity increased, the pressure on him would also increase. Under such circumstances, sometimes his attacks would become hasty. Once he was hasty, it meant that he did not have enough strength. Another point was that fighting would consume one's strength, physical strength, mental strength, and so on. Once they were consumed, he would not be able to be at his peak. When he attacked, the power of his attacks would inevitably be affected. Therefore, it was impossible for every attack to be at the peak of one's strength. Instead, there would be a fluctuation. However, under the sword of his opponent, who was at the ninth level of the confusion realm, there was no fluctuation. Every sword attack was at the peak of one's strength. Moreover, his opponent's swordsmanship was not inferior to his at all. In fact, his opponent was even better. In this way, Chenzong could compete with him in the beginning. However, he would soon be at a disadvantage and even be defeated in the end. He felt that his opponent's strength was like a monster that would never be consumed. However, after a few challenges, Chenzong also grasped one point. His opponent was the same as him. His strength would be constantly consumed. However, the consumption of strength would not affect his condition at all. 9 challenges, all 9 of them were defeated. Even though his mastery of swordsmanship had improved in the later battles, allowing him to fight on par with his opponent for a longer period of time, the problem was that his strength, stamina, and spirit would be depleted. His condition would deteriorate imperceptibly, but his opponent wouldn't. As such, in the end, he would still be the one to lose. This was different from the life and death battle with the Crimson Dragon at the 8th level. In the life and death battle with the Crimson Dragon, once the Crimson Dragon was injured, it would also weaken, lose its vitality, and eventually die. However, his opponent in the self-realm would not. The consumption of essence, qi, and spirit, and injuries would not affect him at all. Faced with such an opponent, Chenzong realized that it was really difficult for him to defeat him. Unless he could be like his opponent and be at the peak all the time. That should be a secret technique. No, it should be a special state, Chenzong said to himself. After 9 challenges, with his own high comprehension, Chenzong gradually grasped some of the mysteries. However, it was just a clue. He had not comprehended it yet, but it was a good start. Chenzong did not know how long it would take for him to comprehend and master that state. Therefore, he had to leave the bewildering light sea first. Then there was the problem. He had only passed the 8th level. Huaji seemed to see Chenzong in a new light. She agreed to Chenzong's request and brought the Tiangong elder directly to the bewildering light island to live there. At the request of the mountain and sea king, Chenzong gathered the Tiangong elder, the silver blade king Zhao Mingkong, and the mountain and sea king Su Ziyue and explained the situation. Who would leave first? This was a problem. After all, no one wanted to stay in the bewildering light sea for a long time. The longer one stayed, the more desperate one would be. The Mountain and Sea King was eager to leave this place. After all, he had been here for thousands of years. Without the ability of the Myriad Star King, he could not pass the 8th level with his own ability. The Mountain and Sea King proposed compensation to Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong Elder. First, the cave abode would belong to them. They could cultivate and live in the cave abode of the Mountain and Sea King. Secondly, the Mountain and Sea King would enter the bewildering light sea to hunt the fog demon and obtain the fog essence. He would give it to Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong Elder to ensure that they did not have to pay the fog essence for 100 years and could focus on cultivating on the bewildering light island. The last point was Qinzong's request. That was the Blood Killer King. The Blood Killer King had a twisted mind. If Qinzong left, he might attack the Tiangong Elder. The Tiangong Elder had the combat strength of an ordinary 5-star. He was not weak, but he was no match for the Blood Killer King. Although there was a 10-year protection period, 10 years was actually very short. Even if the Tiangong Elder's strength improved in 10 years, he would probably only be an elite 5-star. He was still no match for the Blood Killer King. Although Qinzong wanted to fight the Blood Killer King himself, he also knew that his current strength was far from being a match for the Blood Killer King. In order to ensure his safety and avoid future troubles, he asked the Mountain and Sea King to deal with the Blood Killer King. In the battle, the Blood Killer King was seriously injured. He escaped into the bewildering light sea with a secret treasure and left the bewildering light island. According to the Mountain and Sea King, even if the Blood Killer King did not die in the bewildering light sea, he would not be able to cause trouble for 50 years with his serious injuries. However, in order to be sure, Qinzong added a second layer of insurance. That was the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King. Both of them had the combat strength of an ordinary 7-star. Qinzong's condition was that when he passed through the 9th realm, he would take them away. What they had to do was to take care of the Silver Blade King and the Tiangong Elder so that they would not be attacked or killed on the bewildering light island. As for the other things, such as the Silver Blade King and the Tiangong Elder entering the bewildering light sea to hunt the Fog Devil, their safety had nothing to do with the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King. They would do their best in exchange for a chance to leave. The Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King both agreed after thinking for a while. Double insurance, everyone was happy. If that was the case, Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong Elder would not be able to survive. If he came to take them away, it could only be said that this was their fate. Self-realm. Qinzong thought to himself as he flew rapidly. It was a kind of mystery. If he could pry into the mystery, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. However, this mystery was too profound. It was not that easy. However, he could return to the bewildering light island and challenge the bewildering light realm again to hone himself and better understand the mysterious mystery. As for now, he was going to the place where the ancient Shura sect used to be. According to what the ancient Shura king had told him, the ancient Shura sect should be located in the boundary of Tai Luo City. The cities of the highest profundity realm were named after the word Tai. Third update, Supreme Saint-level cultivators stood at the pinnacle of the Tianyuan sacred realm. They were the ultimate cultivators, but there were very few of them. In the Xianyuan realm, there were only 3 or 4 Supreme Saint-level cultivators in such a large realm. 2 were Xianyuan sage and Xiantian divine general of the Xianyuan dynasty, and the other 2 belonged to the Black Absolute Palace and the Wuchen Hall. The Taishan realm was the head of the 9 realms and was the most powerful. The ancient Suppression realm and the Tianlin realm were considered equals, but they were still somewhat inferior. Even so, there were definitely no more than 6 Supreme Saint-level cultivators in the Taishan realm. In the vast majority of sect forces, the strongest cultivator was half a step into the Supreme Saint level. The ancient Shura clan had been a famous sect in the Taishan realm, because its leader, the ancient Shura king, was a powerful cultivator half a step into the Supreme Saint level. His combat ability had reached the elite 7-star level, and he was one of the strongest among the many half a step into the Supreme Saint level cultivators. But now, thousands of years had passed, and they had lost a powerful cultivator like the ancient Shura king, and had a powerful cultivator like the Rakshasa king with ill intentions. No one knew how the ancient Shura clan was doing now. Had it disbanded, disappeared, or did it still exist? If it still existed, so what? Daluo City was one of the many cities in the Taishan realm. It was a large city, and there were many clans and sects in the city. They were clearly divided, but they also secretly competed with each other for resources and so on. But not all forces were located in Daluo City, especially sect forces, which were often located outside of Daluo City. Tailuo City was a city, and also the name of a territory. With the huge city as the center, everything within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles belonged to Tailuo City. It was the territory of the city. North of Daluo City was a section of the Taishan mountain range, called Mount Daluo. It was easy to remember the name. In fact, many cities were related to the Taishan mountain range. After all, the Taishan mountain range surrounded half of the Taishan realm. Mount Daluo was only a section of the Taishan mountain range, perhaps only a few tenths of it, but it was still very large. Its highest peak was more than 6,000 meters high. At a glance, there were dozens of peaks, and the higher they were, the more ethereal they seemed to be, shrouded in clouds. There were quite a few sects within Mount Tailuo. The lowest peak was about 2,000 meters high. It was located in a remote area with sparse vegetation. The fluctuation of the chi of heaven and earth was also relatively weak. Compared to the other peaks, it was much worse. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be any sect that would choose such an environment where the vitality was relatively thin as a sect, but there was one on this mountain peak. A figure appeared at the foot of the mountain and walked up the broken stairs step by step. This flight of stairs was very long, but there were gaps everywhere. It looked like it had been affected by some kind of battle. The traces were still very fresh, so it was possible that the battle had happened not long ago. An old and somewhat dilapidated mountain gate stood halfway up the mountain. It was mottled with many scratches and holes, as if it was on the verge of collapse in the wind. It was unknown when it would collapse. At the foot of the mountain gate, two figures were leaning against the mountain gate with a lazy look. They looked like two young people, but they did not have the vigor that young people should have. Instead, they were full of decadence. At this moment, a figure quickly walked down from above. "Senior Brother Lin, where are you going?" One of the disciples on the right raised his head and asked in surprise. "Junior brothers, this is the last time I will call you junior brothers." The person walking down from above had a bitter expression. "I can't stay here any longer. Farewell." After saying this person passed through the mountain gate. His footsteps were even faster as he quickly descended. "Sigh, another one has left." The disciple who had asked the question let out a long sigh, his expression miserable. "Coward." The other disciple spat and said angrily, "A few years ago, he swore to live and die with the sect." "That's right. Even if he wants to leave, he should wait until after the Zenith gathering." The disciple on the right sighed. "The Zenith gathering? Do you think we still have any hope?" The disciple on the left sneered. "I don't know how long our sect can last." The disciple on the right was like a snake that had its spine pulled out. He was even weaker now, leaning against the mountain gate as if he was about to slip and fall. "Who knows? Anyway, I've already decided. When we really can't hold on and disband, I'll go back and do business with my father." The disciple on the left let out a long sigh. "Anyway, I'm not cut out for cultivation. Otherwise, I'll make those traitors regret it." When the word traitor was mentioned, a hint of hatred appeared in both of their eyes. If it weren't for the traitors, even if the sect was gradually declining, it wouldn't have fallen so quickly. At the very least, it could have held on for a little longer, unlike now where the people's hearts were scattered. At the foot of the mountain, a white-robed figure with a long sword at his waist was walking up the mountain at a moderate pace. His expression was calm and his eyes were deep. The person rushing down the mountain looked at the person climbing up the mountain in surprise. If it were any other time, he would have greeted the person, but now, it didn't matter. The two figures passed each other quickly. Looking back slightly, he could see the figure rushing down the mountain. It seemed that the person was running away, and his back looked a little embarrassed. Looking away, Chenzong continued to climb the mountain. Gradually, Chenzong saw a dilapidated ancient mountain gate. There were 3 big golden words on it, Azura Sect. Chenzong followed the information given by the ancient Azura king. After arriving at Tai Luo City, he went straight to the Heaven Response Tower. The Heaven Response Tower was spread all over the profound world and was the most well-informed force in the profound world. If he wanted to know any information, he could just ask the Heaven Response Tower. Of course, he had to pay a corresponding fee. The fee was closely related to the secret and preciousness of the information. If even the Heaven's Response Pavilion didn't know about this, then it was almost impossible for others to know about it. Except for a few well-hidden secrets belonging to various powerful sects, only the masters of various sects had the qualifications to know about it. The ancient Azura sect that Chenzong wanted to ask about was not a secret, nor was it a precious information. Therefore, the fee was not high. Now, Chenzong came to find him. The Azura sect, not the ancient Azura sect, this was caused by the unforeseen event many years ago. The sect had declined, and even its name was no longer as glorious as it used to be. From the dilapidated steps and dilapidated ancient mountain gate, as well as the dispirited spirit of the two disciples guarding the mountain gate, Chenzong could tell that the Azura sect, or the ancient Azura sect, was not in a good situation. It could even be said that they were in a terrible situation. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate also saw Chenzong. A stranger. There was no insignia of any sect on his robe. In an instant, the two of them saw him clearly. They immediately stood straight with a smile on their faces. "Hello, sir. May I ask what brings you to our Azura sect?" The disciple on the right asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. They called Chenzong sir because Chenzong looked very young, about the same age as them. He didn't seem to be a disciple of any sect. "Is the Azura sect recruiting disciples?" Chenzong asked with a slight smile. Chenzong already knew about the ancient Azura sect, which was the current Azura sect, from the Heavenly Response Tower. Swaying in the wind and rain, then, he should do his best to fulfill the ancient Azura king's last wish and revive the ancient Azura sect. At least, he should let it continue to pass on its legacy and not disband and disappear in the long river of time. Then, how could he save it? At least, he had to become a member of it. When the two disciples guarding the mountain gate heard this, they were completely stunned. Was he here to join the sect? Was he hallucinating? During this period of time, all they heard and saw were the disciples leaving the sect. Some were poached by other sects, some left on their own to join other sects, and some left to make a living. In short, no matter what it was, there were only those who left, but no one came to join the sect. Therefore, the two of them felt that it was inconceivable, and that was why they were so surprised. "What? Is the Azura sect not accepting disciples now?" Chenzong asked again. "Sir, do you know about the current situation of the Azura sect?" The disciple on the right immediately asked. "I've heard about it," Chenzong said. "Then, sir, you should know that the Azura sect is in a precarious situation now. Disciples are constantly leaving the sect. Now, there are only a few dozen people left in the sect, from the sect leader to the elders. We don't know when the sect will disband." The disciple on the right said again. Of course, it was a good thing that someone wanted to join the sect. However, with the sect's current situation, and the other party had heard about it, but still wanted to join the sect. This was different. If he really did join the sect and regretted leaving, it would be a huge blow. There was another concern. "Sir, tell us your real purpose." The disciple on the left's eyes became cold and sharp, and a strong aura filled the air. It immediately locked onto Chenzong. That aura contained a kind of evil spirit, although it was very faint. Obviously, under these circumstances, no normal person would want to join the sect, unless they had other motives. Naturally, Chenzong's action was suspicious. Chenzong's expression did not change when he was locked on by the two chi filled with murderous intent. This was because the cultivation of these two people was very low. They were only half a step away from the saint level. There was a huge difference between them and him. How could an ant shake an elephant? "I sincerely want to join the Azura sect. Please inform the sect leader," Chenzong said with a faint smile. Under the pressure of the two people's auras, Chenzong's expression didn't change. Instantly, the two people's expressions turned serious. "Fine, I'll inform the elders and see what your purpose is." The disciple on the left snorted coldly. Then, he took out an item and transmitted it to the sect elder. Not long after, a strong aura appeared and approached at an alarming speed. Chenzong also saw a figure appear at the top of the stairs. Like a flash of light, the figure rushed down rapidly. Chenzong knew from the fluctuation of the aura that this person was a sixth heaven saint realm expert. Well, at least for many cultivators, this person was a strong expert. Of course, to him, this person was nothing. After all, Chenzong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heaven saint realm. First update, second update, 9 p.m., translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios. At the entrance of the Shura sect, a 6th-level Saint Realm elder in a grey robe stood firmly on the steps with his hands behind his back. His expression was solemn and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, there was a hint of weariness on his face, as if he was exhausted. The unstable situation of the Shura sect during this period of time had drained him mentally and physically. Not only him, but everyone else was the same. Who are you? What brings you to the Shura sect? The grey-robed elder stared at Chenzong. He looked young, but there was an unfathomable feeling about him. Therefore, the grey-robed elder did not dare to act rashly in case he offended him. If the other party was strong, it would be one disaster after another for the Shura sect. My name is Chenzong. I'm here to join the Shura sect. Chenzong said with a smile. The grey-robed elder's pupils constricted when he heard this. He stared at Chenzong as if he wanted to see through him and determine if he was telling the truth. If it was in the past, he would not have doubted it. But now, a seemingly unfathomable person wanted to join the Shura sect, which was already in decline and who knew how long it would last. What a joke. The elder was furious. This person was obviously here to make fun of the Shura sect. It was even possible that he was sent by other sects to further suppress the Shura sect. Don't be angry. I know the current situation of the Shura sect, and what I bring is hope. Chenzong said calmly as he stared at the grey-robed elder without fear. His gaze was clear and deep, without a trace of malice. The grey-robed elder fell silent. The two disciples guarding the entrance stared at Chenzong without saying a word. With the elder present, there was no room for them to interrupt. Please follow me. The grey-robed elder finally opened his mouth and said. In his heart, he more or less still held on to a trace of hope. After all, the Shura sect was on the verge of disbanding. However, they did not want the Shura sect to disband. This was the root of many of them. From a very young age, they lived, cultivated, and grew up here. As long as there was a trace of hope, they had to seize it. Furthermore, he felt that this person was not sent by other sects to suppress the Azura Gate. Under the guidance of the grey-robed elder, Chenzong quickly walked up the stairs. Subconsciously, the grey-robed elder used his full speed to test the other party, but when he found that the other party was following him casually, his heart became heavier. Even though he wasn't the strongest person in the Azura Gate, he was still one of the top 3. If this person truly harbored ill intentions towards the Shura sect, perhaps today would be the day that the Shura sect was truly disbanded. I am the 5th elder of the Shura Gate. The grey-robed elder said to Chenzong. It didn't take long for Chenzong to be brought to the Azura's Gate main hall. Although it was called a great hall, it wasn't very big. Moreover, it was a bit old and dilapidated. It seemed that it had been affected by the battle and hadn't been repaired yet. As far as the eye could see, some of the palaces had completely collapsed. On the whole, this was a small, run-down sect. As the 5th elder stepped into the dilapidated great hall, there was only one person inside. A burly middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was dressed in a short grey robe. His aura was restrained, but Chenzong could keenly feel the fluctuations of his aura, which contained a strong murderous aura. This murderous aura wasn't formed by killing too many people, but by the Azura Gate's cultivation method. With one glance, Chenzong determined the middle-aged man's cultivation level. 7th level Saint Realm. Sovereign. The 5th elder bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. This person wishes to join the Azura Gate. Hearing this, the sovereign immediately stood up and emitted an oppressive aura. His tiger-like eyes stared at Chenzong as if he wanted to see through him. The sovereign was even more surprised than the 5th elder. How should I address you? The sovereign spoke in a deep voice that faintly emitted an oppressive aura. Chen Xiao. Chen Zong replied unhurriedly. The name he used was naturally the Azura doppelganger's name. The name Chen Zong was relatively well known. Jiandi Chen Zong, although there were countless people in the 9 realms of the Tianyuan sacred region, there were many people with the same name. In addition, it had been more than a decade since Chen Zong detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower titled Jiandi. During this period of time, countless things big and small had happened. Moreover, Chen Zong had disappeared for more than a decade, so it was unlikely that anyone would associate him with someone else. However, to be cautious, Chen Zong still didn't use his real name. It was better to be safe than sorry. Although his current strength wasn't weak, enough to erupt with the combat strength of a 3-star elite, there were still 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, and so on above 3-star. There were even 7-star and 8-star existences. Any level was stronger than he was now. Chen Zong pondered deeply. Firstly, he was considered famous in the Upper Yuan realm. There was no guarantee that the news would not spread to the highest profundity realm. Therefore, it was likely that many experts in the highest profundity realm knew about it. If they knew that he had appeared here, it was likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, the news that he had escaped into the bewildering light sea might also spread. If he appeared in the highest profundity realm after more than a decade, wouldn't it mean that he had the ability to leave the bewildering light sea? For many experts, it would certainly be a great attraction. Using the name Chen Xiao was different. This was the name of his doppelganger, which had never appeared before. As for his appearance, in fact, there were many people who knew the name Chen Zong, but not many people had seen his appearance, especially in the highest profundity realm. However, out of caution, Chen Zong still made some slight adjustments to his appearance, so that he looked a little different from his original appearance. Even those who were more familiar with him would only think that he looked a little similar to Chen Zong, nothing more. As for why he did not let his doppelganger Chen Xiao take action directly, it was very simple. After all, Chen Xiao was not flesh and blood. He could hide it from most people, but it was difficult to hide it from some experts. If any clues were found out, the consequences would be even more serious. His purpose was not only to revive the Shura sect, but also to avenge the ancient Shura king. The ancient Shura king had been an expert of the half-step Great Saint realm for thousands of years. Now that thousands of years had passed, it was hard to say whether his strength had become even stronger. In short, everything should be done boldly and carefully. This was also the trouble of more than a decade ago, which made Chen Zong understand this point even more. At the end of the day, everything was due to the fact that they were not strong enough. Your Excellency Chen Xiao, why do you want to join the Shura sect? The sect master asked very directly. Firstly, it was because of his personality, and secondly, in the current situation, he was not in the mood to do any probing. On the other hand, Chen Zong directly released his own aura fluctuation, which contained an extremely pure and rich evil spirit. The sect master and the fifth elder's expressions changed. They could only feel that the evil spirit exuding from Chen Zong's body was terrifyingly pure, not knowing how much better it was than theirs. Moreover, it seemed to be of the same origin as their evil spirit. Could it be an illusion? Unless it was a cultivation method of the same origin, even if it was different cultivation methods of the same power, if there was no connection between them, there would be obvious differences in the power cultivated. However, the aura fluctuation exuding from Chen Zong's body was somewhat similar to their own evil spirit. The sect master and the fifth elder were instantly bewildered. In the early years, I once received the inheritance of a senior. Chen Zong smiled neither too fast nor too slow. That senior told me that if one day, when I have the ability, I should find the ancient Shura sect. The ancient Shura sect. This made the sect master and the fifth elder reminisce. The ancient Shura sect represented the glorious past. The ancient Shura sect represented the fallen present. May I know which senior's inheritance did you receive? The sect master couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with excitement. The cultivation methods I practice are the incineration Azura skill and the incineration Azura sword skill. Chen Zong said, as for the senior's honorific, it's not the right time to reveal it. The incineration Azura skill. The incineration Azura sword skill. The sect master and the fifth elder exclaimed at the same time. These were the ancient Shura sect's most precious cultivation methods and martial arts. But to them, they only existed in legends, because they had been lost thousands of years ago. Currently, the most advanced cultivation methods and martial arts in the ancient Shura sect were of the saint grade. Although the incineration Azura skill and the sword skill were incomplete, they were still top-grade saint grade, not something a saint grade could compare to. Of course, the burning evil Azura skill and swordsmanship that the ancient Azura king cultivated were not incomplete. The last two levels were completed by the ancient Azura king himself. According to his own situation, they were only suitable for himself. Therefore, they were not passed down. Infernal energy of the same origin, the incineration Azura skill and the sword skill, this caused the sect leader and the fifth elder to subconsciously feel closer to Chenzong. Their expressions also became gentler. The person who could pass down the incineration Azura skill and the sword skill must be an expert from the ancient Shura sect, probably one of the elders. Therefore, from a certain point of view, this Xianxia could be considered a member of the ancient Shura sect, having a relationship with the ancient Shura sect. It was reasonable for him to want to join the ancient Shura sect. However, the sect master and the fifth elder seemed to have thought of a difficult problem, their brows furrowed. Little friend Xianxia, you should be aware of the current situation in the ancient Shura sect. With your ability, there is no need for you to get involved in this mess. The sect master thought for a moment and said in a low voice. He was trying to persuade Chenzong. Of course, they were happy that Chenzong was willing to join the ancient Shura sect, but they did not think it was necessary. After all, one person's strength was not enough to turn the situation around. The disbandment of the ancient Shura sect seemed to be a trend, an irresistible trend. It would be a waste of someone else's future. Although they did not know Xianxia's ability and cultivation level, they knew that he was not weak. If he joined another sect, he would be valued and have a better future. If the ancient Shura sect was still strong, I wouldn't have come. Chenzong smiled faintly, but his words revealed a shocking confidence. It was easy to add flowers to brocade, it was difficult to provide timely help. The Azura sect was currently in a precarious situation, on the verge of disintegration. It was already good enough that no one came to trample on them. Who would want to join the Azura sect and endure this calamity together? This Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Azura sect's senior and knew about the Azura sect's current situation. He could have ignored them completely and had a better future. After all, the Azura sect and the ancient Azura sect were of the same origin, but to a certain extent, they were different. But he still came. This was a kindness that made the sect master and the fifth elder extremely grateful. They immediately gathered everyone in the Azura sect outside the main hall. This was to let Chenzong know everyone, and also to let everyone know about Chenzong. Another point was to let the disciples know that there was still hope for the Azura sect. Even if it was just a false hope to deceive others and themselves. Soon, the two disciples guarding the mountain gate were also gathered. There weren't many people in front of him. Chenzong swept his gaze over them and counted only 30 or so people. Including the sect master and the fifth elder, there were less than 40 people. Thinking back to when the ancient Azura king was still around, the ancient Azura sect was extremely powerful. There were more than 10,000 people in total, unlike now, where there were only 2 or 3 kittens. Not only were there far fewer people than when the ancient Azura sect was at its peak, but their cultivation was also far inferior. The difference was like heaven and earth. For example, the person with the highest cultivation base was naturally the sect master, who was at the 7th heaven saint realm, followed by the 5th elder, who was at the 6th heaven saint realm. Naturally, there would be the great elder, 2nd elder, 3rd elder, 4th elder, and so on. However, the grand elder had yet to recover from his serious injuries and was in seclusion to recuperate. The 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and 4th elder had either died or left. Among the elders, only the 5th elder was left. Below the elders were the deacons. There were only 3 of them left, and their cultivation was at 3rd and 4th heaven saint realm respectively. The rest were all disciples. Among these disciples, the highest cultivation was at 1st heaven saint realm, and the lowest was at transcendence realm. This was the current strength of the Azura sect's disciples. Sure enough, it was very miserable. It was completely like a small, broken sect. When they heard that this white-robed young man with an extraordinary demeanor was actually a new disciple of the Azura Gate, other than the sovereign and the fifth elder, everyone was stunned. Each and every one of them revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. It was as if he had encountered some sort of miraculous story. It was inconceivable. As members of the Shura sect, they were well aware of the current situation of the Shura sect. The fact that they didn't leave meant that they had deep feelings for the Shura sect. How could anyone else join them? If it were them, they wouldn't even know if they could persevere until the very end, let alone talk about joining the Azura's Gate. It was like a dream. However, this white-robed young man didn't look like someone with a screw loose. Could it be that the other party had other intentions? Perhaps this was the only reason. It was just that there was nothing in the Shura Gate that was worth it for others to scheme against. He didn't care about those who were strong, but he didn't dare to care about those who were weak. I once received the inheritance of an elder of the ancient Shura sect. I have a connection with the Azura sect, Chenzong said unhurriedly. It was an explanation. Whether others believed it or not, at least this was the real reason he joined the Azura sect. It was just that he didn't go into details. Hearing Chenzong's words, the disciples instantly felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, they even felt some admiration for him. Of course, they didn't completely believe him. Everything was left to time. In the end, if the other party really had any ulterior motives, the elders and the sovereign would have to take action. They, as disciples, were powerless. Chenzong seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look. Not long after. Everyone is here. That saves me a lot of effort. A somewhat mocking voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, two tyrannical auras descended from the sky. Two figures directly rushed to the top of the main hall and looked down from above. One of them was old and the other was young. The old man had a goatee. His cheeks were dry and skinny. His eyes shone brightly, and there was a faint smile on his face. Threads of powerful, dark and cold aura spread out from his body and merged with the wind, causing the originally cold wind to become even colder as it blew past. The young man was dressed in a long grayish-black robe. His hands were hidden in the wide sleeves of his robe and there was a faint smile on his face. Similar to the old man with the goatee, his eyes were dark and there was a faint light hidden in them. Traces of cold aura also spread out from his body. Chenzong could tell the cultivation of these two people at a glance. The old man with the goatee was at the seventh heaven saint realm, the same as the sovereign of the Azura sect. The young man's cultivation was at the third heaven saint realm. Being at the third heaven saint realm at such a young age could be considered quite outstanding. He could definitely be considered as a genius. Of course, there was still a big gap between him and a peerless genius. He Beiming, what are you doing here again? The fifth elder shouted angrily. His robe fluttered in the wind and a tyrannical aura spread out. Murderous intent rolled out and locked onto the other party. However, the old man with the goatee didn't care at all. His cultivation was at the seventh heaven saint rudiment stage while the fifth elder was only at the sixth heaven saint rudiment stage. He wasn't a prodigy who could challenge someone with a higher cultivation than him, so it didn't affect him at all. The one who was a real threat was the great elder of the Azura sect. Now that he was severely injured, everyone in the Zenith Mountain range knew about it. The other was the sovereign of the Azura sect. However, since they were both at the seventh heaven saint realm, it would not be easy for him to deal with Chenzong. Moreover, the sect behind Chenzong was much stronger than the Azura sect. Based on the fifth elder's words, it seemed like this was not his first time here. Moreover, it seemed like he was up to no good. Of course, this elder is here to discuss something important. He Beiming smiled sinisterly. This is my disciple, Changwei. This time, my disciple is here to borrow your sect's great fiendish Azura art. Of course, I won't borrow it for free. As soon as he Beiming spoke, everyone glared at him. The great fiendish Azura art, what was that? That was the Azura sect's most powerful technique. It was the only high-grade Saint Realm technique in the Azura sect, and it was extremely powerful. Borrowing the great fiendish Azura art was akin to shaking the foundation of the Azura sect. At that time, the secrets of the great fiendish Azura art would be known by everyone. When the news spread, the Azura sect would be defenseless. When the time came, those who cultivated the great fiendish Azura art would be targeted. It would be difficult for them to display their full strength. The great fiendish Azura art is our sect's most powerful technique. I won't borrow it. The sovereign of the Azura sect said in a low voice. I'm definitely going to get this cultivation technique. Chang Wei sneered coldly. His eyes glowed with a dark light and the frigid aura around him surged. He really wanted to borrow the great fiendish Azura art. He wanted to absorb the essence of the great fiendish Azura art into his body to improve himself. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere became tense. The Azura sect disciples glared at him, but they felt powerless. What's going on? Did this elder come at the wrong time? Suddenly, another voice rang out. A figure flew across the sky. Under normal circumstances, those who wanted to enter a sect's main hall would usually walk up from the mountain gate to show their respect. Of course, if it was a powerful half-step great sage expert or a great sage expert, no one would have any objections if they came here directly. However, He Beiming and his disciple, as well as the person who just appeared, were obviously Saint Realm masters. Yet, they had directly descended from the sky. It was clear that they didn't put the Azura sect in their eyes. It had to be said that this was a tragedy. The tyrannical aura was suffused with a terrifying heat. It was as if an invisible flame was burning. The terrifying heat swept across the sky like a hurricane, covering the sky and earth. It was an extremely shocking scene. Eighth Heaven Saint Realm, this was an Eighth Heaven Saint Realm master. An Eighth Heaven Saint Realm master who cultivated a fire attribute secret art. His aura was extremely terrifying, causing the faces of the Azura sect disciples to turn solemn. The disciples found it difficult to withstand. The Azura sect's overlord and the fifth elder released their auras to cover the crowd, greatly reducing the pressure on them so that they wouldn't collapse on the spot. The Azura sect's overlord had a solemn expression on his face. An Eighth Heaven Saint Realm master was equivalent to the Azura sect's great elder. However, the great elder had yet to recover from his injuries. Elder Lai Feng, why have you come to visit our sect? The Azura sect's overlord asked in a deep voice. Of course there's a reason. Otherwise, do you think this elder would be so bored as to come to this godforsaken place? Elder Lai Feng's tone was light, but his words were not polite at all. He directly belittled them. With a flick of his hand, a piece of beast skin appeared in his hand. This is the proof that your Azura sect owes my 100 Blaze sect. It's a total of 1,000 primary heaven pills. Nonsense. The fifth elder immediately rebuked. When did my Azura sect borrow 1,000 primary heaven pills from your 100 Blaze sect? The Azura sect's overlord's face darkened. His eyes emitted a strong light as his tyrannical aura swept out and locked onto Elder Lai Feng. According to Overlord, are you planning to renege on your debt? The faint smile on Elder Lai Feng's face disappeared in an instant. He was filled with anger, as if the Azura sect was really going to renege on their debt. I'm afraid the Azura sect can't take out 1,000 primary heaven pills now. He Beiming suddenly smiled. How about this, I'll be the middleman. Out of respect for me, He Beiming, the 100 Blaze sect will temporarily extend the time limit. However, you can lend my disciple the great fiendish Azura art for half a month. The Azura sect's overlord, the fifth elder, and the group of disciples trembled in anger. Both of their actions were the actions of bandits. One coveted the Azura sect's sect guarding technique, while the other wanted to steal 1,000 primary heaven pills from the Azura sect. Both of them were ferocious beasts with ill intentions. However, these people were strong and the sects behind them were not something the Azura sect could compare to. Chen Zong did not say anything. He was silently observing the situation. He wanted to contribute to the Azura sect, but he also wanted to see if the Azura sect was worthy of his efforts. Although the Azura sect was in a precarious situation, if they did not even have a little bit of backbone left, they would not be able to stand upright. First, he received a call from his mother. Then, he opened QQ and saw dozens of birthday wishes. Only then did he realize that today was his real birthday. It was the 18th of January in the lunar calendar. At the peak. In front of the main hall. It was a cold and solemn scene. All eyes were focused on the Shura overlord's face. He was the person in charge of the Shura sect. His reaction would determine the life and death of the Shura sect. This sect master reiterates that I will not lend you any cultivation techniques. The so-called debt of 1,000 heaven yuan pills is a lie. The Shura overlord's gaze swept across He Beiming and Elder Lai Feng. His tone was solemn and resolute. So, you're planning to make the Shura sect disappear prematurely? He Beiming's tone became colder and colder. A terrifying cold storm erupted from his body and swept across the area. Everyone felt as if they were frozen solid. It was as if a cold wind from hell had pierced into their bones. Does the Shura sect think that you can't repay your debt? Elder Lai Feng also erupted with a terrifying aura. The blazing wind roared as if it was the wrath of a fierce wind. It was as if it wanted to flay everyone. The tyrannical aura of a 7th Heaven Saint Realm and an 8th Heaven Saint Realm expert was fully displayed. Even the sect master and the 5th elder would not be able to withstand it. The situation was critical. Our Shura sect will never compromise even if we have to face destruction. The 1st Heaven Saint Realm disciple roared. His face was filled with determination as he released his aura. Even if it was an ant trying to shake a tree, he would not back down. We will never compromise. The other half-step saints and transcendents roared as well. They also released their auras. In an instant, everyone was united as one. It seems that the Shura sect is planning to repay your debt with your lives. Elder Lai Feng's eyes widened. Instantly, the blazing wind was filled with terrifying killing intent. The aura of an 8th Heaven Saint Realm expert suppressed the entire area. Even if the sect master, the 5th elder, and the other disciples tried their best, they could barely resist it. The difference in strength brought about by the difference in cultivation was very obvious. Then let's see what right you have to take our lives. There was a loud roar that sounded like the roar of a tiger and a thunderous explosion. Immediately after, a figure flew out from the main hall and appeared beside the Shura overlord with a thunderous roar. He unleashed a powerful aura and resisted the pressure of Elder Lai Feng's aura. This was a short old man dressed in a grey robe. His face was haggard and he looked like he was about to die, but he exuded an unyielding will. He glared angrily at He Beiming and his disciple, then stared at Lai Feng. Great Elder! The sect leader and the 5th elder exclaimed in a low voice. The disciples were all startled. Chenzong also stared at him. At first glance, Chenzong could tell that the 1st elder was in a very bad situation. Old geezer Yan, you're still alive? While Lai Feng was surprised, he suddenly sneered, even if you're not dead, you actually dared to come out instead of lingering at death's door. You must be tired of living. Even if this old master dies, I'll drag you down with me. The 1st elder stared at Lai Feng and said word by word. The determination in his words was so shocking that it could shake the heavens and earth. Old geezer Yan, after being hit by the burning heart blood dissipation palm, how much strength do you have left to drag me down with you? Lai Feng was secretly afraid, but he sneered and secretly probed. The burning heart blood palm is now suppressed by this old man's strength, but if this old man were to use all of his strength, do you think you can escape unscathed? The great elder's tone was indifferent, as if he was indifferent to life and death, but it made people even more afraid. Lai Feng's expression changed slightly. This old geezer Yan's cultivation was at the 8th level Saint Rudiment stage. He was even stronger than Lai Feng. If old geezer Yan was at his peak, Lai Feng would not dare to fight him alone. Although old geezer Yan was injured now, if he really went all out, there was no guarantee that he would not be injured. In the worst case, he might even die together with Lai Feng. Lai Feng could see the determination in old geezer Yan's eyes. Old geezer Yan had completely disregarded life and death. Fine, old geezer Yan, you can be considered a famous master of Zenith Mountain, so I'll give you some face today. Lai Feng thought for a moment and immediately said, since that's the case, I won't collect this debt first. I'll give you 3 more days to prepare. As soon as these words came out, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days might be enough for them to make more preparations. You're just a person who has one foot in the coffin and is about to die. Why should I give you face? A sudden change occurred. A cold and desolate voice abruptly resounded from afar like a bolt of lightning. Heaven and earth rumbled as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across the sky. Immediately, the lightning stopped and a figure stood in midair with his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone. This figure wore a purple robe and had a tall and mighty figure. He had the appearance of a black-haired old man. His eyes were cold and seemed to contain bolts of lightning that leaped endlessly in the void. The moment they were stared at, everyone felt a deep pressure and their bodies went numb. Old Geezer Lei, do you want to die? The Shura's Gate Great Elder's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at old Geezer Yen. Old Geezer Yen, if you were at your peak, you might be able to contend with me. But now, how much strength do you have left? The purple-robed old Geezer Lei sneered, once you release the suppression of the burning heart blood dissipating palm, your injuries will instantly erupt. It's enough to take away half of your life. What are you going to use to fight? Old Geezer Yan's words made the great elder's short body tremble slightly, as if his life was poked and his body bent a little more. Lai Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was actually deceived and almost retreated. This was a loss of face. Boom boom boom, in front of the main hall, a tyrannical aura suddenly burst out, crushing everything in its path. The aura of a blazing gale, the aura of a violent thunderbolt, the aura of a cold wind, in an instant, because of the great elder's appearance and decisive decision, the Shura's Gate was once again in a disadvantageous position. From the looks of it, today was the day the Shura's Gate was annihilated. Thinking of this, all the Shura's Gate members revealed bitter expressions. Finally, this moment had come. Basically, those who stayed until now were those who wanted to live and die with the Shura's Gate. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. You came at the wrong time. The Gate Master's apologetic voice suddenly rang in Chenzong's ears. Now, you can leave first. Strictly speaking, you are still not considered a disciple of the Shura's Gate. I will make this clear. Gate Master, are you willing to believe my mother? Chenzong asked in return. The Gate Master was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. Believe? How could he believe? Surrounded by strong enemies, the Shura's Gate was on the brink of destruction. What could a mere youngster do? Moreover, these strong enemies were not rogue cultivators. They all had powerful forces behind them. Don't believe? If so, it would be a blow to the Gate Master. Leave the rest to me. Chenzong said again, his tone firm. Immediately, Chenzong took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the tyrannical auras of the 3 Saint Realm Masters seemed to have no effect on him. It was as if they didn't exist. All eyes fell on Chenzong. The Great Elder didn't know what happened earlier. When he saw Chenzong walk out, his face was full of surprise. You want to borrow the secret art? Chenzong stood still and stared at Hebaming. Then, he looked at Elder Lai Feng of the 100 Blaze sect and said, you want to settle your debt. Then, Chenzong's eyes swept over the purple-robed old man and said, then, what do you want to say? The few of them stared at Chenzong, somewhat bewildered. It was too sudden. Just now, they didn't even notice Chenzong's existence. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Hebaming's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a cold aura towards Chenzong. My name is Xianxia, a disciple of the Azura sect who was left outside. I have returned today, Chenzong smiled and said, from now on, I will take care of everything in the Azura sect. If you have any motives, come at me. He was calm and composed, making it difficult for people to see through him. Humph, who do you think you are? Chang Wei's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered. You want the superior saint-tier great fiendish Azura art, right? As long as you can defeat me, I can give you a cultivation technique even better than the great fiendish Azura art, Chenzong said unhurriedly as he stared at Tsun Takashi. This? The Azura sect master and 5th elder's faces changed drastically. However, they couldn't stop Chenzong. Since you're asking for a defeat, I'll grant you a defeat. As soon as Chang Wei finished speaking, an extremely cold aura burst out from his body. Then, he swung his claw. The cold claw tore through the void and struck down from the sky. The cold black claw that was a few meters long came down from the sky and enveloped Chenzong. It was as if it wanted to tear Chenzong into pieces. He didn't show any mercy. Chenzong seemed to be scared out of his wits and didn't move. Hebaming's aura locked onto the Azura sect master and 5th elder. If they tried to interfere, he would attack at the same time. As for the 1st elder, he was locked onto by both Lai Feng and Old Lei's aura. He didn't dare to act rashly. Just as the extremely sharp claw was about to grab Qianzong's left hand was raised neither too fast nor too slow. His index and middle fingers were like ice dragons as they gently slashed out. Chang Wei sneered coldly. "How dare you try to block my claw? You must be tired of living." In the next moment, Chang Wei's expression changed drastically. The sharp claw that was a few meters long was instantly split apart. The overbearing power caused it to tremble and dissipate. Then, a flash of sword light appeared in front of him. The flash of sword light was extremely sharp. It was like an aurora that streaked across the sky. At the same time, it was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through the void. He Beiming was paying attention to the Azura sect master and fifth elder. He didn't expect his disciple to do that. Before he could react, the sword light struck Chang Wei. Chang Wei's defensive power was instantly shattered. He was sent flying dozens of meters away. The robe at his chest was torn and a long cut appeared. There was also a long sword mark on his chest. Fresh blood flowed out continuously. It was just one strike. It was just a casual flash of sword light. However, Chang Wei was injured. This result shocked everyone. They couldn't believe it. Especially Chang Wei himself. He couldn't believe it. He was so angry that his body trembled. "Last night, Lu Sa suddenly said that she had a secret to tell me. Then, she suddenly changed her mind. Six Dao couldn't figure out what it was, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Today, he found out that Lu Sa had secretly ordered a cake to celebrate Six Dao's birthday. He was so touched that he even forgot his own birthday. The sky was dark and gloomy. Chilly wind swept across, roaring, surging, and wantonly fluctuating. A giant claw formed behind Sun Takashi's back. Black smoke billowed out from the claw, and the black claw looked like the claws of an evil spirit that had emerged from the depths of hell. In that instant, Sun Takashi's aura surpassed the third heaven of the Saint Realm, and it was approaching the fourth heaven of the Saint Realm. He Beiming nodded his head inwardly. His disciple's talent wasn't bad. A sharp sound rang through the air as the giant black claw tore through the air. It was as if the void was defenseless against it, and it was torn to shreds. The power of this claw was more than twice as strong as before. However, Qianzong's expression was still as calm as ever. There was no change in his expression at all. Even when the sharp claws were about to reach him, he still used the fingers of his left hand like a sword and gently pointed. Suddenly, the sword light pierced through the air and pierced through the sharp claws. Terrifying power spread out in an instant, shattering the sharp claws. The sword light shot out like a hot knife through butter. It was as fast as a meteor. There was no way to dodge it. Sun Takashi did not even have time to react before he was hit. Pierced through, blood splattered across the sky. Qianzong didn't intend to kill Sun Takashi with this attack. Otherwise, he would have pierced through his forehead instead of his shoulder. Even though he had bought information from the Heavenly Response Pavilion and understood the current situation in the Azura Gate, he wasn't the leader of the Azura Gate. He had to be cautious. He didn't have to be cautious from his perspective. He had to be cautious from the perspective of the Azura Gate. He Beiming was stunned. What was going on? Why wasn't he able to react in time? Everyone else was shocked as well. From the looks of it, Qianzong wasn't older than Sun Takashi. However, he was stronger than Sun Takashi. Even when Sun Takashi unleashed his full strength, he was still able to break through Sun Takashi's ultimate move. His sword was already back in its scabbard. It was obvious that he was stronger than Sun Takashi. The members of the Shura sect were naturally overjoyed. The first elder was surprised by the extremely pure evil chi that was released when Qianzong attacked. This kind of evil chi was extremely terrifying, and it was related to the cultivation method that he practiced. When he attacked just now, Qianzong had borrowed the power of the Azura doppelganger Xianxia. Although he was unable to completely unleash the power of the 32nd level of the Burning Evil Azura skill due to the difference in his body, he was still able to unleash the power of the 31st level of the Burning Evil Azura skill. Of course, he didn't need to go to such lengths to deal with a third heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator. He only needed a small portion of his strength, and he didn't even need to use his Dao intent. You dare injure my disciple? Die. He Beiming was infuriated. His voice was filled with shocking killing intent. His aura erupted, and an extremely tyrannical aura descended. It was as cold as a storm. Immediately after, He Beiming struck out with a sharp claw. The claw didn't look big, at least much smaller than Sun Takashi's. However, it was more condensed, as though it was corporeal. The wrath of a 7th-level Saint Realm expert was even more terrifying. The Shura sect's overlord and the 5th elder's faces paled. They couldn't react in time. He Beiming's attack was indeed many times stronger than Sun Takashi's. However, it was still not enough to deal with Chenzong. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword light flashed and tore through the sky in an instant. It went against the heavens and split the sharp claws apart like a hot knife through butter. With extreme sharpness, it streaked across the void and charged towards He Beiming. He Beiming's face paled. How was this possible? How could a junior split his claw in half? Even the Shura sect's overlord would find it difficult to do so. On the other hand, the Shura sect's members were stunned. The jet-black sword light seemed to be the most dazzling light in the world. It tore through the void and caused He Beiming's hair to stand on end. Dodge, He Beiming executed his movement skill in an instant. His body flickered, leaving behind countless afterimages. After dodging Chenzong's sword, he suddenly attacked from the side. He was like a ghost crane rushing out from hell. His speed was extremely fast and subtle. It was difficult to dodge or defend against. He Beiming spread his arms like the wings of a ghost crane. He raised his palms, which were as sharp and cold as the edge of a blade. He tore through the void and charged at Chenzong at an astonishing speed. It tore through everything in the world, as if it wanted to tear Chenzong's body apart. This was He Beiming's true technique. It was the true ability of the ghost crane. If Chenzong was hit, his body could be cut in half in an instant. Of course, this was only the opinion of others. In fact, with Chenzong's body refinement cultivation, even if he stood still and allowed He Beiming to attack him, there wouldn't be any problem. The defense brought about by the tyrannical body refinement cultivation of the early stage of the 9th-level chaotic heaven realm was extremely amazing. However, Chenzong wouldn't stand still and allow He Beiming to attack him. His feet moved slightly, and his body seemed to dodge in an instant. He Beiming's palms sliced through like cold blades, but they only cut through the afterimages left behind by Chenzong. Incomparably sharp sounds rang out continuously. He Beiming circled Chenzong, his speed reaching the extreme. He continuously attacked as if he wanted to cut Chenzong into pieces. However, Chenzong's body swayed like bamboo in the wind, completely avoiding He Beiming's attacks. The Shura overlord and the 5th elder were stunned. The 1st elder's expression was extremely solemn, but there was also an indescribable excitement. Lai Feng and Old Lei were extremely shocked. How could a Shura sect disciple who had just returned from outside possess such strength? How was this possible? It was simply unbelievable. He looked so young, but his strength was so strong. He was definitely a peerless genius. How could a rundown Shura sect have such a disciple? He Beiming unleashed his full strength in a series of attacks, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Chenzong's clothes. He Beiming, who was extremely furious, suddenly soared into the sky. He shook his arms, and like a ghost crane spreading its wings, an endless cold aura gushed out. In the sky, a gray ghost crane shadow that was more than 10 meters tall quickly condensed into a solid form. The endless cold aura exploded in an instant, turning into a cold wind that wreaked havoc in all directions, covering the sky and earth. He gave it his all. He even used a secret technique. Wind ghost crane kill. An extremely sharp and terrifying sound filled the air. The ghost crane shadow that was more than 10 meters tall suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out an extremely sharp sound, as if it was going to tear everyone's eardrums. It was extremely painful, as if it was going to split open everyone's head. Soon Takashi's face was filled with excitement, and there was a hint of satisfaction. It's here, Master's ultimate move has appeared. If this attack landed, even if the opponent didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Fall, as He Beiming raised his arms and swung them down, it was as if he was slashing at Chenzong. The ghost crane shadow that was more than 10 meters tall also left He Beiming's body in an instant. It suddenly rushed up, paused for a moment, then quickly changed direction and swooped down. The strength of this attack made the Shura sect overlord's face turn solemn, and he was extremely wary. Strong, Chenzong still stood in the same spot, looking up. Then, he raised the sunken knight sword slightly. The sword trembled, and a pitch-black sword light that carried an extremely shocking evil aura broke through the air like a bolt of lightning. Under extreme speed, it stretched into a crescent arc and pierced through the air. This wasn't an ultimate move. It was just a simple sword technique driven by the power of the burning evil Shura art. For example, he beaming alone wasn't enough for him to use any of his ultimate moves. The sword swept through the air, and it went against the heavens, as if it was tearing the sky from the bottom to the top. The sword split into two and went straight for the ghost crane shadow that was swooping down. In just an instant, the crescent moon-like sword light and the ghost crane shadow came into contact. There was no shocking surge of power. The sword light was extremely sharp, and it cut through the ghost crane shadow like a hot knife through butter. It went against the sky like a hot knife through butter, and in just a short moment, the ghost crane was split apart. Soon Takashi's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. He was like a duck that was happily squawking but suddenly had its neck strangled. It was extremely comical. Old Devil Lei and Lai Feng's expressions were also very interesting. He Beiming was stunned. Sinister Wind Ghost Crane Kill, this was an ultimate move that he had spent hundreds of years to create. With such power, even the Shura sect overlord wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, it was split apart by his opponent's sword. How was this possible? He didn't have time to think. The pitch-black sword light had already gone against the sky, and the shocking sharpness that emanated from it made him shiver all over. It was as if the sword was going to tear him apart. Shocked, he Beiming hurriedly dodged at full speed. It was a close shave. He Beiming dodged the pitch-black sword light's attack, and he could clearly feel the terrifying sharpness. It was as if his body was going to be split apart. His hair stood on end, it was a bone-chilling feeling that went straight to his soul. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, he Beiming unleashed an extremely powerful aura. Just when everyone thought that he was going to use his ultimate move again, he turned into a streak of light and flew towards Tsun Takashi. He grabbed Tsun Takashi's body and quickly ran down the mountain. He escaped. He Beiming had actually escaped. He Beiming, who was at the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage, had actually escaped from the sword of a young Shura sect disciple. It was simply unbelievable. While Elder Laifeng and Old Lei were slightly startled, a pitch-black sword light pierced through the air with an extremely pure evil aura. That aura actually made them feel a chill that went straight to their bones. Bastard! Old Devil Lei roared and struck out with his palm. Purple lightning flashed violently and instantly blasted towards the pitch-black sword light. The sword light shattered, and so did the lightning. Old Devil Lei only felt a terrifying murderous aura enter his palm and wreak havoc. The purity of the murderous aura shocked him. Although Lai Feng had also shattered the sword light, the murderous aura had also entered his arm. He was secretly shocked. Don't think that you can challenge me just because you've forced He Beiming to retreat. Old Devil Lei dispersed the murderous aura in his palm. Purple lightning flashed around his body and spread rapidly, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Then, he struck out with his palm. Gray purple lightning palm, the palm imprint covered in purple lightning shot towards Chenzong. That kind of power made the Azura's Gate disciples tremble in fear. It was as if this attack would destroy everything in the Shura sect. Little rice dumpling needs to show off once in a while. Purple lightning palm, violent gale slash. In an instant, Chenzong faced the combined attack of two 8th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Even the Grand Elder at his peak would not dare to take this attack head-on. On the other hand, Chenzong's expression did not change. He was still as calm as ever. He slowly raised the sunken knight sword and placed it horizontally in front of him. His left-hand sword finger gently brushed across the sword's spine. A trace of scorching heat slowly streaked across the sword and a shocking aura instantly spread out. Heavenly Fire Dao Intent. When his left-hand sword finger brushed across the tip of the sword, the long sword trembled and instantly slashed forward. The sharp blade cut across the sky. The sword chi was like a crescent moon as it shot out. It was so sharp that it tore through everything. This sword was not an ultimate move. It was just the power of the Burning Fiend Azura technique combined with the Heavenly Fire Dao Intent. In addition to the shocking fiendish aura, the burning fiend Azura technique also had a shocking heat. Only with heat could it burn. When the two merged, the power was even more tyrannical. The moment the sword came into contact with the purple lightning palm and violent gale slash, it instantly split them apart and shot towards Old Lei and Elder Lifeng, who were in midair. Slash, a single sword attack killed two 8th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Old Lei and Elder Lifeng could not dodge and were struck at the same time. They quickly retreated and felt their blood boil. The terrifying fiendish aura kept invading their bodies as if it wanted to destroy their internal organs and vitality. Troublesome, both of them realized how troublesome this person was. Without saying a word, Old Lei turned into a streak of lightning and flew away. Elder Lifeng hesitated for a moment when he saw Old Lei leaving so decisively. Then, he quickly left as well. Facing a troublesome person whom he had no confidence in defeating, staying behind would only be asking for humiliation. Moreover, the Azura sect that was on the verge of annihilation had suddenly produced such a powerful disciple. It was definitely not a small matter. He had to return and explain this matter so that he could deal with it. In the blink of an eye, the powerful enemies who coveted everything in the Azura sect left one after another. Moreover, they did not leave after obtaining the Azura sect's cultivation methods and wealth. They were forced to leave after being beaten. In the eyes of the Azura sect's disciples, this was undoubtedly extremely exciting news. Good, good, good. The fifth elder immediately laughed loudly, revealing the incomparable excitement in his heart. The first elder was so excited that his injuries were aggravated. He couldn't help but cough repeatedly, but his heart was incomparably excited. Of course, the Shura overlord was also very happy. Defeating a powerful enemy was like injecting a new wave of energy into the Shura sect members who were already on the brink of collapse, giving them something to rely on in their hearts. Little friend Xianxia, this is the great elder of our sect. Overjoyed, the Shura overlord immediately introduced Xianxia. My words are unfair. The first elder introduced himself. Then, he coughed a few times. Greetings, first elder. Chenzong saluted. I don't dare. However, the first elder dodged and did not dare to accept Chenzong's salute. After all, the strength that Chenzong had shown was much stronger than his. Little friend Chenzong, I have 2 questions for you. The Shura overlord stared at Chenzong, his eyes shining brightly as he spoke in a deep voice. Please go ahead, sect master, Chenzong responded seriously. Everyone stared at the sect master, wondering what kind of questions he would ask. This time, we relied on little friend Chenzong to defeat a powerful enemy. However, this is only temporary. Perhaps in the near future, more powerful enemies will come. When that time comes, little friend Chenzong will be at a disadvantage. The Shura overlord said solemnly, therefore, I would like to ask little friend Chenzong if you are willing to stay. If you are not, you should leave as soon as possible and wait for an opportunity in the future to continue the legacy of the Shura sect. One day, I will leave, but definitely not in this way. Chenzong responded unhurriedly. Every word was filled with a frightening determination. His eyes shone brightly and were incomparably sharp. In that case, I will ask the second question. What is your strength? The Shura overlord asked again. This was also a question that everyone was concerned about. Everyone's eyes fell on Chenzong's face. At least for now, Chenzong was the hope of the Shura sect. It is difficult to find a worthy opponent in the Saint Realm. Chenzong said unhurriedly. However, every word that came out of his mouth contained a shocking boldness. Invincible in the Saint Realm. This was an astonishing determination and conviction. If one did not have the corresponding strength, the words spoken were not only self-confident but also false. Whether a person was lying or blowing his own trumpet, it was easy to tell. Especially for those who were experienced and had sharp eyes, they could see more clearly. The Shura overlord and the great elder could determine that the other party was not lying or blowing his own trumpet. Instead, it was a belief that came from the deepest part of his heart. The great elder and the Shura overlord were secretly delighted. If Chenzong had the strength of an invincible Saint Realm expert, no, he did not even need to be invincible in the Saint Realm, as long as he had the strength of the peak of the Saint Realm, then the Shura sect would have a greater chance of surviving this time. Immediately, the Shura overlord and the great elder looked at each other and nodded secretly as if they had reached some kind of consensus. All disciples, listen up. I am now going to announce an important piece of news. The Shura overlord's eyes were full of threat as he slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. His voice was deep and powerful. Everyone stood up straight and looked solemn. Little friend Xianxia has received the inheritance of our seniors and has a deep relationship with the Shura sect. However, the Shura sect is in a precarious situation. He could have stayed out of it, but he came to our rescue and brought us hope. The Shura overlord said slowly, little friend Xianxia is powerful and stronger than me. He is not suitable to be a disciple. Therefore, I, the great elder, and the fifth elder have all agreed to appoint Xianxia as the second elder and the fifth elder as the third elder. The Shura overlord announced solemnly. Xianxia was slightly stunned but did not object. Indeed, with his strength, it was not suitable to be a disciple of the Shura sect. As for the position of elder, it might be just right. No one had any objections to this. Greetings, second elder. The three deacons and the disciples bowed to Xianxia. Xianxia accepted it calmly. As an elder, it would be more convenient for him to revive the Shura sect. After all, the authority of an elder was incomparable to that of a disciple. Since Xianxia had decided to stay and become the second elder of the Shura sect, it meant that he would advance and retreat together with the Shura sect. The fact that he was powerful made everyone happy. The three deacons and the group of disciples left one after another with excitement and a trace of hope. Xianxia followed the Shura overlord, the great elder, and the third elder into the main hall and took their seats. Second elder, those people just now came from the Crane sect, the 100 Blaze sect, and the Lei family. The overlord said directly, they are all elders of their respective forces and are very powerful. However, they are no match for the second elder. How are the strengths of these three forces? Xianxia asked. In the territory of Tai Luo City, these three forces are considered mid-tier. The strongest person in their sect is at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint realm. The fifth elder. No, the third elder said. Then, he explained the different levels of the forces in Tai Luo City. Generally speaking, the forces could be divided into 4 levels: low tier, mid-tier, high tier, and top tier. For example, the current Shura sect belonged to the low tier. Moreover, it was considered weak among the low-tier forces. After all, before Xianxia's arrival, the Shura sect was already on the verge of disintegration. A mid-tier force would have at least one peak of the 9th Heaven Saint realm expert in charge. As for a high-tier force, it would have to have a half-step Great Saint realm expert, regardless of their battle prowess. As for a top-tier force, it was even more shocking. The half-step Great Saint realm expert in charge would have to have at least 4-star battle prowess. The ancient Azura sect used to be one of the top forces in Grand Luo City. It was also the strongest force in the entire Supreme Profound World. Now, its position in Tai Luo City had been completely replaced. The top-tier force that replaced the ancient Shura sect was called the Heavenly Luo sect. It was also the only top-tier force in Tai Luo City. Following the decline of the ancient Shura sect, the overall strength of Tai Luo City had also declined. Now, it was not as strong as it was a few thousand years ago. There were 3 first-tier forces below the top-tier force. One of them was located in Tai Luo City. It was the Dragon Clan. The other 2 top-tier forces were located in Tai Luo Mountain. They were the Burning Heart Clan and the Great Luo sect. The Burning Heart Clan. Xianxia narrowed his eyes when he heard the name. He looked at the Great Elder who was coughing and his face became paler. The Great Elder was injured by the Burning Heart Clan, the third elder said angrily. What's the strength of the strongest person in the Burning Heart Clan? Xianxia asked. The Burning Heart Clan is a top-tier force. They have 2 half-step Great Saint realm experts in charge. One of them has 1-star battle prowess and the other has 2-star battle prowess, the sect leader said in a deep voice. Regardless of whether it was 1-star or 2-star, the Shura sect could not be compared to them. Just the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint realm alone was enough to crush the Shura sect. However, if the second elder could not find an opponent in the Saint realm, then the Shura sect could be considered a mid-tier force to a certain extent. Xianxia had indeed obtained a lot of information from the Heaven Response Pavilion. However, most of it was directly related to the Shura sect. As for the rest, he did not know much. He wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about the situation. At least, he had to understand everything before he could make a plan to revitalize the Shura sect. While the sect leader and the third elder were explaining everything about Tai Luo City, He Beiming, Old Lei, and Elder Lifeng left one after another and returned to their respective forces as fast as they could. Inside the Yin Crane sect, the sect leader's eyes emitted a dark glow when he heard He Beiming's words. "You're saying that a young disciple of the Shura sect who was left outside has the strength to defeat you?" The sect leader's tone was filled with suspicion. "Sect leader, I'm telling the truth," He Beiming hurriedly said. He Beiming hurriedly said. To be honest, he could understand the sect master's suspicions. After all, there were only a few experts in the Shura sect. One of them was even severely injured. Now, another expert had suddenly appeared. Moreover, he was from the younger generation and had only just returned. No matter how he thought about it, it did not sound reliable. The sect leader of the Yin Crane sect pondered. He felt that He Beiming would not lie. It was either the truth or there was something else going on. However, no matter which it was, the sect leader of the Yin Crane sect felt that this was not an ordinary matter. Perhaps, there would be an unforeseen event. Then, he would wait and see. From the words of the sovereign and the third elder, Zhong gained a deeper understanding of the current situation of the Shura sect. The information provided by the Heavenly Response Pavilion was only information, not details. While listening, Zhong was also thinking about how to revive the Shura sect. He did not wish to recreate the glory of the ancient Shura sect, but at the very least, he wanted to ensure that the Shura sect's heritage would not be severed. It sounded like an easy task, but in reality, it was very difficult. After all, the Shura sect had very few outstanding disciples and few experts. If he left, the Shura sect would be surrounded by wolves, tigers, and leopards, and decline again. Therefore, in order for the Shura sect to be able to continue its heritage, there must be enough experts to hold the fort. Secondly, there must be enough outstanding disciples to continue the heritage. Lastly, there must be enough capital to make those powerful forces fear. The Great Elder's 8th level Saint Realm cultivation had reached the late 8th level Saint Realm. However, to be a powerful force, he must first recover from his injuries. Therefore, Zhong wanted to treat the Great Elder's injuries. This was the first step to reviving the Shura sect. The Burning Heart sect's Burning Heart blood dissipation palm is vicious and cruel. It's not easy to deal with. The Great Elder's voice was weak. Without external enemies, he did not need to force himself. "Let me take a look," Zhong said. He needed to examine the Great Elder's body to determine whether he could eliminate it with his own means. The Great Elder did not refuse and allowed Zhong's energy to spread into his body. He had great expectations in his heart. Perhaps, the second elder could really heal his injuries. As long as the Burning Heart blood dissipation palm could be dispelled, his injuries would not be worth mentioning and he would be able to recover in a short time. Under Zhong's examination, he found that an extremely vicious energy was entrenched in the Great Elder's heart. That energy carried a trace of heat, as if it was constantly burning the Great Elder's heart. It affected the circulation of his blood, as if it was constantly evaporating and burning his blood. The Great Elder had no choice but to use most of his energy to suppress that energy. As a result, the Great Elder's strength was greatly reduced and he did not dare to use his own energy to fight. Otherwise, once the suppression of the Burning Heart blood dissipation palm was relaxed, the ferocious power would break free from the suppression in an instant and erupt in an instant. The damage caused in an instant would definitely cause heavy injuries to the first elder, and even endanger his life. Zhong's sharp senses sensed that this vicious energy was at the 9th level Saint Realm. The Great Elder had been injured by a 9th Heaven Saint Realm powerhouse from the Burning Heart sect. The Great Elder had struck his chest with his palm, causing his heart to be damaged. Although it was suppressed by the Great Elder in time, this kind of suppression would gradually lose its effect as time passed. When it finally erupted, it would directly shatter the heart and burn the blood. The consequences were extremely terrifying. First Elder, it will be a little uncomfortable for me to shatter the power of the Burning Heart blood dissipation palm, Zhong said. Don't hold back, Second Elder. The great elder's tone was firm. His will was unshakable. If the great elder wanted to disperse the burning heart blood dissipation palm with his own strength, his cultivation base would have to be at least at the 9th level Saint realm. Unfortunately, the great elder was not. Qianzong immediately mobilized the burning fiend Azura technique's energy. The energy was so pure that it shocked the great elder. How could there be such a pure energy? The great elder's energy was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. It was no wonder Qianzong dared to boast about being unrivaled in the Saint realm. The great elder could not help but feel excited. The tyrannical and pure energy was extremely precise. It directly penetrated his heart like a sword piercing through the sky. It was unstoppable and invincible. In an instant, the tenacious and vicious burning heart blood dissipation palm was hit. The energy that was extremely difficult for the great elder to deal with was instantly torn apart by Qianzong's sword-like energy. Crushing, it was a one-sided suppression. Qianzong tried his best to control the energy, but the great elder still felt a stabbing pain as if his heart was being torn apart. The great elder gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. He stubbornly held on. Compared to the torture of the burning heart blood dissipation palm, this pain was nothing. Soon, under the devastation of Qianzong's energy, the tyrannical energy was instantly shattered into pieces and was utterly defeated. Then, Qianzong's energy spread out like a net and wrapped around the scattered energy in an instant. It was separated from the great elder's heart in an extremely brutal and meticulous manner. After it left the great elder's body, it dispersed the energy that wrapped around him. The energy was black-red and wriggled wantonly like a venomous snake, causing the sect leader and the third elder to be secretly shocked. However, after it was exposed to the air and lost its source, no matter how strange and tyrannical the energy was, it would collapse. After the energy in his heart was destroyed by Qianzong, the great elder's face quickly regained its color. His aura was no longer as weak as before and his slightly hunched back straightened up. Rapid recovery, Qianzong took out a bottle of pills and handed it to the great elder. This was Qianzong's spoils of war. It was an extremely effective pill for healing injuries and also had the effect of replenishing blood and qi. It was perfect for the great elder who was lacking in blood and qi. The great elder did not refuse. The Shura sect was currently in dire need of experts to hold the fort. With one more late-stage 8th heaven saint, it would not be a bad thing. The great elder went into seclusion again. This time, it was to recover from his injuries and replenish his blood and qi. It would not take much time. After he came out of seclusion, his cultivation and strength would be restored to peak condition. While such a thing happened in the Shura sect, the outside world became lively because of the news that spread. The Shura sect, which had been in decline, actually had a powerful disciple returning. It sounded like a story from a storybook. In fact, this news was purposely released by the Crane sect and the other two forces. Their purpose was naturally to let others test the waters. Even Old Lei and Elder Lifeng, who were both at the 8th heaven saint realm, were forced to retreat. This showed that the person's strength was not ordinary. He was at least at the peak of the 8th heaven saint realm. He might even be at the 9th heaven saint realm. Generally, a late-stage saint realm expert was already very impressive, let alone a young man. This news naturally spread to the Burning Heart sect very quickly. Then, it reached the ears of one of the Burning Heart sect's elders. Oh, a young supreme talent? Is he an outer disciple of the Shura sect? The Burning Heart sect's third elder, who had a thin face and a red glow in his eyes, was slightly taken aback. Then, he smiled disapprovingly. Who is this reckless person who interfered? Tianyu, go to the Shura sect and take a look. The third elder immediately ordered. Yes, master. A low and deep voice sounded, and then he quickly left. Yang Ming, a young supreme talent from the Shura sect. Go and take a look. If it's true, try your best to get him. An elder of the Daluo sect immediately said. If it was really a young supreme talent, naturally, they would try to get him to join the Daluo sect as a disciple. For any sect, the more prodigy disciples the better. In the Shura sect, Qianzong planned to impart the Burning Heart Azura technique to the sect leader and the two elders. After all, the Great Azura technique was only a saint-grade high art. It could not be compared to the Burning Heart Azura technique, which was a saint-grade high art. If they cultivated the burning heart azura technique, the sect leader and the two elders' strength would definitely become more powerful. Moreover, the great azura technique and the burning heart azura technique were of the same origin. It would be easier to change their cultivation. In addition, the sect leader and the two elders had immersed themselves in the great azura technique for many years. Their foundation was extremely solid, which would reduce the difficulty of changing their cultivation. Even so, it would take some time to successfully change their cultivation and cultivate it to a certain level so that their strength would not decline. The sect leader and the two elders were extremely excited. The burning heart azura technique, one of the symbols of the ancient Shura sect's prosperity. Even if it was incomplete, it was still more powerful than the great azura technique. Excitement aside, after a discussion between the sect leader and the two elders, they decided that the Grand Elder would be the first to change his cultivation. After all, it would take time, and they couldn't just go into seclusion and ignore everything else. The Grand Elder had no objection. After getting rid of his injuries, he felt as if he had been reborn. If he were to change his cultivation again, he might even have a breakthrough. As long as he could break through and change his cultivation to the burning heart azura technique, his strength would become even more powerful. To the ancient Shura sect, this was a great benefit. First Elder, these pills might be helpful for you to change your cultivation method. Chenzong took out 3 gray-colored pellets. The pellets were almost crystallized, exuding an incomparably pure murderous aura. There was no will imprint on them, belonging to an ownerless and pure murderous aura. After receiving the pellets, the Grand Elder was shocked. The murderous aura contained within them was too pure and majestic. It was hard to believe. Good, with these 3 pellets, I am confident that I can successfully change my cultivation in the shortest time possible. The Grand Elder was secretly excited. In fact, those 3 pellets weren't really pellets. They were formed by the Azura avatar Xianxia using the burning heart azura technique's method of condensing the pure murderous aura into a solid state. The power contained within them was astonishing. Furthermore, they were condensed from the burning heart azura technique. The benefits of switching to the burning heart azura technique were unimaginable. It could be said that in order to revive the ancient Shura sect, Chenzong had made a great contribution. However, in Chenzong's eyes, it was all worth it. That year, the ancient Azura king's inheritance was greater than the heavens. If it weren't for the Azura avatar, he would have died several times over. The Grand Elder went into seclusion once again. This time, he was going to change his cultivation to raise his cultivation and strength. When he exited seclusion, he would be even stronger. Although the sect leader and third elder had not started their cultivation, they could slowly comprehend the mysteries of the burning heart azura technique, laying a solid foundation for their cultivation. Second elder, rumor has it that the burning heart azura technique is missing the last 2 levels? The sect leader couldn't help but ask. The last 2 levels were completed by me. Chenzong smiled. Hearing this, the sect leader and third elder were shocked. The difficulty of completing a top-grade saint-level cultivation technique was extremely high. This second elder's ability was truly astounding. It wasn't that the ancient Shura sect didn't complete the technique, it was just that the technique he completed was based on himself. Because it wasn't suitable for others to practice, it wasn't passed down. In the air above the Azura's gate, 2 streaks of light approached each other from different directions. Yang Ming, what are you doing here? The young man with a trace of crimson in the depths of his eyes frowned slightly. He stared at the smiling young man from 2 different directions and asked in a neutral tone. Since you can come, so can I. Yang Ming's smile was gentle, but his words were sharp. Ling Tianyu snorted coldly and turned into a streak of light, dashing towards the Azura's gate main hall. Yang Ming sneered and flew towards the Azura's gate main hall at a leisurely pace. As Ling Tianyu neared the Azura's gate main hall, a tyrannical aura swept out. That aura contained traces of heat, as if it seeped into the depths of everyone's heart, igniting their blood essence and causing them to feel restless. Who's making a ruckus? The third elder flew out with a tyrannical momentum. Shortly after, the third elder's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he stared at the other party. Ling Tianyu, what business do you have with my Azura's gate? The third elder's face darkened and his tone carried traces of vigilance. The third elder had a good understanding of Ling Tianyu because within the greater Luo city, Ling Tianyu was one of the few experts of the younger generation. His strength was stronger than many of the older generation. With his hands behind his back, Ling Tianyu looked down at the third elder with a condescending gaze. With his status, he could disregard everything in the Azura's Gate. After all, he was one of the top 3 disciples of the Burning Heart sect. Among the younger generation of the greater Luo city, his ranking was also high. His strength was astonishing. Even if he was placed in a sect stronger than the Heavenly Luo sect, he would still be able to enter the ranks of the core disciples. He was a genius of the Heaven's chosen realm, reaching the King realm. Not only was his talent high, his Burning Heart sect was one of the 3 major forces of the greater Luo city, many times stronger than the Azura's Gate. Moreover, the one who entered the first elder was Ling Tianyu's master. All these made the third elder extremely familiar with Ling Tianyu. I heard that a Heaven's chosen disciple of the Azura's Gate has returned. Call him out and let me have a look. Ling Tianyu said without any trace of politeness, as though he was ordering around a mediocre member of the clan. This kind of bossy attitude caused the third elder's expression to change slightly as he was infuriated. At this moment, another figure appeared at the same time, startling the third elder. Yang Ming. This Yang Ming wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Ling Tianyu. His personality was different from the domineering Ling Tianyu, and he was more low profile. However, this caused some of the more experienced members of the Jianghu to be wary of him. I heard that a genius disciple of the Azura's Gate has returned. His strength is unfathomable. Out of curiosity, this Yang is here to pay a visit. Compared to Ling Tianyu, Yang Ming's words were much more polite and graceful. Hypocrite. Ling Tianyu's face was filled with disdain. Yang Ming didn't seem to hear it and ignored it. Our sect's second elder is currently in closed-door training. Please forgive us, the third elder said solemnly. Second elder. Ling Tianyu and Yang Ming were slightly taken aback. That's right, the third elder said with certainty, but he didn't intend to explain further. Please go back. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ling Tianyu was enraged. A tyrannical aura filled the air, as if a storm capable of incinerating heaven and earth was sweeping out. An astonishing pressure pressed down on the third elder's heart, as if it was trying to ignite the heat in his heart. If you don't come out, I'll beat you until you roll out on your own. As his words fell, Ling Tianyu suddenly raised his palm. Countless streams of energy condensed in the center of his palm, and a crimson-red dot spun around. Then, like a drop of blood, it spread out. Boom! Ling Tianyu's palm struck towards the third elder mercilessly, causing the third elder's expression to change drastically. This Ling Tianyu's cultivation wasn't weak, reaching the 7th heaven saint realm. Not to mention, his cultivation technique was a top-grade saint-grade cultivation technique. His strength wasn't something the third elder could compare with. The third elder exploded with all his strength. His body assumed a stance, and his fist stretched out, condensing all the energy in his body and punched out. The momentum of the fist was astonishing, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Like a meteor piercing through the sky, it was as if it was going to shatter the sky. But in an instant, this fist of overwhelming might was shattered by Ling Tianyu's tyrannical palm strike. The terrifying palm strike was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted the third elder away. The difference in strength was obvious. The third elder was sent flying for more than 10 meters with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. This was the result of Ling Tianyu not using his full strength. If he did, this palm strike would have been enough to kill the third elder. Seeing that his palm strike was blocked, Ling Tianyu attacked again without hesitation, sending out a second palm strike. The power of this palm strike was many times more tyrannical than the previous one. Even if the third elder was in his peak condition, he wouldn't be able to block it and would be killed instantly, not to mention the heavily injured third elder. But the third elder couldn't retreat. Behind him was the Azura's Gate Great Hall. Not to mention, even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. Erupt, once again, the third elder exploded with all his strength, disregarding his injuries. Even if he couldn't block it, he had to block it. Even if he died, he had to block it. Now that the second elder was here, there was hope for the Azura's Gate. Even if he were to die now, it would be a worthy death. That tyrannical palm strike smashed towards the third elder, as if the sky was collapsing. It was going to crush the third elder to death. The whistling sound of the palm strike shook the surroundings, extremely horrifying. Yang Ming had no intention of interfering. Instead, he watched from the side with a faint smile on his face, as if he was watching a farce. The horrifying palm strike arrived, carrying with it an overwhelming pressure. That kind of pressure was enough to shatter the heart. This palm strike made the third elder feel despair. At the moment of life and death, a pitch-black sword light silently streaked across the sky, brushing past the third elder's side. A faint sound rang out, and the incomparably vigorous and violent palm energy was penetrated in an instant. In an instant, it was like a punctured balloon, quickly dissipating. That sword light pierced through the sky like a hot knife through butter. It was like a dark aurora, or a dark shooting star. Swift, sharp, Yang Ming was slightly taken aback, his face filled with astonishment. Ling Tianyu's expression also changed. In the next moment, his eyes became increasingly cold and sharp. A scarlet light burst out like a whirlpool, as if the fire in his heart was burning. Boom, the third palm strike struck out. This palm strike contained 100% of his strength. It was called the Burning Heart Blood Palm. As the palm strike struck out, a scarlet light covered the sky, spreading out in all directions. It was as if it wanted to draw out the violent anger in one's heart, causing one to become restless, affecting one's ability to exert one's strength. Under its influence, the third elder's heart palpitated madly and his blood flowed chaotically. Waves of palpitations almost suffocated him. His blood boiled as if it was about to combust. He didn't expect Ling Tianyu to have cultivated the Burning Heart Blood Palm to such a level. The power of this palm strike was tyrannical, as if it could shatter the void. Yang Ming was inwardly shocked. Ling Tianyu's strength had increased once again. Such a tyrannical palm strike should have shattered the pitch-black sword light. However, the outcome left everyone dumbfounded. The pitch-black sword light was condensed to the extreme. Not only was it not shattered, it even pierced through the palm strike. It was unknown what kind of mystical power it contained, but it actually caused the power of the palm strike to dissipate rapidly. The pitch-black sword light pierced through everything like a hot knife through butter, mercilessly charging towards Ling Tianyu. At the critical moment, Ling Tianyu was indeed a king-level prodigy. In an instant, he exploded with a frightening amount of strength, forcefully shifting himself by half an inch. This half an inch was the difference between life and death. Even so, Ling Tianyu's shoulder was still pierced through by the pitch-black sword light. His entire body was pushed back tens of meters by the tyrannical force. The frightening sword chi spread out rapidly from his shoulder, wreaking havoc throughout his body. He felt as though his entire left arm was being minced from the inside, causing him incomparable pain. Ling Tianyu's expression was malevolent. However, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Taking advantage of his retreating momentum, he exploded with his full speed, turning into a streak of light as he fled. That sword was too powerful, to the extent that he couldn't withstand it. The gap between them was on a completely different level. If he continued to stay, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be killed. Yang Ming didn't leave. After all, he didn't make a move, nor did he carry any killing intent. However, he was extremely shocked. One sword, just a single sword light without a trace of the person was enough to destroy two of Ling Tianyu's attacks and even injure him, forcing him to flee in panic. The third elder also heaved a sigh of relief. He was almost killed. Fortunately, the second elder intervened in time. Indeed, the second elder's strength was extremely tyrannical. Just a single sword light was enough to injure Ling Tianyu and force him to retreat. He had a feeling that this wasn't the full extent of the second elder's strength. As for why he didn't kill Ling Tianyu, the second elder must have his own considerations. In fact, at the current stage, the Shura sect shouldn't provoke a strong enemy. If they killed Ling Tianyu, they would incur the wrath of the Burning Heart sect. When that time comes, the Burning Heart sect would be mobilized. This wouldn't be a good thing for the Shura sect. Chen Zong was fearless, but he wasn't willing to do so. After all, the real enemy was the ancient Shura king's close friend, the Rakshasa king. Back then, the Rakshasa king was already very strong. Now that several thousand years had passed, it was hard to say how strong he was. Unfortunately, Chenzong didn't manage to find out any detailed information about the Rakshasa king in the Heavenly Response Pavilion. He only knew that the Rakshasa king had appeared several hundred years ago and possessed a 7-star battle strength. Now, he had disappeared for several hundred years. It was unknown whether he had left the greater Luo city or was in seclusion. In short, he was no longer as unscrupulous as when he was alone with his sword. He had to consider the Shura sect's tolerance. Therefore, Chenzong didn't directly kill Ling Tianyu with his sword. Instead, he injured Ling Tianyu, leaving behind a pure fiendish aura that was enough to make Ling Tianyu suffer. It wasn't an easy task to expel the fiendish aura. Even the majority of the Burning Heart sect's 9th Heaven Saint Realm experts couldn't do it. If he couldn't expel the fiendish aura, then Ling Tianyu would be constantly tortured by the pure fiendish aura. He wouldn't be any better than the Shura sect's great elder. Sometimes, it was easier to kill the other party directly. This kind of torture was even more devastating. He could torture Ling Tianyu without angering the Burning Heart sect. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? I'm Yang Ming, a disciple of the Great Luo sect. I'm here to pay a visit to the second elder under the orders of my master. This time, Yang Ming's expression was much more serious. The Daluo sect, like the Burning Heart clan, was one of the top forces in Grand Luo City. They were powerful and had a deep foundation, far surpassing the Shura sect. Of course, there was only one word difference between the two. There was no relation between their auras. From the standpoint of the Shura sect, Chenzong still had to give some face to the Daluo sect. Yang Ming only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. Shortly after, a figure appeared in front of him. The speed and suddenness of the figure shocked him. If the other party wanted to deal with him, he probably wouldn't have been able to react in time. While his heart trembled, Yang Ming quickly sized up the other party. Soon after, he was even more shocked. So young, from the looks of it, the other party was even younger than him. His strength was actually on par with Ling Tianyu's. The other party seemed to be younger than him, but he was able to defeat Ling Tianyu and force him to retreat. This also proved that the other party's strength was probably above his. Yang Ming was cautious by nature. He had no choice but to treat this with caution. A warm smile appeared on his face. Yang Ming immediately cupped his hands and said in a serious tone, "Greetings to the second elder." The second elder is amazing. Yang Ming is full of admiration. Why did your master ask you to look for me? Chenzong didn't have the slightest intention of being courteous. Although Chenzong wasn't as old as the other party, his experience far surpassed the other party. Therefore, Chenzong could tell that this person wasn't what he looked like on the surface. He was a shrewd person. Chenzong didn't like to be associated with people like this. Moreover, the two of them weren't familiar with each other. This was the first time they met, so there was no need to talk about other things. Yang Ming was slightly startled. His words were so shrewd. Every word he said was reserved and contained multiple meanings. It made people guess and then jump into the pit he dug. The rhythm was under his control. However, Chenzong's reply didn't seem to follow the script. It was like a sword stabbing straight at him, sharp and direct. Yang Ming calmed himself down and reacted quickly. My master is the second elder of the Daluo sect. When he heard that a genius from the Shura sect had returned, he specially instructed me to pay him a visit and invite him to our Daluo sect as a guest. Our Daluo sect likes geniuses like the second elder the most. I'll go when I'm free. Chenzong's response was as direct and sharp as ever. Yang Ming opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Immediately, Yang Ming spoke again. Second elder must have heard of a saying, shallow water can't raise a true dragon. Second elder is so young, but you have such cultivation and strength. Your talent is outstanding. If you can enter the sea, you can travel in all directions like a true dragon. He didn't say it directly, but Chenzong could tell that he was implying that the Shura sect was just a shallow water that couldn't support him. The other meaning was that the Daluo gate was like the ocean, and Chenzong should leave the Azura gate and join the Daluo gate. That was the right thing to do. If you can't raise a real dragon in shallow water, then turn it into a deep sea, Chenzong replied unhurriedly. Yang Ming felt that he couldn't continue the conversation. Every time the other party answered, it was out of his control. I admire second elder's ambition. Yang Ming could only smile. Whether it was the other party's age, strength, or the way he spoke, they were all beyond his expectations. If he continued the conversation, it would only be disadvantageous to him and put him at a disadvantage. Since second elder has such ambition, Yang Ming will return and report to master. Yang Ming said, however, my master is sincere in inviting second elder to the Daluo Gate as a guest. I hope second elder can arrange a time. Without waiting for Chen Zong's reply, Yang Ming immediately used his movement skill and turned into a streak of light, quickly disappearing into the distance. Chen Zong also retracted his gaze and looked at third elder. Third elder, how's your injury? It's not a big deal. Third elder smiled. He was very happy. Second elder was indeed powerful. He was the Shurasek's lucky star and hope. Chen Zong took out a bottle of healing pills and handed it to third elder. Nowadays, the Azura's Gate was not only in a state of decline, it was also lacking in resources. As for Chen Zong, he had killed many powerful enemies and obtained many fortuitous encounters. Therefore, he had a lot of medicinal pellets in his storage ring, and all of them were of good quality. Chen Zong didn't care for those of poor quality. Many thanks, many thanks. Third elder was overjoyed. Third elder, go treat your injuries and change your cultivation method while you're at it. Chen Zong thought for a moment and said, during this time, I'll guard the Shura sect. Okay. Third elder thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. His strength was really too weak, he needed to improve himself. He believed that as long as he could successfully change his cultivation method, his strength would become even stronger. This would only be beneficial to the sect. With second elder's strength, Shura sect would be safe with him guarding the sect. I'll try to come out before the Daluo assembly begins. Third elder said and immediately went into seclusion with the healing pills Chen Zong gave him and the 3 heavenly fiend pellets condensed from evil energy. Then, Chen Zong went to find the sect master and asked him to change his cultivation method. In this way, Chen Zong was the only master left in the Shura sect. But, it was enough. Even if a half-step great saint master attacked, as long as their battle prowess didn't exceed 3 stars, he could resist. However, the Azura sect would not provoke a half-step great sage expert to make a move. Then, as long as it wasn't a half-step great saint master, no matter how many saint realm masters came, Chen Zong wouldn't be afraid. With a sword in hand, he could guard the Shura sect and ensure its stability. Even more so, the sect wouldn't be destroyed. The sect master and the 2 elders went into seclusion to change their cultivation method. Chen Zong had to guard the Shura sect, so he naturally couldn't go into seclusion. But, he could divide part of his attention to comprehend the mysteries of the worldly stone inscriptions. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer saint realm. If he broke through, he would be a half-step great saint. However, Chen Zong didn't want to break through so quickly. At the very least, he had to wait until he defeated a 9th layer bewildering light realm master. Otherwise, if he broke through, the other party would definitely break through as well. At that time, they would be even stronger and harder to deal with. If he didn't have enough good resources, it would be very difficult to improve his body refining cultivation through hard work alone. So, what he needed to improve now was the origin sword technique, Dao insight, and sword skills. Other than that, he needed to comprehend the mysteries of the 9th layer bewildering light realm master. While Chen Zong was meditating, he gathered all the disciples of the Azura Gate. Why did he gather the disciples? Naturally, it was to improve their strength. The Burning Fiend Azura technique couldn't be taught for the time being. At least, this was the Shura sect's sect guarding technique. It couldn't be taught easily, otherwise, it would be easily leaked. However, other than the cultivation technique, teaching the other party martial arts was also a kind of improvement. Among the nearly 30 Shura sect disciples, the one with the highest cultivation was a first-layer Saint Realm master named Xianxia. He was over 100 years old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, he couldn't be considered a genius. However, he was still considered a marquis-grade genius. Xianxia practiced his sword skills, so Chen Zong let him display his sword skills. Xianxuan's sword skills were normal and there was nothing special about them. However, there was one advantage, which was that it was solid. Perhaps it had something to do with the other party's character. His solid sword skills allowed him to cultivate the saint-grade mid-grade sword skills to be very stable and close to mastery. Listen carefully. Qianzong suddenly opened his mouth and began to give advice. Xianxuan's temperament was gentle, loyal, and calm. He couldn't help but feel excited. Under the guidance, Xianxuan felt that he had found an opportunity to break through. He immediately displayed his sword skills. The power of his sword skills became more and more shocking. He had already reached mastery. As an elder with the intention of revitalizing the Shura sect, Qianzong naturally wouldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. He only cared about Xianxuan. The nearly 30 disciples were all deeply taught by Qianzong. Every one of them benefited. Whether it was the improvement of their cultivation or the breakthrough of their martial arts, their strength had increased by a lot. Naturally, the disciples were very grateful for this. As for the 3 deacons, Qianzong also called them over. The deacon's authority was not enough to cultivate the burning fiend de jure technique. Therefore, Qianzong still taught them martial arts and so on, allowing them to improve more or less. In the Burning Heart sect, the 3rd elder was doing his best to expel the extremely pure burning fiend sword qi from Ling Tianyu's body. However, the burning fiend sword qi was too pure and incomparably tenacious. It actually caused the 3rd elder, who had a cultivation of the late 9th layer saint realm, to be unable to do anything about it. Spurt. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Ling Tianyu's mouth. His face became even paler. The 3rd elder had no choice but to withdraw his cultivation. His face was gloomy. Hold on. I'll go ask the Grand Elder and 2nd Elder for help, the 3rd elder said in a deep voice. The 2nd elder's cultivation was at the peak 9th layer saint realm. The Grand Elder was even stronger, at the peak 9th layer saint realm. With the 3 of them working together, they should be able to defeat the extremely tenacious sword qi in Ling Tianyu's body. After Yang Ming returned to the Daluo sect, he immediately reported what happened to his master, the 2nd elder. Yang Ming, in your opinion, what do you think of the Shura sect's newly promoted 2nd elder? The Daluo sect's 2nd elder pondered. He understood his disciples' temperament and thoughts. Therefore, he trusted his disciples' judgment. Yang Ming did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered. After he left, he kept thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the person was unfathomable. Unfathomable. Yang Ming slowly opened his mouth. His tone was solemn. If he's an enemy, I must use all my strength to kill him completely. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. The last 4 words caused the expression of the 2nd elder of the Daluo sect to change greatly. Let's wait and see. The 2nd elder finally said. In the end, the Daluo sect did not do anything bad to the Shura sect. They were not worried about becoming enemies with the other party. On the other hand, the Daluo sect had many experts and a deep foundation. They had nothing to fear. They just did not want to provoke unnecessary trouble. Not to mention, mobilizing all the experts in the sect to kill someone for no reason was not the Daluo sect's style. On the other hand, there were many forces that had been targeting the Shura sect. Now, the Shura sect seemed to have some hope of rising. Even if it was not strong, it would still trigger some people's nerves. It was not peaceful. The only question was whether the Shura sect could last until the Daluo convention. Within the boundaries of the Daluo city, there seemed to be some undercurrents because of the Shura sect's newly promoted 2nd elder. Mount Tailuo was a rolling mountain range with more than 10 peaks. Almost every peak had a sect standing on it, and the number of sects in the city was not small either. Adding them all up, there were more than 100 sects of varying sizes. Among these 100 sects, the Shura sect could only be considered to be at the bottom. Not only were the number of experts inferior to the other sects, even the standard of their disciples were not as good. Of course, when compared to those unranked sects, the Shura sect was much better. At least in terms of the strength of their experts, the Shura sect had no advantage in terms of the standard of their disciples. Because of Qianzong, the Shura sect, which was originally on the verge of disintegration, seemed to have regained its vitality, as if a new spring had arrived. This vitality gathered in every elder, every deacon, and every disciple, slowly growing stronger. It was like a spark that, with the passage of time, would turn into a prairie fire, releasing endless light and heat. Qianzong comprehended while guiding the Shura sect disciples in their cultivation. These 29 disciples, even when the Shura sect was in decline, did not leave. They advanced and retreated with the Shura sect. This kind of loyalty was worth nurturing, even if their talent was average. Being average had its advantages. Especially after experiencing the Shura sect's misfortune, each and every one of them became more tenacious and stable. This was only beneficial to their cultivation. Coupled with Qianzong's sincere guidance, everyone's progress was not bad. Qianzong was like a master teacher. The huge gap between their realms, incomparable comprehension, and extremely sharp eyes allowed Qianzong to see through the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents in an instant. He then guided them to strengthen their strengths and make up for their weaknesses, thus increasing their strength. Every day, the disciples felt that they were improving, and the fire of hope in their hearts grew stronger. Although the Shura sect still looked as dilapidated as before, the atmosphere was completely different. There was no longer a trace of decadence, only a thriving vitality, like the rising sun. Time passed slowly. The sect leader and the 2 elders were still in seclusion. It was not easy to change one's cultivation method. Although they had a solid foundation and shared the characteristics of the same cultivation method, as well as the help of the Xianxia elixir given by Qianzong, they could not change their cultivation method in a short time. However, Qianzong estimated that he should be able to do so before the start of the taro gathering. After all, there was still about half a year before the taro gathering. This Shura sect seems a little different from before. High up in the sky, 3 figures were flying over at an astonishing speed. Even from afar, they could feel the changes in the Shura sect. In the past, there seemed to be a layer of decadent aura shrouding them, like the dusk of the setting sun. It made people feel dejected, without any will to fight, and lifeless, like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. But now, in the distance, the mountain was still the same mountain, and the palace was still the same palace, but the aura of the past was swept away, becoming lively and full of vitality. Looks like this so-called newly promoted second elder is quite capable. It's good that he's capable. Only then is he worthy of being roped in. That's right, as long as we can rope him in, the Shura sect will definitely decline again. 6th elder, you used to be an elder of the Shura sect. Don't you feel bad for doing this? There was a hint of mockery in the voice. This old man has long left the Shura sect, and has nothing to do with it. Now, this old man is the Iron Martial Gate's 6th elder. The former 3rd elder of the Shura sect, now the 6th elder of the Iron Bone Gate, said in a neutral tone. In the midst of the discussion, 3 divine voices carrying a tyrannical aura descended on the Shura sect's mountain peak, landing in front of the palace. However, they did not land on the ground. Instead, they hovered in midair, looking down from above. At this moment, a group of Shura sect disciples and 3 deacons were gathered in the open space in front of the palace, cultivating, and receiving guidance from Qianzong. The arrival of these 3 figures surprised the deacons and disciples of the Shura sect, but Qianzong's expression did not change. He had already sensed their auras before. What surprised Qianzong was that one of the 3 figures exuded an aura fluctuation. It was the aura of the Shura sect's great fiendish azure art. In a split second, Qianzong vaguely guessed the identity of this person. Who are you? Qianzong asked. I am the Iron Martial Gate's 4th elder. A black-robed old man said with his hands behind his back. I am the Iron Martial Gate's 5th elder. A similarly black-robed old man with a thinner frame spoke with an air of superiority. I am the Iron Martial Gate's 6th elder. The last person was a black-robed old man with an indifferent expression. Iron Martial Gate's 6th elder, why do you know my Shura sect's great fiendish azure art? Qianzong asked even though he already knew the answer. The group of disciples and 3 deacons did not speak. On the contrary, after hearing Qianzong's words, a sense of anticipation rose in their hearts. What they were anticipating, they themselves could not tell. What kind of cultivation technique this old man cultivates is none of your business. The Iron Martial Gate's 6th elder was slightly taken aback by Qianzong's words, but his tone was indifferent. The great fiendish azure art is my Shura sect's cultivation technique. Only Shura sect members can cultivate it. Qianzong stared at the 6th elder, enunciating each word clearly. If you abolish your cultivation technique now, I can make the decision to let bygones be bygones. You must be the new Xianxia's second elder. You are indeed young and extraordinary. The Iron Marshal Gate's fifth elder suddenly interjected, however, there is no longer any hope for this Shura sect. With your talent and ability, you should find a better place to go. Water flows downwards, but people should walk upwards. This is the true choice of an outstanding person. The Iron Marshal Gate's fourth elder laughed. My Iron Marshal Gate's sixth elder is such an outstanding person. I believe that you are also an outstanding person. If an outstanding person is such a traitor, this Chen cannot bear the responsibility. Chen Zong said unhurriedly, his tone somewhat distant. The word traitor caused the Shura sect's disciples to tremble. The Iron Marshal Gate's sixth elder, who was originally the Shura sect's third elder, had a drastic change in his expression. His eyes emitted an intense cold light. All these years, he hated hearing these two words the most. Whether or not it was related to him, as long as someone said these two words, it would trigger his anger. Now that someone had mentioned these two words in front of him, an indescribable anger mixed with an extremely strong killing intent immediately erupted from the depths of his heart. It rushed in all directions like a storm of destruction as it swept past. This tyrannical and direct killing intent rushed towards Qinzong without any concealment. Although there were some rumors about how powerful the new Shura sect's second elder was, seeing with one's own eyes was the truth. Only by witnessing with one's own eyes could one be certain. Especially since he was once an elder of the Shura sect, but he betrayed them. His heart was unwilling to accept it. Sixth elder, don't be rash. The Iron Marshal Gate's fourth elder smiled. His purpose in coming here was to recruit the new second elder of the Shura sect. First, it could strengthen the Shura sect. Second, it could weaken the Shura sect. The Shura sect only has one way to deal with traitors. Chen Zong's voice was filled with a trace of coldness and fierceness, as if it had blended into the air. Instantly, the three Iron Marshal Gate's elders couldn't help but tremble, as if they felt a terrifying chill sweep over them, spreading through their skin and chilling their entire body. What method? There was no need for words, everyone present understood. The Iron Marshal Gate's sixth elder's expression changed drastically, and his killing intent soared, becoming even more terrifying. Then, he threw out a punch. The power of the great Shura fiendish art poured into this punch, and an incomparably terrifying murderous aura filled the air. The former Shura sect's third elder's cultivation had reached the mid-seventh heaven saint realm, and he had mastered a high-grade murderous aura Dao meaning, reaching the sixth revolution. This punch was a high-grade saint-grade martial art, the Shura fiendish condensing fist, and its power was overwhelming. He punched out without any intention of holding back, intending to kill Qinzong directly. The Iron Marshal Gate's fourth elder and fifth elder didn't stop him. Although their purpose was to recruit him, they naturally wouldn't be the bad guys and offend the sixth elder since he didn't know what was good for him and angered them. After all, the sixth elder's strength wasn't inferior to theirs. In fact, they were on par with him. Faced with this punch, the disciples' expressions changed drastically. They could only feel the terrifying pressure, as if it wanted to suppress them, and the terrifying aura contained within it seemed to want to tear them apart. However, Qinzong's expression didn't change at all, as if he couldn't react in time to this punch. When the punch arrived in front of him, a pitch-black sword light suddenly flashed, and the deep night sword was unsheathed. One sword, a pitch-black sword light directly pierced through the power of Azura's condensing fists, like a hot knife through butter, like a dark meteor piercing through the air. It instantly pierced through the Iron Marshal Gate's sixth elder's sea of qi, completely piercing through his holy whirlpool. Like a punctured balloon, his strength quickly leaked out. In a split second, a second pitch-black sword light suddenly flashed, and the sword was already back in its sheath. The Iron Marshal Gate's sixth elder stood in midair in a daze. A blood-red dot suddenly appeared between his eyebrows, and his body immediately fell down. With a bang, dust flew everywhere. The Iron Marshal Gate's sixth elder fell to the ground, motionless and without any breath. Dead. Two sword lights, it was only two swords, two extremely fast swords that were like meteors and lightning. One sword light, and the opponent's cultivation was abolished. One sword light, and the opponent's forehead was pierced through. Cold, the Iron Marshal Gate's fourth elder and fifth elder felt chills all over their bodies. The coldness made them rush out from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but tremble, and their teeth also couldn't help but chatter. Both of them were horrified. Originally, they thought that the opponent was not bad, but that was all. They didn't expect that the 7th Heaven Saint Realm's 6th Elder would be killed with just 2 sword lights. No, if the opponent wanted to kill the 6th Elder, perhaps he only needed 1 sword light. 1 sword light was enough. The reason why he needed 2 sword lights was because the first sword light was to abolish the opponent's cultivation, and the second sword light was to kill him. As for why he did this, the Iron Martial Gate's 4th Elder and 5th Elder faintly guessed, but they weren't so sure. Spread the news, tell everyone who betrayed the Azura's Gate to know. Chen Zong's eyes were gloomy, as if he wanted to send the Iron Martial Gate's 4th Elder and 5th Elder into the depths of hell. His voice carried a trace of coldness into their ears. Within 10 days, come to the Azura's Gate and beg for forgiveness. Cripple your cultivation, and you can live. Those who take in the traitors, each hand over 1,000 primary heaven pills as compensation. Don't wait for me to come personally. From the ancient Shura sect to the Shura sect, it had been thousands of years. Many things, big and small, had happened, and each of them caused the ancient Shura sect to decline and eventually become the Shura sect. The biggest incident was probably the disappearance of the ancient Azura king and the suppression of the Rakshasa king. In just a short 100 years, the ancient Azura sect had fallen from being a top force to a superior force, and very quickly, to a mid-tier force. At that time, they could no longer maintain the honor of the ancient Shura sect and could only change their name to the Shura sect. Due to the situation and pressure, they could only move from the Shura peak to a lower peak. Later, because of another incident, the Shura sect suffered heavy casualties and its strength fell again to a lower peak, so they could only move here again. Chen Zong had no way to track down the events that happened too long ago, nor did he intend to. There were simply too many things to count, and he didn't know how much time and effort it would take. However, since the Shura sect moved to the lowest and most remote peak, they had been suppressed again and again. It was time to settle the score. Originally, the Shura sect had 5 elders and 1 patriarch. Now, only the patriarch and 2 elders were left. Chen Zong was not included. In other words, 3 elders were not in the Shura sect. Among them, the 2nd elder was killed by other masters. This grievance would be settled in the future. As for the 3rd and 4th elders, they saw that the Shura sect was in decline and were tempted by other sections. In the end, they betrayed the Shura sect and joined other sects, taking with them some disciples with good aptitude. Under the elders were the deacons. Originally, there were more than a dozen deacons in the Shura sect, but now there were only 3 left. In addition to the few who died in battle, 8 of them betrayed the sect. As for the disciples, after the decline of the Shura sect, there were still hundreds of disciples. Among them, there were more than a dozen Saint Realm disciples, not just 1. In addition, there were many half-saint and transcendent realm disciples. Some of these disciples felt hopeless and left the sect one after another, disappearing without a trace. Some of the more talented ones joined other sects, while others still had hope in their hearts. They ventured out to explore the world, looking for an opportunity to break through and become stronger so that they could revive the Azura's Gate. However, it was as if they had vanished into thin air. There was no news of them for several years. A total of 2 elders, 8 deacons, 9 Saint Realm disciples, and over 100 half-saint and transcendent realm disciples had betrayed Azura's sect and joined other sects. These people had betrayed the Azura Gate, but they were still using the Azura Gate's techniques. After all, the great fiendish Azura art was a saint-class high-grade cultivation technique. Even if he joined other sects, he would at most obtain a saint-class high-grade cultivation technique. There was no need for him to change his cultivation. Now, the original Azura's Gate 3rd elder was killed by Chen Zong with a single slash. Chen Zong even borrowed the Iron Martial Gate's 4th and 5th elders to spread the word. If the traitor came knocking on his door and had his cultivation technique crippled, he would be allowed to live. Sects and forces that took in traitors would have to compensate the Azura's Gate with 1,000 heaven primary pills. For the current Azura's Gate, 1,000 heaven primary pills was not a small amount. At least, the Azura's Gate could not afford it now unless they sold everything they had. If they could get a few thousand more heaven primary pills, the Azura's Gate's wealth would increase by a lot. Of course, a few thousand heaven primary pills were obviously not enough to revive the Azura's Gate, but it was a good start. Moreover, all of this was just Qianzong's initial action. He would carry it out step by step, constantly raising the Azura's Gate spirit, and truly reviving it. The strength of a sect or a force was not something that could be achieved by one person. Even if it was a great sage realm master, he could certainly support a sect or a force. However, if he left and there was no news for a long time, the sect would also be coveted if it was not strong enough. It would decline and even be destroyed. Therefore, the true masters of a sect or force not only needed a strong master to oversee it, but also a sufficient number of masters and a strong belief. If Qianzong wanted to revive the Azura's Gate, he had to start from all aspects. Only then would he be able to leave without any worries. Letting the sect master and the two elders repair the burning evil Azura technique and giving guidance to the deacons and disciples was the first step to reviving the Azura's Gate. As for the second step, Qianzong had not planned it out completely and was still waiting. However, since the traitor third elder came knocking on his door, he would start from there. In a short time, all the forces in the greater Luo city received the news and were in an uproar. How arrogant! This is going to be big. The Azura's Gate is already full of holes. Now that they have done something like this, they are really courting death. This newly promoted second elder is indeed not weak and has outstanding talent. However, he is still too young. Is he planning to fight against so many forces with his own strength? He is too arrogant. For a moment, no one thought highly of him. Instead, they mocked and ridiculed him. As for the forces that took in the elders, deacons, and disciples of the Azura's Gate, they were all disdainful. Even among the low-grade forces, there were many masters overseeing them. There were at least 6 or 7 Saint Rudiment realm masters. When they joined forces, their strength was not weak at all. If the other party really dared to come knocking on their door, they would let the other party know how powerful they were. After all, if they really handed the people over and had to pay 1,000 primary heaven pills, it was undoubtedly a humiliating matter. Every force attached great importance to their reputation. This kind of reputation did not refer to good or bad, but prestige. There were good and bad, what was defined was a kind of affiliation. The strength of one's prestige was related to the development and inheritance of a sect. If one's prestige was strong, they would naturally be able to recruit more disciples and better disciples. Only then could they continue to pass on their legacy and become stronger. On the other hand, there would be a shortage of new disciples, just like the current Azura's Gate. The Azura's Gate's prestige was low. Who would be willing to join such a declining sect? There was no future to speak of. Therefore, reputation was very important, and so was prestige. These forces paid no attention to Qianzong's words. On the contrary, if Qianzong did not personally pay the Azura's Gate a visit 10 days later, it would be a heavy blow to the Azura's Gate's prestige. If they did pay the Azura's Gate a visit, even if they were at the peak of the 9th heaven Saint Rudiment realm, it would be difficult for them to gain any benefits. After all, 10 days were enough for each sect to make a lot of preparations. 10 days was actually a very short time. Everyone and every sect was waiting and watching. In these 10 days, would someone send the people who left the Azura's Gate back and pay them 1,000 primary heaven pills? If not, what would the newly promoted second elder of the Azura's Gate do in 10 days' time? Would he pretend that he did not say those words? Or would he really bring the sword to the Azura's Gate? There were even forces in Tai Luo City that started to place bets on this matter. Many people had placed bets on it. I think, 10 days later, they will probably pretend that they did not say anything. After all, losing face is better than losing their lives. Someone said. Not necessarily. Sometimes, some people think that they are talented and can't see the situation clearly. Someone else said. No matter what kind of opinions there were, time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Qianzong did not waste any time. He continued to comprehend and guide the Azura's Gate disciples in their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. However, there was still no one who came forward to cripple their cultivation and pay 1,000 primary heaven pills. The news that was released that day might have been seen as a joke. Qianzong was not depressed. There were always some people who thought that they were lucky. If they came to the Azura's gate to cripple their cultivation, they would only cripple their cultivation. Although their strength would decrease significantly, as long as they cultivated other cultivation techniques, they would recover in a few months or even years. This was the price of betrayal for coming forward on their own accord. However, if Qinzong personally went to the Azura's gate, the consequences would be different. It would not be as simple as crippling one's cultivation. All of you cultivate well. I will be back soon. After instructing his disciples, Qinzong turned into a streak of light and flew away. Perhaps during the time he was away, someone would come to cause trouble and cause damage. However, Qinzong could not stay here forever. If the Azura's gate wanted to rise again, he alone would not be enough. Others would have to bear the burden as well. The closest mountain to the Azura's gate was the neighboring mountain peak. The distance between them was about 100 li. With Qinzong's maximum speed, it would not take long for him to arrive. Even if he returned to the Azura's gate, it would only take a short time. This sect was called the Great Wood Stronghold. Just like the Azura's gate, they were both low-grade forces. Of course, their overall strength was much higher than the Azura's gate. It could be said that the Azura's gate ranked at the bottom among all the low-grade forces. In terms of the strength of their disciples, they were even weaker than some unrated forces. Qinzong did not follow the normal procedure. Instead, he flew directly to the front of the Great Wood Stronghold, exuding a tyrannical aura. This was the aura of the burning evil Azura art, pure and tyrannical to the extreme. It immediately alerted the people of the Great Wood Stronghold. Who is it? Insolent. With a stern voice, the Great Wood Stronghold's experts flew out, directly facing Qinzong. A tyrannical aura swept over, pressing down on him. Who are you? One of the Great Wood Stronghold's elders stared at Qinzong, a tyrannical aura locked onto him. Azura's Gate's second elder. Qinzong replied in a neither fast nor slow manner. Azura's Gate's second elder. The Great Wood Stronghold's elders exclaimed in shock. What business do you have with my Great Wood Stronghold? The Great Wood Stronghold elder narrowed his eyes. The Great Wood Stronghold has taken in 5 traders from the Azura's Gate. Qinzong said, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. I'm here to punish the traitors, and to demand compensation. Frankly speaking, the Great Wood Stronghold took in 5 traitors from the Azura's Gate. Naturally, they would demand compensation. Don't make a mistake. The Great Wood Stronghold's third elder's eyes narrowed, emitting a cold glint. In a split second, 6 figures appeared, the Great Wood Stronghold's Stronghold Lord and 5 Great Wood Stronghold elders. Each of them exuded a tyrannical 7th or 8th Heaven's Saint Realm aura, locking onto Qinzong. I'll only give you one chance. Qinzong acted as if he didn't feel any aura locking onto him. His face was calm and indifferent, but there was a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. This attitude instantly angered the Great Wood Stronghold's Stronghold Lord and the group of elders. Above the Great Wood Fort, one after another, powerful blasts of energy blasted out, showing no mercy. Even if they couldn't kill Qinzong, they would at least severely injure him. All of a sudden, a pitch-black sword light flashed and the surroundings seemed to have fallen into dusk, the light dimming and dimming. In the blink of an eye, this sword sliced apart the void, as if it was ripping apart cloth. The 6 tyrannical attacks were torn apart in an instant, like a hot knife through butter. In just an instant, the Fort Lord of the gigantic Wood Stronghold and the 5 elders were all forced back. The fiendish burning sword chi entered their bodies, making them feel extremely uncomfortable, as if their insides were being torn apart. They could only use all of their strength to suppress it, losing their ability to fight. The Great Wood Fort Lord and 5 elders' faces were ashen, their eyes filled with fear, looking at Qinzong as if they were looking at a ghost. One had to know, they were all 7th or 8th Heaven's Saint Realm masters, yet they couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from the other side. It was simply inconceivable. Terrifying, this Azura's Gate's second elder's strength was too terrifying, reaching the peak of the Saint Realm. Hand over the 5 traitors and compensate me with 2,000 heaven restoration pills. Qinzong spoke again, returning the sinking knight sword to its scabbard. With such a huge gap in strength, he believed the other side would make the right choice. After all, this sword strike made the other side aware of the gap between them. If they stubbornly resisted, he wouldn't show any mercy. The giant wood stronghold's master and the 5 elders' deathly pale complexions greatly changed, becoming ashen. Previously, it was 1,000 heaven restoration pills, now it was 2,000 heaven restoration pills. This compensation was not a small amount. Although the Great Wood Fort could afford it, it was still painful. But the other side's expression didn't seem to be joking, the cold light in the depths of his eyes was shocking. In the end, the Great Wood Fort surrendered. The 5 Azura's Gate disciples were summoned, their faces filled with grief and fear. These 5 people's cultivation had already broken through to the Saint Realm, belonging to the first heaven Saint Realm. Among the Great Wood Fort disciples, they were considered decent. After Qinzong swept his gaze over them, without unsheathing his sword, his left hand flicked out a sword chi. That sword chi split into 5, each aimed at the 5 traitors. In an instant, the 5 people's Saint Whirlwinds were broken. If the Saint Vortex had been destroyed, not only would his cultivation be crippled, his cultivation would be crippled as well. However, if the Saint Vortex had been destroyed, not only would his cultivation be crippled, even his cultivation would be crippled. However, Qinzong did not take their lives. They were merely disciples of the Shura sect. Although it was despicable to betray the sect and join other sects, it did not harm the Shura sect's fundamental interests. As for the previous elder, there were 2 reasons why Qinzong destroyed his cultivation before killing him. One reason was that after the other party betrayed Azura's Gate, he had betrayed some of Azura's Gate's benefits. Secondly, he had tried to kill him. Damn it. After crippling the cultivations of the 5 traitorous disciples, Qinzong took the 2,000 heaven essence pills that the enormous wood stronghold took out as compensation and left swiftly, heading towards the next sect. In a single day, Qinzong had defeated 4 low-grade forces, crippled the cultivations of more than 20 traitorous disciples, and returned to Azura's Gate with 8,000 heaven essence pills as compensation. Today, no one came looking for trouble. The 4 low-grade forces wanted to conceal the news, but they were unable to do so. After all, there were people paying special attention to the matter because of the opening ceremony. In an instant, when the news spread out, it was like an explosion, triggering waves of heated discussions. He made his move. The Shura's Gate's newly promoted second elder had really made his move. He was not joking around. It was fine if he did not make his move, but once he did, it was extremely shocking, sweeping away the 4 low-grade forces. One had to know that the 4 low-grade forces were not weak. There were at least 6 late-stage Saint Realm masters guarding each of them. When they joined forces, their strength was even more shocking. The Shura's Gate's newly promoted second elder's strength was suspected to have reached the peak of the 9th heaven Saint Realm. Young, his strength had reached the peak of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage. This was simply sensational. In the entire Tai Luo city, it was impossible to find such a person. Even the top genius of the Tian Luo sect might not be comparable to him. Of course, until now, it was still unknown how old the Shura's Gate's second elder was. He only looked young. However, for a Saint Realm cultivator, the difference in age of a few decades would not be too big. At most, it would be a difference of a few years. For a peerless genius, the difference in age of a few decades was extremely obvious. In any case, at least within the boundaries of Great Luo City, the name of the Shura's Gate's second elder, Xianxia, had spread far and wide. He was vaguely on par with the top genius of the Heavenly Luo sect. In the Heavenly Luo sect, eldest senior brother, the people of this world are really ignorant. He's just a peerless genius with a little bit of talent and some battle achievements. He thinks he's infallible and arrogant, a round-faced young man said angrily. There's nothing strange about it. There are many mortals, so there's no need for too much trouble. Whether the news is true or false, it's all for the sake of attracting attention. Moreover, who knows if it's someone who secretly spread the news to boost his reputation? An arrogant young woman's lips curled into an arrogant smile. Soon after, her eyes were filled with adoration as she looked at the long-haired young man not far away. The young man was dressed in a long black robe that was gilded with gold. Coupled with his unique aura, there was an indescribable elegance about him. His eyes were incomparably deep and shone with a faint black brilliance. It was as if he could absorb everything. Everything in the world was absorbed into his eyes. He could see the entire world with a single glance. He did not interrupt the discussion between his junior brother and junior sister. However, the aura that permeated the air expressed his emotions. In Great Luo City, there were no so-called peerless geniuses that could catch his eye. His opponents were the peerless geniuses from other lands. In one day, he had defeated 4 inferior forces, punished traitors, and collected compensation. Not only did this increase the wealth of the Shura sect, but it also boosted the Shura sect's reputation. It also greatly stimulated the morale of the Shura sect's deacons and disciples, giving them more motivation. That motivation came from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone's faces were swept clean. The decadence of the past was nowhere to be seen. What was left was a thriving and high-spirited fighting spirit. This change immediately caused Qianzong to be slightly touched. If the heart is happy, the spirit will be pleased. If the heart is hurt, the spirit will mourn. Qianzong sat quietly in the main hall. Using his divine sense, he observed the expressions of the disciples clearly. It was incomparably minute. The heart was related to the foundation. All intelligent creatures used the heart as the foundation. Ordinary cultivators only used the heart and spirit, but did not delve into it. Qianzong was different. The heart sword Dao intent was inextricably linked to the heart and spirit. However, Qianzong felt that until now, he had not dug deep enough into the potential of the heart sword Dao intent. This was also because his foundation was not strong enough. The path of cultivation was still very long. More haste, less speed. Therefore, while Qianzong maintained his determination to improve, he did not become impatient. Today, after reviving the Shura sect, Qianzong suddenly realized that this seemed to be a kind of training and application of his heart and spirit, allowing him to explore deeper mysteries. The heart, spirit, body, and sword are the 4 fundamentals of a sword cultivator. Layer upon layer of enlightenment emerged. The accumulated insights of the past gushed out continuously. The heart, spirit, body, and sword are one. The heart, the will, the body, and the sword are one. Only when the heart, the will, the body, and the sword are integrated as one can one's strength and the power of one's swordsmanship to the extreme. A deeper level of enlightenment entered his heart, surging endlessly. Vaguely, Qianzong felt that his attainments in the way of the sword seemed to be increasing. Moreover, he was about to touch upon the mysteries of another realm. As long as I can fully comprehend this, perhaps there is hope for me to grasp the other mysteries of the 9th level of the bewildering light realm. Then, I can defeat him. Qianzong thought to himself. His eyes flickered with an incomparable radiance. With this thought in mind, Qianzong temporarily put aside his guidance for the Shura's Gate disciples. After all, the guidance he had given them during this period of time was actually enough for them to digest for a few days. Behind the Shura sect main hall, facing the cliff, Qianzong appeared at the edge of the cliff. Facing the clouds, he waved his sword. The speed of the sword was slow and ordinary. The wisp of sword light swayed like duckweed in the water, drifting away with the wind as if it had no power at all. Qianzong waved his sword slowly. He did not use a trace of his martial arts, nor did he use his body refinement realm cultivation. He only used his heart as the source, condensed his will, manifesting it in his body and arms, and finally, the sword slashed out. In short, the physical strength Qianzong used was only enough to support the strength of the sword. If it were someone else with this kind of strength, it would be difficult for them to even swing their sword. In the beginning, Qianzong also felt this way. Therefore, when he waved his sword, it was crooked and the sword light was blown away by the wind. After Qianzong gained enlightenment, he continued to practice the way of the sword. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar because of this. The fact that Qianzong defeated 4 low-grade forces in a single day made everyone aware of the second elder's prowess. As a result, the other sects made even more preparations, especially the low-grade forces that poached the Azura's Gate disciples. They spared no expense in hiring experts to oversee the situation, preparing to teach Qianzong a lesson he would never forget. Unexpectedly, on the second day, there was no news from the Shura sect's second elder. On the third day, there was still no news from him. In the blink of an eye, it was the 4th day, and there was still no news from him. For a time, all kinds of rumors began to spread again. Don't dare, scared, it was likely that the Shura sect's second elder had received the news and learned that the various forces had strengthened their preparations. In the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day. On the cliff, Qianzong was unaware of the news from the outside world. He was still waving his sword. With the same strength, when the sword was unsheathed, the sword had already cut open the void. The sword light seemed weak, like a candle in the wind that would be extinguished at any time. However, it was incomparably tenacious and did not dissipate under the attack of the mountain wind. The heart, the will, the body, and the sword, these were 4 steps, but in fact, they were completed in an instant. The heart and the sword were one and the same. This was a superb state. Even many half-step great sage-level powerhouses had never comprehended it. The sword light pierced through the air and shot out from the peak of the Azure Gate mountain. Its speed was astonishing as it flew towards the next inferior force. It was so sharp that it seemed like it could tear the heavens and earth apart. On the peak of the Azure Gate mountain, a group of disciples who were practicing their martial arts looked at the departing streak of light with excitement. The second elder had made his move again. This time, they wondered which sects it would be. The Spring Thunder sect, this was another low-class force. However, it was one of the top low-class forces in Grand Luo City because there was a 9th-level Saint Rudiment stage expert in the sect. There were also many 8th and 7th-level Saint Rudiment stage experts in the sect. This time, the Spring Thunder sect had spent a huge sum of money to invite a 9th Heaven Saint Realm expert to guard the sect. All of this was to fend off the second elder of the Azure Gate. However, 4 days had passed, and it was already the 5th day. There was still no movement from the other side. It made people wonder if they had given up. In 5 days, this old man will take his leave, the 9th Heaven Saint Realm expert said. The peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage master said. He wasn't idle, so he couldn't stay here for too long. The Spring Thunder sect could only agree. There was nothing they could do. When Qianzong arrived, he didn't bother concealing his aura. The aura of the burning fiend Azura art covered the sky, causing the expressions of the Spring Thunder sect's experts to turn solemn. He's here. This aura is finally here. This time, we'll make sure he doesn't return. In an instant, the Spring Thunder sect's sect leader and all the elders moved out. A powerhouse exuding the aura of a mid-9th Heaven Rudiment Saint stage powerhouse was none other than the previous Grand Elder of the Spring Thunder sect who had been in seclusion for many years. The sect leader's cultivation base was at the late 8th Heaven Rudiment Saint stage while the current Grand Elder's cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th Heaven Rudiment Saint stage. The other elders' cultivation bases were between the 7th and 8th Heaven Saint realm. Very strong, the strength of the Spring Thunder sect's experts was very strong. As they circulated their energy, the energy around their bodies fluctuated. Faint rumbling sounds similar to that of thunder in spring resounded in all directions. Spring thunder, Qianzong looked around and saw a person standing on the other side. He was dressed in a dark red robe and the aura he emitted was extremely hot. His cultivation base was higher than the Spring Thunder sect's experts. He was at the peak 9th Heaven Saint realm. This lineup was extremely shocking. Ordinary peak 9th Heaven Saint realm experts were no match for them. From the looks of it, the Spring Thunder sect was indeed more well prepared than the other 4 low-tier factions. But, so what, no matter how prepared they were. Hand over the traitor and prepare 2,000 heavenly essence pills, Qianzong said directly, not bothering to be polite at all. Sir, aren't you being too arrogant? The Spring Thunder sect's sect master snorted angrily. If the Spring Thunder sect really did that, it would be a huge loss of face and shame to their ancestors. And the sect's experts. The previous Great Elder immediately opened his mouth and said in a serious tone. His voice faintly contained the sound of spring thunder. He had already cultivated the upper Saint Grade cultivation method of the Spring Thunder sect to the extreme. Powerful auras locked onto Qianzong's body. If that's the case, let's do it, Qianzong sighed. He seemed to be regretting the Spring Thunder sect's lack of tact. If that's the case, you'll have to leave your life here. The current head elder of the Spring Thunder sect roared furiously. His voice was like thunder as he charged forward. His momentum was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, the Spring Thunder sect's Grand Elder circulated his cultivation method. A faint green aura appeared on his face. His long robe and long hair fluttered without any wind. He struck out his palm. Rumble, the Spring Thunder sect's Grand Elder did not show any mercy. He wanted to kill Chenzong with a single strike. Although the other four inferior forces had attacked, they did not intend to kill Chenzong. They only wanted to teach him a lesson. That was why Chenzong had spared their lives. But this time it was different. At the same time, the previous Grand Elder, the sect leader, and the other elders unleashed their powerful auras to lock onto Chenzong. They were on guard against Chenzong. After all, rumor had it that he was at the peak of the ninth heaven saint realm. A cold light flashed in Chenzong's eyes as he unsheathed his sunken night sword. Heart rise, intent rise, body extension. Sword strike. Chenzong had actually used the Spring Thunder Sect's Grand Elder as a practice partner. However, this time, he did not use a little bit of his strength. Instead, he used a part of his strength. Fast, the speed of this sword was incomparably fast. It was simply indescribable. It was as if it happened in the blink of an eye. Too fast, it was completely beyond the expectations of the Spring Thunder Sect's elders. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black sword light bypassed the Spring Thunder palm force and pierced through the Spring Thunder Sect's Grand Elder's forehead. Killed with a single strike. Thief, how dare you! The previous Grand Elder was the first to react. He was instantly enraged. The sect master and the other elders were also enraged. They exploded with an extremely shocking aura. It was like waves of rolling thunder, shaking the surroundings. It caused the entire Spring Thunder Sect to tremble. The peak ninth heaven saint realm powerhouse that the Spring Thunder Sect had hired with a large sum of money made his move as well. It was normal for someone to take care of someone else's misfortune. He had no choice but to make a move. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong was faced with a group of powerhouses who had joined forces. However, Chenzong's expression did not change at all. If he wanted to, he could unleash his true strength in an instant. A single strike would be enough to kill everyone in front of him. However, Chenzong did not do so. Instead, he limited his strength to a level lower than his opponents to hone his skills. Heart and body sword, this was related to whether he could advance further. Chenzong discovered that he had reached a bottleneck when he cultivated alone. Now that he was fighting with other experts, he could feel the bottleneck loosening. As long as he broke through this bottleneck, he would be able to merge his heart, body, and sword as one and step into a higher realm. At that time, he might be able to break through to the ninth stage of the bewildering light realm. Swish, slash, the aura Chenzong released was at the early eighth heaven saint realm. However, due to the restriction of his cultivation, he had used the heavenly fire Tao intent that was at the peak of the ninth revolution stage. An intense battle broke out at the peak of the Spring Thunder Sect. It was extremely shocking and majestic. Chenzong was only at the early eighth heaven saint realm. However, he single-handedly blocked the joint attack of the Spring Thunder Sect's sect leader, four elders, a supreme elder, and a powerhouse who had been hired with a large sum of money. There was indeed a gap between their cultivation bases. But the energy of the incineration Azura technique was incomparably pure, and it made up for the gap in cultivation. Coupled with his exceedingly superb sword technique and formidable heavenly flame Tao insight, it caused the might of every single sword strike of Chenzong's to be extremely formidable. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, every strike was filled with extremely powerful energy. The energy was incomparably strong and condensed. It was as though it was going to merge with the sword. The more condensed the energy was, the more silent the strike was. The more powerful the strike would be when it hit the target. The more the Spring Thunder Sect's powerhouses and the powerhouse who had been hired with a large sum of money fought, the more shocked they became. Their opponent's cultivation base was clearly not high, but his sword technique was extremely terrifying. Every strike he made contained an extremely shocking power. This was especially true for the Spring Thunder Sect's Supreme Elder and the powerhouse at the peak of the ninth heaven saint realm who had been hired with a large sum of money. Since Chenzong had killed the Spring Thunder Sect's Grand Elder, the Spring Thunder Sect's experts naturally did not hold back when they attacked. Their killing intent was terrifying. The sound of thunder rumbled continuously, each louder than the last. Streaks of jade-green lightning that seemed to contain vitality surged endlessly. It was extremely terrifying as it wreaked havoc in all directions as though it was going to shatter everything. Some people were watching from afar. They were the Mastery Saint Realm powerhouses. How terrifying. How can the Azura sect's second elder's strength be so shocking? The expressions of these people changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. He was only at the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm, but he possessed such terrifying strength. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Realm could not do anything to him. Could it be that the rumors were true? Did he really possess the strength of a powerhouse at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Realm? An early 8th Heaven Saint Realm powerhouse with the strength of a powerhouse at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Realm was truly shocking. Even the number one genius of the Heavenly Luo sect could not achieve this. Could it be that this person's innate talent was even greater than the number one genius of the Heavenly Luo sect? It was simply unbelievable. Pressure. The group of powerhouses joining forces did bring a lot of pressure to Qianzong. However, Qianzong did not raise his cultivation base. Instead, he used the pressure to temper himself. As the battle raged on, Qianzong seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. However, it was difficult for him to do so. The pressure brought by these people was not strong enough. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue fighting. He gathered a little more energy and slashed out with his sword. Infinite sword. In an instant, thousands of sword rays flashed. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. A series of blood-curdling screams rang out. 4 elders were pierced between their eyebrows and died. Shortly after, the sect leader was also pierced between his eyebrows. Only the Supreme Elder and the powerhouse at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Realm who had been invited to help were left. Too fast. It was too fast. It was too sudden. The Supreme Elder and the powerhouse were stunned. How could this be? Just now, weren't they still suppressed by the combined efforts of them? How could there be such a sudden change? How could 5 of them die? The few people who were watching the battle from afar were also shocked. It was too sudden. The change was too fast. It was too terrifying. You deserve to die 100 times. The Supreme Elder went crazy. He unleashed a secret technique that instantly raised his cultivation base to the late 9th Heaven Saint Realm. Then, he blasted out a palm strike with all his might. A huge palm print soared across the sky. It was condensed with countless green lightning bolts. The lightning bolts were black and emitted a shocking destructive will. Boom, spring thunder palm, boom, blazing mountain burning fist, both of their attacks were extremely powerful and terrifying. Faced with these two terrifying attacks, Qianzong's expression turned solemn. However, he did not raise his cultivation base. Instead, he unleashed an even more powerful sword technique. Heaven and earth aligned. Naturally, Qianzong had used the heart sword Dao intent when he unleashed the infinite sword earlier. However, Qianzong had held back a lot of his strength and did not unleash his full strength. Even so, it was still extremely powerful. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the surroundings instantly turned dark and blurry. Only a dazzling black sword ray could be seen tearing through the void like a strand of hair. Without the slightest pause, the extremely tyrannical palm that contained terrifying lightning and the extremely astonishing fiery power of the fist were torn apart in an instant, like a hot knife through butter. At this critical moment, the peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his full strength and even activated a secret technique to increase his speed to the limit of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. He made a prompt decision to flee into the distance. Indeed, he had received a generous invitation from the Spring Thunder sect, and he had also received his reward. However, he had no obligation to live and die with the Spring Thunder sect. The enemy this time was clearly very powerful, and it was not something he could contend against. It was very frightening. As soon as he fled into the distance, he caught a glimpse of the Spring Thunder sect's Supreme Elder being torn apart by a strand of sword chi. He could not be any more dead. This outcome was within his expectations. However, he was horrified. If he did not flee, he might not be able to. The few people who were watching the battle from afar were even more horrified. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Qianzong did not chase after the person who fled. If he was not mistaken, they would meet again soon. At that time, he would deal with him. Right now, his priority was to deal with the Spring Thunder sect. Supreme Elder, Sect Leader, 5 Supreme Elders, all of them were killed. The entire Spring Thunder sect was grief-stricken. However, no one dared to go against Chenzong's will for fear of being killed. 4 people were kneeling in front of Chenzong. All of them looked crestfallen, their faces were ashen, and their eyes were full of despair. Of these 4 people, 1 was a deacon and the other 3 were disciples. They used to be deacons and disciples of the Azura Gate. Back then, they had mercilessly abandoned the Shura Gate and even betrayed some of the Shura Gate's interests before leaving. The reason why the Shura sect had declined so quickly over the years was inseparable from these traitors. When they betrayed the sect, they also damaged the Shura sect's interests. Perhaps the loss of 1 person was not a big deal, but the loss of many people added together was very shocking. If he had simply left the Azura's Gate and joined another sect, although it would still be considered a betrayal, at least Chenzong would not pursue the matter so deeply. Not only did these people betray the sect, but they also betrayed the Azura sect, either directly or indirectly, which led to the Azura sect's decline. This is a sinner. A sinner cannot be pardoned. With a flick of his finger, a sword chi split into 4 and directly pierced through the 4 people's Saint Whirlpools, crippling their cultivation and cultivation. In this life, unless they encountered a great opportunity, they would never be able to cultivate again. Even if they could cultivate again, so what? Following that, Chenzong took 2,000 primary heaven pills from the Spring Thunder sect as compensation. He did not take any more than that because the Spring Thunder sect's experts were all dead. This was his principle. The news of the battle in the Spring Thunder sect turned into a storm, sweeping across the entire Grand Luo city in an instant, shocking everyone to the extreme. At this moment, everyone finally understood the cultivation of the new Azura Gate's 2nd Elder. Early 8th Heaven Saint Realm, although he was not very old, it was indeed very shocking to have such a cultivation. However, what was more shocking was his strength. His strength was truly at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Realm, and it seemed to be extraordinary. He directly killed several experts of the Spring Thunder sect. Even the 2nd Elder of the 100 Flames sect, a mid-tier force, could not resist. In the end, he could only use a secret technique to escape. Tremor, a storm raged, however, Chenzong had already moved on to the next low-tier force. Within the territory of Grand Luo City, among the dozens of low-tier forces, there were 13 that had taken in and harmed the Azura Gate's interests. As of now, 5 of them had been dealt with. Only 8 remained. Of these 8, 3 of them were still in the Grand Luo Mountain, while the remaining 5 were located in Grand Luo City. Moreover, it was not only the low-tier forces, but also a few mid-tier forces. In fact, there was even a high-tier force. That high-tier force was called the Great Luo Sect. It could be said that the second step was not easy to take. In fact, it was extremely difficult to take. However, as matters stood, Chenzong had no choice but to continue. Once he took the first step, there was no turning back. With his tyrannical strength, Chenzong swept through the other 3 sections. These 3 sects did not end up like the Spring Thunder sect, but they were worse off than the previous 4. Like the Spring Thunder sect, after today, they would disintegrate. After all, none of these sects were benevolent people. They were like wolves, tigers, and leopards. Otherwise, the Azura sect wouldn't have fallen from being one of the top forces to the lowest of the low. After picking off the 4 low-tier forces, Chenzong brought back another 8,000 heaven restoration pills, further enriching the Azura Gate's financial resources. The news quickly spread to the Azura's Gate, further boosting the morale of the disciples. How could this be? In an instant, the 5 low-tier forces in Grand Luo City were horrified. Their strength could not be compared to the Spring Thunder sect. What should we do? Do we really have to hand over our disciples and compensate for it? Who would be willing to hand over their disciples and compensate for it? Even when Chenzong displayed his astonishing strength, no one was willing to do so. It was a form of submission, a form of humiliation, and a great loss of prestige. They had to think of a way. Inviting experts to oversee the operation was indeed feasible. However, based on the current situation, the most effective method was to invite a half-step great saint expert. However, what could a mere low-tier force use to invite a half-step great saint expert? It was not enough to tempt them. I have a suggestion. Let's take the initiative to attack. One of the leaders of the low-tier forces said in a serious tone, his eyes flickering. Take the initiative to attack? Even if we take the initiative to attack together, I'm afraid we won't be able to gain much. Even if we can, we will suffer heavy casualties. After all, according to the detailed information they received, the second elder of the Azura Gate was indeed terrifying. Perhaps the 5 of them could win if they worked together, but they would suffer heavy casualties. Of course not. We weren't the only ones involved in the incident back then. Those mid-tier forces were involved as well. Do you think the Azura's Gate's second elder won't target those mid-tier forces after we've been dealt with? You mean, I understand. Let's work together with those mid-tier forces. It's best if we can join forces with the Great Luo Gate and wipe out the Azura Gate in one fell swoop. Originally, the Azura Gate was on the decline. Therefore, the other forces did not kill them. They did not want to bear the reputation of wiping out a sect. However, the way the second elder was doing things now. He even killed the experts of the Spring Thunder sect as he pleased. This was a serious threat to them. They had no choice but to be ruthless. Otherwise, if the second elder of the Azura Gate were to reach the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint realm at such a young age, his strength would be extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the leaders of the 5 low-tier forces took action and joined forces with the other mid-tier forces. There were a total of 4 mid-tier forces that had attacked the Azura Gate. They were the Yin Crane Gate, the 100 Blaze Gate, the Xianxia sect, and the Lei family. Among them, the Yin Crane Gate, the 100 Blaze Gate, and the Lei family had taken action before. At that time, Chenzong had arrived at the Azura Gate. As he had just arrived, Chenzong did not go all out. As a result, they did not see his strength clearly. This time, they saw it clearly. The second elder of the 100 Blaze Gate, who was at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint realm, was no match for Chenzong. He could only use a secret technique to escape. Therefore, if the second elder came knocking on their door, they might have a chance to kill him. However, they could not guarantee that they would not suffer any losses. If any of the experts were to die, it would be a loss. The alliance proposed by the leaders of the 5 low-tier forces was accepted in a short period of time. Since they had accepted it, the next step would be easier to make arrangements. This was an urgent matter. No one knew if the second elder of the Azura Gate would kill his way into Tai Luo City tomorrow. Therefore, they had to take the initiative to attack the Azura Gate. This time, don't blame us for being ruthless. The Grand Elder of the 100 Blaze Gate's eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. That's right. Either we don't make a move, or we use a force strong enough to destroy him and eliminate all future troubles. The second elder of the 100 Blaze Gate growled. He had been invited by the Spring Thunder Gate with a large sum of money. In the end, he had fled in a hurry. When the news was released, there was a hint of mockery. This made him furious, and his hatred for Chenzong grew. Now, the Grand Elder will lead the team. The second elder and third elder will travel together. We must unite with the other forces and kill Xianxia. Only then can we eradicate the Azura Gate. The 100 Blaze Gate sect master ordered. The Grand Elder was a powerhouse at the limit of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. The second elder was at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, and the third elder was slightly weaker. However, his cultivation base was at the intermediate stage of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. The low-tier forces could not be compared to the mid-tier forces. Not only were the mid-tier forces superior to the low-tier forces in terms of the level of their experts, but they also had more experts than the low-tier forces. For example, the 100 Blaze Gate had more than a dozen Mastery Saint Rudiment stage experts. It was more than 10 times stronger than the low-tier forces. This time, 4 mid-tier forces would join forces with 5 low-tier forces. Perhaps, the Great Luo sect would also send their experts. At that time, the number of experts joining forces would be shocking. Their strength would also be terrifying. Similar to the 100 Blaze Gate, Yin Crane sect, Tianxiang sect, and Lei clan had also sent their top 3 elders. Each of them was extremely powerful. All of them were 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. In total, there were 12 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. In the wee hours of the morning, the sky began to brighten, and a faint trace of white appeared on the eastern horizon. On the cliff behind the Azura Gate peak, Qianzong was still swinging his sword. Although he had reached a bottleneck, it did not mean that he had given up. Opportunities were not obtained by waiting, but by finding them. Once the sun rose, Qianzong would set out again, heading to Tai Luo City to pick off 5 inferior forces. In the distance, several figures flew in from all directions, with the same goal in mind, Azura Gate. Every figure exuded a frightening aura, terrifying, shocking, and tyrannical to the extreme. Their aura was not concealed in the slightest, like a roaring storm, shaking the heavens and earth. The mountain wind whistled, whistling, and the frightening aura spread rapidly. On the edge of the cliff, Qianzong, who was swinging his sword, paused for a moment, then sheathed his sword. He had already sensed several tyrannical auras approaching. There were many of them, and each aura carried a murderous intent. They came with ill intentions. The corners of Qianzong's mouth curled into a faint smile, then he turned and left. Soon, the figures exuding tyrannical auras and murderous intent arrived outside the Azura Gate main hall, hovering in the air, surrounding the Azura Gate in a circular formation. Their auras wantonly filled the air, and their divine senses swept out in all directions, causing the Azura Gate disciples to tense up, their hairs to stand on end, and a chill to their bones, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. This was caused by the huge difference in cultivation, realm, and strength. Instantly, it seemed as if a gust of cool breeze had blown by, and it soundlessly reduced the pressure all the disciples endured to the limit in an instant, and it just happened to be within a range that they could endure. This change was so silent that no one noticed it. Even the disciples themselves only felt that it was strange, but did not think too much about it. There was no time for them to think too much, as they had to circulate their cultivation techniques and concentrate their will to resist the pressure. Resisting the pressure at the limit was just right, and it was a kind of training. As for the experts who came with murderous intent, they did not notice this change. Their target was Qianzong, and the Azura Gate disciples. They could easily kill them. In a flash, Qianzong appeared in front of everyone. With a glance, Qianzong roughly knew who the visitor was by sensing his aura. Of the 5 inferior forces in Grand Luo City, there were 9th and 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. In addition, there were 2 from Xianxia sect, and 3 from 100 Blaze sect, Astronomical Phenomenon sect, and Lay family. There were a total of 16 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the ancient martial sect. On the other hand, there were 15 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage experts. This kind of combat strength was terrifying. If Qianzong's strength was really only at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, he definitely wouldn't have survived. Their own family members knew about their own affairs, but others didn't. In the face of so many experts, Qianzong didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he was at ease. "What brings you all here?" Qianzong asked unhurriedly. "You're the second elder of Azura sect. You've gone against the law and acted like a demon. You brought about terrible consequences to Grand Luo City. Your crimes are unforgivable." The 100 Blaze sect's great elder immediately reprimanded Qianzong, saying that he was an unforgivable criminal of the demonic Tao, standing on the moral high ground. "Now, if you cripple your own cultivation, I can make the decision to spare your life and the Azura sect. Otherwise, I won't spare your life." The great elder of the Lay family seemed to be surrounded by countless purple electric arcs. His voice was filled with an astonishing will, like the rolling thunder of the heavens. Would Qianzong cripple his own cultivation? Of course not. Even if he couldn't defeat them, what would be the result of crippling his own cultivation? He would be at the mercy of others. With his cultivation, the other party might be a little cautious and afraid of losses. However, without his cultivation, he would be like a tiger that had lost its claws and teeth. He would be at the mercy of the other party. Whether he would be killed or imprisoned, it would be entirely up to the other party. Cripple your own cultivation. Even if it's not for yourself, you have to think of the people of Azura sect. The great elder of Xianxia sect said slowly. His voice was soft and gentle, and his tone was sincere and sincere. It was as if he was thinking from Qianzong's perspective. The others didn't say anything. They either looked indifferent or had a mocking smile on their faces. What would Qianzong choose? Would he cripple his own cultivation, or would he resist and be killed? They were very confident. After all, although it wasn't the full strength of each force, it was still a very powerful force. Even a superior force would have to be cautious when facing such a force. In the absence of a half-step Great Saint expert, whether it was the Great Luo sect or the Burning Heart clan, they wouldn't want to be enemies with such an alliance of experts. Because once the war started, even if they won in the end, they would suffer heavy losses. Now, so many experts had joined forces just to deal with an elder of the lowest-ranked sect. If word got out, who knew how many people would be shocked? It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. However, this person was young and had extraordinary talent. Moreover, he had a grudge with them. If they didn't get rid of him as soon as possible, he would become a big problem. In the distance, there were many people watching the battle. They were the spectators. Looks like there's no need for us to act. This kid won't be able to escape. In the void, an old man with a wine gourd in his hand took a big gulp of wine and wiped the wine off his beard. He was one of the experts of the Great Luo sect. This time, the other forces naturally wanted to join forces with the experts of the Great Luo sect. However, as a superior force, the Great Luo sect was extremely proud and rejected them directly. They didn't think that a mere second elder of the Azura sect would dare to attack the Great Luo sect. That was purely suicidal. Standing on a high ground and looking down on the other side, they saw the other side as ants. Although they didn't make a move, the Great Luo sect still sent people over to check out the situation. Old drunkard, aren't you afraid that this kid will kill his way out of the encirclement and hide for a few decades to raise his cultivation base to the peak before coming back for revenge? Not far away, an old man in a dark red robe with dark red eyebrows spoke in an indescribably cold voice. There seemed to be traces of fire energy lingering around him. The fire energy seemed to stir up the heat in one's heart, causing one to become restless. Old Red Ghost, do you think this kid has any hope of killing his way out of the encirclement? The Great Luo sect's old drunkard smiled nonchalantly. Even if he was the one who fell into such a formation, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape unless he damaged his foundation and used a secret technique. Even then, he wasn't 100% confident. Old Red Ghost snorted coldly and said no more. He was the Burning Heart sect's Grand Elder while the old drunkard was the Great Luo sect's Grand Elder. Both of them were peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Of course, their peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were not ordinary peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. They had cultivated their sect's supreme saint grade cultivation method to perfection. Their strength was not something a mid-tier force's peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could compare to. In a one-on-one situation, they could easily kill their opponent. However, in a one-on-many situation, it was hard to say. For example, there were as many as 4 peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, 4 peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, and some mastery and intermediate Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. If they joined forces, whether it was Old Red Ghost or the old drunkard, it would be difficult for them to gain any advantage. A mere young man with a cultivation base at the early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Although he was talented and had the strength of a peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, he was probably an ordinary peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Even the number 1 prodigy of Great Luo City and the number 1 prodigy of Heavenly Luo sect could not fight with such strength. How could the Azura sect have such a person? Talent meant a bright future. However, talent was talent, and strength was strength. They could not be mixed together. In a situation where one's strength was not strong enough, no matter how talented one was, it would be difficult to escape death when surrounded by strong enemies. If one died, everything would be for naught. Taking a step back, if this young man was lucky enough to fight his way out of the encirclement, he would definitely be severely injured. When that happened, Old Red Ghost would be able to take him down directly. A peerless prodigy who could possess the strength of a peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse at the early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage must have a huge secret. Since the old drunkard had appeared here, he must have such thoughts. Now, it was time to see what would happen. Facing so many powerhouses, Chenzong's expression did not change at all. There was only calmness. His eyes were clear, but they were extremely deep. There seemed to be a sense of disdain in the depths of his eyes. Indeed, in Chenzong's eyes, the so-called powerhouses in front of him were nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. If he wanted to, he could sweep them all away with his sword. However, Qinzong did not intend to do so. First, he was unwilling to expose his full strength. It was always better to hide some of his strength. After all, there was still a strong enemy who he did not know where. Second, he suppressed his cultivation and strength, using the pressure from his opponents to temper himself, and strive to break through the shackles and bottleneck of the sword of heart and mind. Only his other self at the 9th stage of Bewildering Light stage would be his opponent. Defeating his other self would allow him to break through the Bewildering Light stage and take control of Bewildering Light Island. At that time, he would be able to leave the Bewildering Light Sea. In fact, there was even another great opportunity. Qinzong was very tempted by the unknown great opportunity. In summary, these so-called strong enemies in front of him were actually nothing. Qinzong actually had a third consideration. That was to suppress his own strength, so as to not scare off other people with ulterior motives. When the time came, he would deal with them one by one. Only then would Shura sect be able to develop better. Boom boom boom, sensing that the other party did not intend to cripple his own cultivation, and instead released his aura, Qinzong's intention was obvious. He intended to resist until the end. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. In the blink of an eye, each and every one of the powerhouses activated their martial arts, releasing an incomparably terrifying aura. The aura was extremely tyrannical, and it was like an earth-shattering explosion. Different martial arts practiced by different sects contained different mysteries. When they fully activated their martial arts, the effects were also different. However, there was one thing that was certain. The aura was extremely tyrannical, as if it could shatter heaven and earth. On the summit of Azura Sect Peak, an extremely powerful aura surged like a tidal wave, overflowing in all directions. Then, an extremely shocking killing intent wreaked havoc in all directions, rushing towards Qinzong. The aura of the 100 Blaze Sect's experts was blazing, containing a kind of ferocious and domineering aura. On the other hand, the aura of the Yin Crane Sect's experts was cold and sharp, as if it could cut through everything. On the other hand, the aura of the Celestial Phenomenon Sect's experts was extremely vigorous, filled with shocking power and might, as if it could suppress everything. The aura of the Lei family's experts was vast and mighty like thunder, wreaking havoc in the 9 heavens, containing a terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. As for the experts of the other 5 inferior forces, they also cultivated upper Saint grade cultivation techniques, and their strength was also very strong. For a moment, every extremely terrifying aura locked onto Qinzong without holding back, continuously rushing towards him, as if they wanted to defeat Qinzong. Facing the attacks of so many powerful enemies, Qinzong was still calm and composed. Suddenly, everyone was a little surprised and doubtful. Everyone, let's attack together and not leave any loose ends. The Great Elder of 100 Blaze Sect suddenly spoke. His speed was extremely fast, and his words were clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. The moment he finished speaking, the 3 elders of 100 Blaze Sect attacked together, abruptly slapping out with their hands. It was the 100 Blaze Sect's Saint Class upper grade martial skill, the 100 Blaze Space Shattering Palm. The moment they struck out with their hands, an extremely powerful aura instantly spread out, bringing with it a shockingly hot aura fluctuation, becoming extremely violent. Mixed with the shocking power of the Tao of Raging Fire, it seemed to be able to shatter mountains and the void, and also to burn the sea. Once they attacked, they showed no mercy, attacking Qinzong from 3 different directions. The moment the 3 elders of 100 Blaze Sect attacked, the others followed suit. The Great Elder of Yin Crane Sect slashed out with his sword. Vaguely, it seemed as if a Yin Crane spread its wings, soaring high in the sky, revealing a shocking sharpness and coldness. The 3rd elder put on a pair of gloves and pointed with 2 fingers. The terrifying finger force was extremely sharp, like the sharp beak of a Yin Crane. It pecked fiercely at Qinzong through the void. The 3 elders of the Celestial Phenomenon Sect raised their long staffs, and a mountain-like power condensed on the staffs. Then, they released a hazy yellow light, and the light stretched into an oval arc of light, bursting out with an incomparably fierce and vigorous aura. Boom, the 3 cudgels struck down one after another, each with a ferocious force strong enough to crush a mountain, as if they were going to smash Qinzong into pieces. Before the staff arrived, the astonishing pressure seemed to cause the void to collapse. The 3 revered elders of the Lei clan also made their moves. Their fists, which were covered with purple lightning, were densely packed and wrapped around their arms as they punched out fiercely. The purple thunder fist force tore through the void with a terrifying destructive force, tearing open the void. The experts from the 5 inferior forces also attacked without holding back. They understood one thing very well. Either they didn't attack, or they didn't want to give their opponent any chance to escape. Otherwise, if they let the other party escape because they held back, once they hid for a few years or even a dozen years, their cultivation might increase greatly and their strength might increase greatly. At that time, they would come back for revenge. For any force, it would definitely be a disaster. Kill. More than a dozen 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage and 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage experts attacked with all their might. It was incomparably terrifying. Colorful lights surged in all directions, as if they were going to shatter the void ring. It was conceivable that after this terrifying wave of attacks, the second elder of the Azura's Gate would be reduced to ashes. Even the main hall of the Azura's Gate would be smashed into smithereens and disappear without a trace. The crowd watching from afar couldn't help but sigh. In the end, it was a pity. After all, such a stunning peerless prodigy had fallen just like that. If he was given more time, he would definitely shine even brighter, even overshadowing the #1 prodigy of the Tian Luo sect. However, the world of cultivators was just that cruel. Talent didn't mean that one would have the last laugh. Strength was the most important thing. Even if one was talented, it didn't mean much if one wasn't strong enough. If one's talent was low, but if one was strong enough, it would still be shocking. Everyone was watching intently. Although they already had a guess, they still had to see it with their own eyes to be sure. When the combined attack exploded, the terrifying power seemed to shatter everything in its path. The entire mountain trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. The Shura's Gate disciples were horrified to the extreme. The light gradually dissipated and the dust settled. Everyone's eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. That figure was actually standing within it. He seemed to be completely unharmed, while the surroundings beneath his feet were in ruins and filled with astonishing cracks. Numerous cracks snaked out like lightning, spreading in all directions. It was a ghastly sight, and a chaotic and violent aura fluctuation was emitted from it. What's going on? What had happened in that instant? Why was this person unharmed under such a terrifying attack? He didn't seem to be injured at all. Unbelievable, whether it was the experts of the various forces on the mountain, the experts who were watching the battle from afar, the old drunkard from the Daluo sect, or Hong Lao Gui from the Burning Heart sect, all of them widened their eyes in disbelief. It's a secret treasure. He must have used some kind of life-saving secret treasure to block our attack. Suddenly, the second elder of the Lei family shouted, waking everyone up. Yes, this was the only explanation. He must have used some kind of life-saving artifact to block such a powerful attack. Otherwise, with his early 8th Heaven Saint stage cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to block such a powerful attack. He would have died instantly, or even been blasted to smithereens, disappearing completely. Come to think of it, in terms of talent, the other party was a peerless prodigy. He must have had a lot of opportunities. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to have a life-saving secret treasure. Regardless of whether it was a life-saving trump card or not, the reason why it was a trump card was because it was rare and rare. Kill. The Grand Elder of the 100 Blaze sect roared again. His aura condensed again, as if it was about to break through the limit, and he attacked again. He could protect his life-saving secret treasure once, but could he protect it a second time? Even if he could protect it a second time, could he protect it a third time? He did not believe that Qin Zhan would be able to keep his life under their joint attack. Everyone had the same thought. Once again, they attacked with all their might. However, this time, the moment they attacked, Qin Zhong also pushed his movement technique to the limit. Formless heavenly wind, the formless heavenly wind that had reached the perfection stage was extremely fast. It allowed Qin Zhong's body to be extremely agile and light. It was as though the impossible was possible. In an instant, he shuttled through the air. Not only did he avoid the first few attacks, but he also quickly closed in on the 3 elders of the Celestial Phenomenon sect. Boom! 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 Every attack was extremely powerful and terrifying. The void trembled from the bombardment as though it was about to shatter. The storm formed by the aftermath was extremely violent. It was like a roaring hurricane that could destroy everything. However, none of them could hit Xianxia. Fast, that movement technique was simply too fast, and it was extremely exquisite, causing people to be endlessly shocked. Secondary divine ability. Old Ghost Hong from the Burning Heart sect and the Old Drunkard from the Great Luo sect said in a deep voice. A hint of greed could be seen in their eyes. Secondary divine ability, this was rare. Even the Burning Heart sect and the Great Luo sect, as the top forces, only had one secondary divine ability in their sect. Now, an elder from a declining sect had mastered a secondary divine ability. It must be an opportunity that he had obtained before. For a moment, Old Ghost Hong and the Old Drunkard were very tempted. Old Drunkard, according to this situation, it's not impossible for him to escape. When the time comes, you and I will capture him together and force him to reveal all his secrets. We will share them. Old Ghost Hong immediately sent a message to the Old Drunkard. After all, the other party's movement technique was so agile and fast. If one of them attacked alone, they would not have much confidence in capturing him alive and forcing him to reveal his secrets. If the two of them joined forces, they would have a greater chance of success. Of course, they would share their secrets. Okay. At this moment, the Old Drunkard was not drunk at all. His eyes were shining. Xianxia did not know that he had become the prey in the eyes of others. The experts who joined forces were more and more afraid of Xianxia because his speed was too fast. For a moment, his movements were unpredictable, making it difficult for them to lock onto him. A pitch-black sword light suddenly flashed. The sunken night sword was unsheathed, and a dark sword mark was drawn in the void. The sword mark spread out rapidly. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be dyed and darkened rapidly. This kind of dimness didn't make people unable to see clearly, but it gave people a strange feeling. It seemed to make people feel as if they were dimming as well. The sword broke through the void, and the sound was incomparably subtle. It seemed to be aimed at an elder of the Tianxiang sect, but in fact, it turned in midair and killed an expert of one of the 5 inferior forces. That was just a feint. In the blink of an eye, the elder of the inferior force was immediately pierced by Xianxia's sword and died a violent death. This was the first person to die. Under the heavy encirclement, not only did Xianxia not escape, but he also killed one of them. This was shocking and infuriating. Everyone present was famous in Great Luo City. Under such circumstances, they had joined forces to besiege an early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage Junior, but one of them was killed instead. It was a complete joke. In addition to their anger, they also felt a chill in their hearts. Under such circumstances, Xianxia was still able to kill one of them. It was terrifying to the extreme. If they did not get rid of him today, he would definitely take revenge in the future. Based on the unresolved grievances, it would be terrifying. Therefore, even if they had to pay a certain price, they had to kill him today. In the blink of an eye, everyone's attacks became more violent, bringing more pressure to Xianxia. After all, Xianxia had suppressed his cultivation base to the early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, he had used the strength of Xianxia's burning fiend de jour technique instead of his own strength. However, Xianxia's main purpose was to use the pressure brought by his opponents to sharpen his sword technique, raise his sword Dao, and master more profound profundities. Xianxia executed the phaseless heavenly wind to the extreme and merged it with the heavenly wind Dao will. His figure flickered continuously, leaving behind countless afterimages that were torn apart one after another. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia appeared in another place and attacked with his sword, killing an elder of another inferior force. On top of the Azura sect peak, killing intent filled the air and filled every corner of the void. It was as if one was wrapped in a shocking tide of killing intent. Kill, 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 endless killing intent swept out like a raging wave, surging and surging endlessly. The spectators in the distance were all aghast. The 4th one. The 5th one. Even though Xianxia was surrounded by powerful enemies, he showed no signs of being defeated. He was like a gust of wind, drifting in the void. Could the wind destroy him? Yes, however, it was difficult. At the very least, these people could not do it. This was especially true when the heavenly wind Dao Will that had reached the peak of the 9 revolution stage was combined with the heavenly wind Dao Will that had reached the peak of the 9 revolution stage. If Chen Zong released the restriction of his cultivation base, even some half-step great saint stage powerhouses would be helpless, let alone these people. However, Chen Zong was also under a lot of pressure. Since he had suppressed his cultivation base, it was inevitable that he could not fully display the profundity of the heavenly wind. 5/8 Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses had already died under Chen Zong's sunken night sword. Chen Zong's figure drifted endlessly like a gust of wind. His speed was shocking and terrifying. Moreover, he left behind countless afterimages to confuse his opponents, making him even more elusive. He was closing in, he drew his sword, every time he drew his sword, he would definitely take a life. This made the spectators even more furious and frightened. Chen Zong's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were deep, and there was a trace of icy aura in the depths of his eyes. He was extremely calm. He drew his sword, a pitch-black sword light flashed past as fast as the aurora. The 6th/8 Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse fell from the sky. The 5 leaders of the inferior forces felt their hearts bleeding. This was because the ones who died were all their people. Damn it! Don't dodge if you dare. The leaders were all furious and cursed loudly. As you wish. A voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Then, a pitch-black sword light silently pierced through the void and stabbed towards him. This was one of the leaders of the 5 inferior forces. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, and his strength was not weak at all. However, in the face of Chen Zong's sword, he was powerless. Despair enveloped him, death had come, in the blink of an eye, a series of extremely terrifying attacks blasted towards Chen Zong as if they wanted to shatter him and turn him into a sieve. However, what they shattered was only Chen Zong's afterimage. However, at the very least, they managed to save the leader of the inferior force. In the next moment, they were shocked to discover that they did not manage to save the leader. The leader's heart had been pierced through without them knowing. Terrifying sword chi surged into his body and wreaked havoc, directly crushing his heart. He died an unnatural death and fell from the sky. The 7th, another 8th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse had died. Old Red Ghost and Old Drunkard's expressions became increasingly solemn. Even though he was surrounded, he was still able to dodge the extremely powerful and terrifying attacks and turn the tables around to kill his opponents. Moreover, there was more than one of them. This was enough to show that not only was his strength terrifying, but his combat talent and skills were also extremely shocking. Every cultivator had their own strengths and weaknesses. Some cultivators excelled in frontal attacks and their attacks were shockingly powerful. However, some excelled in guerrilla warfare, dodging, changing their skills, defense, and so on. However, Chen Zong's attack, movement technique, and skills had all reached an extremely high level. His mastery of his body was also terrifying. Such a person was undoubtedly the most terrifying opponent. If one could not kill him, once he found a flaw and counterattacked, one might be killed. The more they watched, the more shocked they were. Can these people really kill him if they join forces? Someone could not help but mutter in a low voice. Could they kill him? No one knew, no one was certain. If they could not kill him, perhaps the situation in Tai Luo City would change drastically. Chen Zong's calmness were shocking. He unleashed the infinite sword chain and neutralized his opponent's attacks. Under the combination of the Skywind phaseless movement technique, none of the attacks could harm him. Up until now, he had killed 7 people, but he did not suffer any injuries. Every force had their own cultivation methods and martial tactics. Each of them had their own profundities. Moreover, they had been cultivating for many years and had long cultivated their cultivation methods to perfection. They were terrifyingly powerful and almost flawless. However, they still could not hit Chen Zong. The void was constantly bombarded, causing shocking explosions that shook the surroundings. Multicolored lights wreaked havoc as streaks of astonishing will-o'-the-way permeated the air like dancing dragons and serpents. A pitch-black sword ray suddenly flashed by, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Another 8th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse fell from the sky. The 8th, instantly, the people watching from afar felt their scalps go numb. Exhaust him to death. His cultivation is limited and so is his strength. Exhaust him to death. One by one, they spread out and formed layers of encirclement, surrounding Qianzong in the middle. They kept attacking and cooperating with each other. The attack formed by the tyrannical attacks was like an inescapable net that covered the void. Unless one could escape into the void or turn into nothingness, it was impossible to avoid this kind of large-scale attack no matter how exquisite one's movement technique was. Qianzong's Skywind phaseless movement was indeed amazing and extremely profound. However, it was impossible to completely avoid this kind of attack. As soon as the sword was unleashed, countless streaks of sword rays surged endlessly. It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. The ingenuity of this sword was that Qianzong had weakened the layers of attacks. Then, he fully demonstrated the profundity of the Skywind phaseless movement to the extreme. He sliced through the weak points of the attacks and pierced through them. This kind of ability left everyone dumbfounded. It was simply inconceivable. Where did this monster come from? How could he do this? Hong Lao Gui and the old drunkard were even more astonished because their cultivation levels were higher. If any one of them were to fall into such an encirclement, they could only rely on their tyrannical strength to resist and try their best to break through the encirclement. It was simply impossible for them to rely on their superb swordsmanship and movement techniques to break through the encirclement. Passively taking a beating was not Qianzong's style. Even if it was to Hon himself, Qianzong would not take a beating passively, especially when his cultivation was limited. Wuji, as soon as the sword was unleashed, the streaks of sword rays contained countless changes. It seemed like a single sword, but it also seemed like there were tens of thousands of swords in the void. They were aimed at the weak points of the attacks and detonated them in advance. Skywind phaseless movement, dodge, pierce, in an instant, Qianzong closed in on an 8th level Saint Rudiment stage. The sunken knight sword had already pierced through him, and the sword chi wreaked havoc and strangled him to death. The 9th, everyone suddenly realized that it was unrealistic to use this method of encirclement to exhaust the opponent's strength before killing him. Without any hesitation, a supreme elder from a low-tier force with a cultivation base at the intermediate 9th level Saint Rudiment stage broke away from the encirclement and flew toward the Shura sect disciples. He planned to use the Shura sect disciples to threaten Qianzong and force him to surrender. He was fast, but Qianzong was faster. He was like a gust of wind that swept past. The supreme elder could only hear the faint sound of wind in his ears. Then, his vision dimmed and he fell into darkness. Dead, the 10th, he was also the first 9th level Saint Rudiment stage to be killed. The difference between an 8th level Saint Rudiment stage and a 9th level Saint Rudiment stage was obvious. Therefore, when an 8th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator was killed, everyone was infuriated and frightened. However, when a 9th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator was killed, the fear was magnified several times. Qianzong realized that his opponent was indeed pressuring him, but he was still unable to break through. This was not an opportunity. Since that was the case, he would kill. Lightning Prison. In an instant, the 3 supreme elders of the Lei family joined forces. Lightning flashed and purple covered the sky. Thick bolts of purple lightning fell from the sky like pillars. There were a total of 9 bolts of purple lightning scattered in all directions. At the same time, they enveloped Qianzong. This was the Lei family's ultimate move. When the 3 of them joined forces, the power was even more shocking. However, in order to use this move, the 3 of them had to be in sync and use their full strength. It was not easy. Anyone present, even a powerhouse like Hong Lao Gui, would find it difficult to escape once they were trapped in the lightning prison. Not only could the lightning prison trap the enemy, but it also contained terrifying lightning energy that could attack the enemy. Qianzong felt his scalp go numb. If he was trapped in the lightning prison, it would be difficult for him to escape unless he unleashed a stronger cultivation base. Once he was trapped, he would have to face an even stronger attack. As the lightning light prison descended, its terrifying aura suppressed the void around Qianzong. In the blink of an eye. Lightning escape, in an instant, Qianzong's speed was twice as fast as before. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the 3 supreme elders of the Lei family. Initially, they thought that this was Qianzong's speed. They did not expect him to be even faster than that. Moreover, it was twice as fast. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Hong Lao Gui and the old drunkard who were far away were shocked. This speed was something that many people at the peak of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage could not achieve. They could only watch in the dust, the change was too sudden. The lightning prison came crashing down, but it missed. A streak of silver lightning appeared in front of the 3 elders of the Lei clan. Under their incomparably terrified faces, a pitch-black sword light shot out like a crescent moon. Vaguely, there seemed to be a popping sound as 3 heads flew high into the sky. Their faces were still filled with fear. Death. The 3 9th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the Lei family died in an instant. The head that was flying high in the air and the blood that was gushing out from the broken neck was a ghastly sight that made everyone stop breathing. Even their hearts seemed to have paused for a moment because of this. Terror, fear, it grew from the deepest part of their hearts and spread out quietly. If Chen Zong's previous killing of the 3 supreme elders had shocked and terrified them, then the 3 deaths with one strike of his sword had destroyed some of their will. How was he supposed to fight against such a terrifying enemy? Should they continue fighting? Should they wait to be killed by his sword? Everything was out of their expectations. Run. Please pay attention to the public account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. 5 low-tier forces. For mid-tier forces, there were more than a dozen 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage and 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. With such a lineup, even a peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would not dare to face them head-on. Once surrounded, there was an 80 to 90% chance of death. However, what did they just witness? A young man with a mere early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base was not only unscathed despite being surrounded by a group of powerhouses, but he was also able to counterattack and kill more than a dozen powerhouses with just a sword in his hand. It was unbelievable. Only then did they realize that everything that had happened before was just on the surface. This was the true strength of the Azura sect's second elder. Extremely powerful, extremely terrifying. After killing the 3 Lei clan elders, many of them lost their fighting spirit and scattered like birds and beasts, preparing to escape. One man with one sword had killed a group of powerful enemies who were charging at them with murderous intent. Who in the world could compare to such majesty and might? The number 1 prodigy of the Heavenly Luo sect. It was impossible. It was completely impossible. It was absolutely impossible. The number 1 prodigy of the Heavenly Luo sect, as well as the number 1 prodigy of the Great Luo city, was indeed amazing. However, it was impossible for him to fight against more than a dozen 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage and 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses when he was only at the early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Hong Lao Gui and the old drunkard's expressions became increasingly solemn. They suddenly felt that even if they joined forces, they might not be able to take down Shenzong. If they could not take him down and ended up incurring a grudge, it would be a disaster in the future. They needed more powerhouses to deal with him. The 2 of them were already the strongest powerhouses in the Burning Heart clan and the Great Luo sect. Therefore, the stronger powerhouses would be at the half-step Great Saint realm. At this moment, the 2 of them had the same thought and immediately contacted their respective sections. The remaining powerhouses from the 5 low-tier forces were completely frightened out of their wits when they saw Shenzong killing the 3 Lei clan elders with a single sword. They lost their fighting spirit and fled in panic. Their escape route was in all directions. If they spread out like this, their chances of escaping would be higher. After all, if the other party chased after them, they could only choose one direction. Although the speed was fast, it would still take some time. Since you're already here, why leave? Shenzong said unhurriedly. His tone was faint, as if he was sighing softly. His voice spread in the void with the wind, blending into every part of heaven and earth, and also into everyone's ears. It was as if it was ringing directly in their ears, directly penetrating their minds and hitting their hearts. The next scene seemed to form an eternal image in the eyes of all the spectators, as if it would last forever. The pitch-black sword light suddenly streaked across the sky. And suddenly pierced out. It was like a star exploding in an instant, bursting forth with a burst of pitch-black sword light. The sword light swept across the sky like a meteor chasing after the moon. Long or short, fast or slow, it was like the light of destruction that burst out from a dark star. Unstoppable, there was no way to dodge, their speed was swift to the extreme. In an instant, they had caught up to the people who were fleeing in all directions, and they were like a hot knife through butter. Piercing through, it was like the tip of a brush was dyed with ink as it streaked across the void, and the people were like people on a drawing paper that was drawn by the ink. It paused, then, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes quickly dimmed as their vitality rapidly faded. Spurt. Spurt, like birds that had been shot by arrows, the figures fell from the sky one after another. In the blink of an eye, the remaining experts from the inferior forces were all killed. Their deaths were caused by Qianzong. He had killed them with a single strike of his sword. This scene immediately caused the remaining elders of the three mid-tier forces to be scared out of their wits. How could this be? He was only at the early stage of the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. How could he be so terrifying? Indeed, Qianzong's cultivation base had been suppressed to the early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, but his blazing Azura technique had reached the 31st level. This energy was originally very pure, and it was incomparably pure. Coupled with the fact that he had used the heart sword Dao intent of the state earlier, its power was even more terrifying. Whether it was the 31st level of the Supreme Saint grade cultivation method or the top grade Dao intent of the state, the increase in strength was terrifying. Coupled with his superb sword Dao and sword technique, it was not difficult for him to kill an 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage expert with a single strike. It was not difficult for Qianzong, but in the eyes of the others, it was incomparably terrifying because they could not see through it. They could not see what kind of energy Qianzong had used at all. It was because their level was too low. If they were more knowledgeable or had mastered the Dao intent of the state, they would be able to see through it. What about you? How long do you plan to hide? With a single strike of his sword, he had killed all the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage experts from 5 inferior forces. Qianzong looked at the void to his left and said unhurriedly. This made the others feel strange. Why was he talking to the void for no reason? Who was he talking to? Cranesek's Grand Elder and Third Elder's expressions changed drastically. If that's the case, you will die here. As the second sentence rang out, Qianzong swung his sword. The casual swing of his sword was like a willow branch swaying in the breeze by the shore, or like a wisp of smoke rising from a farmer's chimney at dusk. Natural, nimble, light, however, it contained an extreme murderous intent and terrifying power. With one swing of his sword, the void in front of him was immediately enveloped. As if it was an illusion, when the misty sword light disappeared, a figure appeared in it. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief as he stared blankly at Qianzong. With a heart full of unwillingness and fear, he fell from the sky. The second elder, it was Cranesek's second elder. For this operation, the 4 mid-level forces had sent out 3 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage experts, but in the end, only 2 Cranesek's elders had appeared. It was not that the second elder did not appear, but that he was hiding. Cranesek's second elder had once had a fortuitous encounter. He could hide in the void and wait for an opportunity to strike, killing with one strike. This was just in case. However, after a long battle, he could not find an opportunity to kill with one strike. Hence, he did not make a move. He did not expect that he had been under the enemy's control all along. It was too terrifying. If he had known this earlier, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. Now, it was all too late. How could Cranesect contend with such an opponent? This time, Shura's sect had gotten lucky, while Cranesect had kicked an iron board. However, everything that happened after this had nothing to do with him. Because he was going to die. The scene of Cranesek's second elder appearing and falling from the sky once again struck everyone's heart, causing them to tremble. Fear, traces of fear seeped out from the depths of their hearts and gradually filled their hearts. In everyone's eyes, especially in the eyes of the 3 mid-level forces experts, the figure of a man with a sword standing between heaven and earth seemed to be shrouded in a layer of darkness, like a great demon king. The pitch-black sword seemed to emit an unparalleled murderous aura, causing people to sink into eternal hell. When they glanced at the sword, the fear in their hearts intensified. Tremble, the remaining 3 mid-level forces 8 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage experts trembled uncontrollably. They regretted their actions. At the same time, he also hated the leaders of the 5 inferior forces to the core. If they were still alive, they would definitely be skinned alive and turned into ashes. If they had not initiated this, they would not have ended up like this. However, it was too late to say anything now. The only thing they could do now was to survive. How could they survive, continue fighting? What kind of joke was this? So many experts had joined forces, but they could not do anything to the enemy. Instead, they were only left with 8 people. If they continued fighting, what else could they do other than die? What should they do? What about the rest of you? Aren't you going to help? Chen Zong's dark eyes swept across the faces of the 8 people like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. His indifferent tone caused the 8 people's bodies to stiffen. Their cheeks twitched as they forced out a smile. It was a smile of humility and flattery. Your Excellency, we were deceived by a scoundrel. It was not our intention. The great elder of Xianxia sect braced himself and began to push the blame to the 5 low-level forces. Your Excellency, we are willing to compensate. The great elder of Yin sect quickly added. Your Excellency, when we return, immediately cripple the cultivation of those who betrayed Azura sect and send them as compensation. 2,000, no, 3,000 primary heaven pills. The great elder of 100 Blaze sect quickly added. In the beginning, they were aggressive and filled with murderous intent. Now, they were wagging their tails and begging for mercy, asking for compensation. Chen Zong did not speak. His dark eyes made the 3 mid-level forces elders tremble in fear. They did not know what the other party meant. At this moment, they felt that the other party was not a person. Instead, he was as deep and unfathomable as a black hole. Uneasiness, they felt as if they were criminals waiting to be judged. This feeling made them extremely uncomfortable, but they had no choice but to accept it. You have to accept the punishment for your wrongdoings. Chen Zong said, his voice still indifferent. Your Excellency, we are willing to accept the punishment, as long as you state it. The great elder of 100 Blaze sect quickly added, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. As long as they could stay alive, it was fine. As for some compensation, it was nothing. In his opinion, the so-called punishment should be some compensation. No matter how much wealth one had to be alive to enjoy it. If one lost one's life, no matter how much wealth one had, it would all be in vain because it would be taken away by others. The elders of Yin sect and Xianxia sect also breathed a sigh of relief. They completely did not realize that a shadow had been left in the depths of their hearts, and an inner demon had been planted. It was a kind of fear that was hidden in the deepest part of their hearts, a kind of fear that was controlled by the sword. With one glance, Chen Zong could tell that these 8 people had been crippled to a certain extent. This kind of crippling did not mean that they had lost their strength, but that they had lost the ability to improve themselves. Even when facing him, they would unconsciously feel fear and trepidation. Everyone in the distance held their breaths as they watched and waited. What would happen? What would be the fate of these 8 people? How would the second elder of Azura sect be dealt with? Uneasiness, uneasiness, everyone's heart was filled with uneasiness. The wind between heaven and earth suddenly stopped. Chen Zong was deep in thought. How should he punish the other party? Should he ask for a hefty compensation to further strengthen the Shura sect's foundation, or should he kill all of them with a single slash? After all, he was the second elder of the Shura sect. He had to consider the Shura sect's interests. Of course, he could not go against his conscience. If he only considered himself, it would be even simpler. He could just kill them with a single slash. The 8 ninth Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the 3 mid-tier forces were almost suffocating. They were waiting for the other party's decision. They were like criminals waiting to be judged by the law. Rumble, in an instant, a vast and mighty aura resounded from the horizon. That incomparably shocking aura was vigorous to the extreme, surging and surging like an avalanche as it swept over in a boundless manner. The faint black light was like a fog and dark cloud as it enveloped, covering the heavens and the earth like an inescapable net. This kind of aura was far from what a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could compare to. It had already surpassed the Saint Rudiment stage. As soon as the aura was released, it shocked everyone. Even Chen Zong's group was attracted by it. A smile appeared on the old drunkard's face. It's finally here. In the next instant, a terrifying heat spread out from another direction. It covered the sky and turned into a red glow that filled the sky and surged over. The red glow was somewhat dazzling and glaring, but the heat that it emitted did not make people feel the heat spreading from the surface of their bodies. Instead, a hot and dry feeling emerged from their hearts, causing the blood in their bodies to become restless. Subsequently, the heat spread from the inside out. There was only one sect in Great Luo City that could trigger the burning sensation in one's heart and affect one's blood and body. It was the Burning Heart sect. The faint black light that swept out like a raging tide and descended with a will that seemed to cover the sky and earth. It was the profundity of the Great Luo sect's cultivation method. With such momentum and power, there was no doubt that the half-step Great Saint powerhouses of the Great Luo sect and the Burning Heart sect had arrived. Why would the half-step Great Saint powerhouses of the Great Luo sect and the Burning Heart sect arrive at this time? It seemed like they were here for the Shura sect's second elder. This was the only explanation. For a moment, the spectators were astonished. They didn't know how to describe their feelings. They seemed to be excited. The eyes of the 8th 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the 3 mid-sized forces flashed with joy. With the arrival of a half-step Great Sage expert, especially the Burning Heart sect and the Great Luo sect, who had some grudges with the Azura sect, they would be safe. Chenzong saw the joy in his eyes. Chenzong's expression didn't change, but he felt a chill in his heart. He was hoping for a fluke. Since that's the case, I'll make you all despair. The 2 extremely overbearing auras charged over, passing through the void and landing directly on Chenzong's body. It was as if they wanted to suppress Chenzong. The terrifying power that enveloped the whole world and the scorching heat that seemed to be able to burn people's hearts directly attacked Chenzong's body. If Chenzong was really only at the Saint Rudiment stage, he wouldn't be able to resist at all when faced with such an aura attack. He would have to use all his strength to barely maintain his body, but he wouldn't be able to fight back. The gap between the Saint Rudiment stage and the half-step Great Sage stage was huge. As the 2 terrifying auras spread out, they got closer and closer, and their power became more and more tyrannical. Whether it was the elders from the 3 mid-sized forces or the spectators in the distance, their expressions changed drastically under the 2 extremely tyrannical auras. They felt suffocated. Although the 2 auras weren't directly targeted at them, they were just ripples. The powerful auras began to converge and fell like a pair of wings that covered the sky. They sank into the 2 figures and quickly solidified. One of them was wearing a dark red robe that was covered with blood-red patterns. It looked like a ball of demonic burning flames. The other figure was dressed in a black robe that was covered with countless crisscrossing black patterns. The patterns looked like a net that could trap everything in the world. The 2 of them appeared to be middle-aged men. Naturally, they weren't young. They were at least a few thousand years old. The 2 figures surrounded Chenzong with one in front and one behind him. Their tyrannical auras directly locked onto Chenzong. What surprised them was that Chenzong's expression didn't seem to change at all. It was as though their auras didn't exist. Little friend, you're able to fight against a group of 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses with your early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base. You even managed to kill a group of them. Your talent is really amazing. I'm afraid no one in the entire Great Luo City's territory can compare to you, the half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse from Daluo sect said with a smile. His tone seemed gentle. Since ancient times, our Daluo sect has always liked to recruit prodigies to grow with us. With your talent and our Daluo sect's foundation, it's not impossible for you to raise your cultivation base to the limit of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage or even break through to the half-step Great Saint stage in a short time. In other words, the Daluo sect was the best place for Chenzong. Let's go, little friend. Let me take you in. As soon as the half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse from Daluo sect finished speaking, he directly grabbed out with his hand, not giving Chenzong the slightest chance to resist. His hand was suffused with traces of black light that spread out. Vaguely, strands of black light could be seen crisscrossing and spreading out. It was like a huge net that covered the sky, enveloping everything around Chenzong. Daluo palm, as soon as the palm struck out, it covered the sky and covered the earth. This kind of martial technique was most suitable to deal with people with exquisite movement techniques. It seemed to cover the entire void, leaving no place to dodge. Before coming here, the half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse from Daluo sect already knew that the Azura sect's second elder's movement technique was incomparably exquisite and swift. Therefore, he used the Daluo palm to deal with him. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if his opponent dodged his ordinary attack with his half-step Great Saint stage strength. Qianzong only felt that the palm kept expanding in front of his eyes, filling up the entire world. It was as if heaven and earth were enveloped by this palm, and there was no place to dodge. The Burning Heart sect's powerhouse crossed his arms and had a mocking smile on his face. Long ago, the two sects had already discussed this matter. They would first capture the other party, then torture him and force out his secrets. The two sects would then share them. As for the so-called taking the other party in as a disciple, of course, it was just an excuse to outsiders. At least, it was more legitimate. In the distance, the old drunkard and old red ghost revealed a look of joy at the same time. The three mid-tier powerhouses also revealed looks of joy at the same time, and they were extremely excited. With a half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse taking action, they would be safe and sound. They wouldn't even have to pay any price. Vaguely, a trace of malevolence spread out from the bottom of their eyes. In the next breath, Qianzong would be captured by the half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse from Daluo sect. Daluo palm. Heaven-encompassing net, boom, astonishing momentum surged endlessly, and the palm turned into a huge black claw that descended. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong's body was enveloped, and he had nowhere to hide. The half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse from Daluo sect revealed a look of joy in his eyes. He had caught him. Next, he would capture the other party and bring him back to Daluo sect. Then, he would interrogate the other party's secrets. If the other party didn't cooperate, he would use his methods when the time came. The palm contracted, the dust had settled, at least, that was what everyone thought. Some of the spectators in the distance sneered, while others revealed a look of pity. It was a pity that such a peerless prodigy had died. If he had enough time to grow, he would definitely become one of the few powerhouses in Daluo City. He might even be able to compete with the other prodigies in the profound world. But now, it was all too late. No matter how outstanding a Saint Realm cultivator was, it would be difficult for them to contend against a half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse. That was a huge gap, and it had been so since ancient times. The half-step Great Saint stage powerhouses from Daluo sect and Burning Heart sect exchanged glances, and they both revealed a smile that only they could understand. In the next breath, they were both stunned. A pitch-black sword light with astonishing sharpness instantly sliced apart the pitch-black light, directly tearing it apart. It was as if a sharp light had split the ball into two from the inside. This is impossible. Everyone was stunned. Since when could a Saint Realm cultivator split apart the power of a half-step Great Saint? As if he had broken out of his shell, Qianzong stepped out of the black light with a sword in his hand. His figure stood upright between heaven and earth, and he stood proudly with a sword in his hand. His expression was stern, and there was a faint light in his eyes. Impossible, how did you do it? The half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse from Daluo sect was shocked. What treasure did you use? The Burning Heart sect powerhouse's eyes narrowed, and there was a faint scarlet light in his eyes. His voice was suffused with a trace of astonishing heat, as if it could make one feel uneasy. The Daluo sect powerhouse quickly reacted. That's right, the other party must have used some powerful secret treasure to break his Daluo palm. Such a secret treasure was usually a trump card. Now that it had been used, it was gone. Daluo palm, the half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse from Daluo sect made his move again. Another pitch-black palm print swept across the sky and covered the sky. If the previous palm strike was only 80% of his strength, then this palm strike was 100% of his strength. It was even more powerful and shocking. He did not believe the other party would be able to escape this time. A mocking smile appeared on the Burning Heart sect's powerhouse's face again, and the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage elders from the three medium-sized forces also smiled. As long as Qianzong was suppressed, they would be safe and sound. Otherwise, when they saw the scene of Qianzong tearing apart the Daluo palm with a single sword strike and taking a step forward, they instantly felt as if their minds had been struck and they were about to suffocate. It was too shocking, it was too hair-raising. However, when the Burning Heart sect's powerhouse spoke, they also felt that it must be some kind of secret treasure, a powerful secret treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break through the half-step Great Saint Stage powerhouse's attack with his early 8th Heaven Saint Stage cultivation base. At this moment, the power of the palm strike was several times stronger, and it was even more terrifying. Heaven and earth seemed to be under the control of this palm strike. Nothing could escape from it unless one's strength was even more powerful. The black palm print blotted out the sky and covered the earth as if it was going to swallow heaven and earth. There was nowhere to hide. Even the wind disappeared in an instant. It did not stop but was sucked into the palm print. The great Luo palm that was fully powered was even more terrifying. Chenzong's voice rang out. It was very calm and light, like a gust of wind blowing from the void or a wisp of smoke under the setting sun. However, it also seemed to have merged into the void and entered everyone's ears, causing everyone to feel astonished and stunned. What did he mean by only that much strength? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? It was already shocking enough for an early 8th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator to kill a group of peak 9th Heaven Saint Realm cultivators. How could he still be hiding his strength? Was it a bluff, or did he really have something to rely on? No one knew. However, the answer would be revealed soon. In an instant, Chenzong's cultivation aura skyrocketed. Early 8th Heaven Saint Realm, mid 8th Heaven Saint Realm, late 8th Heaven Saint Realm. In an instant, everyone was stunned. It turned out that this person's cultivation was not at the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm. It was even higher. However, he had been suppressing his cultivation all this while and only fought at the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm. Was he being arrogant, or was he being ignorant? The more they thought about it, the more horrifying it was. Early 9th Heaven Saint Realm. In an instant, Chenzong's cultivation had broken through again and again. Originally, Chenzong had planned to suppress his cultivation to revitalize the Shura sect and take the opportunity to temper himself. The mortal world was like a furnace, tempering one's body and mind. Cultivation existed everywhere. However, the arrival of the two half-step Great Saint Realm experts from the Great Luo sect and Burning Heart sect had disrupted his plan. He had no choice but to reveal his true cultivation. Mid-9th Heaven Saint Realm, late 9th Heaven Saint Realm, his cultivation soared. Peak 9th Heaven Saint Realm. Chenzong's cultivation finally stopped at the peak 9th Heaven Saint Realm. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong revealed his true cultivation. Shock, astonishment, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that the person who looked like he was only at the early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage was actually at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage? The experts of the Burning Heart clan and the Great Immortal sect were in a state of confusion, unable to accept this for a moment. However, the big Luo palm still struck out, closing in on Chenzong. Chenzong's powers were completely exposed, but he still did not use the Taichu sword origin technique. He was still borrowing the power of the Shura clone. The 31st level of the Burning Fiend Azura skill. Its power was not much different from his Taichu sword origin technique. Heart sword Dao intent, Limiter. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong struck out with his sword. Chenzong's tyrannical divine sense and superb swordsmanship made it easier for him to grasp the flaws or weaknesses of his opponent's martial arts. The great net palm wasn't perfect. All perfection in the world was relative. At the end of the day, the half-step Great Immortal Saint of the Great Immortal sect was only at the 1-star level. He hadn't even grasped the Limiter Dao intent. He was the weakest among the half-step Great Immortal Saints. However, the Great Net City had declined in the past few thousand years. It had fallen from a decent standard to a lower level. Limitless, as the sword slashed out, the sword light seemed to be endless. Every sword contained astonishing changes and techniques. Infinite limitless chain sword, Chenzong constantly perfected it. The chain sword was a defensive move that weakened the opponent's power layer by layer. The infinite sword was an offensive move. 10,000 swords converged into one and struck out to break the opponent's attack or defense. The line of heaven and earth could be said to be the extension and enhancement of the infinite sword. As for the limitless sword, it was an evolution of techniques that merged many different techniques. Every sword light represented a technique. It was best at changes and finding flaws and waiting for an opportunity to strike. If the limitless sword's break was a strong attack, then the limitless sword's break was looking for an opening. Previously, the infinite limitless chain sword's level wasn't high enough, so it wasn't obvious. But now, as Chenzong's attainments in the sword Dao rose, and his heart soared. Dao intent reached the limiter, its power was much stronger. Thousands of sword lights appeared, but they were all illusory. Suddenly, one of them condensed and pointed at the great net palm. The great net palm paused for a moment, then quickly collapsed like a dam bursting. The great net immortal sex expert was completely stunned. How was this possible? That was the great net palm, a saint-class upper martial art that he executed with 100% of his strength. He had also cultivated it to an extremely profound level, and it had long reached perfection. Even the half-step great immortal saint of the Burning Heart sect couldn't break this palm. What kind of brilliant sword technique was this? Appalling. This kid is troublesome. Let's work together. The Burning Heart sex expert was watching from the side. Although he was also shocked, he was more clear-headed. He instantly transmitted his voice to the half-step great immortal saint of the Great Net Immortal sect. Boom! The extremely violent and blazing aura and the terrifying aura of the Great Net Immortal sex expert exploded together. The two of them immediately attacked one after another, attacking Chenzong from the front and back. The expert from the Burning Heart clan condensed an incomparably dazzling scarlet light on his finger. Following the slight tremble of his finger pierced through the void and shot towards Chenzong. It was as if a divine lightning had split open the heavens and earth. An unbearably hot aura spread out in all directions. An indescribable feeling rose in everyone's heart. It was as if their hearts were extremely uncomfortable and restless, and they couldn't maintain their calm. To cultivators, losing their calm meant that they couldn't control their own strength better. It also meant that they lost their judgment of their surroundings. It was extremely fatal in battle. The Burning Heart sect's martial arts were so profound. Unless one's mind and willpower were extremely strong, they would more or less be affected, and their strength would be reduced. However, this kind of heat that went straight to the heart didn't affect Chenzong in the slightest. The toughness of Chenzong's mind and willpower were completely beyond imagination. The Great Luo sex expert blasted out another palm. This palm was no longer the Great Luo palm, but the Great Luo Heaven collapsing palm. It was the Great Luo sex saint grade martial arts, and its power was much stronger than the Great Luo palm. Not only did the palm strike suppress the void, but it also contained an extremely powerful and terrifying power as if it could shatter and destroy the sky. Since things had already developed to this point, he no longer had the idea of capturing Chenzong alive. He wanted to kill him. Perhaps it would be better to first severely injure and cripple Chenzong before capturing him. As long as he was still alive, he could force Chenzong to reveal his secrets. Especially now, Chenzong was actually able to unleash the battle strength of a half-step great saint with his saint rudiment stage cultivation base. Moreover, he couldn't sense the aura of any secret treasure. Other than his extraordinary talent, he must have other secrets on him. For example, his cultivation method, sword technique, and so on. Obtaining these would be great resources and foundations. Burning Heart bone melting finger, Great Luo Heaven collapsing palm, both of these were saint-grade martial arts with astonishing power. Faced with these two killing moves, Chenzong's expression didn't change at all. He still appeared calm and unruffled. Similarly, Chenzong also suppressed his strength to a certain level. 1-star half-step great saint-grade battle strength. In this way, he could fight against the two of them alone and use them to hone his sword technique. With a sword in hand, Chenzong relied on his superb sword technique attainments to fight against the two of them alone and resist their attacks. He performed a series of sword strikes. Layers of sword light spread out like a mountain range. It was also like 9 winding rivers that flowed endlessly, weakening all the attacks and eventually neutralizing them. Or perhaps, with the limitless sword, he could immediately find the flaws in his opponent's martial arts and break them one by one. Get close. The Great Luo sex half-step great saint powerhouse suddenly shouted. His figure suddenly swayed, and he quickly closed in on Chenzong with astonishing power. As for the Burning Heart sex half-step great saint powerhouse, his figure flickered 3 times and he also closed in on Chenzong. He wanted to fight in close combat. They didn't know that Chenzong was best at close combat. Chenzong also allowed them to close in on him. The Burning Heart sex powerhouse's 10 fingers pierced through the void like long spears. Every finger was condensed with a terrifying and violent aura that could burn one's heart. It was also blazing and violent as if it could shatter and melt one's bones. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong was covered by dozens of blood-red finger spears. The great Luosec's powerhouse attacked. His palms were suffused with a faint black light. The black light pierced through the void like countless fine and sharp thorns and ruthlessly blasted towards Qianzong from all directions. They were also very good at close combat. Who was better at close combat? Everyone's eyes widened. Close combat was even more dangerous because a moment of carelessness would cause one to be hit and immediately be injured or even killed. Facing two one-star half-step great saint powerhouses, Qianzong suppressed his own strength and used this pressure to temper himself. Hard intense sword, with a sword in hand, it rose from the heart and moved according to the will. It passed through the body and arms, and finally was displayed with the sword. How difficult was it to fuse the 4 stages into one? Even Qianzong's attainments in the sword Dao had only touched the threshold and couldn't truly enter it. If it were most cultivators, they wouldn't even know this, let alone take the initiative to temper themselves. The Burning Heart sects and Great Luo sects powerhouses became more and more shocked as they fought. Every move they made was very powerful, and the techniques they contained were refined for thousands of years. They were very profound, and even a simple attack was incomparably profound. But even so, they were completely blocked by the other party's sword. As the battle went on, they gradually realized that not only were all their attacks blocked, but they also felt like they were being led by the other party. It was as if the other party had seen through their intention to attack and was able to react in advance. Moreover, the other party's counterattacks often hit the weak points of their attacks. Qianzong swung his sword, and the sword light circled around like an arc, directly shattering the attacks of the two powerhouses. Then, he flicked his sword, and the Burning Heart sect's powerhouse had no choice but to dodge to the left. However, a sword light pierced through the air and stabbed towards him, as if it was waiting there for him. Dodge, his hair stood on end, the crowd in the distance was dumbfounded and extremely shocked. How could this be? How could such a person exist in this world? In the void, the sword light was endless. Every sword light was different. At times, it was extremely flexible, like a willow in the wind. At times, it was endless, like rippling water. At times, it was violent and overbearing, like thunder and fire. At times, it was extremely swift, like an aurora breaking through the sky. It was as if all the mysteries of heaven and earth were being interpreted by Qianzong's sword. The endless sword light seemed to weave a net in the void, and the one-star experts of the Burning Heart clan and the Daluo sect were like flying insects that had fallen into the net. The more they struggled, the more they were bound, and the more obvious it became. Under the cover of the heart domain, everything was under Qianzong's control. The superb sword technique and overbearing divine sense allowed Qianzong to deduce more attack trajectories. The expressions of the two experts of the Burning Heart clan and the Daluo sect changed drastically. They realized that it was fine at the beginning, and the two of them could still attack continuously. However, as they exchanged blows, they were gradually controlled by the other party, and moved according to the other party's will. The combination of the infinite sword chain and the heart domain allowed Qianzong to control everything around him. When the sword struck out, it was as hazy as the misty rain in Jiangnan, like smoke and illusion. The expressions of the two experts of the Burning Heart clan and the Daluo sect changed drastically, and they were extremely shocked. Boom, boom. The two of them immediately unleashed an extremely overbearing power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It increased by more than 30%, and they instantly blocked the sword light and retreated. Let's go. Making a prompt decision, the two of them immediately went in different directions. Under the use of secret techniques, the two of them increased their speed by several times, and they were much faster than when they came. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. However, Qianzong only glanced at them, and he did not have any intention of chasing after them. Was it because he could not catch up? No, as long as he was willing, he could definitely catch up. However, he could only catch up to one of them. After all, the other party's speed was faster when they used their secret techniques. Another point was that one of them belonged to the Burning Heart clan, and the other belonged to the Daluo sect. Their sects were in the Daluo sect, and they could not leave. He would settle the matter here first, and then he would go to them personally. Seeing the two powerful half-step great sage experts return without accomplishing anything, and even looking like they were fleeing in panic, everyone was scared silly. The 8 elders from the 3 mid-tier forces were completely dumbfounded. Qianzong glanced at them and smiled. The 3 from the Lei clan have been punished. Now, it's your turn. These words instantly caused the 8 of them to be extremely horrified, and fear arose from the depths of their hearts. What was the punishment for the 3 from the Lei clan? It was death. In other words, the other party wanted to kill them. Run! Without the slightest hesitation, the 8 of them immediately spread out, bursting forth with all their might in 8 different directions. They even executed their secret techniques, moving several times faster than usual. However, since Qianzong had decided to kill them, he would not let them go. His expression didn't change, but a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. He swung the deep night sword and slashed through the void, creating ripples and ripples. The sword ripples spread out like a stone falling into water, creating layers of ripples. The ripples seemed slow, but it was actually an illusion. It was extremely fast, and in just a blink of an eye, it swept across the 8 figures who were bursting out at full speed. The 8 figures trembled slightly when the ripples of sword light swept past their bodies. Then, their speed rapidly slowed down. After flying forward for several thousand meters, they paused for a moment. Then, like birds that had been shot by arrows, they fell one after another without any signs of life. When the sword ripples swept past their bodies, it had already destroyed their vitality, killing them instantly. At this point, more than 38th and 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the 5 low-tier forces and 4 mid-tier forces were all killed. None of them were spared. Horrifying, horrifying, everyone was dumbfounded. Qianzong swept his gaze across them and paused slightly on Old Hong Ghost and the old drunkard. Both of their expressions changed drastically, and they felt as though their heads were about to explode. Fortunately, Qianzong did not make a move on them. Both of them did not dare to stay any longer. They immediately transformed into rays of light and sped away. Daluo sect. Burning Heart clan. Qianzong seemed to be muttering to himself. Then, at a shocking speed, he put away the spatial rings of the dead powerhouses before transforming into a ray of light and sped away like a heavenly sword sweeping across the sky. Where's he going? Someone asked in bewilderment. That direction. Don't tell me he's going to. As though they had thought of something unbelievable, the spectators were even more shocked. Let's go. Someone made a prompt decision and transformed into a ray of light without hesitation as he chased after Qianzong. The others hesitated for a moment before transforming into rays of light and following closely behind. If it was really as they had guessed, then it would be too shocking. After all, killing more than 30 powerhouses from 5 low-tier forces and 4 mid-tier forces was already shocking enough. It was even more shocking that he could even defeat 2 half-step Great Saint stage powerhouses when they joined forces. However, it seemed like he was taking the initiative to kill them. This was too shocking. This was too sensational, regardless of whether the other party would really kill them. In short, the situation in Daluo City was about to change. At the very least, the powerhouses from the 5 low-tier forces had died one after another. What awaited them was disbandment or annihilation. Although the powerhouses from the 4 mid-tier forces were not completely wiped out, what awaited them was also a disaster, and that was the downgrading of their sect. In the upcoming Daluo assembly, they would be downgraded from mid-tier to low-tier. And if the second elder of the Shura sect did not die, then the Shura sect's level would rise. In the Daluo assembly, it would rise from low-tier to mid-tier, and possibly even to high-tier. Changes, that would be the real big change. Just thinking about it made people shudder. Qianzong's speed was extremely fast. That was the speed of a 1-star battle expert. Although the Daluo mountain was huge, it was nothing compared to the speed of a 1-star battle expert. Almost as soon as the 1-star half-step Great Saint powerhouse returned to the Daluo sect, Qianzong followed closely behind. Damn it, he actually chased after us. The 1-star half-step Great Saint powerhouse had just arrived at the Daluo sect. Just as he transmitted his voice to the other 2 half-step Great Saints in the Daluo sect, he felt an incomparably sharp aura, and his expression changed drastically. The tyrannical aura was not concealed. It descended from the sky like a giant sword, and it immediately alarmed the entire Daluo sect. Boom boom boom, streams of incomparably tyrannical aura surged out, exploding forth. Immediately after, the one-star half-step great saint that had fought with Chen Zong and fled in panic appeared again. Following him were two other half-step great saints. One was also one star, while the other was a two-star. The appearance of a two-star half-step great saint and two one-star half-step great saints was the true foundation of the Daluo sect. It was also the foundation of the Daluo sect that allowed them to be called a high-tier force. The moment the three half-step great saints appeared, their aura swept out in all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the surroundings were alarmed. Countless eyes opened and swept over. "You still dare to chase after us?" The one-star half-step great saint who had fled in a panic narrowed his eyes. It was as if he could pierce through the void. His terrifying aura covered the entire sky as he spoke sternly. "The Daluo sect once took in a disciple of our Azura sect. We obtained the great Azura sect's great fiendish Azura technique from him," Chen Zong said unhurriedly. "Our Daluo sect has countless cultivation techniques. How can a mere great fiendish Azura technique compare to our cultivation technique?" The other one-star half-step great saint frowned and rebuked angrily. The one-star half-step great saint who had rushed back earlier had quickly recounted the matter. Although he found it hard to believe, he was not lying. In other words, the second elder of the Azura sect was indeed extraordinary. "Since you're here, stay." The only two-star half-step great saint in the Daluo sect raised his eyelids. Intense light shot out from his eyes as he instantly made his move. Daluo palm. Great net, it was also a saint-grade martial technique. However, when it was executed by a two-star half-step great saint, its power was even more shocking. It was as if the entire world was covered by the palm. Its power was more than twice as strong as the previous person. If Chen Zong was really only at the one-star level, it would be difficult for him to dodge this palm. He might even be suppressed and captured. Unfortunately, Chen Zong's true strength was not only at the one-star level. Of course, under the situation where he did not use his true strength, the two-star level was also Chen Zong's upper limit. However, it was enough for now. The sunken night sword was unsheathed and streaked across the void, leaving a pitch-black sword mark. It instantly tore the palm apart. The two one-star half-step great saints were horrified. What kind of strength was this? The two-star half-step great saint was also shocked. The second palm struck out. Daluo heaven collapsing palm, boom, the black palm print condensed out of thin air. It was extremely huge and directly covered a radius of a few hundred meters. It struck out fiercely with extremely condensed and terrifying power. It directly suppressed the void within a radius of a few thousand meters. Cracks quickly appeared and spread out. The void within a radius of a few thousand meters seemed to be shattered by this palm. Horrifying, shocking, with just this palm, it made everyone understand what a true powerhouse was like. Once he struck, it was extremely terrifying. The other two one-star half-step great saints did not have any room to intervene. This palm did indeed bring a lot of pressure to Chen Zong. The power of the burning evil Azura technique was fully activated. The extreme heart sword Dao intent was also fully activated. He struck out with his sword. Darkness descended in all directions, covering a radius of a few thousand meters. It was as if night was about to fall. Countless sword chi, sword light, and sword radiance appeared suddenly, like a folding fan opening. However, like a folding fan closing, they all merged into the sunken night sword. Heaven and earth were aligned. When the sword struck out, the pitch-black sword light was as fine as hair, but it was extremely tough and sharp. It instantly tore the void apart. The sword mark was shockingly straight and pierced through everything in the world. The pitch-black palm print that was a few hundred meters in size was also torn apart in an instant. Heaven and earth were aligned. The power of this sword had reached the level of an elite two-star level. This chapter was requested by Lu Sa. The second update is at 5 p.m. In the void, a pair of eyes peered through the sky. Strands of silver divine light flickered in the eyes as if they could see through the mysteries of all things. They clearly saw the battle in the sky above Daluo sect. What terrifying talent. This person was a 4-star powerhouse of Tianluo sect. He was also the pillar of Tianluo sect. A top force must have at least a 4-star powerhouse to hold the fort. At this very moment, the number 1 expert of Grand Luo City was frightened. He was only at the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage, but he was able to release the shocking strength of an elite 2-star powerhouse. What kind of talent was this? Tempted, in an instant, this person was tempted. He was very tempted. Waves of uncontrollable greed emerged from the depths of his heart. With my talent, an elite 4-star powerhouse is my limit. I can't go any further. If I want to go further, I'll need a great opportunity. This kid's talent is amazing, but it's impossible for him to release the strength of an elite 2-star powerhouse with his Saint Rudiment stage cultivation. He must have a great secret. If I capture him, that great secret will belong to me. At that time, it's not impossible for me to possess a 5-star powerhouse. Greed, everyone had it. The difference was in their strength and their greed for something. For cultivators, a profound cultivation base and powerful strength had always been the tireless pursuit and yearning for. No matter what cultivation method, martial arts, or mysteries they comprehended, it was all for the sake of strengthening themselves. Tempted, the 4-star powerhouse of Tian Luo sect was very tempted. However, he did not make a move immediately. Instead, he continued to observe. He was very cautious. The news of the battle here could not be completely sealed. It was very likely that it would spread to other territories. At that time, it would inevitably attract other powerhouses from other territories. If he were to brazenly capture him, it would inevitably provoke other powerful enemies. He had to make sure that no one knew. In the sky above Daluo sect, Qinzong fought fiercely with 3 Daluo sect venerables alone with a sword. A 2-star powerhouse, 2 1-star powerhouses. Despite fighting 1 against 3, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Of course, Qinzong could not use the Lingwu Supreme technique to increase his strength while borrowing the power of the Burning Fiend Azura technique. Therefore, even if he pushed his strength to the limit, he could only display the strength of an elite 2-star warrior. However, with his superb swordsmanship, he could completely withstand the combined attacks of the 3 venerable masters. In addition, Qinzong vaguely felt that someone was staring at him. The gaze was very obscure, but there was a trace of greed in it. If it weren't for Qinzong's superhuman perception, he wouldn't have sensed it either. Qinzong felt threatened by the greedy eyes that were staring at him in the dark. Qinzong's heart domain covered the entire area, covering a radius of 100 meters. Everything within 100 meters seemed to be under his control. Coupled with his exquisite swordsmanship, Qinzong didn't fall into a disadvantageous position while dealing with the 3 half-step Great Saint experts. On the contrary, the 3 half-step Great Saint experts of the Daluo sect were extremely shocked. They couldn't imagine that a junior at the Saint Rudiment stage could have such strength. It was too shocking and appalling. The old drunkard, who was returning, saw this from afar and immediately doubted his life. He even felt that his 1,000 years of cultivation had gone to waste. Form the formation. The Daluo sect 2-star powerhouse shouted in a low voice. It was embarrassing to say that 3 half-step Great Saint powerhouses had to form a formation to deal with a junior at the Saint Rudiment stage. However, they could clearly feel the pressure as they were in the middle of it. It was an invisible pressure. There was also an indescribable fear that originated from foresight. If it was already like this now, what would happen if the other party broke through to the half-step Great Saint level? Wouldn't his combat strength skyrocket? At that time, what would the Daluo sect use to resist? The Daluo Heaven Trapping Formation. In the blink of an eye, the 3 half-step Great Sage experts moved, leaving behind layers upon layers of afterimages. They spread out in 3 directions, forming a triangle that surrounded Qinzong. Countless black rays spread out in all directions like crisscrossing silk threads, connecting the 3 powerhouses as if they were about to become one. The blackness spread and spread rapidly, dyeing the surroundings. Qinzong felt as if he had fallen into a prison. A kind of binding pressure came from all directions, pressing down on him from all directions. The Daluo Heaven Trapping Formation. This was the only formation in the Daluo sect. It was also a powerful formation that was said to be able to trap the heavens. Of course, trapping the heavens was only an exaggeration, but it also reflected its characteristics and power. If 3 1-star powerhouses joined forces to form this formation, it was enough to trap a 2-star powerhouse. Then, they would work together and continue to besiege and slowly grind the 2-star powerhouse to death. Now, it was formed by an elite 2-star powerhouse, an elite 1-star powerhouse, and an ordinary 1-star powerhouse. It was enough to completely trap an elite 2-star powerhouse and slowly besiege the 2-star powerhouse to death. Chen Zhongning could feel an astonishing pressure pressing down on him. Many black threads extended out and landed on his body. They layered on top of each other and seemed to want to bind him completely, trapping him to death. Slash, the will of the heart sword, which was extremely sharp, was activated in an instant. The sunken knight sword slashed out in an instant, streaking across the black threads and tearing them apart. However, through the touch of the sword, Chen Zong could clearly feel the tenacity of the black threads. Chen Zong immediately understood that he could not be trapped for a long time. Otherwise, the longer it was, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. At that time, he would have to reveal his true strength. His heart domain was compressed, and everything around him became clearer. Chen Zong was looking for the flaws of this formation. Nothing in the world was perfect. Everything was relative. The so-called perfection was just that no one could find the flaws. This formation was indeed extremely exquisite and shocking. For a moment, Chen Zong could not find any flaws. However, he could force the flaws out. Limitless sword, line of heaven and earth. In an instant, Chen Zong attacked continuously. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, and they attacked in 3 different directions. Under the formation, the strength of the 3 half-step great saint experts temporarily merged into one, and they directly resisted Chen Zong's 3 sword lights. More black light turned into threads and entangled them. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Chen Zong's mouth, and he was filled with confidence. Although those 3 swords had been completely blocked, Chen Zong had also caught a trace of a flaw. The difference in strength between the 3 was a flaw. Blood Thunder Explosion. The power of the Blood Thunder Explosion at the complete realm was extremely shocking. Moreover, it allowed Chen Zong to unleash it without restraint. An astonishing aura spread out in an instant. Swift wind, fierce fire, wind and fire striking the sky. In an instant, Chen Zong used the wind and fire triple swords to the extreme. After integrating the power of the Blood Thunder force, the power increased greatly. The direct attack power was not inferior to the line of heaven and earth at all, and even stronger. The subsequent destructive power was even stronger than the line of heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued without end, and the continuous impact caused the expressions of the 3 Daluo sect experts to change greatly. Moreover, this kind of power was aimed at the weakest point of the Daluo sect. Line of heaven and earth, the endless sword light spread out and condensed in an instant, and it became even darker. When the sword struck, the pitch-black sword light was like a black hole that could absorb all the light in the world. This sword immediately enlarged the flaw of the wind and fire triple swords. Defeat, the weakest half-step great saint expert flew backward, unable to withstand the power of the sword. If not for the protection of other forces, not only would the sword have repelled him, but it could also have killed him. Thunder light escape. In an instant, Chen Zong turned into a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the gap in the formation at an astonishing speed. His sword was like a hot knife through butter, and he attacked the ordinary half-step great saint expert. Stop! The half-step great saint expert's expression changed drastically. He quickly roared and chased after Chen Zong at full speed. Both of his hands struck out continuously, and black palm prints covered the sky and earth in all directions. Every single one of them contained astonishing power. Immediately, a black palm print that was dozens of meters long rushed out from the other palm prints and blasted toward Chen Zong. If Chen Zong insisted on chasing after the half-step great saint expert, he would be hit by this palm print. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong had no intention of dodging. He turned around and slashed with his sword. Blood Thunder Explosion, line of heaven and earth, slash. The power of this sword had yet to reach the 3-star level, but it was already at the top of the 2-star level. Like a hot knife through butter, Chen Zong slashed apart the black palm print and charged towards the 2-star warrior of the Daluo sect. Chen Zong paid no attention to him. He quickly turned around and stabbed out with his sword. Infinite Sword. Although the Infinite Sword integrated with the Blood Thunder Explosion was not as strong as line of heaven and earth, its power was still very terrifying under the influence of the Supreme Sword Intent. Its power was not something that an ordinary half-step great saint expert could resist. The sword broke through layers of palm prints, pierced through the half-step great saint expert's body, and stabbed out from his back. The tyrannical power even threw the ordinary half-step great saint expert's body back. Previously, Chenzong did not kill the half-step great saint expert in the sky above the Shura sect because he hid his strength and used the half-step great saint expert to train himself. But now, since he had chased the half-step great saint expert all the way to the Shura sect, he naturally had to use the appropriate means. Chenzong could not help but sigh. It seemed that the so-called plan, the so-called steady progress, and the so-called step-by-step exploration did not suit him. In the end, everything still depended on strength. Of course, all of this was built on the condition that he had sufficient strength. If he did not have enough strength, he should shrink his neck and develop slowly to avoid attracting the attention of others. But now, Chenzong was not even afraid of the half-step great saint expert with 3-star combat strength. As long as he was willing, he could even break through to the half-step great saint level in a short period of time. At that time, his strength would definitely be more tyrannical, and he would not be afraid even if he faced a half-step great saint expert. And the strongest expert in the Shura sect was a half-step great saint expert. With strength as his backing, he was naturally full of confidence and had nothing to fear. With one sword, he killed a half-step great saint expert of the Shura sect. At the same time, it angered the other 2 half-step great saint experts. The 2 of them did not hesitate to unleash their secret techniques. Their auras instantly increased by several folds, becoming even more tyrannical and shocking. Second update, 9 p.m., third update, boom, the void exploded and was filled with endless black light. The terrifying power and might wreaked havoc in all directions. Everyone from the Daluo sect was shocked, and the spectators from afar felt their hair stand on end. This power was too terrifying. Would the second elder of the Shura sect be able to withstand it? Endless sword light with traces of blood tore through the sky, tearing apart the endless darkness. A figure also broke out with the sword light. His eyes were cold and extremely calm, as if he was indifferent to everything. His gaze swept past the 2 half-step great saints of the Daluo sect, making them tremble uncontrollably. What kind of eyes were those, indifferent to the common people and looking down on the world? As if everything in the world was indifferent to everything in the world. In the depths of his heart, Chenzong had already sentenced the 2 half-step great saints of the Daluo sect to death. Killing 1 was killing 2 was killing, and killing 3 was killing all the same. Kill, 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 nether extinction black eyes. Chenzong had already cultivated this secondary mystic eye technique to the highest level. The black light was extremely deep, and it swept past the eyes at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the white of the eyes was dyed and completely disappeared. Only the extremely deep black light spread out, as if a black hole was sucking in all light. When the pair of deep black eyes stared at him, the Daluo sect's 2-star expert felt his heart tremble. His entire consciousness seemed to be sucked in, and he forgot his own situation. No, something's wrong. In an instant, the 2-star expert reacted and hurriedly gathered all his consciousness to resist. He already understood that the other party had used a mystic eye technique that targeted the spiritual level. It seemed to suck in his consciousness in an instant. The 2-star expert's consciousness was very strong, and his reaction was also very fast. However, he was still a little slower. In a battle between experts, the slightest difference in timing was life and death. An extremely condensed sword light pierced through the air at an indescribable speed. The horizon was so close that it swept past in an instant. The 2-star expert used all his strength to dodge. His face was completely distorted, and he felt as if his body was about to deform due to the intense movement. However, he still couldn't avoid it. Everything was under Chenzong's control. Even if both of them had the same 2-star battle prowess, they would be able to display more strength if they had mastered different means and were outstanding in all aspects. In the end, combat strength was a display of strength, and it was not absolute. For example, Chenzong was a prodigy who excelled in all aspects. Even if he was only an elite 2-star fighter, he could still hold his own against an ordinary 3-star fighter. A sword pierced through the air, piercing through everything. The Daluo sect's 2-star warrior's throat was pierced by the sword. The terrifying sword chi invaded his body and wreaked havoc, killing everything in its path. Even when he was about to die, he couldn't do it. He could only look at Chenzong with fear and reluctance as he fell. Serene black pupils, Chenzong stared at the last half-great saint again. This person was an elite one-star fighter. As they looked at him, they were stunned. They could not resist at all, as if they were waiting to be slaughtered by Chenzong. Dead, seeing the 3 half-great saints being slaughtered, everyone in the Daluo sect was dumbfounded. They couldn't react for a moment. When they finally reacted, they all burst into tears. Those 3 were the pillars of the Daluo sect. They were the strongest in the sect, the foundation of the Daluo sect, and the symbol of the Daluo sect. They were killed, all of them were killed. Sorrow filled the air and shrouded the sky above the Daluo sect. It was as if invisible dark clouds had gathered. Chenzong could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere. Looking down from above, Chenzong's expression was slightly indifferent. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At first, he didn't have the intention to kill. Then why did he kill them? Was it because he was vicious and merciless? No, in the end, they asked for it. If they didn't covet his opportunity and wanted to kill him, they wouldn't have died. At most, they would have paid a price. The world of cultivators was so cruel. Some people took pleasure in killing, some people bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. Some people were clear about gratitude and grudges. As for Chenzong, his principles were very clear. If the other party didn't want to kill him, he wouldn't kill them. However, if the other party wanted to kill him and acted, he wouldn't let them go. Why did the Spring Thunder sect master and elder die? Because they wanted to kill him. Why did the elders and sect masters of the 5 lower forces and 4 middle forces die? Because they wanted to kill him. Why did the 3 half-great saints of the Daluo sect die? Because they wanted to kill him. Everything was as simple as that. The members of the Daluo sect wept bitterly and watched in shock from afar. Chenzong pondered. Then, his eyes became brighter and clearer. I walk my own path. Where are the people who betrayed the Azura sect? Chenzong looked down on the Daluo sect master. His voice was cold and sharp. You're so cruel. You'll die a horrible death. An elder of the Daluo sect scolded. The hatred in his eyes almost turned into a torrential roar. It was as if he wanted to burn Chenzong to ashes. It wasn't just this elder. The other members of the Daluo sect were also glaring at Chenzong. Their eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. They were as cold and sharp as swords. If looks could kill, Chenzong would have been riddled with holes by now. However, such looks couldn't threaten Chenzong in the slightest. Chenzong had no intention of killing them unless they were courting death and attacked him. I won't ask a third time, Chenzong said unhurriedly. The Daluo sect had only poached 1 disciple from the Azura sect. However, he was the disciple with the highest talent in the Azura sect and had high hopes for him. In terms of talent, he could reach the King realm. Of course, there were also differences in the King realm. Sensing the sharpness and decisiveness in Chenzong's words, the Daluo sect master's pupils shrank. Chenzong was too strong. Even 3 half-step great saints were killed by him. Even if the entire Daluo sect came out in full force, they wouldn't be a match for him. Instead, they would only increase their casualties. Bring him here. The Daluo sect master's eyes were cold. He didn't hide his anger and killing intent as he stared at Chenzong. You're vicious and merciless. The Tianluo sect won't let you off. The Tianluo sect was one of the top forces in Grand Luo City. It was the only top force. To a certain extent, it was also a symbol of deterrence. It was like a ruler. It was impossible for the Tianluo sect to not react to what had happened today. Otherwise, it would be chilling. However, in order to avoid further enraging the other party, they had to act according to the other party's wishes. In an instant, a figure broke out of the encirclement and flew in another direction at an astonishing speed. It was the prodigy disciple who had betrayed the Azura sect and betrayed them to join the Daluo sect. His current cultivation base had already reached the 4th level Saint Rudiment stage. Don't you dare! The Daluo sect master suddenly unleashed his full strength at the peak of the 9th heaven Saint realm. His speed was shocking as he turned into a streak of black light and shot across the sky. The moment he made his move, he went all out with endless killing intent. He hated this person. If it weren't for this person, the Daluo sect wouldn't have suffered such a calamity. A fourth heaven saint realm prodigy was indeed strong. However, he was nothing in the face of a ninth heaven saint realm powerhouse. Even Xianxia couldn't fight a ninth heaven saint realm powerhouse with his fourth heaven saint realm cultivation base. In just an instant, the Daluo sect master captured the person. However, he didn't kill him. Instead, he used his strength to destroy the other party's Saint Whirlwind and shatter the bones in his limbs. The Daluo sect master threw the person at Xianxia's feet like a dead dog. The Daluo sect master stared at Xianxia fearlessly. It was as if he was unafraid of death. Xianxia glanced at him but didn't care. 2,000 heavenly origin pills, Xianxia said. This was compensation. Compared to other losses, 2,000 heavenly origin pills were nothing. He could even pay 20,000 heavenly origin pills as long as the 3 half-step great saints didn't die. However, it was too late to say anything. The cause of the past, the effect of today. Everything seemed to be decided by the heavens. The Daluo sect master quickly handed over 2,000 heavenly origin pills to Xianxia. Xianxia put away the heavenly origin pills and glanced at them. His expression didn't change, but there was a hint of indifference in his eyes. I welcome you to seek revenge on me. However, the prerequisite is that you have sufficient strength. Otherwise, death will be your only ending. After saying that, Xianxia turned into a streak of light and flew away. He was heading towards the Burning Heart sect. The matter of the Burning Heart sect injuring the Azura Gate's Grand Elder was already a grudge. He could ignore it and leave it to the Grand Elder to resolve it. However, this time a half-step great saint expert from the Burning Heart sect made a move against him and tried to kill him repeatedly. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed. This grudge had to be resolved. As for how it would be resolved, it would depend on the other party's attitude. If it was the same as the Daluo sect, it would be to kill him. On the other hand, Xianxia was puzzled about something. Who was the person watching him from the dark? To be able to threaten him, he had to be at least a 3-star battle strength or even higher. In the territory of Tai Luo City, only the Tianluo sect had 3-star or higher experts. Was the person watching him from the dark someone from the Tianluo sect? If so, why didn't he appear to stop him? After all, the Tianluo sect was the only top force in the territory of Tai Luo City. They were like a ruler. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have allowed him to kill a half-step great saint powerhouse from the Daluo sect. Even if he couldn't make a move when he killed the first one, he could definitely make a move when he killed the second and third one. Don't understand. However, Xianxia didn't think too much about it. He couldn't guess what the other party was thinking. Now that he had left, the feeling of being watched disappeared from Xianxia's mind. Perhaps, the other party didn't follow him. Where is he going? The spectators also reacted. There was a hint of doubt amidst the horror. That's not the direction of the Shura sect. Could it be that he's going to the Burning Heart sect? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. Burning Heart sect, the second elder of the Shura sect, was so crazy. After killing the 3 half-step great saint powerhouses from the Daluo sect, he still wanted to go to the Burning Heart sect. Third update, the Burning Heart clan and the Daluo sect were both superior forces. They were located on opposite sides of the Daluo mountain and were quite far away from each other. Of course, it was nothing to a half-step great sage. They could cross it very quickly. Xianxia was extremely fast. He quickly left the Daluo sect and turned into a gust of wind. He drifted in the void between heaven and earth and flew towards the Burning Heart clan. In the middle, he would pass through a valley that stretched for hundreds of miles. The valley was filled with towering trees and was very lush. When Xianxia flew to the middle of the valley, his expression suddenly changed. He did not hesitate to use the Thunderlight Escape and increased his speed. The Thunderlight Escape was an explosive movement technique and could not be maintained for long. However, at this moment, Xianxia, who felt the sudden danger, had no choice but to do so, even if the consumption of energy increased. However, the person who made the move seemed to have premeditated and had made all the preparations. A smear of black appeared at the top of the sky and spread out at an astonishing speed. It was upside down and around the bottom of the sky, black appeared and spread upwards like a biting cold tide. It was a combination of the top and the bottom. The speed of the black spreading was extremely fast. Although Qianzong's speed was also very fast, he was still a little slower. Boom! The thunder light escape directly hit the edge of the black and slashed out with his sword. However, Qianzong felt a strong and tenacious force blocking his sword. Moreover, it burst out with an astonishing rebounding force and sent him flying. Qianzong's expression sank slightly. He could only watch as the black completely covered him. It was as if it had formed a dark void and trapped him. Isolated, he was completely isolated. He could not feel any aura outside the dark void, even though Qianzong's divine will was shockingly powerful. The appearance of the dark void was so sudden and so fast that it was completely premeditated. However, Qianzong did not panic. Instead, he remained calm. The more it was like this, the more he had to remain calm. "Come out," Qianzong said calmly. His eyes were faint and there was a trace of sharpness. Clap 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 clap, a series of claps suddenly sounded. In the dark void, it was very crisp and ear-piercing. "You're very good. If I were your age and encountered such a situation, I wouldn't be able to remain so calm." A somewhat hoarse voice sounded, but it seemed to come from all directions, making it difficult for Qianzong to determine the speaker's location. "Who are you?" Qianzong asked again as he tried to sense the other party's location. "You don't need to know." The other party's voice was still as hoarse as ever. "Why did you attack me?" Qianzong asked again. He was stalling for time so that he could find out where the other party was. The tyrannical power of divine sense swept out like a storm, covering the entire dark void. However, it was difficult to locate the other party's figure. It was as if the other party had become one with the dark void. It was as if the other party did not exist, yet it was as if the other party was everywhere. "I'm very interested in you." The hoarse voice had a hint of ridicule, and the words were also very straightforward. "There must be a big secret on your body. As long as you hand over all your cultivation methods, martial arts, and all your secret techniques, and leave behind your storage ring, I will spare your life." "You're from the Tianluo sect?" Qianzong suddenly asked. "Hee, you can think of it that way." The other party's reaction was very quick. He did not deny it, nor did he directly admit it. Instead, he used an unfathomable tone to reply. The content of his reply was also very vague. Was it? It could be yes, but it could also be no. The other party was from the Tianluo sect. However, if he denied it directly, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Such a vague answer would instead cause people to think that he was purposely setting up a trap to throw the blame on the Tianluo sect. It was also possible that the other party was not from the Tianluo sect. His goal was to throw the blame on them. An ambiguous answer naturally did not affect a stupid person, but to a smart person, it was a kind of confusion. Qianzong was a smart person, but not one who thought too much. Therefore, he ignored the other party's ambiguous answer and made a judgment in his heart. The other party was from the Tianluo sect. There were reasons for this deduction. Firstly, this was the territory of the Tianluo mountain. Secondly, the other party was acting this way because he was afraid of leaking information and his identity. All in all, the possibility of the other party being from the Tianluo sect was as high as 70 to 80%. If it was a 3-star battle strength from the Tianluo sect, he would not be afraid. However, if it was a 4-star battle strength, then it would be quite troublesome. Especially when the other party was fully prepared. If he guessed correctly, this void shrouded in darkness was a secret treasure. The other party's purpose of using the secret treasure to trap him was not to kill him, but to obtain the so-called opportunity. Of course, after obtaining the so-called opportunity, whether he could survive or not would be very uncertain. Would Qianzong hand over the so-called opportunity? Naturally, it was impossible. Then, he would have to find the other party and fight. Since when did a 4-star powerhouse from the Tianluo sect engage in such shady business? Qianzong opened his mouth again. The moment he finished speaking, Qianzong's extremely sharp senses indeed caught a trace of an undetectable fluctuation. This fluctuation was immediately caught by Qianzong and he instantly drew his sword. The deep night sword slashed through the darkness, piercing through everything and mercilessly piercing through the dark void. Not only did he use all of his strength, but he also unleashed the power of the Blood Thunder Force, transforming it into a line between heaven and earth. This was the only way to pose a threat to the other party. The sword pierced through the void. As expected, the other party quickly dodged. The fluctuation brought about by the sword was even more clearly felt by Xianxia. As if the sword light had exploded, countless pitch-black sword rays shot out continuously. They were tyrannical, sharp, and extremely shocking. With Xianxia as the center, they poured out in all directions. Every sword was extremely tyrannical and had the power of a 2-star elite. Stubborn resistance. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded with a hint of mockery with a sneer. A mere 2-star battle strength dared to go against a 4-star battle strength like him. He was simply ignorant of his own abilities. Every difference in star level was more than double the difference in battle strength. The difference in battle strength between a 2-star and a 4-star was a few times greater. Even if the other party's sword technique was superb, it would be impossible for him to overcome such a difference in strength to go against him. Victory was in his hands. However, to be safe, he used the secret treasure of the Tianluo sect, the Tianluo domain, to prevent the news from leaking out. This secret treasure was not simple. It formed a dark space to cover the inside, but the outside world was invisible. At this moment, the dark void could not be seen from the outside world. It was the same as before. It was still the scenery of the valley. One could only discover it when they were close to it. Since you don't want to cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless. The hoarse voice sounded in his ears. Xianxia was shocked. Thunder light escape, with a burst of speed, he turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly swept to the side. A black light flashed by in an instant, as if it had cut open the void where Xianxia was standing, causing Xianxia to be horrified. Not bad. You actually managed to dodge my attack. I'm getting more and more interested in you. The voice sounded like it was right beside his ear, following him like a shadow. Instantly, Xianxia's hair stood on end. Without hesitation, Xianxia unleashed his true strength. Taichu sword energy technique, Lingwu power, his combat strength soared in an instant. He was originally a 2-star elite, but now it soared to a 3-star elite. His speed increased, and he performed the formless heavenly wind. It was extremely light, and its power was fully displayed. With a turn of his sword, heaven and earth were aligned. Kill, this sword was condensed to the extreme. The pitch-black sword light was deeper and deeper than the dark void. The power of this sword was obviously much stronger than before. In his perception, it had completely reached the level of a 3-star elite. The 4-star elite of the Tianluo sect was shocked and horrified. He could actually unleash such power. It was too terrifying. Moreover, he could feel that his opponent's power and aura had changed. Previously, his aura was filled with shocking killing intent. Now, his aura had an indescribable sharpness. Obviously, they were different cultivation techniques. One person could actually master 2 different cultivation techniques at the same time. Unbelievable. The 4-star elite was getting more and more excited. A great opportunity. It was definitely a great opportunity. It was even greater than he had imagined. With his full strength, Xianxia became even more powerful. Whether it was his attack, speed, or other aspects, they all increased. With a sword in his hand, he kept attacking. For a moment, the 4-star elite was actually unable to do anything to Xianxia. Under such circumstances, the 4-star elite also unleashed his full strength. Elite 4-star combat strength, the long saber was unsheathed. The saber light suddenly lit up and shone in all directions. Then, it retracted and returned to darkness. As the saber slashed down, its power was extremely shocking. The saber light seemed to have split the darkness, but it also seemed to have deepened the darkness. The saber slashed out. It was only a saber light, but it made Xianxia feel as if he was facing hundreds of saber lights. It was like an inescapable net. There was nowhere to dodge. Nether extinction black pupil. This ocular secret technique could not only directly attack the target's mind, but it could also enhance Xianxia's vision, allowing him to better see the weak spots. Originally, Xianxia's vision was already very shocking. Now that he had cultivated the nether extinction black pupil to the extreme, the increase was even more shocking. 1 point, one point among the hundreds of saber lights was instantly targeted by Qianzong. Heaven and earth aligned, a sword pierced out, instantly piercing through that point. Qianzong only felt a tyrannical force rush towards him, causing the sunken knight sword to almost bend. His entire body flew backwards, but a large portion of the blade was also disintegrated by Qianzong's sword. Slash! 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 The pitch-black long saber kept slashing out. One slash after another, as if it was endless. It was like a black saber wave, surging and surging endlessly, covering everything in all directions. Since one slash was not enough, he would slash more. He wanted to see how his opponent would deal with it. As the saying goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. Facing such a strong, violent, and concentrated attack, he wanted to see how his opponent would deal with it no matter how skilled he was. Qianzong's expression was cold, and his eyes were flickering. Dozens of saber lights, each of them condensed into a solid form. The power of each of them could injure an ordinary 4-star fighter. It was very terrifying. They attacked from all directions and surrounded him. Yin and Yang Sword Realm. I admit, I lost track of time while typing. In the dark space within celestial suppression, dozens of extremely powerful saber lights slashed madly as if they were capable of destroying everything. Black and white dual-colored sword lights mixed together, the yin-yang Dao insight had almost touched the limit, and it was extremely profound. Another top-grade Dao insight. The heart of the celestial NetSec's 4-star battle force expert couldn't help but jerk. It was already extremely shocking for a formidable cultivator to be able to grasp a top-grade Dao insight, not to mention cultivating it to the limit at the Saint Rudiment stage. Yet this person before him had not only cultivated a top-grade Dao insight to the limit, he had also grasped several other high-grade Dao insights, and all of them had reached the limit of the 9th revolution. Moreover, he had even grasped a second top-grade Dao insight that was close to the limit. To be able to possess an elite 4-star battle force expert, the celestial NetSec expert had naturally comprehended Dao insights to the limit, and he was even more shocked because he was able to clearly distinguish the fluctuation of Qianzong's Dao insight aura. Because of this, he had the same thought as many powerful enemies in the past. He must kill Qianzong. Otherwise, such natural talent was too terrifying, and if Qianzong grew and took revenge in the future, the celestial NetSec wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. The saber lights arrived and couldn't be dodged. Even if Qianzong's sword technique was superb, he couldn't break through them at the same time and could only defend. Boom! Boom! Although the Yin-Yang Sword Realm's defense was very strong, it could defend against a single attack from a 4-star battle force expert, but it was difficult to defend against a few dozen attacks. But Qianzong instantly seized the opportunity and stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the weak point between the shattered saber lights as if he had slashed open a fine passageway. Formless heavenly wind, after this divine ability was cultivated to the perfection stage, its profundity was shocking. Especially when executed with the heavenly wind Dao insight at the limit of the 9th revolution, it could really transform into a strand of heavenly wind that could enter and exit everywhere. Just as he charged out of the shattered saber lights, the pitch-black saber that was coming straight at him slashed down decisively. It was as if it could split open the sky. This saber contained an extremely terrifying might that was extremely overbearing and seemed to be able to cut everything into pieces. It was impossible to evade. It was as if one would be directly slashed. Heavenly Dipper Domination Strike, the secret martial arts of the Tian Luo sect, could be used barehanded or with a weapon. Its power was astonishing. The blow made Qianzong suffocate, as if he would be cut into pieces. Qianzong compressed his heart domain to a radius of 10 meters. He pushed his nether extinction black pupils to the maximum. He focused on that astonishing saber light. He drew his sword, heaven and earth were aligned, the power that had been condensed to the extreme shot out in an instant, directly hitting the point of the pitch-black blade light. Boom! After a slight pause, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Qianzong could only feel a terrifying force that could shatter mountains and crack the earth. He was sent flying. If he hadn't activated his unbreakable golden body in time, his hand would have cracked and his arm bones would have been shattered. Even so, he still felt a sharp pain in his body. He couldn't help but tremble in his chi and blood, and was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. The 4-star elite from the Tian Luo sect also paused for a moment before the power of the blade exploded. What astonishing awareness and swordsmanship! His eyes were so bright that they seemed to be able to pierce the sky. His combat strength was obviously not as good as his, but he could rely on such astonishing awareness and swordsmanship to attack the weak point of the Celestial Dipper strike. That weak point was insignificant, but it was still grasped and used by his opponent. Indeed, it was terrifying. With such talent, why hadn't he heard of this person's name before? The thought just flashed through his mind. He didn't think too much about it, and there was no need to think too much about it. No matter how outstanding he was, he would eventually fall into his hands. Tian Luo swordsmanship. The swordsmanship was unleashed, and pitch-black light covered all directions. Layer upon layer, densely packed, surrounded and attacked. Every slash contained the two forces of toughness and flexibility. As they combined, they became more and more exquisite. In an instant, Chenzong was trapped in the middle. Chenzong unleashed the infinite sword chain and combined it with the heart domain that had been compressed to the extreme to defend against his opponent's swordsmanship. In terms of combat skills, Chenzong was better than his opponent. However, in terms of strength, he wasn't as good as his opponent. Under such circumstances, he could more or less contend with his opponent. However, the power of the Lingwu was rapidly depleting. The Supreme Lingwu technique was a minor supernatural power. It wasn't easy to cultivate it. Up until now, Chenzong had only cultivated it to a minor level. Only when he cultivated it to the great perfection realm, he didn't need to store energy. He could directly activate it and use it endlessly. It would only stop when his energy was completely exhausted. However, he didn't know how much time it would take to reach that level. Right now, it was impossible to defeat his opponent with his own strength. Moreover, the pressure that his opponent gave him was too strong. It was almost beyond his limit. He couldn't borrow the pressure from his opponent to sharpen the mysteries of the sword-intent body. If this continued, when the power of the Lingwu was completely exhausted, his strength would decrease. At that time, it would be even worse. As for using the Azura doppelganger to display the evil eye of obliteration, Chenzong wasn't confident that he could kill his opponent. Instead, it would expose the secret of the doppelganger and attract more trouble. At that time, the scene of him escaping into the bewildering light sea would unavoidably repeat itself. He had to escape. In order to escape, he had to break through this dark void. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. He made a prompt decision. Spirit control technique, activate. In an instant, 18 rays of black light suddenly lit up and shot out at an astonishing speed towards the other party like a hot knife through butter. This sudden move immediately startled the other party, causing him to be somewhat startled. However, his reaction speed was extremely fast. With the Sky Luo sword technique, he could both attack and defend. He instantly blocked the 18 rays of black light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenzong immediately used the formless heavenly wind and thunderbolt escape to quickly escape. Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately rushed to the side and approached the edge of the dark void. When the Sky Luo sect's 4-star powerhouse saw this, a mocking sneer appeared on his face. Could it be that he still wanted to break through the Sky Luo domain? The strength of the Sky Luo domain was closely related to the user's strength. In other words, unless the opponent could erupt with strength comparable to his own, there was no hope of breaking through it. However, it was obvious that the opponent didn't have the strength of an elite 4-star. Heaven and Earthline, the sword slashed out with the strength of an elite 3-star. However, it was blocked and couldn't break through at all. Next attack. I must break through it with my next attack, Chenzong thought to himself. Then, this attack must erupt with the strongest power. Spirit control. In an instant, all of his divine sense was mobilized. It surged like a tidal wave and raged like a storm. As the storm raged, Chenzong's black hair fluttered. Each strand of hair emitted a sharp sword or a wave. The 18 rays of black light instantly condensed into 2 lesser imperial divine weapons and pointed forward. All of his divine sense carried the strength of the Genesis sword energy technique and Lingwu power. They all surged into the lesser imperial divine weapons. The black rays were like flowing water. An extremely shocking aura spread out and spread in all directions. However, this wasn't enough. He only had one chance. If he couldn't break through it with this attack, he would inevitably fall into his opponent's hands. Blood Lightning Seed. Detonate. Chen Zong had detonated a Blood Lightning Seed when he was in the 8th realm of the Bewildering Light realm. He knew the power of detonating a Blood Lightning Seed. He also knew that the feeling of detonating a Blood Lightning Seed was extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, after detonating a Blood Lightning Seed, he would have to cultivate again, which would be even more difficult. Previously, the detonation within the Bewildering Light realm was automatically resolved after he exited the Bewildering Light realm. After all, even if he died inside, it wouldn't be a true death. However, this time it was a true detonation. In order to break through this layer of darkness, he had no choice but to do so. The moment the completed Blood Lightning Seed detonated, Chen Zong felt as if something had exploded in his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, an extremely powerful and shocking power spread out like a torrent. Rumble. It was like a blood-red lightning that penetrated his body and landed on the 2 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons. It instantly dyed the lesser Imperial Divine Weapons blood-red. Spirit Control Break. With his divine telekinesis as the source of power, he abruptly pushed the 2 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons forward. The 2 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons instantly intertwined with each other rapidly. It was as if they had turned into a drill that pierced through the void and struck the darkness barrier. The 4-star expert from the Tianluo sect didn't make a move earlier. He wanted to watch the other party make a fool of himself and make him feel despair. However, after Chen Zong's attack, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He had a bad feeling in his heart. This bad feeling seemed to have proven something. With a pop, the extremely tough barrier formed by Tianluo's domain-suppressing artifact was broken in an instant. Even though it was only a crack that was about a foot wide, it was still enough to shock him to no end. This meant that the other party's attack had the fighting power of an elite 4-star expert. It might even be stronger. Forcefully suppressing the uncomfortable feeling in his body, Chen Zong performed the Thunderlight Escape with all his might and rushed towards the crack in an instant. Go, 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 the crack was actually shrinking rapidly. Stay here. The expert from the Tianluo sect was extremely furious and regretful. He had been too confident. Who would have thought that the other party would have so many trump cards that exceeded his limits and imagination time and time again? With the activation of his power, the crack shrank at a faster speed. Formless heavenly wind, Chen Zong approached the shrinking crack and transformed into a gust of heavenly wind that quickly drilled out. As soon as he broke out of the encirclement of Tianluo's domain-suppressing artifact, Chen Zong immediately felt as if he was a bird flying freely in the sky and a fish swimming freely in the sea. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong pushed his Thunder Light Escape with all his strength and flew away. If it wasn't for the fact that his divine telekinesis couldn't activate the Spirit Control Break, Chen Zong would have used the Lesser Imperial Divine Weapon to speed up. Fast, moving at full speed, extremely fast. Vaguely, Chen Zong felt as if he was about to break through some kind of shackle and surpass some kind of limit. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the valley. He was wearing a black robe and his eyes were cold and ferocious. He stared at Chen Zong with a gaze that was almost tangible. I didn't plan to use it at first, but you forced me to. A pained expression flashed across his eyes. A black ball appeared in his hand. It seemed to be made of metal and was covered with countless complicated patterns. It looked abnormally mysterious and seemed to contain endless mysteries. This was a one-time use secret treasure that he obtained by chance. It was very precious and different from the Tianluo secret treasure. The Tianluo secret treasure wasn't a one-time use secret treasure. It could be used again. The heavenly wind was vast and mighty. It was like a raging sea. Chen Zong seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. He blended into the wind and kept moving forward. A feeling that he was going to break the shackles and surpass his limits arose spontaneously. It was like an electric shock that kept spreading. The 4-star powerhouse from the Tianluo sect endured the pain and threw the black metal ball in his hand with all his might. The black light spread and spread in all directions. It was like a dark sun shining in the sky. Chen Zong's body trembled. A bone-chilling feeling gushed out from the deepest part of his heart and instantly spread throughout his body. The metal ball that the 4-star powerhouse threw with all his might was extremely fast. Chen Zong's body was not feeling well because of the explosion of the blood lightning seed. Moreover, the royal spirit strike had consumed too much energy. His speed and reaction were a little slow. At this point, he had no choice but to expose the existence of the sure doppelganger. A gray light flashed between his eyebrows. Just as the sure doppelganger was about to rush out and escape with the main body, the metal ball flashed and instantly approached before exploding. It exploded in the air like a black firework and turned into strands of black silk. It covered the sky and covered the earth like a net. It was extremely fast and carried an indescribable pressure. It even affected the sure doppelganger. It seemed like it could not escape from the main body. In an instant, Chen Zong was surrounded by countless black silk threads. They intertwined with each other. When they touched Chen Zong's body, the black silk threads seemed to melt and merged into Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong immediately felt that his strength was rapidly disappearing. Essence, qi, and spirit, it was related to his physique refinement stage, qi refinement stage, and spirit refinement stage. They were all weakening and disappearing. In the blink of an eye, countless black rays entered his body and spread to every part of his body. It was as if every part of his body was covered by the black silk threads. Chen Zong felt like he had been stripped of all his strength and was reduced to an ordinary person. Without strength, he naturally could not fly in the air anymore. His body immediately fell. Moreover, he was falling from such a height and had lost all his strength. If he hit the ground, he would most likely die. However, Chen Zong did not panic. His opponent would not let him fall to his death. Falling. The wind whistled in his ears and became more and more violent. Chen Zong could only feel the boundless scenery flashing past his eyes. He was getting closer to the ground. It was a huge rock that looked as hard as metal. If he were to land directly on it, there was an 80 to 90% chance that his body would shatter or even die on the spot. Close, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, the rough surface of the metal-like boulder was clearly visible to the eyes. 40 meters, 30 meters, Chen Zong could smell the cold aura of the rock. 20 meters, 10 meters, he was getting closer. The speed of falling was extremely fast. 10 meters was just a matter of seconds. Just as Chen Zong's head was about to smash into the huge, metal-like rock, his body suddenly stopped. His head was only 1 foot away from the huge rock. 1 foot was the distance between life and death. Even with Chen Zong's outstanding temperament, he still secretly heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. His opponent was so secretive and used a secret treasure to deal with him. He wanted to capture him alive. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble? The 4-star powerhouse from the Tianluo sect stared at Chen Zong's calm face, but he was very unhappy. It was already painful for him to use a precious one-time-use secret treasure, but he wanted to use it to teach his opponent a lesson. Seeing his opponent panic from falling would make him feel better. He did not expect his opponent to be so calm. It was as if he did not care about his own life or death. It was as if he was certain that he would not let him die. Anger surged in his heart. He wanted to kill him. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He had used a valuable one-time-use secret treasure and planned this carefully just to capture his opponent alive. As long as he could force out his opponent's secrets and obtain the great opportunity, he could do whatever he wanted with him. Thinking of this, he felt a little better. He grabbed Chen Zong and left at a shocking speed. He did not return to the Tianluo sect directly. Instead, he went to a secret place. The secret place required one to pass through a cave and activate a formation to enter. He did not intend to avoid Chen Zong. Obviously, after being hit by the secret treasure, Chen Zong was reduced to an ordinary person. He would be killed after this. Therefore, it did not matter if he avoided him or not. It was a small valley. It was only a few thousand meters in radius. A wooden house was located in the middle of the valley. It looked very simple. This is a secret place that I found in my early years. I obtained some opportunities and a secret treasure here. The 4-star powerhouse from the Tianluo sect had kept this secret in his heart. Now, he could not help but say it out loud. It was like he was lamenting and showing off. That secret treasure is called the God-sealing demon-trapping orb. Even a 5-star powerhouse could not resist it. All of his power would be sealed immediately and he would be reduced to a useless person. A cold smile appeared on the man's face. I originally planned to save it for my life. Today, you forced me to use my only god-sealing demon-trapping orb. This person's expression suddenly turned vicious, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light. His tone was ferocious. I only hope you don't disappoint me. Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to beg for death. Of course, as long as you cooperate, I'll spare your life after this. Think about it. It's better to live than to die. What do you want? Chenzong stared at the man. His expression and eyes were as calm as water. He asked slowly while secretly checking his own body. Although all of his power was sealed, he could still see inside himself. Chenzong could see that inside his body, there were many black threads that intertwined with each other. They were emitting a strange and deep aura. His power did not really disappear. It was just that it was sealed by these black threads. With a wave of his hand, the 4-star powerhouse from the Tianluo sect immediately took out a pen and paper and placed it in front of Chenzong. He said coldly, but his eyes were burning with passion. Write down all of your cultivation methods and martial arts. He could see that Chenzong's cultivation methods and martial arts were extremely exquisite. Also, hand over your storage ring. His eyes shone fiercely. Before Chenzong could react, he directly took the storage ring from Chenzong's finger. Remove the ownership, the powerhouse ordered. Then you have to remove the power of the god-sealing demon-trapping orb first, Chenzong said slowly. His essence, energy, and spirit were all sealed. How could he remove the ownership of the storage ring? The man did not speak again, but his eyes were unusually cold. He also did not return the storage ring to Chenzong. There were usually 3 ways to remove the ownership of a storage ring. The first way was for the other party to remove it automatically. The second way was to forcefully remove it, but this required a very strong divine sense. The third way was to kill the other party and remove the storage ring naturally. Now that the other party was sealed by the god-sealing demon-trapping orb and could not remove it automatically, there were only 2 ways left. However, the second way was to forcefully remove it. If it could not be removed, then so be it. If it could be removed, then it would definitely hurt the other party's soul. Therefore, the Tianluo sect powerhouse could only hold back for now. Otherwise, if he hurt the other party's soul, especially when the other party's essence, energy, and spirit were sealed, he did not know whether he would die because of it. He still needed the other party's opportunity. Then, he could only wait until the other party had written down all of his cultivation methods and martial arts. He would wait until he had obtained the opportunity to kill the other party. At that time, the storage ring would be removed. Everything would belong to him. You'd better cooperate. Otherwise, although I won't kill you directly, I won't hesitate to kill the people of the Shura sect. The Tianluo sect's 4-star powerhouse threatened. Immediately, a cold light flashed in Chenzong's eyes. He was here to repay the ancient Shura king and to revive the Shura sect. If the Shura sect were to be wiped out because of him, he would not be able to bear the consequences. I need time. Chenzong's voice became low. Okay. The Tianluo sect's powerhouse revealed a smug look, satisfied that his threat was effective. I'll give you 3 days to write down all of your cultivation methods and martial arts. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Picking up the pen and paper, Chenzong stood up and walked out. Where are you going? The Tianluo sect's powerhouse asked in a low voice. Here, are you still worried that I'll run away? Chenzong asked in a mocking tone. Humph, here, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. The Tianluo sect's powerhouse snorted. Moreover, he was under the influence of the god-sealing demon-sealing orb and had his strength sealed. Chenzong did not reply. Instead, he kept walking as if he was unwilling to be under the same roof as the powerhouse. The Tianluo sect's powerhouse did not chase after him. This valley was only a few thousand meters wide. With his speed, he could reach anywhere in an instant. Moreover, his divine sense could cover the entire valley and grasp his opponent's every move. At the edge of the valley, Chenzong found a comfortable place to sit down. He picked up the pen and paper and began to write. Formless heavenly wind. The first thing Qinzong wrote down was this secondary ability. The Tian Luosec's powerhouse's divine sense covered the valley. Although Qinzong's essence, energy, and spirit were sealed, he could still sense it with his keen senses. Although the Tian Luo sect was a top sect, they did not have any true abilities. They did not even have many secondary abilities, only 2 of them. If they could get their hands on another one, it would be great. In an instant, the Tian Luo sect's powerhouse paid close attention. Qinzong wrote at a steady pace. Vigorous and powerful words appeared on the animal parchment. The content of formless heavenly wind was very mysterious. As they read, the Tian Luo sect's powerhouse became immersed in it. He continued to comprehend and deduce the mysteries within. As a result, they relaxed their surveillance on Qinzong. This was the result that Qinzong wanted. This was also because Qinzong was sealed by the god-sealing demon-sealing orb and was in this hidden valley. There was no way for him to escape. They had to monitor him because they were worried that he would commit suicide and ruin all their plans. Activate. In an instant, Qinzong felt that the surveillance on him had relaxed. He immediately ordered. A gray light suddenly appeared in front of Qinzong's eyes. It rapidly stretched up and down, about 2 meters long, and then spread to both sides. In a flash, a 2-meter-tall oval-shaped gray light door appeared in front of Qinzong. This scene appeared too suddenly, too quickly. The Tian Luo sect expert was immersed in comprehending the formless heavenly wind and relaxed his surveillance on Qinzong. How could he have foreseen such a change? An extremely powerful divine sense blasted down, as if to suppress Qinzong, but Qinzong took a step forward and stepped into the gray light door. Boom! In the distance, an extremely powerful black light arrived in a flash, traversing thousands of meters in an instant. Wherever it passed, the vegetation and rocks were torn to shreds. That was an extremely shocking blade light that was shot out in anger. Its power was extremely terrifying, at the level of a 4-star elite, as if it could cut through everything. The gray light door seemed to have been shattered by the blade light, disappearing in an instant. Qinzong disappeared along with it. The paper and brush were also destroyed by the terrifying power, turning into dust. In the next moment, a black light descended. The place where the blade light slashed was in ruins, leaving behind a long and deep blade mark on the mountain wall. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The Tian Luo sect expert scanned the area, but he couldn't find any trace of Qinzong. Even his aura had disappeared without a trace. Under the power of the god-sealing demon-sealing orb, in this valley where it was difficult to fly out even if you had wings, Qinzong escaped from under his nose. Moreover, he didn't know where Qinzong had fled to. There was no trace of him at all, even his aura had disappeared without a trace. No matter where you run to, Azura's gate will always be here. I'd like to see if you'll abandon Azura's gate or return. A cold glint flashed across his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister grin. He had suffered such a great loss. If he didn't take it back, how could he be satisfied? From the gray light door, a foot stepped out and landed on the ground. After Qinzong walked out of the gray light door, it closed. Bewildering Light Island, a realm gate allowed Qinzong to temporarily escape danger and arrive at Bewildering Light Island. Qinzong passed through the 8th level of the Bewildering Light realm and obtained the opportunity to leave. Due to his age, he also obtained the qualifications to challenge the 9th level. At the same time, he could enter and leave the Bewildering Light Island as he wished. As long as he was still in the Tianyuan Sanctuary, no matter where he was, Qinzong could return to Bewildering Light Island in an extremely short amount of time. Of course, in order to return to Bewildering Light Island, one had to open the realm gate and pass through the realm gate to return. That would take some time. Qinzong purposely used the formless heavenly wind to let the other party comprehend it, so that the other party would relax their surveillance on him and summon the realm gate. Fortunately, opening the world gate had nothing to do with spiritual energy. As long as one still had consciousness, they could do it. Otherwise, Qinzong would be in deep trouble this time. He did not think that if he handed over all his cultivation methods, martial arts, and opportunities, the other party would let him go. He would definitely kill him later. When the realm gate opened, Qinzong appeared at the altar of the Confusion realm. No one else was alarmed. Who knew what kind of weird thoughts others might have with her current appearance? After opening the bewildering light realm gate, Chenzong directly stepped in. Senior Huaji. Chenzong stared at the gray chaos and said. Senior Huaji's background was extremely mysterious. Chenzong felt that she was unfathomable. She was definitely not someone a half-step great saint could compare to. She might even be a great saint expert. If he wanted to remove the seal on his body, he might need to borrow her power. As Chenzong's voice fell, the chaos seemed to be opened. The dreamy sea of flowers appeared in front of him, and an extremely charming and seductive body appeared in the sea of flowers. What's the matter, little dumpling? A lazy voice spread in the sea of flowers. It was just a voice, but it seemed to be able to arouse the deepest desire in one's heart. Chenzong's face was full of embarrassment. Little dumpling, since when did I have such a title? However, Chenzong never cared much about this kind of title, nor did he have any intention of correcting it. It was not important. Senior Huaji, I've been sealed. My power has been completely sealed. I wonder if you can remove it. Chenzong did not beat around the bush. Huaji raised her eyelids slightly and glanced at Chenzong. Immediately, her lazy voice sounded again. It's just a small seal. In other words, this seal was nothing to her. However, why should I remove it for you? Huaji's rhetorical question made Chenzong speechless. Yes. They were not related. Why should she remove it for him? Find a reason to persuade Huaji. Chenzong could not think of any reason or price that would be worth her doing this. Let me give you a reminder. If you can understand the mystery of the self-realm, the seal will be broken by itself. Huaji's final voice sounded. Immediately, thousands of flowers swirled and turned into chaos. Self-realm. Chenzong heard the last sentence clearly. Senior Huaji, I want to challenge the 9th realm. Chenzong said without hesitation. The enemy of the self-realm was different from the enemies of other realms. If he challenged the 7th or 8th realm in his current state, he would only die. However, the opponent of the 9th realm's self-realm was another him. In other words, if all his power was sealed, then the other him of the 9th realm should be the same. Perhaps this way, I can understand the mystery of the sword-intent body more clearly, Chenzong thought to himself. The chaos dispersed and appeared in that space again. It was like a spacious hall. A figure stepped out from the center of Hunan. He wore a white robe and had a calm expression. He looked exactly like Chenzong, as if he was carved out. However, Chenzong's sharp senses could sense that the other person's aura was very subtle, just like his own. It was sealed. Chenzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the opponent of this realm did not have their power sealed, then what was there to challenge? It would be impossible for him to succeed. Now, they were also sealed. What was left was only the body and power of a pinto. No, it should be said that they were stronger than ordinary people who had not undergone any cultivation. After all, Chenzong had tempered his body. Although his power was sealed, he still retained some of his physical strength, enough to wield the sunken night sword. Of course, he could only use the sunken night sword as a weapon. He could not activate the power contained in it. After many battles, Chenzong was fearless. He stepped forward. Run, the two of them quickly closed in on each other. Their gazes became sharp. His right hand grabbed the hilt of his sword. Sword light flashed, and he immediately attacked. In just an instant, the two swords collided. An ear-piercing sound burst out, and energy overflowed. Even if it was just a swing of the sword with ordinary strength, the two of them had amazing control of their strength and superb sword techniques. The power was very terrifying. The strong enemies of the ego realm were very strong. Their strength was that no matter how much strength was consumed, no matter if they were injured or not, they could maintain their peak attack. It was as if the consumption of strength and injury did not affect them at all. Chenzong was different. Once his strength was consumed or injured, the strength of his attack would inevitably be affected and weaken. In this way, he would be defeated by his opponent in the end. However, he would not be defeated in the beginning. Without too much strength, it would be easier to understand the changes of the sword of heart and mind. It arose from the heart, emanated from the intention, manifested from the body, and appeared in the sword. The strength of his opponent's attack was extremely shocking. Every sword seemed to have exhausted all the strength he had, bursting out with incomparably terrifying power. However, his opponent's sword technique attainments were on par with his own. This made it so that he could not find the slightest advantage when facing his opponent. In any battle, there was a reason for being able to defeat or even kill the opponent. It was either absolute strength that surpassed the opponent, or the difference in strength was not big, and the opponent's skills were better than the opponent's, or they were extremely lucky. In short, there had to be an advantage. Without the slightest advantage, how could he win? It was just wishful thinking. However, Chen Zong's expression was calm. His whole body was focused, and his perception was raised to the extreme. As he swung his sword, he carefully understood the mystery of his opponent's strength application. Under the heavy pressure of continuous battles, his understanding of the sword of heart and mind had already reached the limit of the bottleneck. What he lacked was an opportunity. As long as he found this opportunity, there was a great possibility that he could break through and master new mysteries. What is the mystery of the ego realm? A thought unconsciously emerged, making Chen Zong ponder. Fight, fight, fight. Their sword techniques were extremely superb. It was almost impossible to find each other's flaws and break through them. Move, catch the sword. After repeated collisions of strength, Chen Zong's strength was constantly consumed. Gradually, he could not maintain the high intensity of his previous sword attacks. On the other hand, his opponent was still so tyrannical. Under the collision of the two swords, the tyrannical force suddenly deviated the sword in his hand. Then, as if it had been calculated with the most precise precision, it pierced through the air. From the deviation of his sword to the piercing through the air, it was very short. It was as if the middle stage had been skipped directly. In the past, Chen Zong's opponents had experienced this feeling. After all, in terms of strength control, Chen Zong surpassed them. However, both sides of the battle would consume strength. Some consumed it faster, while others consumed it slower. That was all. Retreat. Chen Zong's reaction was very fast. In an instant, he retreated. The sword edge tore through the air, leaving a slight sword mark. He was almost pierced through, but Chen Zong's expression did not change. His body moved quickly. Without cultivation, it was impossible for him to execute any profound movement techniques. He could only use more basic footwork and movement techniques to deal with it. Even so, he was still very agile, just like a fish swimming freely in the water, or a bird spreading its wings and soaring in the sky. After the long sword drew a circle, it suddenly pierced out, and the sword's speed increased rapidly. However, his opponent only used one sword to burst out an amazing power and blocked Chen Zong's sword. Immediately, the sword speed suddenly increased, and it arrived at Chen Zong at lightning speed. Chen Zong could not dodge in time. His arm was immediately cut open by the sword, and blood dripped down. The injured right hand was the one holding the sword. Blood kept oozing out, staining his arm red, and slid down the sunken knight sword. The dimly lit hall was spacious and empty. The sword light was pitch black, shining in the darkness like a shooting star. Chen Zong stepped back again. His steps were unsteady. His right arm was bleeding, and his back was also torn open. His robe was soaked with blood. However, the self-realm didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. He didn't hold back at all. His expression was ice-cold and his eyes were filled with chilliness. His sword flew through the air and in an instant, the sword light trembled like the tongue of a poisonous snake. It contained many variations. Retreat, retreat, retreat. This sword made Chen Zong feel that it was difficult to resist. He could only keep stepping back to open the distance. However, his opponent's speed was extremely fast. The sword suddenly became stable, and its speed increased. It turned into a shooting star and broke through the air. He waved his sword to resist. Chen Zong only felt a strong force hit his sword directly, as if the sword in his hand was going to be knocked away. His right arm was numb. Chen Zong didn't believe that his opponent's strength hadn't been consumed. There must be a consumption, and it wouldn't be much less than his. But even so, his opponent could still maintain the highest strength in every attack. One sword followed by another, and each sword came one after another. Chen Zong struggled to wave his sword to resist. Under the surging power of each sword, his right arm was getting more and more numb, as if he was going to lose all feeling. The 10th sword, the sword in his hand was knocked away again. His right arm was almost completely numb, and he couldn't gather his strength. Chen Zong felt sore all over his body. The 11th sword, that sword, like a shooting star passing through the darkness, and like a black thunder tearing the void, arrived in an instant. It went forward with indomitable will, it showed no mercy. Chen Zong's whole body trembled, as if he had sunk into an ice abyss. His whole body was cold and stiff, and he couldn't move. Even his mind seemed to be frozen. This was a fatal sword, this was a sword with death. Death came. Chen Zong was not willing to accept the arrival of death. He stared with his eyes wide open, and all his mind was focused. In an instant, it seemed as if time and space had slowed down, and the sword that Xianxia executed seemed to have slowed down as well. It was like the speed of a shooting star had been reduced to the speed of a snail. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, countless fragments of spiritual light surged out in an instant, surging mightily. These spiritual lights were accumulated by Chen Zong over and over again under pressure. Once the opportunity arrived, it would naturally erupt, converging into a stream and surging into a river. Countless inspirations surged in the divine sea. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to understand something. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if a blocked pipe had suddenly been unblocked, making it unobstructed and unrestrained. Chen Zong only felt as if his consciousness had been shattered by an extremely mysterious force, and then it swept out and dispersed to every part of his body. It was everywhere. Strands of power seeped out from every part of his body, converging into a stream that surged violently. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on his body were rapidly shrinking. Although they were not completely healed, no blood flowed out because the wounds had closed. His numb right arm and exhausted body seemed to have been reborn, filled with energy. Even though the energy was not much in his perception, it was the leftover energy from his intense battle, but it contained an astonishing might. With this tyrannical power that seemed to be at its peak, Chen Zong's reaction became more agile. Dodge, in an instant, Chen Zong immediately moved to the side to avoid the fatal sword. At the same time, the sunken night sword pierced through the void in an instant. In this state, Chen Zong only felt that the sunken night sword seemed to have become much lighter. This caused the sword to not only erupt with the most tyrannical power that he could now unleash, but also the speed of the sword was astonishing. Obviously, this sword was beyond the opponent's expectations. However, the opponent's reaction was very fast. He quickly dodged, but Chen Zong still pierced through his shoulder. However, the opponent's expression did not change at all, as if it was not his body that had been pierced. His strength was not affected in the slightest, and he quickly counterattacked with his sword. Chen Zong could notice that the opponent's wound did not bleed at all. It closed in an instant. Fight, since he had also comprehended the mystery, Chen Zong's strength seemed to have recovered, and he continued to fight fiercely. Compared to the opponent, he had just comprehended this strange mystery, while the opponent seemed to have mastered it skillfully. However, as the battle continued, Chen Zong continued to improve. This was his own ability, a super strong learning ability. Fight, 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 in the chaos, there seemed to be a sea of flowers. A provocative body was lazily half-lying on a flower chair. Her extremely beautiful eyes were breathtaking, and there was a trace of amusement and curiosity in them. You actually comprehended the mystery of self earlier than I expected. Hua Ji's red lips were slightly open, and her extremely moving voice filled the air, but no one else heard it. Chen Zong did not know Hua Ji's surprise, and he continued to fight fiercely with his opponent. In this incomparably mysterious state, it was as though all the injuries on one's body were not an obstacle. It was as though one could not feel them. Regardless of how much energy was consumed, the remaining energy would ultimately be able to erupt with the strongest might, allowing one's attack and defense to reach the limit. 10 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves, even though his body was covered in blood, Chen Zong seemed to become more and more courageous as he fought. 40 moves, 50 moves, time passed slowly, and the battle continued without rest. The same brilliant swordsmanship, the same powerful strength. For a moment, Chen Zong and his other self were evenly matched. It was impossible for his opponent to defeat him like before, but it was also impossible for him to defeat his opponent. His strength continued to be consumed until it reached its limit. Both sides had to stop and stare at each other. No one moved. Congratulations, you've succeeded in your challenge. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his other self's face. Chenzong was stunned when he heard that. Was the ninth realm not about defeating the opponent? Was it about comprehending this mystery? In an instant, Chenzong came to a realization. As soon as the other party finished speaking, he retreated and disappeared into the darkness. Darkness spread and returned to chaos. Chenzong waited quietly. In the next moment, chaos reopened, and Chenzong appeared in the sea of flowers again. A charming figure was faintly discernible in the sea of flowers. You're more outstanding than I thought. Huaji's voice sounded, and she did not hide her admiration. Immediately, she changed the topic. However, you can't be complacent, because there are many people in the universe who are more outstanding than you. Chenzong was not discouraged. Instead, he noticed the word universe in her words. Huaji was not talking about the Tianyuan sacred region, nor the Lingwu sacred world, but the universe. Chenzong, who once had a fortuitous encounter, seemed to have entered the universe as if his soul had left his body. Therefore, he knew very well that the universe was vast and boundless, and the Lingwu sacred world was just one of the worlds. Worlds like the Lingwu sacred world were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River in the universe. He might be the most talented person in the Lingwu sacred world, unprecedented in history, but in the entire universe, he might not be much. However, if there were no existences more outstanding than him, wouldn't it be meaningless? Senior Huaji, I've already passed the ninth realm. How can I remove the seal on my body? Chenzong asked. In your world, the so-called strongest person is at the great saint stage. Huaji said. Chenzong immediately listened attentively, but in the universe, the great saint realm is nothing. It's only the qualification to survive in the universe. Hearing this, Chenzong's expression changed drastically. He was shocked. It was true, in the Lingwu sacred world, the great saint realm was called the strongest person. They were supreme and had unparalleled strength. They could dominate the world. The number of great saints in the entire Lingwu sacred world was less than 100, maybe even less than 50. How many cultivators were there in the entire Lingwu sacred world? It was impossible to calculate. Such a strong person only had the qualification to survive in the universe. Chenzong felt that this was the most shocking news he had ever heard. Previously, he was still thinking that when the Azura clone reached the half-step great saint realm, he would enter the universe to find the other inheritances left behind by the Nirvana Sword Master. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. Half-step great sage realm was nothing in the universe. Senior Huaji, is there a higher realm above the great saint realm? Chenzong could not help but ask. He had temporarily forgotten about the seal on his body. The Great Saint Realm is just a name for some low-level worlds. In the entire system of strong people, it is the lowest level. Huaji smiled and said, these are too far away for you now. You only need to know that the mysteries you have now are things that some strong people in the universe have not yet grasped. Chenzong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Mysteries, what did she mean? The self-freedom state allows you to completely control yourself. It can resist all negative attacks to the greatest extent. Whether it is injuries or energy consumption, you can maintain the best combat strength. Huaji's tone was slightly serious. Chenzong's expression was solemn. He had already experienced the mysteries of this state. Perhaps it could not directly increase his combat strength, but it could make his combat strength soar. The self-freedom state allows you to completely control your own strength. Breaking a mere seal is nothing. Huaji smiled and said. Chenzong immediately calmed down. He calmed his heart, held his breath, and concentrated. Chenzong only felt that his consciousness seemed to have completely fallen into darkness, and he kept moving forward in the darkness. It seemed that a long, long time had passed, but it also seemed that it was just a moment. Light appeared, and his consciousness, as sharp as a sword, rushed out of the darkness and into the light. In an instant, traces of white appeared in Chenzong's eyes. They were as thin as silk and almost undetectable. In an instant, Chenzong felt an incomparably magical change. He seemed to have a high degree of control over his own body, perfect control. Inside his body, countless black threads were spread out, but at this moment, they became very orderly. Chenzong could feel that his power had been sealed. Explode. A low shout suddenly sounded in his consciousness. In an instant, a black thread collapsed under the impact of the tyrannical power. Surging energy burst forth like a torrential tide, surging and boundless. The power turned into a storm that swept around Qianzong as if it could destroy everything. Qianzong had a feeling that after this power was unsealed, it seemed to break through its original limit. The original limit was the limit of the 9th level Saint Realm. Breaking through this limit was stepping into the half-step Great Saint Realm. As long as Qianzong was willing, he could take advantage of the current to break through and become a half-step Great Saint Realm expert. However, the violent aura that was about to break through stopped in an instant. Then, it calmed down, stabilized, and retracted back into his body. His essence, energy, and spirit were completely unsealed, and his power was fully restored, but he did not break through. Qianzong did not want to break through just yet. Breaking through was a good thing, but if he broke through with a more solid foundation, the increase in power after the breakthrough would be even more shocking. The Genesis sword technique was already at the peak of the 31st level. One more step and it would be the 32nd level. The 32nd level of the Genesis sword technique was undoubtedly much stronger than the 31st level. Qianzong was confident that he could break through in a short time. When he broke through to the half-step Great Saint Realm, the increase in power would be even more obvious. Senior Huaji, what is the great opportunity to break through the 9th level? Qianzong asked after retracting his aura. He had been thinking about this for a long time. Take it. Huaji's voice rang out, and a ray of light appeared in front of Qianzong. Qianzong held it, and it turned into a rectangular black gold token. There was the imprint of heaven and earth on it. With just a glance, it felt real, as if it was a part of heaven and earth. It was incomparably real. This is? Qianzong was curious. He felt that this token seemed to contain endless mysteries. This is the Eternal Heaven and Earth token, a token left behind by one of the 3 Lords of Eternal Battle Fort. You can use this token to enter the Eternal Battle Fort as your consciousness. It is a great opportunity for you, Huaji said lazily. Huaji said lazily, if one day you can become a so-called supreme saint in your world, you will have the right to enter the void of the universe. At that time, you can use this token to guide you to the Eternal Battle Fort. Huaji didn't explain much, but Qianzong's expression became more serious. Eternal Battle Fort, it sounded like he was very strong. Subconsciously, Qianzong recalled a fortuitous encounter he'd had in the past. He couldn't help but ask, Senior Huaji, between Everlasting Battle Fort and Heavenly Will Palace, which one is stronger? Qianzong's words made Huaji's lazy posture disappear. Her eyes shined with an unparalleled light. When that light appeared, the world dimmed. Qianzong's body tensed up unconsciously. He felt as if he had been completely seen through. This feeling was extremely horrifying. Strong, he was simply too powerful. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. From Huaji's tone, Qianzong could hear that she was looking down on supreme saints. In other words, her level might be higher than the supreme saints of the Lingwu Holy World. This feeling of being thoroughly seen through only flashed by for a moment, and Huaji returned to her lazy appearance. You actually know about Heavenly Will Palace. It seems that you've had an extraordinary encounter. Huaji smiled faintly. In the void of the universe, Heavenly Will Palace is the top existence, and so is Eternal Battle Fort. However, compared to Heavenly Will Palace, the Eternal Battle Fort is still somewhat inferior. For him, this was too much information. Qianzong didn't dare to think too deeply about it. It was too shocking. At the same time, an indescribable excitement filled his heart. It turned out that the outside world was so vast. It turned out that he had even greater pursuits. Supreme Saint was just the starting point of the universe's experts. Qianzong also asked some questions about Eternal Battle Fort. However, Huaji didn't elaborate. Since you've passed the 9th realm, my mission is complete. I hope to hear your name in the void of the universe in the future. After Huaji finished speaking, her body quickly faded. The sea of flowers around her also disappeared. Everything returned to chaos. Immediately after, a message was transmitted to Qianzong's mind. At this point, the bewildering light realm was completely under Qianzong's control. The Bewildering Light realm was actually the core of Bewildering Light Island, and Bewildering Light Island was the center of Bewildering Light Ocean. This was left behind by the Lord of Heaven and Earth many years ago. It was like a seed. As long as someone passed the ninth realm, they would be able to obtain the Eternal Heaven and Earth token and enter the Eternal Battle Fort with their consciousness. Chenzong calmed his heart. Suddenly, chaos spread out. A gray crystal the size of a head floated in front of him. This was the core of the Bewildering Light realm. Chenzong's consciousness merged with the core. Suddenly, it spread out at a shocking speed. In just an instant, it covered the entire Bewildering Light Island. Everything was under surveillance. It was extremely clear. The power of consciousness was still spreading out. Chenzong saw many broken islands. They were like stars in the vast sea. He saw countless fog demons and fog demons. He saw many giant beasts lurking at the bottom of the sea. He also saw many cultivators who were lost in the Bewildering Light Ocean. A feeling of control arose spontaneously. Chenzong felt that he could transfer any cultivator in the Bewildering Light Ocean to Bewildering Light Island. Thinking of this, Chenzong could not help but give it a try. Suddenly, he felt that his consciousness power was rapidly depleting. In the Bewildering Light Ocean, a 3-star powerhouse was advancing carefully. He had mistakenly entered the Bewildering Light Ocean for nearly 100 years. He was quite lucky and did not die. However, he often encountered danger. Suddenly, a powerful force descended and enveloped him. He could not resist. Then, as if he had traveled through time, he appeared on an island with beautiful scenery in the next breath. The air was fresh, and the vitality of heaven and earth was rich and pure. This was a feeling that he had not felt for 100 years. He was a little confused. Chenzong did not pay attention to the other party. Instead, he felt that his consciousness power had been consumed by a third. It seemed that even if he controlled the Bewildering Light Ocean, he could not use this ability at will. After all, his consciousness power would be consumed. Then, Chenzong tried again. He locked onto a 2-star powerhouse and transferred him to Bewildering Light Island again. This time, it consumed less consciousness power. After trying, Chenzong found that the consciousness power consumed to transfer someone from the Bewildering Light Ocean to Bewildering Light Island was directly related to the strength of the other party and the distance from the Bewildering Light Ocean. However, relatively speaking, the distance consumed less consciousness power. With his current consciousness power, he could transfer a 5-star powerhouse to Bewildering Light Island. If the distance was close, it would be easier. If the distance was far, it would be a little difficult. In that case, transferring people from Bewildering Light Island to the Profound Firmament realm would also consume his spiritual energy. Senior Hua Ji's strength was unfathomable. Her consciousness power was also unimaginable. Naturally, she could do it easily. However, he was still too far away and could not do it. After recovering his consciousness power, Chenzong tried again. This time, the target was not a cultivator, but a fog demon. He found a low-level fog demon not far from Bewildering Light Island and transferred it to Bewildering Light Island in an instant. The consciousness power consumed was about the same as transferring a cultivator of the same level. In this way, Chenzong's eyes suddenly became brighter and brighter. Perhaps, he could use this ability to kill fog demons or even sea beasts to obtain fog crystals and beast crystals, which could assist his cultivation better. Now, he had to recover his consciousness power first. When his consciousness power was fully recovered, Chenzong began to calm down. In front of him, stone inscriptions appeared one after another. Worldly stone inscriptions, there were a total of 9. Chenzong already knew that these 9 worldly stone inscriptions were casually created by the warlord of heaven and earth. The mysteries contained in them had reached the level of a supreme saint in this world. The feeling of facing the 9 worldly stone inscriptions was different from the feeling of the brand in the spirit sea. It seemed to be clearer and more real. The 8 worldly stone inscriptions disappeared, leaving only the first one in front of him. Chenzong immediately stared at the lines on it, calmed his mind, and began to comprehend. This time, he wanted to perfect the technique and create the 32nd level of the Genesis Sword Origin technique. After that, he would make a breakthrough in his cultivation and step into the half-step Supreme Saint realm. Once he entered the half-step Supreme Saint realm, all aspects of his body would be greatly improved. In the Tianyuan sacred realm, only half-step Supreme Saints could truly be called experts. As for the Supreme Saints, they were called Supreme Experts. At least, that was the case in this world. As soon as he comprehended, Qianzong immediately discovered the difference. He felt that the worldly stone inscriptions that he had comprehended before were separated by a layer of gauze. But now, they were very real and clear. The effect of comprehension was completely different. The difference was at least double. The effect of comprehension was undoubtedly very shocking. Qianzong was confident that he could create and perfect the 32nd level of the Genesis Sword Origin technique in a very short period of time, master it, and then make a breakthrough. Time passed slowly. The people on Bewildering Light Island did not know that Qianzong had returned and passed the 9th level. Because his movements were restricted, Qianzong did not want the news to spread so quickly. Everything would have to wait until his strength made another breakthrough before he could deal with it. Comprehension. Countless mysteries suddenly spread out from the worldly stone inscriptions and spread in Qianzong's mind. Combined with Qianzong's previous accumulation, it turned into inspiration bit by bit. The mysteries of the Genesis Sword Origin technique also constantly emerged, wave after wave like the tide. The aura on Qianzong's body was also constantly fluctuating. Traces of sharpness spread out like invisible sword qi, cutting through the void all around, as if tearing it apart, leaving behind invisible traces. This extremely sharp aura continued to strengthen as time passed, becoming more and more shocking. Suddenly, when the sharp aura reached a certain height, it paused for a moment. In the next breath, as if it had broken through a critical point, it surged again, becoming more and more intense and shocking. It was as if nothing in the world could withstand it. It was extremely terrifying and shocking. Breakthrough. It's set to erupt next Tuesday. As for how many days it will be updated, it will be announced in the public account in advance. Please pay attention to the public account, 6 Paths of Oblivion. A faint shadow of a sword condensed on Qianzong's body. It looked a little illusory, but its shocking aura was very terrifying. It was like a divine sword from the beginning that could split open heaven and earth. The Taichu Sword Shadow. This was the phenomenon cultivated by the Taichu Sword Origin technique. It was not obvious at the 31st level, but at the 32nd level, it became more solid and clear. As the technique circulated, the Taichu Sword Shadow became more solid and clearer. A cold light flowed on the Taichu Sword Shadow. Qianzong did not stop there. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through his limits and break through. The next step. Half-step Supreme Saint, the Hard Sword Dao will had reached the 1st level of the Supreme Realm, and the Taichu Sword Origin technique had been perfected to the 32nd level. His strength had been tempered to the extreme. Qianzong already had the qualifications to step into the half-step Supreme Saint. In fact, as long as he could create the 31st level of the technique, he had a great chance of breaking through to the half-step Supreme Saint level. Therefore, this kind of breakthrough was very easy for Qianzong. It was a matter of course. He let go of the restrictions on himself. In an instant, his strength surged endlessly like boiling lava. An extremely shocking aura fluctuation spread out, becoming more and more powerful and solid. 9 revolutions, 9 revolutions reverse, this was the compression and refinement of one's strength. First, 9 revolutions, and then 9 revolutions reverse. This way, one could condense one's strength to the extreme and then break through the limit. Under the control of the extremely powerful divine consciousness, Qianzong easily circulated the power of the Taichu Sword Origin technique 9 revolutions. Without stopping, he immediately reversed the 9 revolutions. His originally pure and tyrannical power was further condensed and strengthened to the extreme. Breakthrough, everything was so simple. Like a volcano erupting, like a flood breaking through a dam, it broke through the shackles in an instant. In an instant, the aura on Qianzong's body rose layer by layer, rising steadily and strengthening continuously. The Great Void Sword Shadow condensed by the 32nd level of the Taichu Sword Origin technique also became more solid. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of a sword. Its shocking sharpness seemed to be able to tear the world apart. Upgrade, 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 Qianzong could feel that his strength was constantly increasing. This was a comprehensive improvement of his essence, qi, and spirit. Although his body refinement cultivation was still at the middle stage of the 9th level of the chaotic heaven realm, his potential had increased. His aura swept out in all directions like a storm of blades. With Chen Zong's body as the center, it seemed to tear everything apart. Gradually, the storm of swords receded, and the shadow of the Taichu sword entered his body. Chen Zong opened his eyes, which were bottomless and filled with 2 shadows of swords. It was as if the Taichu divine sword was opening up heaven and earth. Tyrannical, Chen Zong could feel that the power in his body was very strong. This was a power that had surpassed the saint energy. It was more than twice as powerful as the saint energy, and the increase in one's strength was also very obvious. Not only did his strength increase, but Chen Zong also felt that his divine telekinesis had become much more powerful, and his spirit ocean had also become much more stable. With my current divine telekinesis, I should be able to bring a 6-star powerhouse out of the bewildering light sea and into the highest mystery realm, Chen Zong said to himself after some calculations. After all, his divine telekinesis was much stronger than before. In that case, I'll bring a 6-star powerhouse to the highest mystery realm and return to the Shura sect in Tai Luo City first. Now that his cultivation had broken through and his strength had increased, he was more confident. As for the 4-star powerhouse from the Tian Luo sect, he wondered if he would go crazy and destroy the Shura sect because of his escape. Probably not. The Shura sect was not a threat to him. The real threat was Chen Zong. But no matter what, he had to hurry back and take a look. It would be safer to bring a stronger powerhouse with him. The power of Lingwu, erupting, the aura of a half-step great saint grew stronger. Chen Zong carefully sensed and compared the increase in his strength. As expected, the power of Lingwu could obviously increase his cultivation of the 9th level saint realm, but it greatly reduced the increase in his cultivation of a half-step great saint. If it was said that he could raise his cultivation base by a large level before, then now, it was directly halved. Before the breakthrough, without the power of Lingwu, my strength was at the elite 2-star level. The 32nd level of the Genesis sword technique is enough to make my strength comparable to an ordinary 3-star. Now that I've broken through, my strength will reach the level of an ordinary 4-star. With my sword skills and the mysteries of the freedom state, even if it's the person from the Tian Luo sect, I won't lose. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. Strength was where the confidence came from. It was the source of confidence. In an instant, Chen Zong left the bewildering light sea and appeared in the Mountain Sea King's cave. Now, he was in the cave of the Tiangong Elder and the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong. When Chen Zong appeared, the Tiangong Elder was cultivating in the cave while the Silver Blade King was practicing his blade skills outside. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that the Silver Blade King's aura was sharper than before. It was obvious that his strength had increased as well. "Big brother Zhao," Chen Zong called out. The Silver Blade King was stunned. He turned around and showed a hint of joy. "Brother Chen, you're back." The Silver Blade King was full of smiles. Not long after, the Tiangong Elder finished cultivating and came out. Seeing Chen Zong return, he was naturally very happy. He had a better relationship with Chen Zong. After all, to a certain extent, Chen Zong could be considered his successor. After some small talk, Chen Zong also summoned the Thunder Fire King, the Ancient Wind King, and the other powerhouses. Suddenly, more than a dozen 7-star and 6-star powerhouses gathered. "Everyone, I've passed the 9th level of the bewildering light realm." Chen Zong dropped a heavy bomb as soon as he spoke, and it shocked everyone to the point they were dazed. After that, all of their eyes emitted extremely dense bright lights. They remembered very clearly that as long as Chen Zong passed the 9th level, he could bring them all out of the bewildering light island. So now, did it mean that they could leave? For a moment, everyone's eyes were burning as if they were going to melt Chen Zong. "Everyone, after passing the 9th level, I've already taken control of the bewildering light island. I can bring anyone from the bewildering light ocean to the bewildering light island, and I can also send them out of the bewildering light ocean. Also, here, no one can hurt me." Chen Zong's gaze swept across and said slowly, but that one word instantly made everyone's heart skip a beat. "If I want to send someone out of the bewildering light ocean, I need enough power, which is the power of divine telekinesis. After some calculations, with my current power of divine telekinesis, I can only send a 6-star combat power out of the bewildering light ocean at most. A 7-star is temporarily unable to do so. Hearing that, the two 7-star powerhouses' expressions changed. They were a little disappointed, but then they returned to normal. Because what Qianzong said was temporary, not forever. This meant that after Qianzong's strength increased and his divine telekinesis strengthened, they would also have a chance to leave this place. Everyone, don't worry. I'll increase my divine telekinesis as soon as possible and send them out of the bewildering light island as soon as possible. Qianzong said in a serious tone, this time, I provoked a powerful enemy in the outside world. Therefore, I plan to bring a 6-star combat power out first to help me. Among the people present, there were quite a few 6-star combat power. Everyone wanted to leave now, but the choice was up to Qianzong. Qianzong's gaze swept across. Big Brother Zhao saved my life, so this time, I plan to bring Big Brother Zhao out first. Qianzong said immediately and made a decision, as for the others, I'll bring them out one by one. It's only a matter of a few years' time. With that, he made a decision to bring the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong away first. Although the others wanted to leave as soon as possible, after thinking about it carefully, it was only a matter of a few years' time, so they accepted it. Alright, the situation is urgent, so I must leave first. Everyone, I'll increase my divine telekinesis as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll bring everyone out of the bewildering light ocean. Qianzong said seriously, however, other than the two seniors, the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King, if the others want to leave, they'll have to agree to one of my conditions. Guard the Shura sect of Tai Luo City for 100 years, Qianzong said very directly. 100 years, this was actually nothing to the half-step Great Saint powerhouses present. At least, guarding a sect for 100 years was better than staying on the bewildering light island. Everyone, you can think about it, Qianzong said. In the next moment, Qianzong and the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong's bodies disappeared in front of everyone. After Qianzong left, the others naturally did not stay and left as well. Everyone, it's best that you don't have any other thoughts. The Thunder Fire King's gaze swept across, and his tone was serious. What's yours is yours, the Ancient Wind King said with a smile. The Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King were considered decent people, so they could see things more clearly. The 6-star powerhouses who originally had some thoughts of betrayal retracted their thoughts. At the edge of the ultimate mystery world, two figures appeared instantly. Qianzong's divine telekinesis was still not strong enough to teleport himself and the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong directly to the boundary of Tai Luo City. Teleporting himself didn't require any divine sense power, but teleporting the Silver Blade King would consume divine sense power. Just as Qianzong predicted, they could only teleport to the edge of the ultimate mystery world. Big Brother Zhao, let's go, Qianzong said immediately. The two of them immediately flew into the air, and their speed was extremely fast. After breaking through to the half-step Great Saint realm, Qianzong's strength had transformed, and his heavenly wind formless body technique had increased his speed by several folds. Of course, the Silver Blade King's speed was even faster, but he still maintained the same speed as Qianzong, and his speed was also at the 4-star level. The two of them maintained the speed of a 4-star as they flew forward, getting closer to the boundary of Tai Luo City. Qianzong also explained the situation to the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong. Zhao Mingkong did not have any superior background. Originally, he was just a disciple of a small family. Later on, his family was exterminated because they offended someone. After he escaped, he obtained an opportunity and continuously improved, and then became a rogue cultivator. After taking his revenge, Zhao Mingkong also liked the free life of a rogue cultivator. Hence, after so many years, he did not join any forces. Brother, it shouldn't be a problem for me to be an elder of the Shura sect, right? The Silver Blade King asked. Big Brother Zhao, if you're willing to join the Shura sect, the entire Shura sect will welcome you with open arms. Qianzong smiled and said, however, the position of an elder is not enough for Big Brother Zhao. I'll make the decision to let Big Brother Zhao become the supreme elder of the Shura sect. I'm accumulating my power. Brothers, give me some monthly votes so that the 6 paths can erupt better. Tai Luo City fell into a strange atmosphere. Shurigate's second elder suddenly emerged. His strength was tyrannical, and he continuously caused the strength of many inferior forces to fall apart. He even caused the strength of 4 intermediate forces to plummet, and the situation was critical. Even the 3 half-step great saint experts of the Daluo sect were killed, causing the Daluo sect, a superior force, to exist in name only. It was certain that in the Tai Luo meeting soon, the Daluo sect would become an intermediate force. And the Burning Heart clan, which might have ended up like the Daluo sect, was safe and sound. Because the Shurigate's second elder disappeared on the way to the Burning Heart clan. Yes, he disappeared directly. This disappearance lasted for 2 days. Under normal circumstances, 2 days was actually very short. It was not strange for a person to disappear for 2 days or even more than 10 days. But the problem was that the Shurigate's second elder disappeared on the way to the Burning Heart clan under the attention of countless people. Naturally, it would cause a great reaction, and it also caused a lot of speculation. Some people said that he was afraid and secretly ran away. Some people said that the Burning Heart clan ambushed him and killed him, etc. The Shurigate naturally received the news, and for a time, everyone was in a panic. The arrival of the second elder had stabilized the Azura Gate from its precarious state. He had become the pillar of support in everyone's hearts. They all believed that with the second elder around, the Azura Gate would only get better and better. But now, the second elder had disappeared without a trace. All kinds of rumors in the outside world continued, disturbing everyone's mood. The sect master and the 2 elders were in seclusion, and the Shurigate had lost its backbone. Don't panic, the second elder will definitely come back. Xianxia shouted, with a kind of firmness and confidence between his eyebrows. In fact, Xianxia was not confident in his heart, but the more it was like this, the more calm he had to be. Especially, he was the current number 1 disciple of the Shurigate, so he had to take a good lead. Xianxia's words more or less played a role. Go and cultivate well. If the second elder comes back, he will definitely not want to see us like this. Xianxia said again. Everyone dispersed and began to cultivate. Fortunately, Chenzong had only disappeared for 2 days. If it had been longer, the panic would have been even greater. Little did they know that there was a pair of eyes watching them from the dark. Time passed. 2 streaks of light with astonishing auras flew over at an extremely fast speed from afar. Descend, in the blink of an eye, these 2 silhouettes arrived at the main hall of the Azura's Gate Peak. Chenzong scanned the area with his divine telekinesis and heaved a sigh of relief. The members of the Shura sect were still there. They had not suffered any losses. At the end of the day, he had only been away for 2 days, which was not a long time. Therefore, at most, he would attract some attention, but it would not attract the attention of the Shurigate. Of course, if he were to leave for a few months, there might be people eyeing the Shurigate and taking the risk. On the way here, Chenzong had already briefed the Silver Blade King about the Azura's Gate situation. Thus, seeing the Azura's Gate in such a state of decline, Zhao Mingkong did not show any unusual expression. On the contrary, Zhao Mingkong even believed that with Chenzong around, the Azura's Gate would develop sooner or later. It's the second elder. The second elder is back. When the Azura's Gate disciples felt the fluctuation of the aura, they were instantly overjoyed and excited. All of you wait here. Chenzong's voice directly entered the ears of every Azura's Gate disciple and the 3 deacons. In the next moment, Chenzong quickly flew into the distance. As for Zhao Mingkong, he remained in the same spot. This was what Chenzong told him through telepathy. Chenzong did not explode with his full speed. Instead, he controlled his speed at 3 stars and flew into the distance, away from the Azura's Gate. Come out. Chenzong stood in the air and said calmly. A trace of coldness flashed across his face. Immediately, a tyrannical aura appeared. Then, darkness spread out rapidly, covering the sky and covering the earth. It formed a round ball and enveloped Chenzong. With his current speed, Chenzong could easily escape when the darkness completely enveloped him. However, Chenzong did not do so. This time, he came back to settle the score with the other party. He wanted to defeat the other party with his own strength, or even kill him. As for the danger, Chenzong was not afraid. Moreover, there was Zhao Mingkong, a 5-star battle strength expert. With his full speed, he could catch up and break through the darkness in no time. Of course, Chen Zong was confident that he did not need Zhao Mingkong to make a move. You really came back. The 4-star battle strength expert of the Tian Luo sect appeared again. His eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he stared at Chen Zong. How did you get rid of the power of the god-sealing demon-trapping orb? You won't understand even if I tell you. Chen Zong said calmly. This was actually the truth. After all, the freedom state was an unfathomable level. According to Senior Hua Ji, even the supreme great saint in the Lingwu holy world had not reached it. The other party was only a half-step great saint, so it was even more impossible. It was pointless to tell him. However, this sentence sounded like mockery in the other party's ears. This time, I won't let you go so easily. The Tian Luo sect expert's face was ferocious and ruthless. His eyes were extremely vicious and filled with killing intent. His voice swept out like a gust of wind from hell. I'm going to destroy your cultivation completely. I'm going to break both your legs and leave you with only one arm. Write down all of your cultivation methods and martial arts for me. The Tian Luo sect expert could not help but recall the 2 days when he tried to forcefully break into the other party's storage ring. In the end, he was unable to do so. One should know that before his breakthrough, the strength of Chen Zong's divine thought was not inferior to the other party's. Since that was the case, he could only forcefully break the ring by destroying the other party's cultivation. Attack! A saber slashed through the air. A pitch-black saber ray swept up, an extremely shocking saber ray that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Chen Zong would not be able to dodge this attack. However, the current Chen Zong could not be compared to the previous Chen Zong. Even if he only had the combat strength of an ordinary 4-star, his superb sword technique was enough to withstand the other party's attack. Fight! As soon as they exchanged blows, the Tian Luo sect expert noticed the difference. It had only been 2 days, but the other party's combat strength had increased to the level of an ordinary 4-star. Unbelievable. It was truly unbelievable and unimaginable. A great opportunity, a great opportunity. The other party definitely had a heaven-defying opportunity. Not only could it break the seal of the god-sealing demon-trapping orb, but it could also allow the other party's strength to increase by leaps and bounds in just 2 days. How could the Tian Luo sect expert not sense the change in Chen Zong's strength? It belonged to the strength of a half-step great saint. In other words, the other party's cultivation had broken through from the peak of the 9th level saint rudiment stage to the half-step great saint stage in just 2 days. The moment he broke through, he had the combat strength of an ordinary 4-star. Just the thought of it was enough to make one jealous. Back then, when he broke through, he only had the combat strength of an elite 1-star. After so many years of hard work, he only managed to reach the level of an elite 4-star. That was the limit. If he did not obtain a great opportunity, he would be stuck at that level for the rest of his life. For those who had the combat strength of a 2-star upon breaking through, their upper limit would be at least 6-star, or even 7-star. For those who had the combat strength of a 3-star upon breaking through, their upper limit would be at least 8-star, or even 9-star. As for those who had the combat strength of a 4-star upon breaking through, their upper limit would be unpredictable. Perhaps, they would at least be a 9-star expert in the future. Throughout history, no one had ever achieved the combat strength of a 4-star upon breaking through. The highest record was an elite 3-star combat power. A long delay meant trouble. He could not delay any longer. Otherwise, there would be changes. Heavenly Luo explosive energy. With a low shout, black light filled the air. Instantly, it invaded from all directions and entered the body. His aura rose layer by layer, becoming more and more powerful. The aura fluctuation that spread out was extremely shocking. Chen Zong's expression turned solemn. 5-star, his opponent had used a secret technique to increase his combat strength from an elite 4-star to an ordinary 5-star. There was no doubt that this was a very powerful secret technique. However, Chen Zong was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. His opponent's 4-star elite combat strength was not enough to suppress him at all. Then, his 5-star combat strength would allow him to show more of his abilities. Slash, the black blade light pierced through the air. The power of the slash increased by a lot, as if it was going to cut Chenzong in half. This slash was hard to resist. Chenzong instantly dodged and pulled away. Soon after, he closed his eyes. In the short span of a breath, when he opened them again, there were strands of silver-colored thread spreading within his eyes. They appeared to be very little, but they were suffused with traces of cold light. Freedom state, in an instant, Chenzong felt that he had perfect control over his body. All his strength was under his control. Nothing was left out. His opponent's slash was coming again, but it was extremely clear in his eyes. Whether it was the trajectory, the point of impact, or even the flow of power of the blade light, they all appeared vaguely in Chenzong's eyes. Lingwu power, slash, with a slash of his sword, he exploded with his most powerful strength. Even if the Lingwu power could not increase Chenzong's combat strength from an ordinary 4-star to an ordinary 5-star, it could still increase his combat strength to the level of an elite 4-star. With the combat strength of an elite 4-star and the perfect control of freedom state, Chenzong's strength became even more terrifying. The slash of his sword hit the weak spot of the blade light. In the next moment, the blade light shattered. Almost without any pause, Chenzong counterattacked with his second slash. One slash followed by another. The speed of the slash was extremely shocking. It had reached the limit of Chenzong's ability. Moreover, the power of each slash did not decrease because of the increase in speed. The elite from Tianluo sect was shocked. How was this possible? He had already realized that something was wrong. It felt as if his opponent's strength would never be exhausted. It was as if he never knew fatigue and could always maintain his peak state. Fight, 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 the fierce battle was endless. Chenzong was in a state of absolute calmness. He was not disturbed by any external factors. His strength was fully unleashed. He felt like a god, controlling everything in his body. It was extremely carefree. The Silver Blade King was a 6-star, dominator of the 6 realms mixed him up. There was nothing unusual in the void, but it was covered by the Tianluo sect's secret treasure, Tianluo region suppression. It was dark inside. Chenzong held the sunken knight sword in his hand. His eyes were filled with traces of silver light. He was absolutely calm, so calm that it was frightening. He attacked. Every attack seemed to have gone through the most meticulous calculation. It was so accurate that it was frightening. The speed and power of each strike had also reached the limits of what could be achieved. Using the secret technique to increase his combat strength would put a greater burden on his body. As his strength was constantly depleted, the burden became more obvious. How can this be? The Tianluo sect powerhouse could not imagine it. It had only been 2 days, but his opponent's combat strength had soared. He could even unleash a terrifying power with a combat strength that was not inferior to his own. He was not inferior to his current 5-star combat strength. Moreover, his strength was constantly depleted, but his opponent's strength did not seem to be depleted at all. He could always unleash the most powerful attack. It was unbelievable. Infinite Sword. Chain Fatal Blow. The infinite sword under the Heart Sword Dao Will of Extremity was also very powerful. Under the chain of attacks, it was even more terrifying. It was like a torrent of sword light surging violently. It was a cycle. The Tianluo sect powerhouse could only wave his sword to defend himself. It was difficult for him to find a chance to counterattack. The more he immersed himself in the state of freedom, the more Chenzong unlocked its mysteries. Unknowingly, the Tianluo sect powerhouse became Chenzong's whetstone, constantly sharpening himself. There was a time limit to using the secret technique to increase one's combat strength. There were also side effects. Soon, the Tianluo sect powerhouse felt his strength becoming unstable. His expression changed drastically. He knew that the secret treasure was about to end. Once the secret technique ended, his strength would drop by a level. He could not do anything to his opponent with his 5-star combat strength. If the secret technique ended and his strength dropped by a level, he would only be a 4-star. He would not be his opponent at all. Fear, anxiety, run. As soon as the thought appeared, it grew like wild grass. It could not be stopped. The powerhouse's reputation did not matter. Surviving was the most important thing. Tianluo's domain-suppressing artifact was under his control. If he wanted to escape, it would be very fast. In an instant, he left and appeared outside Tianluo's domain. Tianluo's domain ignored him and fled. Although it was painful, it had to be done. He had to use the Heaven's Net suppression to trap the other party for a while and fight for a chance to escape. Chen Zong sensed it as soon as he left. Heaven and earth were aligned. With a slash of his sword, the darkness was instantly destroyed. With Chen Zong's current strength, he didn't need the blood thunder explosion to tear apart the power of the Tianluo region. Of course, if the person who activated Tianluo's domain was above 4-star, then it would be difficult. After breaking through the dark void, Chen Zong immediately flew out and chased after him. Under the state of freedom, Chen Zong's speed had also reached its peak. He was incomparably fast as he continued to chase after his opponent. Lightning escape, his speed increased once more as he closed the distance between them. Damn it. The face of the Tianluo sex expert was ashen. He was extremely furious. Fortunately, his speed wasn't slow. With this speed, he should be able to return to the valley. As long as he entered the valley, he would be safe. After all, the valley was protected by a protective formation. Even a 6-star expert would find it difficult to break through. As for the rest, he would find an opportunity to spread the news. He believed that other experts would be tempted. "Where are you running to?" A voice suddenly sounded. It was a very unfamiliar voice. Hearing it for the first time, the Tianluo sex expert felt his hair stand on end. A silhouette appeared in front of him. A long silver sword pierced through the void, as if it had existed since ancient times. The aura it emitted was extremely sharp, as if it could tear apart everything in the world. Horrifying, the Tianluo sex expert was horrified. This was the aura of a 6-star expert. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary one. With a second glance, the Tianluo sex expert recognized that this was the person who returned to the Shura Gate with the second elder. He didn't expect this person to be an elite 6-star expert. It turned out that the other party had deliberately suppressed his aura. This was a conspiracy against him. Despicable. The Tianluo sex expert instantly cursed. At the same time, Chen Zong chased after him. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. Heaven and earth aligned, a sword pierced through the void, piercing through the void. At this moment, the Tianluo sex expert's secret technique had already ended. His aura dropped rapidly. Faced with Chen Zong's sword, he was horrified. He didn't dare to face it head-on. Instead, he tried his best to dodge it. The moment he dodged, he realized that a ray of sword light had already arrived at him. It was as if it had been waiting for him. He dodged again, but he realized that another sword was coming at him. It was like an inescapable net. There was nowhere to hide. The Tianluo sex martial arts had always focused on the inescapable net, making it difficult to dodge. However, at this moment, compared to the opponent's sword, it was like a child compared to an adult. Of course, Chen Zong's sword wasn't an inescapable net. It was just that under the realm of freedom, he could control his own body and raise it to the extreme. He could better predict the opponent's movements and make countermeasures in advance. Although the realm of freedom didn't directly increase Chen Zong's combat strength, it stimulated Chen Zong's strength to the extreme. His combat strength was even more shocking. One was powerful, while the other was weak. He was directly suppressed by Chen Zong. After a few moves, he was immediately hit by the sword. "Don't force me. Otherwise, we'll die together," the Tianluo sex expert threatened fiercely. What he meant by dying together was self-destruction. The self-destruction of a 4-star half-step great saint expert was so powerful that even a 5-star expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. They could be killed instantly. However, Chen Zong didn't seem to hear him. He continued to attack with his sword. Self-destruction, the Tianluo sex expert was determined. Even if he died, he would take 2 of them down with him. The power flowed back and reversed. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out. Immediately after, the rapidly increasing aura stopped in an instant. Unknowingly, his abdomen had been pierced, and all of his power was leaking out. He couldn't self-destruct. He couldn't accept this. The Tianluo sex expert's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He stared at Chen Zong in a daze. The next sword cut off his head. Naturally, the storage ring that was taken away was also taken back. The opponent's storage ring also belonged to Chenzong. It became his spoils of war. Even the Tianluosek's secret treasure fell into Chenzong's hands. It was in the shape of a black bowl. It was filled with countless complicated patterns. The aura it exuded was very deep. After leaving the realm of freedom, Chenzong instantly felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had been greatly depleted. He was left with less than 20%. Although his combat strength increased tremendously under this realm, it was very shocking. However, the depletion was also very shocking. If the opponent had persisted for a while longer, Chenzong wouldn't have been able to maintain the realm of freedom. This also meant that he couldn't maintain the realm of freedom forever. However, it could be used as a trump card. He took out some elixirs and consumed them to recover his depleted energy. Silverblade King Zhao Mingkong stood guard at the side. Not long after, Chenzong's energy was fully recovered. "Brother Zhao, let's make a trip to the Tianluo sect." Chenzong smiled slightly. However, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Did the Tianluo sect know about this? Actually, it didn't matter. After all, the mountain where the Tianluo sect was located originally belonged to the ancient Shura sect. Since Chenzong wanted to revive the ancient Shura sect, it was only natural that he would one day take back the mountain and make it the ancient Shura sect's mountain gate. Since it was a matter of time, he would take advantage of this opportunity to settle it in one fell swoop. Now, everything had changed. He had completely abandoned his original plan of slowly developing the Shura sect and only exploding when they were strong. Since that was the case, he had to cut the Gordian knot. First, he had to take back the mountain. After all, there was a very important secret realm of the ancient Shura sect there. The method to open it had been lost. Whether it was the ancient Shura sect or the Tianluo sect, neither could open it. However, Chenzong could because the ancient Shura sect taught him. The secret realm was immensely beneficial to the Shura sect's cultivation. As for the Rakshasa king who had disappeared for hundreds of years, although Chenzong was apprehensive, he could only do his best to increase the strength of the Shura sect and himself. Under Chenzong's lead, the two of them quickly flew in the direction of the Tianluo sect. That mountain was originally called Azura Peak, but now it was renamed Tianluo Peak because it was occupied by the Tianluo sect. Tianluo Peak was the highest peak in the Tianluo Mountains. It was also the peak with the densest and purest yuan qi of heaven and earth. Cultivating in such a place would speed up one's progress. Chenzong and Zhao Mingkong did not conceal their auras as they flew towards the peak of Tianluo Peak. That was where the Tianluo sect's main hall was located. As far as the eye could see, there were countless palaces on the peak. As they rose and fell, they looked like a chain of mountains. They were scattered all over the place, as if they surrounded the entire area. There was an indescribable mystery to it. Since they did not conceal their auras, the people of the Tianluo sect naturally sensed it. Everyone raised their heads and stared at them. Who is it? Faced with the people flying in the air, each sect's reaction was similar. They were unhappy and even furious. This was because it felt like a provocation. As for Chenzong and the Silverblade King, the aura that they emitted was at the 4-star level. It was extremely powerful. This time, they were not here to negotiate. They were here to denounce and even suppress the other party. In an instant, Chenzong alerted the remaining half-step great saint powerhouses in the Tianluo sect. Instantly, waves of powerful aura spread out. The Tianluo sect was the only top force in Tianluo City because they had a 4-star powerhouse in charge. Other than the 4-star powerhouse, the Tianluo sect also had 2 3-star powerhouses. One of them was an elite powerhouse while the other was a normal powerhouse. As for the 2-star and 1-star powerhouses, there were as many as 5 of them. 8. In the entire Tianluo sect, there were a total of 8 half-step great saint powerhouses. It was considered a very powerful force. Your Excellencies, why have you come to the Tianluo sect? The elite 3-star powerhouse asked in a deep voice. Chenzong threw out a head. It was the head of the 4-star powerhouse from the Tianluo sect. He immediately questioned, "You all know this person, right? He actually plotted to kill me. If it wasn't for my ability, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him." I wouldn't be standing here. Many thanks to the junior brothers and sisters who voted for me. The first update will be available at around 8 p.m. It will start tomorrow. Anger soared into the sky. Black smoke billowed and spread in all directions. It condensed into dark clouds that could topple mountains and overturn seas. An astonishing killing intent was gathering. It was as cold as hell. The 7 half-step great saint experts were all enraged. They were abnormally furious, and their killing intent soared. The strongest expert of Tian Luo sect was killed, and the ones who killed him were the 2 people in front of him. No matter what, this was revenge, and they had to take it. Chen Zong's expression turned slightly cold. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. It seems like you have made your choice. Chen Zong's voice was also filled with killing intent. It was as if the cold wind from hell was blowing. An extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out from Chen Zong's body. This was the aura of an ordinary 4-star expert. It was extremely powerful. As it rushed out, the shadow of the absolute beginning sword condensed behind him. It emitted an unparalleled sharpness that could cut through everything in the world. It instantly tore apart the aura of the opponents. Boom, the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong also released his aura. It was the aura of a 6-star expert. Although he controlled it to the level of an ordinary 6-star expert, it still shattered the aura of the 7 opponents in an instant. Under the powerful aura, the 7 half-step great saint experts of Tian Luo sect were terrified. They broke out in cold sweat. Gap, an obvious gap. Under such a gap, the strength of the 2 sides was very different. A 5-star expert was enough to kill all 7 of them. What do you want? After calming down, the elite 3-star expert narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. This person wants to kill me. Don't tell me you don't know. Chen Zong said slowly with a hint of questioning. We really don't know. The elite 3-star expert said in a deep voice. The truth was that they didn't know, and they were speaking the truth. Of course, even if they knew, they couldn't admit it at this time. Otherwise, Tian Luo sect would be in danger. It doesn't matter. Chen Zong didn't care whether the other party really didn't know about it or not. His purpose for coming here was to use this as a starting point. This peak used to be the Azura sect's headquarters. Now, on behalf of the Azura sect, I'm taking back this peak. Chen Zong revealed his true intention. If the Shura sect wanted to develop again, they naturally needed a better environment. Within the boundaries of Grand Luo City, this mountain peak was the best. There was even a secret realm of the ancient Azura sect. To the ancient Azura sect, this mountain peak could be considered as the best place to set up their headquarters. Chen Zong's words caused the 7 half-step great saints' expressions to change drastically. Although he was right that this used to be the ancient Azura sect's mountain gate, that was all in the past. Now, it belonged to the Tian Luo sect. If the Azura's gate wanted to take back this mountain, it meant that the Tian Luo sect would have to move. Who would be willing? You have 2 choices. First, you can leave on your own accord and return this peak to the Azura sect. Chen Zong said unhurriedly. His words were filled with a shocking sharpness, bringing a terrifying pressure to the other party. Second, we can kill the 7 of you and all the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage experts of the Tian Luo sect. By then, the Tian Luo sect will only exist in name. 2 choices, this was actually a very easy choice. Any normal person would choose the first option. Chen Zong believed that the people of the Tian Luo sect would make the right choice. We need time to think about it, the elite 3-star powerhouse's eyes flickered as he immediately said. 15 minutes, Chen Zong said without hesitation. His tone was domineering and didn't allow for any doubts. 10 days. The other party bargained. If they needed 10 days to think about it, anyone could guess that the other party would definitely ask for reinforcements. This was what Chen Zong was unwilling to see at the moment because he didn't know if the other party would ask for reinforcements from a 5-star or 6-star powerhouse. In that case, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and settle everything first. If you haven't made your choice in 15 minutes, I'll help you make your choice, Chen Zong said unhurriedly. Damn it. The 7 half-step great saint powerhouses clenched their teeth. In fact, the Tian Luo sect still had a sect protection formation. Once the sect protection formation was fully activated, its power was shocking and could withstand the attack of an elite 6-star powerhouse. This great Tianluo formation was the foundation of the Tianluo sect. Unfortunately, the formation eye of the great Tianluo formation, which was also the Tianluo sect's secret treasure, was taken away. Without a doubt, it was taken away by the 4-star powerhouse. Without the formation eye of the Tianluo formation, the great Tianluo formation's strength dropped by a level. It could only barely withstand the attack of a 5-star powerhouse. Moreover, without the formation eye, it couldn't last for a long time. Another point was that it took a long time to activate. This was also the reason why the Tianluo sect couldn't activate the formation in time when Xianxia and the Silver Blade King arrived. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for negotiations. They could activate the great Tianluo formation directly. 10 days' time was firstly to contact the outside world and ask for help. Although there was a price to pay, it was better than being chased away. Secondly, it was to activate the great Tianluo formation. Of course, the activation of the great Tianluo formation didn't need as long as 10 days. 15 minutes was more than enough. If you don't want to give up, I can also let you activate the great Tianluo formation, Xianxia said again. But by then, the formation will be destroyed. Together with Xianxia, the Silver Blade King unleashed the combat strength of an elite 6-star powerhouse. It was an extremely powerful combat strength with a shocking aura. This aura instantly shocked the 7 half-step great saints. The great Tianluo formation without the Tianluo formation's secret treasure wasn't a complete great Tianluo formation. Although it could withstand the attack of a 5-star powerhouse for a certain period of time, a 5-star powerhouse was still inferior to a 6-star powerhouse. This person wasn't a 5-star powerhouse at all. He was a 6-star powerhouse. The damaged great Tianluo formation obviously couldn't withstand many attacks. Once the formation was destroyed, the Tianluo sect would be destroyed. Take a gamble, activate the great Tianluo formation in 15 minutes and block the opponent. The fate of the Tianluo sect was in their hands. In the past, this kind of torment should be endured by others. Today, it was their turn. Time passed slowly. The Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, was still releasing an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. In the mountain gate of the Tianluo sect, the sect leader, elders, and disciples were all shocked. Terrifying. That aura was too terrifying. Naturally, they recognized Xianxia. The second elder of the Shura sect, the eldest senior brother of the Tianluo sect, and the man and woman beside him were all shocked. Not long ago, they looked down on the so-called genius. Now, this genius appeared directly above the Tianluo sect and suppressed the Tianluo sect. Difference, what a difference, compared to the eldest senior brother of the Tianluo sect, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. 15 minutes was very short. Time's up. Tell me your choice. Xianxia's voice was heard. It was like the voice of a judge. Instantly, everyone in the Tianluo sect was shocked and terrified. Zhao Mingkong slightly unsheathed his long saber. The saber intent that filled the air was earth-shattering. The void seemed to be unable to withstand it and was about to be torn apart. The shocking murderous intent shrouded the 7 half-step great saints of the Tianluo sect. It made them feel as if they were in an ice cellar. It was as if they said no, the long saber would be unsheathed and a terrifying attack would instantly kill them. How powerful was the attack of an elite 6-star elite, they were not sure, but it was definitely something they could withstand. Let's go. Finally, the elite 3-star elite said. His voice was extremely low. The moment he said that, everyone in the Tianluo sect became dispirited, as if their spirit had been sucked out. Very well. Now, pack up your things and leave immediately. Xianxia's tone was extremely sharp. Brother Zhao, please keep an eye on this place. I'll bring Senior Tiangong out now, Xianxia said telepathically. Don't worry, Zhao Mingkong said. Unless a 7-star elite came, he was not afraid of anyone below that level. The environment in the bewildering light ocean was extremely harsh. He could survive there for hundreds of years because he had experienced many dangerous battles. In terms of life and death, most 6-star elites were no match for him. An elite 6-star elite was ranked among the top in the entire Profound Realm. Chenzong quickly left. He wanted to open the realm gate to Bewildering Light Island. He did not want anyone to see him and cause unnecessary trouble. Not long after, Chenzong returned to Bewildering Light Island. No one knew. The place where Chenzong appeared was where the Mountain and Sea King's cave residence was located. "Senior, I'll take you away first," Chenzong said. "Okay." The Tiangong elder was naturally very happy. "This time, I need Senior's help," Chenzong said directly. "If you need my old bones, just say it." The old man of Heaven's Work smiled. The other reason why Chenzong brought the Tiangong elder out this time was because the Tiangong elder was proficient in formations. In an instant, the Tiangong elder left Bewildering Light Island with Chenzong. The Tiangong elder's strength was not as strong as the Silver Blade King. He was only a 5-star elite. Therefore, this time, the place where Chenzong and the Tiangong elder appeared was closer to Tai Luo City's boundary. The time taken to return was also shorter. Under the supervision of the Silver Blade King, the Tian Luo sect quickly packed up and began to evacuate. As for where they would evacuate to, that was their business. Perhaps they would find a mountain nearby to settle down. Or perhaps they would leave Tai Luo City's boundary and head to another boundary. Everything changed too quickly. It was so fast that no one could accept it. Under normal circumstances, a sex migration was a big deal. It would not be so hasty. However, Chenzong did not give them time. Since the plan could not keep up with the changes, then they would have to move faster. Another reason was that Chenzong wanted to head to the Eternal Battle Fort. However, according to Hua Ji, if he wanted to go to the Eternal Battle Fort, he would have to prepare and have enough time. Because once he went, his consciousness would enter directly. He would probably stay there for a while. Therefore, he had to settle things here as soon as possible. Only then would he have the time to pursue other things. In the end, his own strength was the most important. If he was not strong enough, no matter how much he developed, he would only end up working for others. This was something that Chenzong was very clear about. The higher-ups of the Tian Luo sect all looked gloomy, while the disciples of the Tian Luo sect were confused. The migration of the Tian Luo sect shook the entire Tai Luo city and even spread to the neighboring territories. No matter what, the Tian Luo sect was the only top-notch force in Tai Luo city. They had a 4-star warrior and their strength was astonishing. Their every move attracted attention. The Tian Luo sect did not leave the boundary of Tai Luo city either. After all, the pressure from Chenzong was too great and the time was too short. Without sufficient preparation, they did not know where to go if they left the boundary of Tai Luo city. In the end, the Tian Luo sect was not a weak force. The resources of the other territories had already been allocated. If they went to other territories, they would be competing with other sect forces for resources. No one was willing to do that. They would first settle down and reorganize before making plans for the future. The grudge of being chased away could not be forgotten just like that. Of course, without an absolute powerhouse, the Tian Luo sect could only endure. Bringing the Tiangong elder with him, Chenzong first returned to the original Shura sect mountain. He immediately gathered everyone and told them to pack up and move to Tian Luo Peak. At first, they were stunned, then shocked, then ecstatic and excited. Our Shura sect is finally going to rise. The deacons and disciples were excited. They had thought about this day, but it was just a fantasy. It was like a dream. Since the arrival of the second elder, changes were happening every day. Finally, it was happening. The migration of the Shura sect was relatively simple. Compared to the Shura sect, there were fewer people and fewer resources. The sect master and the 2 elders who were still in seclusion came out one after another. They had successfully changed their cultivation with the help of the divine fiend elixir. However, their cultivation had decreased significantly. After all, they had just changed their cultivation and needed time to recover. When the great elder heard the news, tears streamed down his face. The sect master and the 3rd elder sighed with emotion. Soon, the entire Shura sect moved to Tian Luo Peak. The Heavenly Luo sect's palaces on the Heavenly Luo Peak were still there, but the Great Heavenly Luo formation had been destroyed when the Heavenly Luo sect left. They didn't want to leave the formation behind and let the Shura sect use it. However, it was not a big deal. The Tiangong elder was a master in the art of formations. It was not difficult for him to repair it. In fact, the ancient Shura sect also had a sect protecting Grand Array, which was even more powerful than the Great Encirclement Array. Unfortunately, it disappeared with the decline of the ancient Shura sect and disappeared without a trace. Chenzong took out the Tianluo domain and gave it to the Tiangong elder. The Tiangong elder repaired the formation and put it in the Tianluo domain as the core of the formation. The complete Tianluo formation could withstand the attack of a 6-star elite without breaking. Of course, if it was a 7-star warrior, he would only be able to withstand a few attacks. However, the current Shura gate was no small matter. The strongest one was the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, followed by the Tiangong elder, who had the combat power of a 5-star elite. Next was Chenzong, who had the combat power of at least a 4-star elite. In terms of high-end combat power, they had completely crushed the previous Tianluo sect. However, in other aspects, it was much inferior and needed to be further developed. Good. The sect master and the 2 elders sat in the main hall. They were extremely excited and did not know what to say. Moreover, when they found out that these 2 5-star and 6-star elites were going to become members of the Shura sect, they were extremely excited. Whether a sect was strong or not, it was necessary to have a sufficient number of talented disciples. It was also necessary to have top-notch elites to oversee the sect. During normal times, they would be a deterrent and suppress the small fries. During critical times, they would be able to protect the sect and ensure that the sect's legacy would continue to burn and never be extinguished. If the Shura sect had a half-step great saint in the past, they would not have fallen to such a state. Now, not only did they have half-step great saint elites, but they also had 3, including the second elder. 3 half-step great saint elites, each with the combat power of a 4-star, 5-star, or even 6-star elite. They were even stronger than the Tianluo sect. In the end, they did not have much time to consider and passed through the discussion. The Shura sect formed a supreme group. The supreme group was the supreme elder group. The rule was that all half-step great saint elites would automatically be included in the supreme elder group and become a supreme elder of the Shura sect. In theory, there was no difference in status after entering the supreme group. There was no such thing as 2nd, 3rd, or 4th grade. As a result, the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong, the Tiangong elder, and Chenzong, who had also stepped into the half-step great saint realm, were included in the supreme group and became the only 3 supreme elders of the Shura sect. The density and purity of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth on Tianluo Peak was far from what the Shura sect's small mountain could compare with. The difference was several times. Cultivating in such a place made the members of the Shura sect extremely happy. They could all feel that their cultivation was increasing at a faster rate. The Great Tiangong Formation had been repaired. With the Tianluo domain, it could be activated at any time. Of course, every time it was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. Therefore, it would not be activated during normal times. The Tiangong elder was making improvements to the Great Tiangong Formation. It could naturally absorb the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth to store energy. When it was activated, there would be enough energy to support the consumption. Unknowingly, it would reduce the sect's resource consumption. In addition, the Tiangong elder also planned to set up an Yuan Qi gathering formation. It would be able to absorb the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth from all directions, making the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth on the peak even denser. This would be more beneficial for cultivation. Chenzong, on the other hand, brought the sect leader and 2 supreme elders to the back of the peak. Here, there was a stone wall that was more than 10 meters in size. It looked as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. The surface looked very smooth, like a mirror. The people of the Tianluo sect naturally knew about this stone wall. They discovered that even half-step great saint elites could not break it, let alone leave any traces. They felt that this was a treasure. However, after several rounds of research, they could not do anything about it. There was no change at all. As he stood before the stone wall, Chenzong held his breath in concentration as he repeatedly formed seals with his hands. Numerous seals were condensed and floated in the air as extremely pure baleful qi fluctuated, transforming into numerous extremely profound talisman markings that flew towards the smooth stone wall. The sect leader and two supreme elders stared at it. As the seals fell into it, layers of ripples spread out in all directions like water ripples. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, countless ripples surged and spread out in all directions, layer upon layer, endlessly. An extremely mysterious and incomparably pure baleful aura rippled out. Immediately, the ripples merged into one and spread out in all directions with the center in an extremely orderly manner. "Let's go," Chenzong suddenly said. He took a step forward and walked toward the stone wall. The moment he touched it, his entire body entered the stone wall and disappeared. The sect leader and two supreme elders also took a step forward. Their bodies seemed to sink into water and disappeared directly. Vigorous, pure, the evil chi was omnipresent and boundless, fluctuating endlessly, filling every corner of the void. Azura Secret Realm, this was the ancient Azura sect's holy land, Azura Secret Realm. According to the ancient Azura king, the Azura Secret Realm was not actually the ancient Azura sect's territory. In fact, the ancient Azura sect was built on the Azura Secret Realm. This was because the 1,000 manifestations Azura Minor Mystique was obtained from the Azura Secret Realm. The Burning Azura skill was also obtained from the Azura Secret Realm, but for some reason, it was incomplete. The reason why the ancient Azura sect was able to cultivate the Azura avatar was because they cultivated in the Azura Secret Realm. In the Azura Secret Realm, the deeper one went, the purer the evil chi was. Moreover, Chenzong could feel that the air was filled with an endless amount of evil chi. The evil chi was shocking. The evil chi would directly attack everyone's spirit sea, causing illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood to appear. Chenzong kept moving forward, but the sect leader and two supreme elders could not. This was because if they wanted to go deeper, they would have to withstand the evil chi's attacks and corrosion. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient Azura sect's members did not cultivate the corresponding cultivation technique, it would be extremely difficult for them to advance. "All of you stay here and cultivate for now. Try to recover your cultivation," Chenzong said and went deeper into the Azura Secret Realm. The Azura Secret Realm was a holy land for cultivation. For anyone who cultivated the evil chi cultivation technique, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Cultivating in the Azura Secret Realm would be twice the result with half the effort. They would also be able to sense the evil chi that was everywhere in the Azura Secret Realm. The Azura Secret Realm was one of the reasons why the ancient Azura sect was so powerful for thousands of years. Now that the ancient Azura sect had the Azura Secret Realm, their rise to power was just around the corner. The sect leader and two supreme elders started cultivating. Chenzong kept moving forward. He felt the evil chi getting denser and denser, but it was still within his tolerance range. The Azura Secret Realm was actually not very big. It was only because of the evil chi that it made it difficult for people to move forward. After several attempts, Chenzong was still unable to reach the center of the Azura Secret Realm. According to the information provided by the ancient Azura king, the Azura Secret Realm was divided into 9 rings and the center. Currently, he was at the 6th ring, which was the limit he could reach. As for the ancient Azura king in his prime, he once stepped into the 8th ring, but he was unable to advance any further. Chenzong summoned his Azura avatar, Xianxia. Here, no one would be able to see him. Xianxia was more compatible with the Azura Secret Realm, so he directly stepped into the 7th ring. However, it was still difficult for him to step into the 8th ring. He could only stay for a few breaths of time before he had to return to the 7th ring. In that case, the Azura avatar will stay here and cultivate in seclusion, Chenzong said to himself. After all, no one else could step into the 7th ring, so they wouldn't be able to see the Azura avatar. Moreover, the Azura avatar was born with an evil chi body, so it was more compatible with the Azura Secret Realm. Cultivating here would only be faster. Chenzong's main body carefully sensed the Azura Secret Realm before retreating. His goal was not to stay here and cultivate, but to reopen the Azura Secret Realm so that other Azura sect disciples could enter. "First, I'll go out and arrange things, then I'll come back here," Chenzong said to himself. When his main body was attacked by the evil chi in the 6th ring, he could actually temper his divine sense, further strengthening it. As long as his divine sense grew stronger, he could bring more people away from Bewildering Light Island. Author's note: breaking out. First update. I'm asking for subscriptions and monthly votes. Please follow my official account, 6 Paths of Oblivion. Tianluo Peak. No, it had been renamed as Azura Peak. The peak, under the operation of the formation, boundless heaven and earth yuan qi gathered from all directions, causing the heaven and earth yuan qi at the peak to be several times denser and purer than outside. Not only did the Tiangong Elder repair the Great Inescapable Formation, but he also set up the Great Origin Gathering Formation and the Pure Origin Formation. The Great Origin Gathering Formation could condense heaven and earth yuan qi and make it denser, while the Pure Origin Formation could purify heaven and earth yuan qi and make it purer. These two formations were obtained by the Tiangong Elder by chance. Most forces did not possess them. Thanks to the Great Origin Gathering Formation and the Pure Origin Formation, the Great Inescapable Formation was in a half-activated state. Its defensive power was enough to withstand the attack of an elite 5-star elite. If an elite 5-star elite were to enter the formation, they would be trapped for a while. It only needed a breath's time to fully activate the formation and reach the level of an elite 6-star elite. In the past, the Tianluo sect did not activate the Great Tianluo Formation halfway because it consumed too much energy. Now, because of the Great Vitality Gathering Formation and the Pure Vitality Formation, there was enough energy to support the half-activated state of the Great Tianluo Formation. Cultivating in such an environment, the Shura sect disciples' improvement was several times better than before. In just a short period of time, another 3 disciples broke through and stepped into the Saint Rudiment stage. The number of Saint Rudiment stage disciples in the Shura sect increased from 1 to 4. These 4 disciples were also promoted to core disciples and were qualified to enter the Azura secret realm to cultivate. To the Shura sect, the Azura secret realm was a holy land for cultivation. Not only could it assist in the cultivation of cultivation techniques and raise one's cultivation base, it could also sharpen one's will. Most importantly, one could comprehend and master the baleful Tao will. Only those in the Saint Rudiment stage who had mastered the Tao will were qualified to be called true masters. They were considered elites. The more profound the Tao will was, the more powerful the techniques would be. Those who were not from the Shura sect could also benefit from the Azura secret realm. They could purify their energy and indirectly increase their explosive power. They could also hone their spiritual will and indirectly strengthen their divine sense. Lastly, they could comprehend the baleful Tao will. But if the baleful Tao insight didn't have a baleful Qi cultivation technique to complement it, then its might would be difficult to be fully exerted. As the Grand Elders of the Azura's Gate, both the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong Elder had the right to enter and exit the Azura secret realm at will. Qinzong had also refined a batch of tokens for them, allowing them to freely enter and exit the Azura mystic realm to train and temper themselves. As for Qinzong himself, his Azura doppelganger had been cultivating in the Azura secret realm all this time. It was extremely compatible with the Azura doppelganger, and it made great progress. His original body went to Bewildering Light Island again and brought the Heaven Battering King, who was on good terms with Zhao Mingkong. The Heaven Battering Heavenly King had also agreed to guard the Shura sect for 100 years. As a physique refinement king, he was much stronger than an ordinary 6-star cultivator. With 100 years and the existence of the Azura secret realm, Qinzong believed that the Shura sect would rise again. By then, even if the Heaven Battering King and the others left, the Shura sect would still be very powerful. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the current Shura sect, aside from Qinzong, there were a total of 3 5-star cultivators and 2 6-star cultivators guarding the sect. With such strength, unless a 7-star cultivator was mobilized, it would be impossible to break through the Shura sect. There were very few 7-star cultivators, and every one of them was a top-tier cultivator. If there were not enough benefits to attract them, they would not be mobilized at all. Qinzong's Azura doppelganger was at the 7th ring of the Azura secret realm. He continued to cultivate, and his energy became purer and more powerful. The heavenly ferocious Tao will had already reached the pinnacle, and it was even more shocking. The Nirvana evil sword was also constantly absorbing the pure ferocious Qi in the Azura secret realm to replenish itself. Today, Qinzong stepped into the Azura secret realm, not to cultivate, but to take away the Azura doppelganger. Once again, he entered Bewildering Light Island and appeared at the edge of the island. Then, Chenzong used his divine will to communicate with the core of Bewildering Light Island, and used his power to transfer a low-rank fog demon to him. Chenzong and his doppelganger attacked at the same time, killing the fog demon before it could react and obtaining its fog crystal. With control of Bewildering Light Island, Chenzong could isolate the aura here, preventing others from sensing his doppelganger's existence. Maybe, I can use other methods to obtain more fog crystals and beast crystals. Chenzong held the low-grade fog crystal in his hand, and a light flickered in his eyes. Immediately, Chenzong spread the news to every corner of Bewildering Light Island, allowing everyone on the island to hear it. Other than the Lightning Fire King and Ancient Wind King, there were 2 conditions for others to leave Bewildering Light Island. First, they had to guard the Azura's Gate for 100 years. Second, they had to pay 10 low-grade fog crystals or 10 low-grade beast crystals, or 1 mid-grade fog crystal or 1 mid-grade beast crystal. They had to choose one of the 2 conditions. Guarding the Azura's Gate for 100 years meant that they had to stay in the Azura's Gate for 100 years, and some people were unwilling to accept this condition. After all, 100 years was not a short time. Of course, hunting fog demons and sea beasts was also a very dangerous thing, so the choice was entirely up to them. After announcing the news, Chenzong no longer paid attention to it, and focused on hunting fog demons. The first target was naturally the low-grade fog demons. The number of low-grade fog crystals also increased. Using the low-grade fog crystals, Chenzong entered seclusion to comprehend the first worldly stone inscription, while the Azura doppelganger entered the Azura secret realm to improve himself. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. In total, Chenzong had consumed 30 low-rank fog crystals. With the help of the low-rank fog crystals, he started to comprehend the first heaven and earth stone carving. Perhaps it was because Chenzong's foundation was extremely strong, or perhaps it was because his comprehension ability was superb, or perhaps it was because the will of heaven and earth in the king-naming pagoda recognized that it was easier to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, or perhaps it was because the worldly stone inscriptions revealed the mysteries of heaven and earth more directly, or perhaps it was because of the mysterious assistance of the fog crystals. In other words, it should be because of the benefits brought by all of them, which allowed Chenzong to create the 33rd level of the Origin Sword Art, further increasing his strength. Under normal circumstances, Chenzong's battle prowess was an ordinary 4-star, but after creating the 33rd level of the Origin Sword Art, he directly reached the elite 4-star level. At the half-step Great Saint level, increasing one's battle prowess was many times more difficult than at the Saint realm. Therefore, many half-step Great Saint level powerhouses had been stuck at their original strength for many years, unable to make any progress. However, those who had just broken through to the half-step Great Saint level would often have a period of improvement, which was usually reflected in their cultivation method. Once one broke through to the half-step Great Saint level from the Saint realm, their realm would increase, and it would be relatively easier to create and perfect their cultivation method. At least, they could perfect one level to increase their battle prowess. The more powerful ones could perfect 2 levels. Next was moves, which were a kind of development and application of Tao intent, becoming more and more powerful. The Azura doppelganger was also improving, creating the 33rd level of the Burning Fiend Azura art, further increasing his strength. Now, let's start hunting the middle-rank fog demons, Chenzong thought to himself. The middle-rank fog demons were at least 5-star in strength, and Chenzong would hunt for them. He would not provoke the fog demons with 6-star battle prowess for the time being. In addition, there were also people who chose to pay fog crystals or beast crystals to Chenzong and leave Bewildering Light Island. Whether it was individuals or sects, all of them were developing in a better and stronger direction. Time continued to pass, and the start of the Zenith net gathering was getting closer and closer. At the edge of Bewildering Light Island, Chenzong and Xianxia worked together to fight a 5-star fog demon. The fog demon's strength was shocking, and its claw came from the sky, covering the sky and earth. It was as if heaven and earth were in the grasp of this claw, and there was nowhere to dodge. Yinyang Sword Realm, Chenzong did not hesitate to use his ultimate defensive move, and an extremely mysterious aura spread out, and the black and white merged into one. Paramount Realm, the Yinyang Dao intent had also reached the Paramount Realm. Under the Paramount Realm, the Yinyang Sword Realm's defensive ability was even more shocking. It was enough to allow Chenzong to surpass the upper limit of his battle prowess, and resist the attack of a 5-star battle prowess. Heaven and Earth line. After blocking the opponent's attack, the longsword pierced through the sky, and countless sword chi exploded and gathered in an instant. Heaven and earth became dim, and there was only an extremely black sword light that seemed to be filled with endless light that tore through the sky and attacked. The power of this sword had increased with Chen Zong's improvement in all aspects, and it became even more powerful. At the same time, the Shura doppelganger sword also arrived. Endless baleful chi and baleful intent were all contained within this sword, and it did not leak out at all. The void was torn apart like a thin piece of paper, and that sword was like a red-hot iron that pierced into the ice and snow, and a terrifying power exploded out in an instant. Shura Wuxing. This was an ultimate move that the Shura doppelganger Xianxia had created in the Shura secret realm for the past few months. With this sword, a terrifying sword chi exploded out from the fog demon's body, and it wreaked havoc inside the fog demon's body, destroying everything. Windfire triple sword technique. 3 swords were unleashed in an instant, and their power exploded and destroyed wantonly. Under the joint attack of the two, the fog demon with 5-star battle strength was instantly killed, leaving behind a mid-grade fog crystal. The effect of a mid-grade fog crystal was several times better than that of a low-grade fog crystal. Perhaps I can try hunting sea beasts now, Chen Zong said to himself. His current chi cultivation had reached the level of a half-step great saint, but his body refinement was still at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the chaotic heaven realm. Limited by his body refinement cultivation, the power of his Lingwu power was also affected, and it could not increase his strength greatly like before. Therefore, he must first raise his body refinement cultivation to the level of a half-step great saint, and it would be best if he could further break through the limit of the non-liquenching jade technique, so that his power would be even more shocking. In order to raise his body refinement cultivation as soon as possible, he naturally needed treasured body refinement medicines, and the beast crystals of the sea beasts were very good. However, the sea beasts were a bigger threat than the fog demon. Therefore, he should first hunt the fog demon to increase his strength, and then hunt the sea beasts after that. Chen Zong controlled the bewildering light island and even the bewildering light ocean, so he had a greater advantage. Immediately, a sea beast was transferred to the edge of the bewildering light island. Chen Xiu attacked directly, and an extremely strong murderous aura condensed with his sword. Shura Wuxing. The attack pierced through everything, and before the sea beast could react, it directly pierced its huge body. This is the second update. Senior brothers and sisters, give me some monthly votes to help me out. Azura Peak. The main hall was grand and magnificent. Compared to the original Azura Gate main hall, it was like comparing a thatched hut to a magnificent palace. This was the main hall left behind by the Tianluo sect, now owned by the Azura Gate. Inside the main hall, there were 4 figures. Grand Elder Chen Zong, Azura Gate Patriarch, Great Elder and Third Elder. After switching to the Burning Evil Azura skill and taking the Heavenly Fiend pellet, as well as entering the Azura secret realm for a period of time, the Patriarch and the 2 Elders' cultivations had advanced by a large margin. Their strength had also soared, brimming with confidence and an extraordinary momentum. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss the upcoming Xeno Gathering. The Xeno Gathering was a grand event held once every 10 years in Xeno City. It was often used as a way to promote the prestige of a sect, and at the same time, it was also a way to evaluate each sect's strength. For example, if the Xeno Gathering was held this time, the Tianluo sect that had lost its 4-star battle strength would be reduced to a high-grade force, and the Great Luo sect would be reduced to a mid-grade force. However, in the past, the Tianluo sect had always been the host of the Xeno Gathering. Now that such a major change had occurred, the Tianluo sect could no longer host the Xeno Gathering, much less the other sects. However, the current Azura Gate could still host it by force. The problem was, it was hard to convince the masses. On the level of peak experts, the current Azura Gate would definitely frighten all the other sects in Xeno City, but on the level of disciples, the difference was too great. After all, not long ago, the Azura Gate was in a state of turmoil. Most of the disciples had left, and although the remaining ones were loyal, their talents were relatively average. Now that the Azura Gate had returned to the Azura Peak, the cultivation environment had improved significantly. With the help of the Great Essence Gathering Array and the Pure Essence Array, and the Azura Secret Realm as a cultivation holy land, as long as the Azure Gate was given enough time, surpassing the other sects would not be difficult. Time was the most important thing right now. In the end, after discussion, they decided not to hold the Xeno gathering this time. The Azure Gate did not have the resources to host the Xeno gathering. If the Tian Luo sect did not say a word, the other sects. Thus, on the day that the Zenith Net meeting was supposed to be held, there was no movement, as if there was some sort of silent tacit agreement. Now that he had become the Grand Supreme Elder and the sect master had come out of his closed-door training, Qinzong let go of everything. He no longer cared about the affairs of the sect and focused on improving himself. After his qi refinement Dao reached the half-step Great Saint stage, it became extremely difficult for him to make any further progress. On the other hand, his body refinement Dao was still at the Saint Rudiment stage, but he had already reached the limit of the 9th level Chaos Heaven stage. Now, Qinzong went into seclusion again to deduce the higher level of the non-li-quenching jade skill. The non-li-quenching jade art was a saint-level extreme grade art. If one wanted to deduce it to a higher level, it would be an extreme grade art. Of course, it was impossible to achieve success in one go. He had to first break the limit and then continuously perfect it to become a peerless artifact. To a certain extent, there was no limit to how many levels a saint-level cultivation technique could have. For example, if Qinzong couldn't achieve the Taichu sword energy technique, then he would stop at the 33rd level. He could also continue to improve and reach the 34th or 35th level, and so on. However, regardless of whether it was the 33rd, 34th, or 35th level, they were all extreme grade arts. The Azure clone, Xianxia, was cultivating in the Azure Secret Realm's 7th ring and was constantly approaching the 8th ring. The main body, Qinzong, was in seclusion on Bewildering Light Island. Wisps of dark red appeared on Qinzong's skin. They were faintly discernible, and there was a faint red light flickering endlessly. An astonishing temperature was released from the dark red lines, and it spread out in all directions. Qinzong was only wearing a pair of shorts, and his upper body was exposed. There were more and more dark red lines, and they became denser and denser. Gradually, it seemed to outline a very complicated flame outline, as if it was about to burn. Accumulation, expansion, then, it exploded. Raging flames suddenly rose from Qinzong's body and burned fiercely. The flames were dark red, and there were faint traces of golden light spreading, like stars flickering endlessly. A sharp and resounding sound suddenly rang out, surging in all directions. The flames were extremely hot, and it seemed to condense into the phantom of an ancient divine bird, like a vermilion bird and a phoenix. The chaotic sky power in his body also changed qualitatively. The non-li-quenching jade technique broke through the limit again and reached a higher level. The perfection of a qi cultivation technique and a body refining technique were different. The qi cultivation technique was improved layer by layer. The body refining technique was innovating the old to bring forth the new. It was directly created on the basis of the original technique according to one's own actual situation, and it was positioned at a higher level to be cultivated again. The flames kept burning, as if it wanted to burn everything around into ashes and nothingness. Gradually, the flames condensed and compressed, turning into a layer of dark red magma-like power. The temperature was restrained, and it did not seem to be so hot. However, the power contained in it was several times more terrifying. Now, with this chaotic sky power alone, I can compete with or even defeat a one-star battle strength. Qinzong's mouth curved into a smile. He opened his palm, and the dark red lines spread out. Finally, they entangled in his palm and condensed into the phantom of an ancient divine bird. It was vivid and lifelike, like a sculpture. It gave people a warm feeling and was not dazzling to the eyes. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power contained in it was. Since the non-li-quenching jade technique has reached a higher level, then it's time to break through, Qinzong said to himself. The power in his palm was withdrawn into his body, and he closed his eyes. Breakthrough, it was the half-step Great Saint level. The breakthrough of body refining was often more difficult than qi cultivation. However, for Qinzong, it was not that difficult. After all, Qinzong's accumulation was very strong, and his realm was very high. Therefore, this breakthrough was a matter of course. Explosions kept coming out of his body, like a volcano erupting. The magma torrent kept surging. Zong's body was emitting endless heat, and steam was rolling. The tyrannical power kept surging in his body. This power had surpassed the level of the chaotic sky realm and reached a higher level. It was the power of a half-step great saint for body refining. Compared to the power of a half-step great saint for chi cultivation, the power of a half-step great saint for body refining was often more tyrannical. As soon as he broke through, Zong immediately took out a lot of sea beast crystals and began to absorb them. The sea beast crystals were treasures for body refining. Now that his body refining cultivation had just broken through, it was time to absorb the power. As the sea beast crystals were constantly consumed, the power in Zong's body became stronger and stronger. It fed back to his body, and his physique kept improving. In the past few months, Zong and the Azura doppelganger worked together to kill fog demons and sea beasts. They obtained a lot of low-grade and mid-grade fog crystal beast crystals. They kept refining them, and their improvement was very significant. After absorbing and refining all the beast crystals of the sea beasts, Zong felt full. That was the upper limit of his physique after the breakthrough. Compared to when he had just broken through, he was now twice as strong as before. After a short rest, Zong began to cultivate the supreme Lingwu technique to refine the power of Lingwu. Refining the power of Lingwu with a half-step great saint's chi refining and body refining power would only be more powerful. When Zong succeeded in refining, he could feel the powerful Lingwu power condensing in his body. It was very shocking. Explode, in an instant, Zong felt the power of the Genesis Sword origin technique increasing continuously. It was a kind of qualitative improvement. He pointed his finger like a sword in the air. It seemed to be silent, but it also seemed that in an instant, a roar of wind and thunder resounded in the depths of the void. It was as if the void was directly pierced, leaving a short but very clear vacuum sword mark that slowly dissipated. Such power. Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. Before this, when he fully unleashed his strength, he could reach the level of an elite 5-star. With the freedom state, he could even fight against an ordinary 6-star powerhouse. But now, when he fully unleashed his strength, he could fight against an elite 6-star powerhouse. In a short time, he had just broken through to the half-step great saint level and had the strength to kill an ordinary 6-star powerhouse. If this news were to spread, who knew what kind of reaction it would cause and how big of a storm it would cause. However, Zong was not complacent at all, nor was he complacent. Only he knew how much effort he had put in to achieve these achievements. Moreover, after learning about the scene in the void of the universe from Huaji, Zong's heart yearned even more. A mere half-step great sage was nothing at all. Even in the half-step great saint level, there were 7, 8, and even 9 stars. There were even legendary 10-star invincible existences. Now that I've broken through to the body refining realm, it's difficult to make much progress in a short time. It's time to go to the eternal battle fort, Zong thought to himself. Of course, he could not go there with his real body. He did not have the ability to do so, but he could go there with his consciousness through the eternal token of heaven and earth. But before he went, the Shura sect matters had to be further stabilized before he could rest assured. Otherwise, he did not know how long this trip would take. The Shura sect could be considered to be on the right track now. It was constantly growing stronger, but it was still not enough. There were only 20 or so disciples. Whether a sect was strong or not depended on its disciples. Not only the quality, but also the quantity. After discussing with the sect master and the 2 elders, they decided to open the Shura sect's mountain gate and recruit disciples. If it was half a year ago, the Shura sect's so-called opening of the mountain gate to recruit disciples would be a huge joke. At that time, the Shura sect's disciples were constantly leaving and were already on the verge of disintegration. Who would be willing to jump into the fire pit? But now, the situation had changed. Everything was different. At least, there was a superior cultivation environment and half-step great saint experts overseeing it. It gave people hope. In the tens of thousands of miles around Tai Luo City, there were many people dying every year, but there were also many people being born. The decennial Tai Luo assembly was not only to promote the Shura sect, but also to prepare for the recruitment of disciples. When the news spread throughout Tai Luo City, it set off a frenzy. Of course, regarding this situation, some people sneered, while others yearned for it. their reactions were different. Some youngsters from smaller towns picked up their luggage and set off for the Shura sect. No matter what, the Shura sect now gave people hope to rise. If they took this opportunity to join the Shura sect, they would definitely gain more benefits. Third update, Bewildering Light Island, Bewildering Light Island, Bewildering Light Realm. A figure appeared in an instant. After regulating his breathing, Qianzong brought his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak. He took out the Eternal Heaven and Earth Medallion. Reviving the Azura Gate was one of the ancient Azura King's last wishes. Qianzong was working hard on it and it was very effective. Currently, the Azura Gate was extremely united in terms of people's hearts. Their cohesiveness was astonishing. In terms of cultivation environment, they were second to none in the entire Grand Luo City. In terms of security, they were also the strongest in Grand Luo City. After opening the mountain gate, Qianzong personally presided over the selection process, and a total of 500 new disciples were added. All of them were of the younger generation and had strong plasticity and good temperament. They were not evil people and were worth nurturing. Next, it would depend on their own efforts. He believed that in 10 years, the Shura sect would have the qualifications and ability to host the Tai Luo gathering. The other wish of the ancient Shura king was the Rakshasa king. However, he did not know where the Rakshasa king was now. Also, if the Rakshasa king was still alive, his battle strength would be at least at the elite 7-star level. He was not a match for him now. In any case, it was necessary to continue improving his battle strength. However, after breaking through to the half-step Great Saint realm, his battle strength had soared and he had made great progress in all aspects. However, Qianzong also felt that his progress was beginning to slow down. Perhaps the Eternal Battle Fort would be a great opportunity for him. After breaking through to the half-step Great Saint realm, Qianzong's divine sense had also improved. He could now barely send 7-star experts away from Bewildering Light Island. Therefore, Qianzong fulfilled his promise and sent the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King to the Supreme Mystery World. As for the others who had not yet left Bewildering Light Island, Qianzong ignored them for the time being. He focused all of his mind and will on the token in his hand. In an instant, Qianzong only felt that the token in his hand seemed to become incomparably heavy, as if an ancient bronze mountain was pressing down on him. It also seemed to become incomparably light, as if it was about to float up like a feather. Qianzong's mind was in a trance for a moment. Then, he seemed to see a 9-colored passage. Each of the 9 colors was bright, and each of them emitted an extremely profound and mysterious aura, as if they were interpreting the eternity of the great Tao between heaven and earth. The 9 colors fluttered like ribbons, like seaweed swaying in the water and intertwining with each other. It was extremely mysterious. Qianzong realized that even with his level of understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth, he couldn't see through it at all. He couldn't even see the surface of it. The 9 colors flashed before his eyes, becoming more and more blurry. That was because his speed was increasing. After some time, Qianzong saw some light. It seemed to be an exit. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw himself over. Soon after, the 9 colors disappeared, and the light also disappeared. Only darkness seemed to exist eternally. Although he couldn't see it, Qianzong had a strange feeling. It was as if there were streams of air coming from all directions and gathering around him. Oh, there's another newcomer. When his eyes still couldn't see, Qianzong heard someone talking. How many newcomers is this year? Another voice sounded. It should be a few thousand. I didn't deliberately remember, the original voice said disapprovingly, full of indifference. Gradually, Qianzong felt the existence of his body. Then, he opened his eyes. His eyes were so clear that the bottom could be seen. At a glance, Qianzong found himself in a magnificent hall. The ceiling of the hall was like a void, full of bright stars, as if it were as deep and vast as the universe. Looking around, it was extremely spacious. Standing here, he felt as if he was in an endless world. How small was he? On the ground, the lines were exquisite beyond compare and incomparably complicated. With just a glance, Qianzong had a feeling of dizziness and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. It was only a hall, but it made him feel as if he was facing the vastness of the world. Qianzong couldn't imagine it. This Zong murmured, "Is this the Eternal Battle Fort?" Zong wasn't 100% sure whether this was the Eternal Battle Fort or not. The only thing he was sure of was that this place was far better than any building in the Tianyuan sacred region. It was on a completely different level. It was like comparing a shabby thatched hut to a magnificent hall. Pfft! A scornful laugh suddenly sounded. He didn't know where it came from, but Zong could tell that it was one of the two voices from before. This is indeed the Eternal Battle Fort, but it's only the reception hall of the Eternal Battle Fort. It's used to receive demigods like you who have tokens and can only come here as consciousness. Zong ignored the disdain in the voice. Instead, he focused on the information contained in the words. This was indeed the Eternal Battle Fort. However, it was only a part of the Eternal Battle Fort. In other words, it was only a very small part of the Eternal Battle Fort. It sounded like the tip of an iceberg floating on the sea. The second point was the token. He had the Eternal Heaven and Earth token, which was left behind by the Lord of Heaven and Earth. According to Hua Ji, the Lord of Heaven and Earth was one of the three rulers of the Eternal Battle Fort. He was one of the strongest people in the universe. If he could get the Eternal Heaven and Earth token and come here as consciousness, others could too. After all, there were countless worlds in the universe, and the Lingwu sacred world was only one of them. Moreover, according to Hua Ji, the Lingwu sacred world wasn't a powerful world. It was said that in some powerful worlds, there could be many peerless geniuses in the same generation. It wasn't like the Lingwu sacred world, where there was only one generation, and there would be a gap of many years before the next generation appeared. Therefore, Zong understood when the two voices mentioned that there would be thousands of people this year. The last point was the title. Demigod. Zong remembered very clearly that the demons of the void who were half a step away from the great saint level were called demigods. In the Lingwu sacred world, they were called half a step away from the great saint level. If that was the case, they were called demigods in the universe. If that was the case, the great saint level masters in the Lingwu sacred world were considered gods. Gods? Zong wasn't sure, but he could only speculate. May I ask, how do I get there? Zong's expression was calm, and he asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, even though he didn't know where the voice came from. His calm attitude surprised the person in the dark, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Show me your token, the voice said again. Zong waved his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. It shone with black and white light. The black was steady and heavy, and the white was light and vast, like the earth and the sky. The Eternal Heaven and Earth token belongs to the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Turn left and walk straight. When you see the gate of heaven and earth, just step into it, the second voice said. Zong took a step forward as he was told. Then he realized that he had appeared in an altar. Countless patterns gathered on it, and the altar had an indescribable sense of ancientness, as if it had existed since time immemorial and was indestructible. On the altar, countless divine lights flowed, countless divine lights shone, and countless divine clouds appeared and crossed the sky, containing endless mysteries. Zong could feel that the aura was somewhat familiar. It seemed that just now, it had surrounded him and kept condensing into his current body. It was just an altar, but the divine lights, and divine clouds were endless. It was like a group of dragons swimming, explaining the eternal mysteries of the void of heaven and earth. However, Zong didn't dare to look or think too deeply, because his consciousness couldn't bear it. If he thought too deeply, he would feel dizzy. In more serious cases, his consciousness would be shaken and disintegrate, and his foundation would be damaged. Retracting his gaze, Zong continued to walk forward, continuously stepping forward. With each step, Zong didn't slow down, but the distance in front of him seemed to be endless. With a calm mind, Zong continued to walk forward. He felt as if he had walked for several days before he saw a black and white door. The door was 100 meters tall. Black and white flowed on it, and it emitted a vigorous, heavy, light, and vast aura. It was exactly the same as the eternal token of heaven and earth in his hand. The gate of heaven and earth, this was the door that belonged to the master of heaven and earth. The black and white color reminded Zong of the yin and yang Tao will that he had comprehended and mastered. It was also black and white, but the two gave off a different feeling. Zong still couldn't comprehend the mysteries in it. Filled with excitement, Qianzong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, he clenched the eternal token of heaven and earth in his hand. With a fearless and indomitable attitude, his eyes became sharp, like sharp swords shooting across the sky. He raised his foot and took a step forward with great determination. A buzzing sound was heard. It was very subtle, but it spread in all directions and passed through his body, resonating with the eternal token of heaven and earth in his hand. In the next breath, Qianzong felt an irresistible force spread throughout his body, as if it had cleansed him. But this cleansing seemed to have brought about some kind of change, but it was difficult to detect. Qianzong didn't have time to detect it. He found himself in front of another door. The door was very strange. The upper part was white, as if there were endless white clouds in it. It turned into a vast sea of clouds, vast and boundless, as if it was a boundless sky. The lower part was black. It was a kind of black that had been there for an unknown number of years. It was vigorous, heavy, simple, and vast, as if it was a vast land. With just a glance, Qianzong felt as if he had fallen into it. It was so profound that he couldn't extricate himself. The gate of heaven and earth, this was the true door of the master of heaven and earth. Qianzong, who had just calmed down, became excited once again. He immediately took a step forward and gradually approached the huge door. The more he approached, the more he felt himself to be insignificant. The path was very wide. It was black, as if it had been there since time immemorial. Walking on it, one could feel an indescribable heaviness. The eternal token of heaven and earth in his hand trembled slightly and emitted traces of power. The power wasn't strong, but it wanted to move forward and turn into a kind of guidance, guiding Qianzong in the direction he should go. Fourth update, the dark path seemed to be endless. Qianzong tried his best to move forward, but he couldn't speed up. This was because the body he was in now was purely a body without cultivation. After all, he had used the eternal heaven and earth token to send his consciousness here. Otherwise, the eternal battle fort was located in the void of the universe. It was unknown how far away it was from the Lingwu holy world. Even supreme saints might not be able to reach it. However, the mystery was too deep. Qianzong couldn't understand it, so he didn't think too much about it. With the guidance of the eternal heaven and earth token, Qianzong came to a large hall. Initial Earth Hall. Although Qianzong couldn't understand what the words were, he could understand the meaning behind them. The initial Earth Hall was completely dark. It was like a huge mountain. It stood at the edge of the path, as if it was one with the dark earth. It was indestructible. There were many people lining up outside the initial Earth Hall. Qianzong stood in line. With a glance, he found that the people lining up didn't have any aura fluctuations. Either that, or they were so restrained that he couldn't sense it. However, there was another possibility. These people were like him. They had used their consciousness to come here. With the power of this place, they used their consciousness as the main body to reconstruct a body. This body wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. It was a body of pure energy, similar to the Azura avatar. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the Azura avatar. After all, the Azura avatar's body could be considered a Taoist body. The body that Qianzong condensed was just a very ordinary body of energy. It could only be stable and didn't have any special talent. However, Qianzong felt that it was extraordinary, but he didn't know what was so extraordinary about it. The line wasn't short. There were probably hundreds of people. However, they moved quickly. Therefore, it was Qianzong's turn in less than 15 minutes. He showed his token and stepped into the initial Earth Hall. There was no grand hall in sight, only a small room. It was pitch black, and the aura it emitted was incomparably vigorous. The test begins. You have a limited time to comprehend the cultivation method and increase your cultivation. A deep voice suddenly rang out, piercing straight into Qianzong's eardrums, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His mind was in turmoil. Soon after, Qianzong calmed his mind, but his thoughts were running at lightning speed. Test? What test? Huaji didn't mention it. Maybe she didn't know, maybe she forgot, or maybe she was too lazy to explain. Qianzong was not a slow-witted person. His mind raced like lightning. The word test was easy to understand. It was to increase one's cultivation by circulating one's cultivation technique. What cultivation technique was he trying to comprehend? What cultivation method was he using? Since he had not obtained any cultivation technique, how could he circulate the cultivation technique that he had cultivated? What was the purpose of this test? Not sure. Apart from knowing that this was the eternal battle fort's territory, he didn't know anything else. A buzzing sound suddenly resounded as strands of black and white divine light suddenly appeared and condensed into numerous extremely profound characters. They transformed into numerous ribbons that also seemed like chains that coiled around Qianzong's body. Qianzong couldn't understand any of the characters. They were characters that he had never seen before. But Qianzong had a feeling that he could understand the meaning behind them. Heavenly execution, it was execution, not incantation. This was a cultivation method, and it was very strange. Qianzong started to comprehend it with his superb comprehension ability. His consciousness was here, but his comprehension ability was not weakened at all. However, Qianzong found that it was not easy to comprehend this cultivation method. Even with his superb comprehension ability, it was difficult to comprehend. After an unknown period of time, Qianzong finished comprehending the first level and completely grasped its mysteries. Without stopping, he started to comprehend the second level. Heavenly execution was very mysterious and profound. As soon as Qianzong started to comprehend it, he was completely drawn in. He was completely immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. As a result, Qianzong completely forgot where he was and what he was doing. After an unknown period of time, he finished comprehending the second level. Without stopping, he started to comprehend the third level in one go. The first level was the easiest to comprehend. The second level was harder, and the third level was even harder. However, Qianzong's comprehension ability was amazing. With the first and second levels as the foundation, he completely comprehended the third level. When Qianzong wanted to comprehend the fourth level, he suddenly found that there was no more. Heavenly execution only had the first 3 levels. How could this be? Qianzong was surprised. Then he remembered that he was in an unknown test. The test seemed to be about comprehending and cultivating a cultivation method. Moreover, there was a so-called time limit. However, he didn't know what the time limit was. I hope I can make it in time, Qianzong couldn't help but murmur. Without hesitation, Qianzong started to cultivate. Heavenly execution was more exquisite than any cultivation method that Qianzong had seen before. This was because it was a cultivation method that took into account both qi cultivation and body refining. At the same time, the nature of the power cultivated was amazing. It was as if some secret methods of refining strength were integrated into it. For example, in the non-liquenching jade skill, there was a secret technique called the Ignis force. With the power of the non-liquenching jade skill as the foundation, the Ignis force could be refined into an even more powerful Ignis force than the non-liquenching jade skill. As for heavenly execution, it was like Ignis strength was directly integrated into non-liquenching jade skill. There was no need to cultivate them separately. There was no doubt that heavenly execution was a very profound cultivation method. Even if it only had the first 3 levels, it was very powerful. Qianzong deduced that the complete heavenly execution was definitely far superior to the Taichu sword source skill that he had created. Qianzong began his cultivation and channeled the first layer of worldly secrets. Immediately, strands of black and white aura were drawn out, filling the air from below and above. They circled around Qianzong like 2 spiritual snakes intertwining with one another, black and white. In the next moment, the black and white snakes were very agile. They entered Qianzong's body through his nostrils and were quickly refined. As the worldly will was activated, Qianzong could feel the black aura fusing into his body, causing his body to become increasingly solid and stronger. It was as if he was refining his body. As for the white aura, it flowed within his body like a wisp of vital energy. Cultivation. Qianzong kept cultivating. The qi on his body gradually changed. It became more vigorous and heavy, but also more graceful and vast. Different qi waves appeared on his body at the same time, but there was an indescribable harmony. The qi was weak at first, but as he cultivated, it grew stronger. Qianzong could clearly feel that his cultivation was increasing. According to the standards of Tianyuan sacred region, He was at the lowest level, the foundation establishment stage. The speed of his cultivation was astonishing. When his cultivation reached the first level of the transcendent realm, Chenzong suddenly could not absorb any qi. The upper level test is over. Begin the lower level test. The low voice sounded again. Chenzong was a little stunned. The scene before him changed. It was as if chaos was opening. White filled the air, rising, and black sank. Heaven and earth were distinct. He was standing on the black ground, and above him was the white sky. A figure appeared out of thin air. He was wearing a black and white battle armor that covered his entire body and had a saber at his waist. I am your opponent. Choose the weapon you want. The black and white armored man's voice sounded. It was deep and had a metallic texture. Sword. Chenzong said without hesitation. Immediately, the black and white qi spread out and gathered from all directions. It condensed and twined in front of Chenzong and turned into a long sword. The hilt was black, the blade was white, and the spine of the sword was black. Chenzong grasped the sword with his right hand and clasped his fingers. An incomparably comfortable feeling arose spontaneously. The weight was just right. The moment the sword was in his hand, the black and white armored man did not hesitate. He took a step forward like a fierce wolf or a fierce tiger. He was vigorous, ruthless, and overbearing. He closed in on Chenzong in an instant. With a wave of his right arm, the saber at his waist was unsheathed. It carried a ring of black light and slashed out like a crescent moon. Its power was astonishing, as if it was going to split Chenzong in half. Chenzong's expression changed slightly. He was horrified. The saber was very powerful and astonishing. The qi that spread out was indescribably vigorous and light. It also had a kind of determination. This was obviously the power cultivated by heaven and earth execution. His opponent was also a master of heaven and earth execution. However, Chenzong was never afraid of fighting. He slashed out with his sword, and the power of heaven and earth execution's first layer filled the air. The heavy power condensed in an instant and turned into an extremely tyrannical force that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Kill. The saber and the sword collided in an instant. Chenzong only felt a powerful impact and the sword in his hand was instantly shattered. The saber continued to slash forward with irresistible force, wanting to split Chenzong in half. Strong. This opponent's cultivation is even higher than mine. According to the level of cultivation, his current cultivation was about the first layer of the transcendent realm. This meant that his opponent was at least at the late stage of the transcendent realm. As for heaven and earth execution, they should both be at the first layer. However, the gap between their cultivation bases was still there. Chenzong moved his feet and dodged in an instant. He stabilized the sword in his hand and under the power of heaven and earth execution, his sword turned into a stream of light. This sword was white and used the white power of heaven and earth execution. It was extremely light and extremely fast. However, it was still blocked by his opponent's saber and counterattacked. After barely dodging, the third saber slashed down. The incomparably light white saber light filled the air like flowing clouds, covering all directions. Immediately, a pitch-black saber light condensed out of thin air like a mountain of sabers, sweeping through the air and crushing everything in its path. Chenzong still did not dodge. Even though his sword skills were extremely high, his opponent's saber skills were also quite good. Moreover, his opponent's cultivation was far higher than his. It was a complete suppression of cultivation. The last saber strike was overbearing and forceful. Chenzong was immediately forced back. The sword in his hand almost shattered and trembled violently. The power behind the saber strike was so strong that it felt like his body was being torn apart. Chenzong only felt like his body was about to fall apart. He could not summon any strength for a while. You've lost. A deep voice sounded in Chenzong's ears. I've lost. This is the end of the 5th update. Please follow the official account, 6 Paths of Oblivion. The black and white disappeared and returned to chaos. Then, Chenzong returned to the black room and waited quietly. The upper part of the test is over. First level of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art, low rank. The lower part of the test is over. Combat status, intermediate rank. Consciousness age test is over. 10 years. Constitution test is over. Mortal body, low rank. Final evaluation is low rank. A low and deep voice suddenly sounded and was transmitted into Qinzong's ears. Soon after, Qinzong felt an aura spread and imprint itself on his eternal world token. Status: low rank. Qinzong couldn't help but frown slightly. What kind of classification was this? It was completely different from the Lingwu Holy World and the Tianyuan Holy Realm. It was difficult to grasp at the moment. Status should refer to cultivation. According to the standards of the Tianyuan Holy Realm, he was in the first level of the Transcendent Realm, which was the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. Then, status should refer to the Transcendent Realm. As for the final evaluation of low, this gave Chen Zongxing a bad feeling. Low rank, it didn't sound like a high-ranking ranking. As for the consciousness age, did it refer to age, and the so-called constitution test, what did it refer to? Well, no matter what, the test was over. He could only accept it for now and wait until he had enough understanding. The scene before him changed again, and Qinzong found himself in a grand hall. Other than himself, there were many other people who had entered the initial Earth Hall before. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all looked very young and were brimming with an extremely lively aura. This kind of aura belonged to the younger generation. Congratulations, you have all passed the test of the initial hall and are qualified to become soldiers of the Eternal Battle Fort. A low and vigorous voice sounded, with an indescribable heaviness like the earth. You are all still young and the highest cultivation is the demigod realm. You can't come here with your real bodies. You can only come here with your consciousness and use the power of the Eternal Battle Fort to reforge your bodies. From now on, you will have to cultivate again. Of course, your consciousness can also return to your original world with the Eternal World Token and return to your original body. Here, the Heaven and Earth Divine Art will be your main cultivation art. Unless you have enough ability one day to obtain a higher level cultivation art, the Fortune of Heaven and Earth Secret Art. Fortune of Heaven and Earth Art, Qinzong didn't have any reaction, but he noticed that some people's bodies trembled slightly, and they seemed to be a little excited. They should know about the Fortune of Heaven and Earth Art. It should be a very profound cultivation method that far surpassed the will of heaven and earth. Fortune of Heaven and Earth Incantation. Qinzong repeated it silently in his heart, as if it was branded deeply into his mind. Now, we will arrange your accommodations according to your evaluation. There were more than 100 people in the initial Earth Palace, and they were all assigned to different residences. Qinzong's test evaluation was low level, which belonged to the lowest level. Qinzong also knew that the test evaluation was divided into low level, middle level, high level, and king level from low to high. The lowest level of evaluation meant that his residence was the most ordinary. In the area for low-level fighters, there was a 2-story pavilion about 100 meters apart. Some of the pavilions were empty, while others were occupied. In the pavilion adjacent to Qinzong's, there was an owner. It was a very friendly person called Yongguan. Yongguan had been in the Eternal Battle Fort for close to 2 years, and because of his personality, he had a deep understanding of the Eternal Battle Fort. It could be said that apart from some of the more important information and secrets, he basically knew everything. It didn't take long for Yongguan and Qinzong to become familiar with each other. Qinzong didn't talk much, but he wasn't cold, and he knew how to judge people. Yongguan was a good person, and he could make friends with him. From Yongguan, Qinzong naturally had a deeper understanding of the Eternal Battle Fort. The Eternal Battle Fort was very, very, very big. It was said that it was transformed from a star, which made Qinzong feel that it was hard to imagine. Transforming a star into a huge fort, just thinking about it was inconceivable and shocking. The huge Eternal Battle Fort was divided into 3 branches. This was because the Eternal Battle Fort had 3 rulers, the Eternal Overlord, the Void Overlord, and the Overlord of Heaven and Earth. Therefore, the 3 branches were divided into the Eternal Branch, the Void Branch, and the Overlord of Heaven and Earth Branch. Compared to the ancient Eternal Overlord, the Void Overlord and the Overlord of Heaven and Earth were relatively young. Of course, that was relative. Even if they were young, they were old monsters who had lived for countless years in the void. The so-called void year was a calculation of time in the void of the universe. In other words, one void year was equivalent to 10 years in each world. 1 to 10, the three branches of the eternal battle fort weren't enemies, but they were still competitors. As for the initial Earth Hall test, it was something that every newcomer had to go through. The cultivation levels in the void of the universe, from low to high, were human, earth, heaven, and demigod. Above demigod was the immanent God realm. Compared to the Lingwu holy world, human corresponded to foundation establishment realm, earth corresponded to transcendence realm, heaven corresponded to saint realm, and demigod was half a step into the great saint realm. Then, was the immanent God realm the strongest great saint realm? No, it shouldn't be. According to Hua Ji's inference, there might be a connection between the great saint realm and the immanent God realm. For example, it was only the lowest level of the immanent God realm. However, these were too far away from him, so he didn't need to delve into it. Chenzong also knew the test techniques and how to get a high evaluation. The first part tested cultivation, which was very intuitive. After all, cultivation was very important. Therefore, after comprehending the first level of heaven and earth execution, they would start cultivating to improve their cultivation as much as possible. Under normal circumstances, they could cultivate to the high earth realm. Chenzong, who was in the low earth realm, was very weak. The second test was actual combat. The opponent's strength was limited to the high earth realm. Next was the year of consciousness, which was the so-called age. After all, some people were born earlier, and some were born later. Chenzong's age was 10. He didn't understand it before, but now he did. It was defined as 100 years. Of course, it wasn't an accurate number. However, one void year was equivalent to 10 years in other worlds. Moreover, Chenzong felt that this might include his time in the Lingwu holy world and the previous world. The last test was the constitution test. According to Yang Guan, when one's consciousness arrived at the eternal battle fort, it would be condensed into a new body by the power of the eternal battle fort. When it was assigned to the heaven and earth bloodline, the moment it stepped into the heaven and earth gate, it would be infused with the unique power of the heaven and earth bloodline. Thus, it would have the basic qualification to cultivate heaven and earth execution. However, that was only the most basic constitution. Some people who came from big forces would be prepared or specially cared for. Therefore, they would receive more power of the heaven and earth, and the condensed body would be better, closer to the Tao body. If the Tao body cultivated the corresponding cultivation method, it would be twice the result with half the effort. After the test, his own constitution was the most basic low mortal body. In fact, most of the new members of the Eternal Battle Fort were low mortal bodies. There were also some outstanding or prepared ones who could reach medium mortal bodies, high mortal bodies, and even peak mortal bodies. In terms of age, Chenzong had no advantage over the other new members. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. In terms of constitution, he was similar to most of the new members. However, in terms of cultivation, because he was engrossed in comprehending heaven and earth execution, he missed the time to cultivate. As a result, he could only cultivate to low earth rank. Due to the limitation of his cultivation, he was defeated by a high earth rank opponent who had excellent saber techniques. He was evaluated as medium earth rank. Overall, it was not good. It was very ordinary. It was even at the bottom of the low earth rank. The problem was that Chenzong did not know about the test at all. He was not prepared at all. In addition, he was so excited that he forgot everything. He was completely immersed in the mysteries of heaven and earth execution and missed the time. However, Chenzong did not care too much about it. It was not worth regretting. Because the evaluation at the beginning was only the beginning. The subsequent performance was also very important. In the Eternal Battle Fort, battle results were very important. The first 3 levels of heaven and earth execution could be obtained by any new member. However, the following techniques could only be exchanged with corresponding battle results. In addition, some martial arts, secret techniques, and cultivation resources could only be exchanged with battle results. Other than a 2-story pavilion and the first 3 levels of heaven and earth execution, there was no other treatment for low earth rank newcomers. They had to fight for everything. If they could reach medium earth execution, they could choose a martial art for free. If they were high earth rank, the treatment would be even better. As for king rank, it was beyond imagination. Chen Zong asked Yang Guan for advice on how to obtain battle results. There were two ways to obtain battle results. The first way was to challenge the tower. It was called Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. Every time you passed a floor, you could obtain a corresponding battle result. The higher the floor, the more battle results you could obtain. The second way was to fight. There was an ethereal realm in the Eternal Battle Fort. Anyone in the Eternal Battle Fort could enter the ethereal realm to fight. If they won, they could obtain battle results and even increase the level of the ethereal realm. Chen Zong had to admit that he was lucky to have such a friendly neighbor like Yang Guan. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to get to know him so well. Based on my 2 years of experience here, it's best to cultivate first and try your best to increase your cultivation to the level of your original body. Then, you can challenge the battle tower or the ethereal realm, Yang Guan said in the end. Chen Zong nodded. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. There was also a saying, sharpening the knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. Cultivate first. Thank you, Brother Yang. Chen Zong cupped his fists to Yang Guan. He was older than Yang Guan. Haha, Brother Chen, good luck. Yang Guan smiled optimistically. After Yang Guan left, Chen Zong began to cultivate in seclusion. First level of Heaven and Earth Execution, this was a cultivation method belonging to the Master of Heaven and Earth. Only those with the corresponding physique could cultivate it. 2 different types of energy continuously flowed into Chen Zong's body. They were absorbed and refined by him, increasing his cultivation. In terms of realm, Chen Zong was a half-step great saint, which was the so-called demigod realm. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to increase the cultivation of this body to the corresponding level. However, for now, it would still take some time. After all, his physique was only a low mortal physique. The higher the physique, the faster the cultivation speed. A new place means a new opportunity. Little Rice Dumpling wants to make a breakthrough. Today, I'll continue to explode. Chen Zong did not know how long he had been cultivating. His method of calculating time was different, which more or less interfered with his accuracy. Therefore, it felt like half a year had passed in the Tianyuan sacred region. Finally, his cultivation had returned to the level of his original body. Heaven and Earth Execution was a cultivation method that focused on cultivating qi while also cultivating the body. It was very mysterious and powerful. However, Chen Zong also realized that it was not really cultivating the body. For example, his original body cultivated the non-quenching jade technique. The strength of his body had always been there and was very strong. However, Heaven and Earth Execution integrated the black energy into the body, seeping into the bones and muscles to strengthen the body. Once the black energy was exhausted, the body would return to its original level. Strictly speaking, it was not really cultivating the body, but it achieved the same result through different means. The black energy was called the earth element energy, and the white energy was called the sky spiritual energy. The earth element energy was heavy, vigorous, and domineering. The sky spiritual energy was light, swift, and boundless. The first level of Heaven and Earth Execution was to cultivate the sky spiritual energy and the earth element energy. Although he had come down with his consciousness and reformed his body, his powerful divine consciousness still existed. It came with his consciousness. In addition, he had a deeper understanding of the state of freedom, which was better than many people. Therefore, his application of the sky spiritual energy and the earth element energy was better than many people. The second level of Heaven and Earth Execution was to deepen the sky spiritual energy and the earth element energy, making them stronger. The third level was the same. There would only be new changes at the fourth level. Chen Zong had already comprehended the mysteries of the first 3 levels of Heaven and Earth Execution. After a period of cultivation, not only did he raise his cultivation base to the same level as his main body, he also completely grasped the first 3 levels of Heaven and Earth Execution. The power of the third level of Heaven and Earth Execution was purer and stronger than that of the first level. The strength of a cultivator's fundamental power was not only closely related to the level of his cultivation, but also to the level of his cultivation method. Since his cultivation had returned to the level of his original body, it would be more difficult to improve further. After all, it was limited by the level of his cultivation method. The level of his cultivation method had a great impact on whether he could break through to a higher level. Qianzong estimated that the third level of heaven and earth scripture was about the same level as the 30th level of Taichu sword energy technique. Inside the pavilion, Qianzong opened his eyes. A wisp of black and white intertwined and spun before shooting out. Qianzong stood up and walked out of the room. It was time to check out other places. The Mirage, Battle Tower, however, Qianzong still needed to find out where the entrance to the virtual realm was. The best person to ask was undoubtedly Yang Guan. "I'll take you there," Yang Guan said excitedly. "If low-level and mid-level newcomers want to enter the Mirage, they must go to the Heaven Execution Hall. High-level and king-level cultivators can enter from their own war pavilions." This was also the difference in treatment. After all, those who had reached the higher ranks were considered worthy of being groomed, while those in the middle and lower ranks were more casual. But here, even if it was a low evaluation, in a place like the Lingwu Sacred World, they would be at the very top. They would be peerless geniuses who could dominate an era. They would be existences close to peerless monsters. If Qianzong had not been so forgetful and missed a lot of cultivation time, his evaluation would not have been so low. Of course, another reason for his low evaluation was that Qianzong's age was relatively older. After all, the Lingwu Sacred World was a relatively ordinary world in the universe's void. Because of the invasion of the void's evil demon army, it led to changes that affected the laws of heaven and earth. Ordinary people would not be able to feel this effect, but it was very direct. It would affect everyone in the world and limit their growth. It was difficult to raise a true dragon in shallow water. This principle was applicable everywhere. The Lord of Heaven and Earth also felt this point. Therefore, he planted some seeds of hope. Qianzong, on the other hand, was one of the beneficiaries. The Earth Initial Hall was the place to test newcomers, while the Heaven Execution Hall was the place to connect to the virtual realm. The Earth Initial Hall was completely black, while the Heaven Execution Hall was completely white. It was like a cloud that had been floating for tens of thousands of years. The Heaven Execution Hall was very, very big. There were octagonal objects arranged in all directions. They were about 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. There were many patterns on them that were densely packed and crisscrossed. They looked very complicated and mysterious. "Brother Chen, look, that's the virtual cabin to enter the virtual realm." In the center of the virtual cabin, a red light means that it's already occupied. A green light means that it's empty and you can enter. Yang Guan pointed at the neatly arranged virtual cabins and introduced, "Before entering the virtual cabin, take out the worldly token and place it in the groove. Then, you can enter the virtual cabin and enter the virtual realm through the virtual cabin." "Thank you," Qianzong said. He and Yang Guan each found an empty virtual cabin, took out the eternal worldly token, and placed it in. The cabin door opened, and Qianzong stepped in. The cabin door closed automatically, and the green light in the center turned red. As soon as Qianzong entered the cabin, he felt as if he was lying down. It fit perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for him. It was incomparably comfortable. It was so comfortable that he felt as if he had returned to the time when he was a fetus. It was peaceful and quiet. Unknowingly, he fell into a deep sleep without any resistance. Suddenly, Qianzong woke up, but he discovered that the environment he was in had changed. It was a white void, and beneath his feet was a black altar. Immediately, a transparent panel appeared beside him. On it was a list of Qianzong's personal information. For example, his name was Qianzong, age was 10, and the test results and final evaluation of the initial Earth Hall were all clear at a glance. There was also a column for his level in the virtual realm. He was a level 1 warrior. There was also a column for his battle record, which was 0. The column for his wins and losses was also 0. The highest winning streak record was also 0. This information could be seen by anyone. Then, Qianzong had more choices. One was to watch the battles, which meant that he could directly watch other people's battles. However, for this kind of viewing, one could enter at will, but for others, one had to pay his battle record. The other was to watch the battles that had already taken place. Usually, the battles of some relatively famous people would require him to pay his battle record. The amount of battle record he had to pay was closely related to the reputation and strength of the combatants. The third was to participate in the battle. It was very straightforward. It was to participate in the battle by oneself. This kind of participation did not require him to pay his battle record. He would be matched with random opponents. It was also divided into the Battle of the Division and the Battle of the Fort. The fourth was to challenge anyone. It required him to pay his battle record. The opponent had the right to choose whether or not to accept the challenge. Xianxia was not in a hurry to participate in the battle. Instead, he chose to watch the battle without paying his battle record. After he made his choice, countless black and white lights flashed in front of him like flowing lights. Immediately, he heard people's voices before he could see their figures. In front of him was a valley that was not very big. The valley was barren. There were no plants, only sand and stones scattered around. Two figures appeared in the valley. They were hundreds of meters apart and faced each other from afar. Countless figures appeared in the void around the valley. They were like overlapping illusory existences. They were the people who were watching the battle. Xianxia was among them. Xianxia could see the information of these two people when he focused. Both of them were at the battle soldier level. However, one was at the third stage of the battle soldier level, while the other was at the fifth stage. The battle soldier level was the lowest level in the Eternal Battle Fort. It was divided into 9 stages, and their strength was at the demigod level. Therefore, the level of a battle soldier was closely related to their battle record. A battle record of less than 1,000 was a first-stage battle soldier. A battle record of less than 2,000 was a second-stage battle soldier. So on. A battle record of between 8,000 and 9,000 was a ninth-stage battle soldier. Xianxia's battle record was 0. Therefore, he was a first-stage battle soldier. The battle began. These two people both cultivated the worldly execution. One used a saber and the other used a spear. Both the saber and the spear were black and white. It could be seen that the strength of these two people was about the same. The battle was very fierce. Xianxia's pupil shrank. He was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen a battle in the Eternal Battle Fort. It was indeed extraordinary. If this level was placed in the Tianyuan sacred region, there would be few opponents among the same generation. Were there many people of this level in the Eternal Battle Fort? If so, Xianxia felt pressure just thinking about it. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. However, Xianxia did not feel afraid. Instead, he felt excited. Opponents were hard to find, although there were many people who were stronger than him in the Tianyuan sacred region. They were stronger because they had cultivated for a longer time than him. Therefore, their battle strength was higher than his. Among the same generation, except for the Taishan Holy Sun, it was hard to find a match for him in the entire Tianyuan sacred region. It was even unknown whether the Taishan Holy Sun was a match for him. However, in the Eternal Battle Fort, there were many geniuses who were at least at the level of the Taishan Holy Sun. They could all be his opponents. How exciting! Xianxia's heart was pounding with excitement as he watched the battle. At first, it was just a test, but soon, it became more intense. Whether it was saber techniques or spear techniques, they were all exquisite. Xianxia was excited. He used his powerful divine thoughts to imagine himself fighting against them and how to deal with them. After fighting for a while, one of them gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Suddenly, his aura changed. One could see that there were traces of silvery light in his eyes. As it flickered slightly, his entire person became different. The freedom state. Xianxia thought. Although Huaji had said that there were many people who had mastered the freedom state in the Eternal Battle Fort, Xianxia was still surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. The freedom state was an unfathomable state. In the entire Tianyuan sacred region, perhaps only he had mastered it. Even if there were others who had mastered it, it would be very rare. However, it was common in the Eternal Battle Fort. This was the difference. The difference in foundation, the difference in height, but then again, it was normal. The Tianyuan sacred region or the Lingwu sacred world was just an unremarkable world in the universe. However, the Eternal Battle Fort was one of the top forces in the universe. It had gathered the elites of countless worlds. As soon as he entered the Freedom State, his battle strength increased greatly. He turned the tables and gradually gained the upper hand. His opponent also entered the Freedom State and gained the upper hand again. In the end, he defeated his opponent. Chenzong could not suppress his desire to fight. He immediately exited the spectator mode and chose to participate in the battle. Currently, he could only choose to participate in the battle. Second update, the ethereal realm was connected to the entire Eternal Fortress, but it was also divided into 3 regions, which were directly related to the 3 branches of the 3 rulers. Chenzong had the eternal token of heaven and earth, so he naturally belonged to the branch of the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Therefore, he would be participating in the battle in the Lord of Heaven and Earth's area. Only after achieving a certain result would he be qualified to participate in the battle in the Eternal Fortress. The black and white light flashed before his eyes and finally stopped. Then, it slowly dissipated. A door appeared in front of Chenzong. The door was flowing with black and white light. He didn't know where it led to. Chenzong took a deep breath and took a step forward. He stepped into the black and white door, and when he stepped out, he appeared in a large circular arena. The arena was completely black. It was so black that it was deep. It was filled with a vigorous aura. In front of him, a black and white door opened and a figure walked out. Chenzong suddenly understood. According to Yangguan, one could freely choose the environment to participate in the battle. As for how to choose, it was randomly assigned to both parties. This time, his opponent must have been given the choice to choose such an arena. The environment had a great influence on the battle. It could even decide the outcome. However, Chenzong's adaptability was very strong. Moreover, there was nothing special about this arena. Perhaps there wouldn't be any benefits, but there wouldn't be any restrictions either. Chenzong sized up his opponent. It was a young man with a strong body wearing black armor. His eyes were as cold as a wolf's. It was as if he was examining Chenzong as his prey. His opponent's consciousness also came here. Although it wasn't his real body, his aura was engraved into Chenzong's consciousness. It was very shocking. It felt like an ordinary person meeting a lone wolf in the forest. It was creepy. Chenzong didn't feel creepy, but his body tensed up involuntarily. His hair almost stood on end. This was a strong opponent. He didn't know how strong he was, but at least he wasn't weak. Traces of fighting spirit gathered in his heart. While staring at his opponent, Chenzong also saw his opponent's information. His name was Lin Lang, his evaluation, and his battle record. Just like him, the other party was also a first-stage warrior. However, the other party's battle record wasn't 0, but 250. In the Mirage, winning a battle would earn one a battle record. As for how many battle records one earned, it had nothing to do with the rank of the opponent one defeated. Instead, it was a matter of constant accumulation. For example, if a fighter won a match, he would obtain 10 battle points. If he continued to win, he would obtain 20 battle points for the second match, 30 for the third match, 40 for the fourth match, and so on. As long as he didn't lose and continued to win, he would obtain more battle points as he continued to win. If he was a second-stage warrior, he would be able to obtain 20 battle points if he won one match, and 30 if he won 2 consecutive matches. If he was a third-stage warrior, he would be able to obtain 30 battle points with 1 win and 40 battle points with 2 consecutive wins. However, if he lost a match, he would not suffer any loss in his battle record. Instead, he would start counting from the beginning. His opponent had a battle record of 250 points, 11 wins and 4 losses. His highest winning streak was 5, which meant that he had won 5 matches and was defeated in the 6th match, starting from the beginning. So it's a rookie. The man's lips curled into a cold smile. His voice carried a kind of shocking pressure. It rang out directly into Chenzong's ears. This is a pure rookie. That's right. Not only is he a rookie, but judging from the evaluation, he should be the weakest rookie. Which backward world did he come from? He must have gotten lucky. Age 10. He's so old, but his talent is so low. Only his combat ability is passable. The smile on Chen Zong's opponent's lips grew wider and wider, and the cold smile on his face became more and more obvious. This kind of opponent was obviously a complete rookie. Chen Zong didn't know which remote low-level world he came from, but he had obtained the Eternal Heaven and Earth token and came to the Eternal Battle Fort by chance. This kind of person wouldn't stay here for long. After all, although the Eternal Battle Fort spread seeds everywhere, it wouldn't raise idlers. If one didn't perform well enough, their name would be removed sooner or later, and the token would be taken back. According to the evaluation results of this person, he definitely wouldn't stay here for long. Perhaps he would be forced to leave within a year. However, that had nothing to do with Chen Zong. Before leaving, it wasn't bad to add some battle records. Make your move, rookie. The contempt in the opponent's eyes flashed, and his cold voice carried a bit of ridicule as he said to Chen Zong. He looked like he was defenseless. Chen Zong looked at him and could see that his opponent was full of flaws. However, if Chen Zong really thought so, he was too naive. Although the opponent looked contemptuous and casual, as if his whole body was full of flaws, on a deeper level, there was a kind of vigilance, a kind of deception on the surface. If Chen Zong didn't treat it seriously, he would fall into the opponent's trap. Since the opponent deliberately did this, then Chen Zong would beat him at his own game. Chen Zong's expression did not change in the slightest. With a flash of his body, he took a step forward and rushed towards his opponent. He unsheathed his long sword and became one with the sword. There was no distinction between the man and the sword. He pierced through the air and directly pierced towards one of the opponent's weaknesses. A trace of ridicule flashed in the opponent's eyes. I've been fooled, I've really been fooled. What a country bumpkin from a remote world. Here, he could only add to the battle records of others. Just as Chen Zong's sword was about to strike, the opponent moved his feet slightly, and his shoulders shrunk in an instant. The short blade at his waist was unsheathed in an instant. The pitch-black light of the blade flashed, like a wolf's fang, piercing through the void and fiercely stabbing at the prey. It was about to pierce into the prey's body. Ruthless, decisive, fierce, and bloodthirsty, the killing intent that burst out at that moment was so shocking that Chen Zong felt cold all over, as if he was about to be frozen. He's dead. He's throwing his life away. There were comments all around. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong seemed to have been prepared. His figure flashed, and he passed by the opponent, brandishing his long sword as if he was going to cut the opponent in half. The opponent's reaction was also very fast. In an instant, his figure blurred, causing Chen Zong's sword to miss. The short blade, like a wolf's fang, glowed with a cold light, and pounced on the opponent like a vicious wolf. In an instant, he waved his left hand, and there was a flash of cold light. It was a white short blade. The black short blade carried with it an astonishingly heavy killing intent, and the murderous aura was so intense that it completely attracted the opponent's attention. The sudden appearance of the white short blade was light and agile, and its aura was weak, but it was the real killing move. Using this move to create a diversion, this person had killed countless strong opponents. Yet Chen Zong seemed to have sensed something, and was in control of everything. The fingers of his left hand were like a sword, as pitch-black earth elemental energy condensed at the tip of his finger. Abruptly, Chen Zong pointed out, as though he could break through the void, directly striking the white short blade of his opponent. At the same time, his long sword blocked the black short blade. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see a flash of surprise on the opponent's face, as if he was surprised that his attack was blocked. Although he was surprised, his reaction was not slow at all. He abruptly kicked out with both his feet, which were as sharp as the fangs of a wolf. The black and white dual blades, which had been blocked, instantly followed up with the attack. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a ferocious lone wolf, crazy and ruthless. He would not give up until he killed his target. It seemed that Chen Zong had become the prey, resisting the opponent's sharp claws and fangs with great difficulty, as if he would be torn to shreds at any time. In reality, Chen Zong was not as dangerous as he looked on the surface. His opponent's attacks were indeed crazy, and every move was fatal. He did not even care about his own safety. However, Chen Zong could clearly see that the craziness was only on the surface. There was not the slightest trace of madness in his opponent's eyes. There was only calmness, calmness like an iceberg. This showed that such an astonishing and crazy attack was actually under the control of his opponent. Crazy people were frightening because they would hurt others, but they would also hurt themselves. People who had mastered madness were undoubtedly even more frightening because they would only hurt others, but would not hurt themselves. Crazy on the surface, calm on the inside. This was a very frightening opponent, one that made Xianxia's blood boil. Every attack of his opponent was made to kill the target. There was not the slightest extra movement. The pressure he brought to Xianxia was even stronger than that of the Taishan saint. With a sword in hand, Xianxia performed his superb swordsmanship to the extreme. The white sword light was extremely light and airtight like water, covering everything in the surroundings. Xianxia also used the unbreakable sword circle to the extreme. In particular, Xianxia used the yin-yang Dao will of the extreme. With a sword in hand, black and white mixed together. It could not be broken. No matter how he controlled the craziness with his inner calmness, he still could not break through his opponent's defense. The sword seemed to have a life of its own, as if it could sense the trajectory of his attack in advance and block it. The pressure Xianxia was under was actually not small. He had to concentrate fully, otherwise, his defense would be broken by his opponent if he was not careful. This newcomer seems to be somewhat unusual. Looking at his evaluation results, he is relatively outstanding in actual combat. It is not surprising that he has such a performance. His actual combat is not bad, but in other aspects, he is just passable. There were not many spectators, less than 10, because the free spectators were random. If they wanted to watch a specific battle, they would have to consume their battle records. There were many people participating in the battle, so the random spectators would also be scattered. Not many people were assigned to Xianxia's side. After attacking for a long time and failing to break through, his strength was constantly being consumed. Like a lone wolf, he immediately entered the state of self-freedom. The moment he closed and opened his eyes, there were a few more traces of silver. He became calmer and more in control of his own body. In fact, different people generally had the same state of self-freedom, but in some subtle aspects, there would be different manifestations. After entering the state of self-freedom, Lin Lang's control of his own body directly increased to a level. The power of his attacks became more powerful and the frequency of his attacks increased. Madness, fury, it was as if he had changed from a lone wolf to a pack of wolves, and the pressure he brought to Xianxia was even more intense. A lone wolf was ferocious, but it was only fighting alone. Wolves had always been pack animals. The threat of a lone wolf was completely inferior to that of a pack of people. This was because a pack of wolves would cooperate with each other. Once they attacked, they would become extremely terrifying and tear their powerful prey into pieces. Xianxia felt as if he was in a storm and could be torn apart at any time. Dominator of the 6 realms is really impressed with himself. He actually misread the time. I'm in tears. The third watch is here. Control. Control, the earth elemental energy was heavy and the sky spiritual energy was light and vast. Black and white flowed in his body like 2 rivers that did not intersect. Every bit of power was completely under his control. Seeing that Xianxia had also entered the freedom state, the spectators were surprised. However, they were not too surprised. After all, in the eternal battle fort, or in other words, in the top forces of the universe, there were many people who had mastered the freedom state. In a battle in the mirage, unless there was a clear difference in strength, the freedom state would be used. Lin Lang's strength was not weak. Especially since he had entered the eternal battle fort earlier than Xianxia, he had experienced more battles here. His talent was also quite high. Combined, his strength was quite terrifying. Under the freedom state, the infinite sword chain was unleashed. The swords connected in a continuous chain as if there was no beginning or end. Every strike was just right. The sword light surrounded the surroundings. It was endless and seemed to be everywhere. In an instant, it was as if there were many people waving their swords at the same time, performing different sword moves. Around them, there were packs of wolves waiting to launch an effective and organized attack. In the end, it seemed to be a battle between the sword light and the pack of wolves. The sword light was destroyed and the wolf shadows dispersed. However, they gathered again in an instant, alternating between life and death. The battle was fierce and high intensity. His strength was constantly depleted. However, under the freedom state, it did not affect his strength. Every strike was as if he had used all his strength. The Dao will that Lin Lang had mastered was also a top-tier Dao will. Moreover, it was at the first level of the Supreme Realm. Not simple. He can actually fight Lin Lang to this extent. The spectators were more and more surprised. However, when they thought of Chen Zong's age and evaluation, they were filled with disdain. For peerless geniuses and even monstrous geniuses, a difference of 1 year was enough to bring about a clear difference in strength. If one cultivated for a few more years, or even 10 or 20 years, the difference would be even more obvious. It was undeniable that no matter how lucky Chen Zong was to obtain the eternal heaven and earth token, he was definitely an outstanding person in his world. He was one of the top peerless geniuses in his world, and it was normal for him to have some abilities. However, there were many such people in the Eternal Battle Fort, so it wasn't surprising. Chen Zong was in a state of absolute calmness. With the long sword in his hand, they were connected by blood. His greatest strength was absorbing and learning. He would grasp all of the other party's advantages, absorb their essence, and integrate it into his own body to improve himself. Lin Lang was the most outstanding opponent he had ever encountered. Chen Zong even felt that he was stronger than the Taishan sage. Of course, it had been a long time since he last met the Taishan saint. It was hard to say how much the Taishan saint had grown, but it was just a feeling. Lin Lang might really be more outstanding than the Taishan saint. Under the state of self-freedom, even after experiencing such an intense battle, the two of them did not have the slightest bit of shortness or disorder in their breathing. Bloodlust wolf. A low voice suddenly rang out, as if countless wolves were howling in the moonlit night. It spread in all directions, causing one's heart to palpitate. The pitch-black shadows of wolves were everywhere, but their eyes emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Their claws and fangs emitted a blood-red light like flames. Kill, this was a killing move. The pack of wolves went berserk and bloodthirsty, wanting to tear all of their prey into pieces. Yin-Yang Sword Realm, the black and white mixed elements surrounded the area, directly isolating it. No matter how the pack of wolves went berserk and bloodthirsty, they could not break through. Heaven and earth line, the sword radiance gathered, and the surroundings suddenly dimmed. Then, a pitch-black sword radiance with shocking majesty and unparalleled sharpness and dominance tore through the void. The hair-like sword radiance tore through the void. Lin Lang's heart trembled involuntarily, and his expression changed slightly. He turned the impossible into possible. He twisted his body and dodged in an instant. A few strands of his hair were cut off, flew up, and then minced by the sword chi. However, Chen Zong seemed to have grasped the trajectory of Lin Lang's dodging. The second sword slashed out, and Lin Lang seemed to have crashed into it himself. The third sword, the fourth sword, each sword was precise and deadly. Lin Lang was at a disadvantage in an instant. He could only dodge and parry. The rhythm was controlled by Chen Zong. This person's swordsmanship is quite advanced. Indeed, he has the style of the Heavenly Go Sword King. Tisk, compared to the Heavenly Go Sword King, he is like a firefly compared to the moon. There is no comparison at all. In a few sentences, the battle between Chen Zong and Lin Lang became more and more clear. Lin Lang was hit. The first sword tore his arm. The next sword pierced his shoulder. The next sword pierced Lin Lang's heart. Lin Lang fell to the ground. His body faded in Chen Zong's eyes, and then disappeared. Death in the ethereal realm was not real death. Chen Zong also realized that his personal information had changed. The number of battles showed 1 win, the highest winning streak showed 1 win, and the record showed 10. Immediately, he was given a new choice. Continue the battle, or end it. Chen Zong thought for a moment and chose to continue the battle. This time, Chen Zong was given the right to choose the battle environment. Keep it the same, Chen Zong said to himself. In less than 10 breaths, a black and white door appeared in front of him. A figure stepped out. It was a person with an extremely tall and muscular body, like an iron tower. Chen Zong was slightly taken aback. Because it was a woman. For a woman to be so majestic and tall, it was really surprising. However, in the void of the universe, there were countless worlds. Naturally, there were countless situations. Chen Zong recovered from his shock and quickly checked the other person's information. The name was not important. What was important was the battle results and the highest winning streak. This person was also a rank 1 warrior. However, the battle results were 3 wins and 2 losses. The highest winning streak was 2. Her evaluation was the same as his, low. However, based on the information, she was much more outstanding than him. Of course, Chen Zong already knew the crux of the problem and did not think that he was inferior to others. On the contrary, the appearance of someone more outstanding than him would give him more motivation to catch up. Newcomer. The burly woman's voice was vigorous, matching her figure. Soon after, she grinned. Take my palm. Before she finished speaking, she had already raised her thick palm, which was like a giant bear, and abruptly attacked. The pitch-black elemental energy condensed in the palm made it even more vigorous and domineering. It was as if a mountain was moving horizontally and colliding with him. The force was heavy, powerful, and easily destroyed. The wind pressure it brought along was so oppressive that it made Chen Zong feel suffocated. Chen Zong circulated the spiritual energy in his head, and a white light spread out. It was as if his body had gotten rid of all weight and became incomparably light and agile. In the blink of an eye, he dodged, circled around, and approached. His sword pierced through the air. First, the spiritual energy was light and swift. When the sword arrived, it immediately transformed into elemental energy, exploding with an even more powerful attack. In terms of direct destructive power, spiritual energy was inferior to elemental energy. However, spiritual energy also had its own advantages. Using only one type would be one-sided. If the 2 types were used interchangeably, it would make up for their shortcomings. It was said that at rank 4, one would be able to merge both elemental energy and spiritual energy at the same time. It would become a force that possessed the characteristics of both types and was even more powerful. This burly woman was indeed very strong. However, compared to Lin Lang, she was slightly inferior. After Chen Zong seized the opportunity, he attacked continuously with his sword and controlled the rhythm of the battle. In the end, she was defeated. Chen Zong's battle record was now 30. His win streak was now 2 wins and 0 losses. His highest winning streak was now 2. He continued to participate in the battle and was randomly matched with opponents. Chen Zong's third opponent was a very, very short person. His height was probably not even 1.5 meters, but his arms were very long. When they hung down, they completely exceeded his knees. With a shake of his arms, a black and a white claw suddenly sprouted from his wrist. They were about half a foot long and shone with a cold light, as if they could tear everything apart. This person did not attack directly. Instead, he moved quickly. With the support of spiritual energy, his speed became even faster. In the end, he turned into a streak of white light and circled around Chen Zong. For a moment, Chen Zong's eyes could not even catch his opponent's trajectory. Suddenly, like a ghost, his body leaped up and turned into a streak of black. With an astonishing power, he broke through the air and attacked Chen Zong. His claws tore through the air and directly tore Chen Zong into pieces. Chen Zong raised his long sword as if he had been prepared for this. He blocked the attack with his sword, and the sword strength was activated to counterattack. Chen Zong realized that his opponent in this match didn't seem to be that outstanding in terms of strength, but in terms of speed and agility, he was astonishing. Moreover, his fighting style was to wait for an opportunity to strike and kill in one strike. If his attack didn't hit, he would immediately retreat and escape, relying on his high speed to find another opportunity to attack. His speed was so fast that it was hard for Chen Zong to catch up with him. He was indeed a difficult opponent. Chen Zong thought that his speed was not slow, but he had not practiced any corresponding martial arts until now. After all, Chen Zong found that although he could use the power of heaven and earth execution to activate his previous swordsmanship, it was not complete enough. In order to use the power of heaven and earth execution, he needed a matching martial arts. Undoubtedly, it was the martial arts of the master of heaven and earth in the eternal battle fort. That required battle records to exchange for it. The most basic exchange required 1,000 battle records. Since he could not keep up with his opponent's speed, he would deal with it by remaining unchanged. He would wait for the moment his opponent launched an attack to counterattack and defeat him in one fell swoop. Therefore, people at level 1 of the warrior level basically did not practice any martial arts. What they used was what they had mastered, but it was difficult for them to display the power they should have. On the contrary, it would limit the power of heaven and earth execution to a certain extent. Closing his eyes, Qianzong increased his perception to the extreme. This was one of his strengths, and he should make full use of it. Fourth update, Qianzong, 3 wins and 0 losses. The highest winning streak was 3 wins. His battle record was 60. Such a result was beyond the expectations of the spectators, and the number of spectators increased by a few. Continue. Each of the 3 battles had brought him great pressure. He felt as if he was walking on the edge of life and death. It was a feeling that was hard to experience in the Tianyuan sacred region. After winning 3 matches in a row, although he had used up a lot of his energy, his morale was high. Without hesitation, Qianzong chose to continue fighting. However, this time, the time taken to select an opponent seemed to be longer than the previous 3 rounds. A black and white door appeared on the other side, but no one appeared. Qianzong's eyes narrowed, and a ray of light shot out, as if it was going to penetrate the door. Before the person appeared, the number of spectators suddenly increased. In an instant, there were nearly 100 spectators. What's the situation? Consciousness age 10, low-grade mortal body, upper-grade mortal body, lower-grade 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 mortal body. With such low talent, he could barely become a new member of the Eternal Battle Fort. He wouldn't be able to stay here for long before he was forced to leave. There was nothing worth seeing. There were many people who had the same idea as him. However, just as they were about to leave, they caught a glimpse of a figure stepping out of the black and white door from the corner of their eyes. They immediately dismissed the idea of leaving. Xiaoxing hadn't entered the ethereal plane for quite some time because he had been cultivating in seclusion. Now that he had come out of seclusion, he wanted to enter the ethereal plane and have a look around. Perhaps he could fight with some powerful opponents as a warm-up. Then, he would challenge the battle tower and verify the results of his seclusion. He chose to participate in the battle, not to challenge, so he was randomly matched. What he didn't expect was that he would be matched with a newbie. Moreover, from the other party's evaluation results, it was obvious that this newbie was at the bottom. For a moment, Xiaoxing's interest waned. Unfortunately, after choosing his opponent, he had to either admit defeat or defeat his opponent. Only then would the battle end. As a rookie with outstanding talent, Xiaoxing had his own pride. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to admit defeat. Although it was beneath him to attack a rookie at the bottom, he had no choice but to do so in order to quickly end the battle. Qianzong looked at Xiaoxing in surprise as he read his message. Superior, this was a prodigy who had been evaluated as superior. The other party's consciousness was 6 years old, much younger than him, and his physique was a top-grade mortal physique. The other party's upper-level assessment was very shocking. He was a high-level Heaven Realm expert, and his combat ability was at the peak of Heaven Realm. All in all, this was a very powerful person. As a 6th-stage warrior, his battle record was more than 500 wins, 30 draws, and 80 losses. His highest winning streak was 13. However, his battle record was not high, not even reaching 1,000 points. He must have used them up. After all, in the Eternal Battle Fort, there were places in the ethereal extent where battle records were consumed. Battle records were also needed to exchange for cultivation methods, martial arts, secret techniques, weapons, and elixirs. When the man's gaze landed on him, Qianzong's body tensed up involuntarily, and his hair stood on end. It was a terrifying feeling. His hair stood on end, it was really creepy. The voice in the depths of his heart was telling him that he was no match for this person. However, Qianzong took a deep breath and steadied his mind. Even if he was no match for this person, so what? It was just a battle and a defeat. Then, let's see how strong this person was with such a high evaluation. The two's information was clear at a glance. With such a huge disparity, the spectators chose to stay because they recognized Xiaoxing. He just came out of seclusion and he's already met a rookie. It seems that Xiaoxing's luck is not bad. Yeah, maybe this time he can break the record of 13 consecutive victories. You're my first opponent after coming out of seclusion. Xiaoxing looked at Chen Zong from head to toe, as if he wanted to see through him. His eyes were relaxed, and it was clear that he was looking down on him. I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. However, I should be very lucky this time. Maybe it's just like what they said. This time, I'll break the record of 13 consecutive victories. Chen Zong didn't say anything. Although the other party's words sounded very relaxed, he could feel a faintly discernible aura boring down on him. It felt as though there was a blade at his back, wanting to slice his body apart. It was a very scary feeling. The invisible, colorless, and omnipresent pressure forced him to deal with it with all his strength. However, Chen Zong was not frightened at all. There was only excitement that came from the deepest part of his heart. It was always difficult to find a strong opponent. Among his peers in the Tianyuan sacred region, there was no one who could make him feel this way. Only here, in the Eternal Battle Fort, could he fight. Chen Zong suddenly shouted in a low voice. That one word was deep and powerful, decisive and swift. In an instant, his long sword was unsheathed. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed all his strength and attacked in a flash. His heavenly spiritual force was pushed to the extreme. It turned into a white sword light, like a meteor breaking through the sky. The moment it approached his opponent, his heavenly spiritual force was replaced by earth elemental force. The speed of the change surprised Xiaoxing. What a solid foundation. You're really good at using your own strength. But unfortunately, your opponent is me. A sharp voice rang in Chen Zong's ears. It was as sharp as a sword and directly pierced through his eardrums. While his hair stood on end, Xiaoxing's sword was still unsheathed. The appearance of this sword was different from Chen Zong's. It looked slimmer and sharper. When the sword stabbed out, white sword light filled the air. The speed of the sword was beyond ordinary. It was so fast that it was indescribable. The sword was like flowing light, it was too fast. It was unimaginably fast. Even though Chen Zong's consciousness was stronger than many of his peers, he could only barely catch a blurry shadow. His subconscious, honed through many life and death situations, suddenly burst out. He tilted his head slightly to the side. A blurry white sword light flashed by in an instant. A surprised voice rang in his ears. It seemed that Chen Zong was surprised that he could dodge the sword. Although he was surprised, Xiaoxing was a peerless genius of a macro world. He was very talented and had experienced countless battles. He was very experienced. His reaction was very fast. The sword he stabbed out did not stop, but changed into a slash in an instant. It was a flat slash, but the astonishing sharpness seemed to be able to tear the world apart. However, Chen Zong dodged it again and again. Xiaoxing was even more surprised and annoyed that he could not kill a newcomer at the bottom of the rankings with 2 consecutive strikes. Logically speaking, the gap between him and Chen Zong was not small. There was no comparison at all. He should have finished Chen Zong with 1 strike. However, after 2 strikes, Chen Zong was not only finished, but also unscathed. 9 swords of heavenly spirit. With a low shout, Xiaoxing directly displayed the sword technique martial arts of the lineage of heaven and earth. He stabbed out with his sword, which turned into 9 sword lights. In an instant, they formed a cage around him, blocking everything. There was nowhere to dodge. Even though Chen Zong could faintly feel something, he could not completely react. This made Chen Zong further realize the inadequacy of his body. He waved his sword, Yin and Yang Sword Realm. However, this time, Yin and Yang Sword Realm was not fully used. After blocking 6 strikes, it was broken by the 7th strike. The 8th strike came and pierced through his body. Although he was defeated and died, Chen Zong did not have any regrets. He only had excitement and yearning. Since his opponent was so strong, it also meant that he could also become as strong, or even surpass him. On the other hand, Chen Zong also yearned for the martial arts of the lineage of heaven and earth. Defeated and dead, Chen Zong appeared in the original void. This time, Chenzong did not continue to fight, nor did he challenge anyone. 4 battles, 3 wins and 1 loss. This made Chenzong fully aware of his inadequacies and shortcomings, as well as his advantages. Chenzong's battles were like a small stone falling into the water. After a small splash and ripple, it quickly returned to silence and everyone forgot about it. Even Xiaojing was only surprised when they fought. After killing Chenzong, he put Chenzong to the back of his mind. After all, in his opinion, Chenzong was just a newcomer at the bottom of the rankings. Perhaps they had forgotten or perhaps they did not care. A hidden dragon would rise from the abyss one day. After leaving Heaven Execution Hall and meeting up with Yang Guan, they went to the battle tower. Along the way, Chenzong chatted casually with Yang Guan while secretly thinking about his inadequacies. In terms of cultivation level, he was not inferior to his original body, but his combat strength was actually inferior. Although he could still use the various Dao wills and martial arts that his original body had mastered. However, because of this body's constitution and the cultivation method that he cultivated, not only was his original body's martial arts unable to display its full power, but there were also flaws. Another point was that his consciousness was limited. All this while, his soul had become stronger, causing his consciousness and divine thought to become stronger as well. His consciousness that had descended to this place was similarly powerful. However, due to the limitations of this ordinary body, he was unable to unleash the full power of his consciousness. He could only unleash a portion of it. In other words, it was caused by the incomplete fusion and disharmony between his consciousness and his body. As a result, although his consciousness could sense his opponent's attack, his body was slower by a bit and could not react in time. The solution was to actively weaken the strength of his consciousness until it was equal to the strength of his body. However, this method was only temporary and was actually self-destructive. The other method was to strengthen his body until it was equal to the strength of his consciousness. From there, it would be a perfect fusion. The first method was self-destructive, but it was easier to achieve. The second method was the right way, but it was more difficult to achieve. The shortcut and the right way, between the two, there was no doubt that Chenzong would choose the latter. He would take the right way and ignore the shortcut. Then, how could he strengthen himself? Was it to improve his cultivation level? Perhaps, but instinctively, Chenzong felt that it should not be so simple. The more important thing was to improve his constitution. In other words, he was now a low mortal physique. If he could improve it to a medium mortal physique, or even a high mortal physique, it might be effective. As for whether it was a medium mortal physique or not, he would have to personally test it to be sure. In the world, there was a miraculous elixir called the sky-stealing earth-changing elixir. Consuming it could strengthen the chi of heaven and earth in one's body and improve one's constitution to a higher level. 5th update. Today's update is complete. Looking for subscriptions and monthly votes. Don't forget to follow our official account, 6 Paths of Oblivion. There were 3 battle towers in the Eternal Battle Fort. They were the Eternal Battle Tower, the Void Battle Tower, and the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. The 3 battle towers were actually the same, but because they belonged to different factions, it was easier for people from different factions to challenge them. Following Yang Guan's footsteps, Chenzong saw a huge tower that reached into the clouds. The base of the giant tower was black, but the higher it went, the lighter the blackness became. Floor by floor, the slanted corners flew up. When it reached the 5th floor, the blackness had become very faint, and there was a hint of white in the air. On the 6th floor, there was even more white. When it reached the 7th floor, it had become a dull white, and on the 8th floor, the white became even more conspicuous. The Heaven and Earth Battle Tower is divided into 12 floors. Yang Guan said as he stared at the gigantic pagoda. Countless amounts of black earth chi and white cloud chi lingered around it, piercing straight into the horizon. He had seen it countless times, but every time he saw it, he would feel a sense of awe. Chenzong didn't say anything. When he looked up, there was only shock in his heart. Ancient, vicissitude, majestic, and vast, these words couldn't even describe the tower. The black was vigorous and heavy, while the white was light and nimble. It was an indescribable mystery. Standing in front of it, Chenzong felt insignificant. Taking a deep breath, Yang Guan tried to calm himself down. He said again, the first to third floors correspond to the low level, the fourth to sixth floors correspond to the middle level, the seventh to ninth floors correspond to the high level, and the 10th to 12th floors correspond to the king level. In other words, if he wanted to increase his genius level in the Eternal Battle Fort, he had to challenge the tower. For example, Chenzong was at the low level, but if he wanted to reach the middle level, he would have to at least reach the 4th floor. Challenging the tower would also give him rewards. For example, if he passed the 1st floor, he would get 1,000 battle achievements and a random reward. The random reward could be a sky-pilfering earth pill or martial art. If he passed the 2nd floor, he would get 2,000 battle achievements and a random reward. If he passed the 3rd floor, he would get 3,000 battle achievements and a random reward. There was a difference between fighting in the tower and fighting in the ethereal plane. In the ethereal plane, the results of fighting in the tower wouldn't be displayed, only the results in the ethereal plane would be displayed. Of course, there wasn't much difference between the two battle records. They would both be included in the overall battle record. However, the information in the Mirage would only show the battle records obtained in the Mirage. If he could clear the 3rd floor and enter the 4th floor, he would receive even more rewards. He would receive 10,000 battle points and random rewards. In short, the higher the level, the more rewards one would receive. Brother Yang, I want to challenge the tower, Chenzong said as he stepped forward. He took out the eternal token of heaven and earth and placed it in the indentation on the wall of the heaven and earth battle pagoda. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed and fell on Chenzong's body. As the black and white lights flashed, Chenzong's body disappeared into the giant tower. I wonder if Brother Chen can clear the 1st level? Yang Guan knew Chenzong's basic information. He was at the bottom of the newcomers. It was hard to say if he could clear the 1st level. However, he sincerely hoped that Chenzong could clear the 1st level and obtain at least 1,000 battle points. If he was lucky, he might even get a low-grade heaven-stealing earth-changing pill or martial art. For people like Chenzong or himself, only by challenging the heaven and earth battle pagoda could they have a chance to improve. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to obtain enough battle points in the ethereal plane. Of course, it wasn't easy to obtain battle points in the ethereal plane, but they could be sustained. As long as one participated in battles and won, one could continue to obtain battle points. However, the battle pagoda's battle points could only be obtained once. First, it was dark and deep. Then, it was bright and white. Black and white intertwined and twisted continuously. Finally, they condensed into a black and white door. Chenzong stepped into the black and white door. His vision changed and widened. A field appeared in front of Chenzong's eyes. It was said that every person who challenged the heaven and earth battle pagoda would enter different environments. Different opponents would appear in different environments. However, they all had one thing in common, which was their combat power. The Eternal Battle Fort focused on fighting. Naturally, its tests were also closely related to fighting. Roar. A violent roar suddenly sounded. It was so loud that it almost shattered everyone's eardrums. Chenzong looked over and saw a huge black and white door appear 1,000 meters away. A huge figure stepped out with a violent roar. Dong, when its thick forelimbs stepped out of the door and landed on the ground, it made a shocking sound like a huge drum. A circle of chi waves spread out from its feet like ripples. Roar, a ferocious head that looked like both a wolf and a bear stretched out. Its eyes shone with a scarlet light as it let out a shocking roar at Chenzong. The terrifying roar turned into a sonic storm that swept out. It had a shocking aura that could shatter everything with its roar and cause one's soul to scatter. Under Chenzong's gaze, the huge beast stepped out of the door and appeared completely. Its 4 limbs were as thick as his waist, its majestic body, its ferocious head, its jet black fur, and its scarlet eyes all exuded an extremely shocking and ferocious aura. Such an aura made Chenzong's expression turn serious. It was a terrifying aura. It was like a peerless beast. Roar, the 3rd roar sounded. The sound waves rolled out. The huge bear-like beast suddenly rushed forward. Dong, dong. Dong, dong. The ground of the wasteland was constantly rumbling under the beast's feet. The sand and stones were constantly shaking. Its aura was violent and ferocious. It formed a shocking pressure that seemed to want to tear Qianzong apart. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong calmed down. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He was extremely calm. Staring at the beast, Qianzong was not frightened by the beast's aura. He took a step forward and rushed forward. The distance of 1,000 meters seemed to be very close. In an instant, the beast lifted its huge paw and suddenly swung it forward. It was as if a mountain was falling down. Black filled the air and covered the sky. The terrifying pressure seemed to want to smash Qianzong into pieces. In an instant, Qianzong's figure turned into a white light and disappeared. He unsheathed his long sword and slashed across the air. Boom, the ground was bombarded by the palm. It shook and collapsed in an instant. The terrifying aftershock spread out, crushing the sand and stones that were bounced up into powder. Cracks quickly spread out. At the same time, Qianzong slashed the side of the beast with his sword. However, he found that the sword could not tear the beast's fur. How could he fight with such a defense? The ferocious beast's body was huge, and its strength was overbearing. It was extremely shocking. If one was hit by its palm, one would definitely be killed. Its reaction speed was also very shocking. After missing its attack, its body immediately rotated, and the other palm swept up a hurricane that roared and bombarded with an incomparably ferocious force. The wind pressure was so strong that Qianzong almost suffocated. He felt that his body was almost shaking under the palm. Taking a step and turning around, Qianzong's speed reached the extreme under the heavenly spiritual power. He narrowly avoided the attack. Since the sword could not tear the beast's skin defense, he could only attack the beast's weakness. The eyes, the most direct. Heavenly spiritual energy poured into his feet and Qianzong's body became extremely light. Under the control of his power, he was extremely agile. He constantly dodged the fierce attacks of the fierce beasts. He was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. It looked like he could be destroyed at any moment. Qianzong was well aware of the dangers involved. It was very exciting, but this kind of excitement also caused Qianzong to enter a highly concentrated state of mind and spirit. His perception was raised to the extreme, and his eyes were fixed on the beast's scarlet eyes. That was the beast's weakness, and also the place where the sword could directly pierce. The opportunity came. Driven by the heavenly spiritual power, the sword pierced through the sky like a white meteor. Extremely fast, a sword with all his strength. Kill, the sword directly pierced through the beast's left eye and into its upper body. The terrible power invaded the beast's body, stirring its brain and bringing it extreme pain. Under the pain, the beast became more and more violent. It bombarded Qianzong continuously, almost smashing him into pieces. Dodge, waiting for the opportunity, he attacked again and pierced through the beast's other eye. With its eyes destroyed and the sword chi in its brain, the beast was in extreme pain. It destroyed everything in all directions. It was like a ruin that was about to collapse. Qianzong retreated and stared at the beast. Gradually, its movements became slow and weak. Qianzong knew that the beast was about to die. Another sword strike. Seizing the opportunity, he stabbed the sword into the beast's eye again, all the way to the hilt. The earth elemental energy went through the sword and into the beast's brain. The amazing power instantly shattered the beast's already broken brain. The beast trembled for the last time and let out a sad cry. After the sound lingered in the air, it fell to the ground and died completely. Qianzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This beast was indeed very strong. In terms of strength, it was completely superior to him. Its speed was not slow either. The only thing that was inferior to him was its combat skills. In other words, he was more talented in combat. That was why he could defeat and kill it. In that case, he should have passed the first level of the heavenly battle tower. Immediately, Qianzong's eyes widened and then narrowed into needles. Another black and white door opened 1,000 meters away, followed by a third, and a fourth, 9, this time, a total of 9 black and white doors opened, surrounding him in all directions. Roar, many different yet extremely violent roars rang out from the 9 doors, turning into a storm of sound waves that swept out. It was as if they could shatter everything with their roars. Qianzong's expression changed greatly, becoming more and more solemn. A single beast was already giving him so much pressure. What about 9 beasts? Would the 9 beasts that were about to appear be as strong as the first one? He was not sure, but he would find out soon. A 5-meter-tall, jet-black ape with bulging muscles and an explosive strength stepped out of the door. Shortly after, a gigantic black tiger with a serrated tail also stepped out of the door. There was also a gigantic black wolf with an incomparably robust body that stepped out of the door. Third day, first update. Outside the pavilion, Yang Guan stared blankly at Chen Zong's back as he muttered to himself. He passed it on his first try. The newcomer is at the bottom. I'm afraid everyone has misjudged him. Yang Guan's evaluation result was also low, but it was normal. It took him 9 tries to pass the first floor and he was able to stay in the Eternal Battle Fort. The first floor was the easiest to pass, but it was also very difficult. Those who had passed it knew it very well. Even a genius with a middle evaluation was not sure if he could pass the first floor on his first try. Even if one was a genius newcomer, not every one of them could pass the first floor on their first try, especially when they had just entered the Eternal Battle Fort. I'm afraid this new friend of mine isn't as simple as he seems on the surface, Yang Guan said in the end before withdrawing his gaze and turning around to return to the pavilion. Chen Zong did not know what Yang Guan was thinking. After returning to the pavilion, he left to practice the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Even though it was only a basic martial art, it was very important for him. It opened a door for him to gain a foothold in the Eternal Battle Fort. Moreover, there was another thing that martial arts had in common. Even though he could not practice the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, he could absorb its mysteries and use it for himself. At least, it could strengthen his foundation. The pavilion had 2 floors. The first floor was like a martial arts arena for practicing martial arts. The second floor was used for practicing martial arts and for living. On the first floor, Chen Zong waved his sword. The white sword light pierced through the air and rippled like water. Chen Zong was not in a hurry to succeed. Therefore, he completely separated the heavenly spirit 9 strikes into 81 forms, which were 81 swords. This way, he would be able to directly comprehend the profoundness and changes within it. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was divided into 4 levels according to the realm: entry, small success, great success, and completion. Chen Zong had reached the entry level and was advancing to the small success level. 9 moves as 1 sword, 1 move as 1 change. Chen Zong thought to himself. He had a deeper understanding of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Small success, his body's accumulation of martial arts, especially swordsmanship, was incomparably strong and solid. Now, it was exploding rapidly. Although his powerful consciousness was not very compatible with his body, it was very beneficial for his comprehension. No, the 81 forms don't just have 81 transformations. The more Chen Zong practiced, the more he felt the amazing mystery of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong did not leave the pavilion, but continued to practice the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. He was so engrossed in it that he forgot everything. Chen Zong kept analyzing the mysteries in the book. He was almost crazy. What a brilliant martial art. 81 styles seem to have 81 variations, but in fact, each style has 9 small variations. When he comprehended it, Chen Zong could not help but sigh in admiration. Such profundity had completely surpassed his self-created line of heaven and earth and yin and yang sword realm. 9 strikes, 81 moves. However, there were 729 types of minor transformations. Every 9 minor transformations formed a single move, and every 9 moves formed a single strike. This was the great success. Yes, after a long time, Chen Zong finally reached the great success of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. He felt that he had reached his limit. Even if he continued to practice, it would be difficult for him to make any progress in a short time. I wonder how much strength I can unleash with the great success of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Chen Zong said to himself as he sheathed his sword. Although he had not fought, Chen Zong had a feeling that he had been restricted in some way before. Now, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes had unlocked part of the restriction. Perhaps it was just a small difference, but it should be very obvious to the improvement of his combat strength. It's a pity that the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower only allows 1 challenge per month. Otherwise, I would try it. Chen Zong muttered to himself and glanced at the eternal token of heaven and earth. The battle record column had increased from the original 60 to 1060. 60 was from the ethereal realm, and 1000 was from the first level of the battle tower. 1000 battle records can be exchanged for a basic martial arts technique, a lower-grade heaven-stealing earth pill, or a lower-grade combat weapon. Chen Zong suddenly thought. What could he exchange for with 1000 battle records? As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade. The battle records were limited, and there were only a little over 1000 battle records. There were very few things that could be exchanged for, and they were very basic. Naturally, he would choose something that could significantly enhance his strength. It was also because he had too few battle records that he needed to think carefully. In terms of basic martial arts, he already had the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. It would be good to have one more. Even if he did not have one, it would be fine. A lower-grade heaven-stealing earth pill should not be enough to upgrade his low-grade mortal body to medium-grade mortal body. According to Yang Guan, it would take an average of 10 pills. In other words, some people could upgrade their low-grade mortal body to medium-grade mortal body with 7 or 8 pills, but some people could upgrade their low-grade mortal body to medium-grade mortal body with 12 or even 13 pills. However, under normal circumstances, it would take 10 pills. However, if he had a middle-grade heaven-stealing earth pill, he would be able to upgrade his low-grade mortal body to medium-grade mortal body. A lower-grade heaven-stealing earth pill would cost 1000 battle records, while a middle-grade heaven-stealing earth pill would cost 10,000 battle records. As for combat weapons, they were the weapons in the Eternal Battle Fort. According to the 3 branches, they were Eternal Combat Weapons, Void Combat Weapons, and Heaven-Earth Combat Weapons. The Heaven-Earth Combat Weapons were used by the Heaven-Earth Combat Weapons. Every newcomer would receive a basic combat weapon for free. They would be able to use their cultivation method power, but they would not be able to enhance their strength. A lower-grade combat weapon would be able to enhance their strength by 10%. After thinking about it, the most direct way to enhance his strength would be a combat weapon. Even a lower-grade combat weapon could enhance his strength by 10%. A lower-grade combat weapon would cost 1000 battle records, while a middle-grade combat weapon would cost 10,000 battle records. Since he had made up his mind, Chen Zong did not hesitate anymore. Low-grade geniuses and medium-grade geniuses were treated worse. If they wanted to exchange something, they had to leave the pavilion and go to a specific exchange point. According to his preferences and habits, Chen Zong exchanged for a lower-grade longsword. The Heaven-Earth combat weapons were basically black. The only difference was the proportion of their appearance and color. With a lower-grade combat weapon in hand, Chen Zong tried to attack with his sword. He could feel that his strength was not only smoother, but his strength was also enhanced. 10%, it was a standard 10% increase. Since I can't challenge the battle tower, I'll just go to the ethereal realm, Chen Zong thought to himself. It was indeed a bit slow to gain battle records in the ethereal realm, but it could be sustained. As long as he won, he would be able to gain battle records. As long as he won consecutively, he would be able to accumulate more and more battle records. Currently, he was still a rank 1 warrior. Most of the opponents he was randomly assigned to were also rank 1 warriors. Last time, he met Xiaoxing, who was a rank 6 warrior. It could be said that he was unlucky. That kind of situation was not often encountered. Moreover, one could fight freely in the ethereal realm. There was no need to worry about life and death. The only thing that mattered was victory and defeat. Firstly, one could gain battle records. Secondly, one could train oneself. Therefore, this place became a popular place for many newcomers and even demigod-level geniuses. Of course, the eminent god experts above the demigod level would also enter the ethereal realm. However, they would not fight with demigod-level soldiers. That would be pure torture and would be meaningless. Of course, some eminent god experts who were bored out of their wits would come to watch demigod-level battles. They treated it as a way to kill time or to see how the juniors were doing. After entering the ethereal realm, Chen Zong chose to join the battle without hesitation. Joining the battle was still a battle between the Heaven-Earth bloodlines. If one wanted to extend it to the other 2 bloodlines and enter the battle between the main fortresses, one would need to meet certain conditions. The condition was to be a rank 9 warrior. A rank 9 warrior only needed 9,000 battle records. It did not seem like much because as long as one could pass the 4th floor of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower, they would be able to gain 10,000 battle records. However, 9,000 battle records were still a lot. After all, it was not easy to gain battle records in the ethereal realm. One consecutive victory would only give 10 battle records. Although 2 consecutive victories would increase the number, it was not much. Therefore, it was quite difficult to gain 9,000 battle records. The door opened, and Chenzong stepped inside. This time, it was his opponent who chose the battle environment. It was a sand dune. When the white wind blew past, it rolled up black sand that filled the sky. His opponent walked out of the door and walked on the wind and sand. At a glance, he saw his opponent's information. All in all, from the information, Chenzong was definitely not as good-looking as the others. However, his opponent was also a rank 1 warrior. In the blink of an eye, his opponent seemed to have become one with the black sand. He seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, he was approaching at an astonishing speed. The white wind blew continuously. Layers of black sand filled the air from all directions. For a moment, Chenzong's sight and hearing were confused. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Chenzong simply closed his eyes and increased his perception to the maximum. The sword in the scabbard stood still. Suddenly, Chenzong opened his eyes. A cold light shot out like lightning, and the long sword in the scabbard pierced through the air in an instant. The first sword of the 9 swords of heavenly spirit. This sword was extremely fast, light, and agile. It contained 9 styles and 81 types of small changes. It seemed to be a stab, but it seemed to have enveloped the surroundings. The realm of great accomplishment was enough to fully display the power of the 9 swords of heavenly spirit. This sword was completely out of his opponent's expectations. He quickly dodged it. The second sword, another sword light flashed and sliced through the air. There was no way to dodge it. Chenzong won. He received another 10 battle records, and his score increased to 70. Compared to his first battle in the virtual realm, this battle was undoubtedly much easier. Moreover, his opponent's strength would not be weaker than his first opponent. In other words, the 9 swords of heavenly spirit had indeed allowed him to better display his strength. The difference of a hair's breadth was like 1,000 miles. Perhaps it was not that exaggerated, but the slight change undoubtedly had an obvious effect on him. This battle did not consume much energy. Chenzong chose to continue fighting without hesitation. Soon, a new opponent appeared. Chenzong maintained the original battle environment and did not change it. Perhaps other environments would be better, but as a cultivator, he had to keep going. Sometimes, he had to fight in an unfavorable environment. He had to adapt so that he would not be caught off guard. End of chapter 1695. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.